351 to 400. The night sky appeared very clear after being washed by the rain, and the dark blue sky was covered with stars. A bright moon was hanging high in the sky. Its faint light was like a thin gauze that lightly shrouded the mountain forest, leaving a silver glow on the top of the trees. A cool breeze gently blew. The cicadas in the forest showed off their clear throats, while the crickets in the thickets sang a long melody. In the dark, the fireflies danced around the small lanterns. Suddenly, the cicadas went silent and the crickets stopped singing. The fireflies also hid within the thickets. The little fairies of the mountain secretly watched the group of people who broke the silence of the forest. When they passed by the piggery, Yu Xiaoxiao called Lu Feiyan to come along with them. Little Black, who was responsible for guarding the entrance of the piggery, excitedly played with Little White as they ran in the front. At times, they stopped and turned around to look at their masters with their emerald green eyes. At the beginning of spring, Big Gray had returned to the mountains. The two wolf pups with different colored fur, Little Black and Little White, were almost 1 year old. During the past half a year, they grew crazily like inflated balloons. With all 4 limbs on the ground, they were nearly up to Xiao Xiao's chest. One was black, while the other white. They had the same emerald green eyes, same tall physique, and the same dense fur. They had very distinctive personalities, one was lively and the other was cool. The children all really liked them. The villagers all thought that Little Black and Little White were dogs that were mixed with wolves. They had also saved their young master before, so the villagers had good feelings towards them. The 2 little wolves had never harmed the domestic animals raised by the villagers. Everyone lived together in a harmonious and peaceful manner. Royal Prince Yang and Yu Xiaoxiao walked in front of the group with glass lanterns in their hands. Little White followed Xiaoxiao step by step, like a loyal guard. Whenever there was any movement, he would stop in his tracks and quietly listen with his ears pricked up. The others followed behind them gleefully, and occasionally bent down to look for something in the grass. Yu Xiaoxiao was very experienced in catching cicadas. She knew that the best time to catch them was between 7 to 8 in the evening. She took out a pocket watch and checked the time with the help of the lantern. It was about time, so she led the group of excited kids to the foot of the mountain forest. With her chest proudly thrusted out, she began assigning the tasks, form groups of 2 or 3 and just stay around this small forest. Don't run off too far and shout loudly if something happens. Little Black and Little White will swiftly go assist you guys. Catching cicadas is very simple. Just shine the light of the lantern on the tree trunk, and when you see it, just catch it. That's all you have to do. Alright, that's it for now, dismissed. Lu Fengping, whose hands were held by his older sister, asked with a grin, Cousin Xiaoxiao, why do you speak with a northeastern accent? It sounds so close and dear. Lu Yanner squeezed his little hands and said, she must have heard it when you were teaching little Shish too. She didn't learn it properly, so it sounds nondescript and quite funny. Under the dim light of the lantern, Zhu Junyang saw Yu Xiaoxiao with her hands placed on her hip and speaking in a spirited manner. She looked like a little squirrel that just snatched a large pine nut. She was becoming more and more interesting. Holding the back of her collar, he brought her to his side and said, let's form a team. This prince will protect you. This big-eyed, little squirrel, rolled her eyes at him, and then pulled his hands away, saying, this part of the forest is very safe. At most, there would be some wild hares and pheasants appearing. Would this maiden need your protection? As she spoke, she walked towards a big tree with a lantern in her hands. There aren't any beasts, but snakes would appear in the grass in the summer. Before Zhu Junyang had finished speaking, that proud, little squirrel, screamed and jumped back next to him. She hid behind him and tightly grasped the corner of his clothes with a flustered expression, snakes. Where is it? Coward, that kid is tricking you. With this divine stone around, what are you afraid of? The little divine stone's scornful voice sounded in her mind. A small, golden figure swiftly scrawled on top of Little White's back. It found a place on the top of his head and lay down comfortably. Had it been someone else, with Little White's proud temper, there was no way that he would let others beard the lion in his den. However, the little divine stone used its power to regulate his body in exchange, so he reluctantly stopped himself from shaking the little kitten off. Zhu Junyang also saw the little golden cat, which was only about the size of his fist. It had been over a year, yet it still hadn't grown at all and it always looked so miniature. He laughed and said, one will always raise a pet similar to oneself. This little kitten is so tiny. Yu Xiaoxiao immediately forgot that he had scared her with snakes, and exploded in anger, what do you mean? I have grown taller, okay. Since the beginning of spring till now, I have grown at least 7 centimeters. Oh, I can't tell. You still look so short. Zhu Junyang measured the top of her head which reached up to his own waist. Yu Xiaoxiao stomped her feet like an enraged little rooster. She angrily hollered with her neck stretched out, you can't tell because you're also growing. Compared with the measurements that I marked on the wall last year, I have grown this much. As she spoke, she made a gesture with her hands to show him that she had indeed grown in height. Zhu Junyang walked up to a tree and pointed at a black bug that was crawling on the trunk. He asked with slight disdain, is this the edible bug that you mentioned? It looks so ugly. Yu Xiaoxiao ran over to hold onto the cicada, and then put it into the jar tied around her waist. She wrinkled her nose at him and said, you think it's ugly? I reckon you're actually afraid of it, right? Then don't eat it after it's fried. This prince has already tried locust, so would I still be afraid of this little bug? Zhu Junyang proudly snorted. He reached out his arm, picked up a cicada that was high up on the tree, and dangled it in front to her, which resulted in her rolling her eyes at him. Yu Xiaoxiao patted Little White's neck and decided to stay far away from this haughty drama queen, lest she get infected. Anyway, she had the little divine stone and the 2 guards, Little White and Little Black, protecting her, so she wasn't afraid of those creepy crawlies. When she moved a few steps to the side, Zhu Junyang also walked a few steps to the side. He followed her step by step, so no matter what she did, she still couldn't shake off this little tail. Whatever, proper business was more important. Holding the lantern and bending over, Yu Xiaoxiao searched for larvae of cicadas on the trunks and bushes. Unlike in her previous life, where cicadas were nearly gone, it seemed like they could catch some every few steps. Sometimes, they were able to catch a few cicadas on the same tree. Yu Xiaoxiao became increasingly enthusiastic as she continued to catch the cicadas. The small jar around her waist had filled up unknowingly. Suddenly, Little White's ears moved, and he shifted into an alert stance. Yu Xiaoxiao was alarmed and hurriedly moved closer to her little tail, Zhu Junyang. She had accidentally stepped on the young prince's feet in a panic. Zhu Junyang, who was holding a cicada, strangely asked, "What's wrong? Did you see something?" "There seems to be something in the thickets." "Shish, it wouldn't be a snake, right?" The thing that she feared the most was those slippery and cold animals with smooth skin. But, Little Divine Stone, who was on top of Little White's head, didn't give her a warning, so there shouldn't be any danger. Yu Xiaoxiao's violently beating heart gradually calmed down. Right at this time, Little White suddenly jumped onto the thick bushes, and his strong figure disappeared within the darkness. Yu Xiaoxiao was somewhat worried. Will Little White be alright? Although Little White and Little Black often brought back small game when they frolicked in the mountains, after all, they were still very young and had never encountered fierce beasts. They also didn't have any experience with intense fighting. No one could guarantee absolute safety in the mountain forest at night. Perhaps, one or two fierce beasts might emerge from an unknown corner of the mountain. Little White is a wolf, not a dog. Zhu Junyang wasn't worried at all. It might be dangerous for Little Black, that dumb wolf, to encounter a ferocious beast, but the survival skills of that haughty little wolf, Little White, wasn't inferior to Big Gray. If he encountered a lone wolf or cheetah, he should still be able to fight. In Yu Xiaoxiao's heart, she couldn't forget how Little White looked when she first brought him home. He was just a baby wolf that hadn't opened his eyes. She anxiously checked the thickets and refused to walk away. Suddenly, she felt a furry head pushing at her arm. She turned around and was startled by a pair of emerald green eyes. With a closer look, it turned out to be Little Black. There wasn't a single strand of hair that was of a different color on his body, so he was completely hidden in the darkness of the mountain forest. At a glance, only a pair of green eyes could be seen. Little Black shook his head excitedly and had a look in his eyes that seemed to be asking to be praised and caressed. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't quite understand, so Little Black touched her hand with his nose. She knew what he meant and stretched out her hand. From within Little Black's warm mouth, a squirming cicada fell onto her palm. It seemed like this fellow saw that everyone was catching cicadas, so he joined in the fun to help. The dark night was nothing in the eyes of wolves, but it was quite hard for him to hold a thumb-sized cicada in his big mouth without harming it a bit. He had such good control of his strength. Yu Xiaoxiao continued to stare in the direction that Little White disappeared in as she patted his head in a perfunctory manner. At this time, everyone had gotten a decent harvest. Those who had filled up the vessels that they brought gradually gathered over. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao staring at a cluster of bushes motionlessly, they also curiously looked in that direction. When Little White emerged with a wild hair in his mouth, he was bewildered by those strange humans. Why were they all gathered here? The wild hair was for his young master, so no one was allowed to steal it. Yu Xiaoxiao checked out everyone's harvest and saw that there were a lot of cicadas in their vessels. It seemed like they got quite a large harvest. In addition, they also got a plump hair. They would definitely have a sumptuous meal tomorrow. When they got home, Yu Xiaoxiao got a wooden bucket and filled it with salt water. After she cleaned the cicadas, she put them in the bucket to be soaked for a night. Once the flavor seeped in, it would taste better when fried. The night passed by peacefully. The next morning, the three siblings of the Lu family, Yu Hang and Yu Xiaolian, woke up very early. They picked vegetables in the courtyard as they waited for Yu Xiaoxiao, who was sleeping in, to wake up. The three Lu siblings had never tried cicadas. Allegedly, in the northeast, these things were caught to be fed to chickens. However, Yu Hang and Yu Xiaolian had eaten them before. When the three siblings heard them describe the fragrantly scorched taste of the fried cicadas, they almost drooled. They were filled with even more anticipation. After much wait, Xiaoxiao had finally woken up. The group of children didn't need the adults' help as they lit the fire, made the pancakes, and cooked the porridge. With so many people helping, they quickly finished preparing breakfast. Yu Xiaoxiao fished out the cicadas that they caught last night from the salt water and cleansed them with clean water. With the different cooking methods of deep frying, dry frying, and pan frying, she different flavor dishes like salt and pepper cicadas, spicy cicadas, cicadas stir-fried with shredded ginger, spicy and numbing cicadas, and so on. After Zhu Junyang's morning exercise, he came down from the mountains. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he could smell a strong fragrance drifting in the air. He didn't think that the little lass could actually make dishes with such alluring taste with those unattractive and somewhat disgusting bugs that were dug up from the soil. It's time to eat. Yu Xiaoxiao held a big plate in each of her hands and walked out of the kitchen unsteadily. The fragrance came from the two plates. The large plates, which were piled up with fried cicadas, could almost break her two wrists that were as thin as a stick of firewood. Zhu Junyang's feet moved faster than his brain. He walked forward and took the plates from Yu Xiaoxiao's hands. Seeing him, Yu Xiaoxiao grinned widely and said, "Young royal prince, your nose is comparable to that of a barking alien. 1. You have followed the smell over as soon as the cicadas are fried." If Zhu Junyang knew what a barking alien was, he would definitely be furious. She actually compared him, who was wise and skilled in martial arts, to a canine that only knew how to stick its tongue out and wag its tail to please others. Such disrespect. Fortunately, most of his attention was focused on the fragrantly scorched cicadas, and thus overlooked the meaning of barking alien. Xiaolian and Lu Yanner, who were helping in the kitchen, each brought out a plate of different flavored fried cicadas. After they put them on the table, Xiaolian said, "You guys eat first. I'll take these to eldest maternal aunt and older cousin so that they can also have a taste." There was a simple kitchen in the piggery. Normally, Xiaolian, eldest maternal aunt and her daughter would cook their meals there. When the family made delicious food at home, they would also send some to them. Since the piglets in the piggery had sufficient food and Xiaoxiao regularly supplemented them with a light concentration of mystic stone water, they were all in good health, had good appetite, and grew very well. The first batch of piglets weighed close to 100 catties after being raised for 4 months, as if they ate 4 months fat. Lu Yanner also delivered a full plate of fried cicadas to the Qian family next door. After all, the Qian siblings also contributed 2 jars of cicadas yesterday. Qian Wu didn't take a single one home for this very reason. Who told Xiaoxiao to be such a good cook? Even if he brought it back, his mother, Madame Mao, wouldn't know how to cook it. Moreover, even if she did, she wouldn't be willing to waste oil to fry the cicadas as snacks for him. One must admit that this fellow Qian Wu usually seemed quite foolish, but he had quite a lot of tricks up his sleeves. In the Yu family's courtyard, the women helping to pick vegetables had arrived. Smelling the scent, one of the women, who usually had a close relationship with Madame Lu, said with a smile, "Dahai's wife, what novel food did your youngest daughter make this time? It smells so good that I'm about to drool." Madame Lu took out some and placed them on a small plate for them to taste. They had just experienced a disaster year, so they knew about the importance of food. The matron resisted the temptation of the food and shook her head, saying, "Dahai's wife, please don't lure out the gluttonous bugs in our stomachs. We're going to be the ones suffering if it rebels. Quickly take the plate back. Don't you know that putting such delicious food in front of us is like a cruel torture to us all?" Madame Lu glared at her with a smile and said, "It's fine if the gluttonous bugs are lured out. It's not like these are anything precious. Do you hear the cicadas on the trees? These are the larvae that just crawled out of the soil and haven't shed off their shells. They can be found in batches in the forest at night. After catching them, they need to be properly cleaned and marinated with salt for a while. They are edible when they are cooked." During locust plague last year, the Yu family had spread the news that locusts were edible. Nearly every family caught a large amount back to eat, which saved them a lot of grain. They had already eaten locusts roasted over fire, so why would they be afraid of these cicada larvae? Seeing that it wasn't some expensive ingredient, the matron stopped acting courteous and picked one up to put in her mouth. A strangely refreshing taste instantly erupted within her mouth. It tasted better than the fried dish they had during the New Year. Her eyes lit up and she had a wide smile on her face as she said, "It tastes really good. Tonight, I'll have my husband and the kids catch some back, and I'll fry some for the kids to eat." The other women also gave up on holding themselves back and each tried a piece. The group of people catching cicadas in the evening grew even bigger. Madame Lu told them to eat some more, but they refused. The members of the Yu family and the Lu family added up to more than 10 people. How many cicadas could several children catch? They probably didn't have enough to eat, so even if they wanted to eat more, they had to control themselves. How could they take food from the children? Moreover, Royal Prince Yang was here. Right now, his existence in Tanggu town was of someone superior to the county magistrate. All the villages within the vicinity of Tanggu were under his ruling, so they were also considered his people. They had to at least leave a good impression for the royal prince, right? They were worried about the royal prince, but Royal Prince Yang, who had the innate quality of a glutton, focused all his attention on the different flavored fried cicadas. His favorite was actually the spicy and numbing flavor. Not only did it have a golden color, but it also had a crispy shell and tender flesh. With a dry and fragrant taste and numbingly spicy mouthfeel, he felt as if all the taste buds in his mouth were jumping. This caused him to eat one piece after another, unable to stop. Well, it seems like nearly the entire imperial family has the gene of a foodie. The Emperor Emeritus is a longtime foodie, and Royal Prince Yang doesn't lose out to him. I wonder if the Emperor would also disregard his noble and elegant demeanor in front of his favorite food. Yu Xiaoxiao thought in her heart. Zhu Junyang lingered at the Yu residence and didn't leave until he had lunch. Yesterday, Little White had caught a wild hare, which became the Yu family's lunch at noon. There were a lot of people eating together, so Yu Hai slaughtered one of the rabbits that they raised at home. When the wild hare was slaughtered, the Yu family's little roe deer was still watched happily and ran around gleefully. But, when it saw Yu Hai choose one of its usual companions and skillfully slit its neck and skinned it, it was so scared that it hid in Yu Xiaoxiao's room, trembling. It didn't even take a single bite of its favorite grass mixed with mystic stone water, for fear that his master would slaughter it for food like that rabbit. She didn't know if the little roe deer had a genetic mutation due to its frequent consumption of mystic stone water, but it had never grown bigger since they brought it back 3 years ago. It maintained the size of a little roe deer that was less than a month old with a small and thin appearance. It was currently shivering like a fallen leaf blew by the cold wind. It looked cute yet pitiful. When Yu Xiaoxiao noticed that the little roe deer hadn't eaten for 2 meals and was curled up into a ball with a dispirited appearance, she thought that it was sick. After she got a reminder from the little divine stone, she realized that the little guy had been scared silly. She quickly hugged it and comforted, "Tiny, don't be scared. No one will eat you. You're so small and barely have any meat on your body, so you wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between one's teeth. I promise you that no one in the family will dare to do anything to you without my permission. However, you must stay alert outside the house. Be careful not to let others catch you and make you into soup." The little roe deer seemed to understand its little master's position in the family. Since she said that no one was allowed to touch it, it must be safe at home. As for the outside, there was no way that it would let strangers get close to it. It could now run as fast as the wind. Even Little Black and Little White couldn't catch up to it, so who could catch it? But, for a long time after this, the little roe deer would make a detour when it saw Yu Hai. It was afraid that he would dislike it, and thus decide to slaughter it. In a blink of an eye, it was already time for autumn harvest. Zhu Junyang followed Yu Hai and his daughter to the Yu family's farmstead. The vegetation on the hill behind the plantation had gradually begun to turn yellow. Occasionally, one or two maple leaves would display their dazzling appearance among the golden-green colors. The pods in the fields were golden and appeared bloated as if their bellies were about to burst. The tenant farmers working in the fields all had bright smiles on their faces. With a sincere smile on his face, the supervisor, Wang Maosai, accompanied the owners and explained, "We have also planted soybeans in the past, but the pods were only about the length of a thumb. This year, the pods are even longer than one's middle finger. Moreover, the beans are a size bigger than the seeds. With a modest estimate, I reckon that the output of the soybean fields will double the output of the previous years." In actuality, Yu Xiaosao didn't deliberately help the tenant farmers cultivate the soybean fields. It didn't rain a lot in the summer, so the hard-working farmers were afraid that the yield of soybeans would be affected. They were also afraid that the owners would have doubts regarding their abilities, and then not rent the land for them to farm next year. Thus, they all worked hard to tend the crops. They meticulously irrigated the fields, weeded the fields, and eliminated pests. There was spiritual energy in the well water, so the fields watered by the well water naturally had a higher output of soybeans. After 4 to 5 days of hard work in the fields, all of the families sent all their soybeans to the granary. After being weighed, the household with the greatest yield had surpassed 400 caddies. The low yield of soybeans was the main reason why farmers were reluctant to cultivate the crop. In previous years, their best output in the fields was no more than 160 to 170 caddies. But now, the output had more than doubled. The family with the least output had also gotten around 300 caddies. It was about the same as the yield of wheat. The tenant farmers, who were originally pessimistic about the owner's daughter's request to grow soybeans, were sincerely convinced by her now. After they got new masters, except for the disaster during the first year, they had gotten a great harvest for the spring and autumn seasons. The tenant farmers believed that the master had good fortune, and thus also boosted the luck of the farmstead. If they continued to work for the master in the future, they would definitely be able to eat to their heart's content, wear warm clothes, and live a fairly well-off life. The farmlands that Zhu Junyang bought weren't very far from the Yu family's plantation. After the autumn harvest, he planned on moving the fields next to the Yu family's fields. In this way, Yu Xiaosao could help him take care of the farmlands, which was much more convenient. Yes, Royal Prince Yang barely knew anything about farming. The steward that he sent to manage the land would consult the father and daughter of the Yu family for everything, and thus he became a master who only asked others to work and didn't do anything himself. Right after the harvest of the corn, Royal Prince Yang had gone back to the capital to report the good news. Thus, the steward and Yu Xiaosao worked together to make decisions regarding the plowing, sowing, and management of the more than 800 mu of land. With Yu Xiaosao there, he was absolutely at ease that the output of his fields definitely wouldn't be low. That's right, Zhu Junyang was just that confident. As expected, the average yield of the 800 or so mu of farmland was over 300 caddies per mu. People probably wouldn't believe it even if they heard it. He had the steward to make detailed records, organize them into a memorial, and send it to the capital at the fastest speed. Didn't that old fogey with the surname Yang say that the rich harvest of corn had nothing to do with the Yu family and Yu Xiaosao? I'm going to prove you wrong with the data right away. Have you ever seen soybeans with a yield of over 300 caddies per mu? The imperial plantation in the capital has also planted dozens of mu of soybeans. If there is a higher output than this prince's 800 mu of fields, this prince will give up my title of royal prince. The memorial presented by Royal Prince Yang set off a wave of storm at court. Minister Lu's hands trembled as he took the memorial that the emperor had just reviewed. He carefully looked over the data over and over again. The yield on superior farmland was 380 caddies per mu and the average farmland had 330 caddies per mu. The output of inferior farmland had also gotten a high yield of 290 caddies per mu. Minister Lu burst into tears. Emperor, this old official is incompetent. All of the fields in the imperial plantation are superior farmland, yet the yield is only around 190 caddies per mu. This Yu family is indeed talented, Your Majesty. Zhu Junfan looked at Imperial Censor Yang and asked with a spurious smile, Imperial Censor Yang, do you have anything else to say? With facts presented in front of his eyes, Imperial Censor Yang had no other reason to stop the emperor from awarding the Yu family. He thought for a moment and said, if what is stated in the memorial is true, then this official will acknowledge it sincerely. He was speaking as if Royal Prince Yang had made a false record in order to help the Yu family. All the civil and military officials in court inwardly shook their heads. This Imperial Censor Yang seriously didn't have a very good moral character. At this point, he was still trying to find an honorable way to get out of this embarrassing situation. He should think about it. Who was the Yu family to Royal Prince Yang? Why would the cold-hearted and black-faced royal prince be willing to risk the crime of deceiving the monarch to protect them? Furthermore, even if the Yu family was bestowed a position, they would merely be a minor 7-rank official. They would just be small agricultural officials under the Ministry of Revenue, so how would that affect him, Imperial Censor Yang, in any way? Was it really worth it for him to cling on to them like a leech? The Minister of Works came out again and tried to smooth things over. Perhaps, there's a difference in the output due to the difference of the seeds. In my opinion, to truly have fair and just results, the same types of seeds and fields should be used. Officials, who knew the situation, all looked at each other with tacit gaze. The Minister of Works, granddaughter and Imperial Censor Yang's grandson were currently in the middle of discussing marriage, so it was no wonder that he would speak up for him. At this time, the military officials presented a memorial, stating that there seemed to be trouble at the northwest borders. The surviving supporters of the Yuan dynasty had divided into 2 major tribes, Dongliao and Siliao. It seemed like they were eager to cause trouble at the borders. The military officials requested for backup in the event that war broke out and so on. As for the matter regarding the Yu family, it had been left unsettled once again. At the Yu family's farmstead on the outskirts of Tanggu town, it was currently bustling with activity. After the soybeans were reaped, the tenant farmers were busy with fertilizing the fields and preparing for the cultivation of wheat. Zhu Junyang, who had a tall and graceful figure, stood at the edge of the field and said to Yu Xiaosao, who was handing out wheat to the farmers, "If you plant winter wheat now, you won't be able to plant corn in the spring, right? I must remind you that the emperor attaches great importance to corn and plans to popularize the cultivation of corn as a high-yielding crop in the north." Yu Xiaosao smiled at him and said, "I know. If we want to popularize the cultivation of corn, there definitely aren't enough seeds. We should do it step by step. Since we're familiar with growing corn, we'll naturally take up the responsibility of breeding the seeds. But, this doesn't conflict with growing winter wheat." With a look of surprise, Zhu Junyang asked in confusion, "How does it not conflict? I have asked your tenant farmers. After planting the winter wheat, they can only be harvested at the beginning of next summer. Where would you have farmland to grow corn?" Yu Xiaosao lifted her eyebrows and smiled proudly. "Who told you that corn must be planted in the spring? After the winter wheat is reaped, we can plant a batch of corn to be harvested in the autumn. After harvesting the corn, we can grow winter wheat again. The timing is just right. If we don't plant winter wheat now, the fields would be idle for at least 4 to 5 months. Isn't that a waste of resources?" After thinking about it, Zhu Junyang felt that it sounded quite reasonable. Yu Xiaosao said that after the popularization of corn, it would at most be considered a type of coarse grain. By growing corn for one season and winter wheat for another season, they would have both coarse grain and fine grain, and the common people would be able to live a better life. Thus, he also handed his 800 mu of farmland to her and asked her to help him decide what to plant. He wrote up an imperial memorial overnight and sent it to the capital. Soon, the imperial plantation on the outskirts of the capital also began growing winter wheat. At this time, the method of cultivation for wheat had been relatively improved. Yu Xiaosao just had to let the little divine stone release some spiritual energy into the seeds, and the tenant farmers would take care of all other matters. The father and daughter pair were currently busy dealing with the villagers who came to purchase bean seeds after hearing about good things about them. The news that the Yu family's farmstead had a great harvest of soybeans, which had a high yield of 400 caddies per mu, had quietly spread throughout Tanggu town. After being spread through the word of mouth, people began saying that the soybean seeds that the Yu family used were a high-yielding crop that Royal Prince Yang brought back from the Western Hemisphere. At this time, there had been a gradual improvement of the extraction method for soybean oil. Bean curd, bean sprout, and some other bean-related products had slowly started appearing on the tables of the common people. The soybean cakes left over after being used to extract soybean oil and bean flour milled by beans were all food that the poverty-stricken commoners relied on for survival. The doubling of the output of beans could help improve the lives of many people, so it attracted quite a lot of people. The soybeans harvested from Royal Prince Yang's fields had to be transported back to the capital. As for the soybeans produced at the Yu family's plantation, with the exception of the portion saved to be used as seeds for next year, Yu Hai and his daughter decided to sell them at a state set price. Why were they selling them at a state set price? The Yu family was able to earn a good reputation in several nearby villages by selling the soybeans to the impoverished commoner according to the market price of fine breed grain without adding a single copper coin to the price. After she finished with the matters at the plantation, Yu Xiaosao packed her bags and set off to the prefectural city. There was less than a month until the college examination. They had several pigs at home that had already reached the weight of 200 caddies, and thus they could be taken out of their pens. In other words, they should start preparing for the opening of the braised food shop in the prefectural city. For this trip to the prefectural city, Yu Hai and the Lu Hu couple also came with her. It naturally wasn't that simple to open a shop. The renovation of the shop, purchasing the ingredients, and buying the kitchen utensils were all areas that required manpower. There were 2 reasons as to why she had her oldest paternal aunt and oldest paternal uncle come along with them. First of all, they really did lack manpower for the initial preparation of the shop. Second, they were going to collaborate with the Lu family for the braised food shop. The Yu family would contribute the money and recipes, while the Lu family would contribute manpower. The profit would be split 20 to 80, the Lu family would receive 20% and the Yu family would get 80% of the profit. Yu Kaifeng had seen the flourishing business of the braised pig head meat at the docks, so she had no doubts about the braising method of the Yu family. They could earn 20% of the profit by merely providing some manpower, which meant that they were taking a big advantage of them. After several refusals, under Yu Hai's persuasion, she finally accepted the kindness of her younger brother's family. They came to Tanggu from the northeast without any money at all. Not only did her younger brother help cure her husband's illness, but he also supported them financially. What's more, just by helping her younger brother sell watermelons for the past 2 years, they were able to save up more than 100 taels even after they built a house and sent little Fengping to school. This was considered a huge sum of money to them, who had no more than 5 taels in their savings in the past. Now, her younger brother's family was planning on opening a shop in the prefectural city, and they were the first people they thought of. Moreover, his family also gave them such a generous share. How could she not be grateful and moved? Before leaving, Yu Kaifeng had gathered her whole family together and said to the children, "It's all thanks to your uncle that we can now live a life without worrying about food and clothing. In the future, you guys need to be filial to your uncle and aunt, just like how you're filial to me and your father." In the past 2 years, Lu Junping, who was a half-grown child, had clearly seen and kept in mind the kindness that the Yu family showed them. He nodded solemnly and said, "Uncle is a great benefactor of our family, and we will always remember that." Yu Kaifeng thought about it and said, "If the shop in the prefectural city is successful in the future, your father and I will surely bring you guys to the prefectural city at that time." If our braised food sells well, there would definitely be a lot of people trying to uncover the recipes. You guys must remember that the kitchen is the most important place. You must never let other people go in. What's more, you must not leak the recipes, which we rely on to make a living, for the sake of your own benefit. If I find out that any of you have other ideas about the recipes, then don't blame me, as your mother, for disowning you. Little Fangping was frightened by his mother's expression and tone, so he nodded repeatedly. Lu Yanner quickly said, Mother, rest assured. As siblings definitely won't be grateful and vicious people. Moreover, our family also has a share of the shop. Who would do such a thing like, kill the goose that lays the golden eggs? After laying down the law with the children, Yu Kaifeng and her husband went to the prefectural city with her younger brother and niece. They had hired an elderly man, who lived nearby to look after their house in the prefectural city, and he would help tidy the courtyard every day. No one had lived in the house for half a year, so the four of them spent an entire day to clean up before they finally put everything in order and settled down. There were 5 shops in front. With the storefront in the middle as the divider, 3 of the shops were used for the braised food shop, and the other 2 would be turned into a pickled food shop. Yu Xiaosao had a lot of recipes for pickled food on hand, and Yu Kaifeng was an excellent cook, so it was a waste for such a store to only sell braised food. Yu Hai and Lu Hu were busily working on the renovation of the shop in the front, while Yu Kaifeng and Yu Xiaosao were responsible for supervising the renovation of the kitchen in the back. The kitchen was quite big, so the 2 stoves in the kitchen were more than enough for a family's regular usage. However, it wasn't quite sufficient for braising food. Therefore, they must first double the cooking area. Then, according to Xiaosao's idea, they built an oven in the corner of the kitchen. The oven was made of black bricks, and the walls around it were similar to the heated walls one that wealthy families use for heating. The open fire underneath heated the oven, and in the middle, there was a place to put the ducks prepared with the secret recipe. The heat would be reflected onto the ducks from the wall to roast the ducks. With this method, the roasted duck would have crispy skin, tender meat, a gleaming appearance, and fragrant smell. The head manager of Junsho Restaurant, who was presiding over the business in the prefectural city, found out that the Yu family was going to open a braised food shop in the prefectural city. So he made some time to go over for a visit. When he saw the oven in the back kitchen, the head manager joked, Miss Yu, you're competing with Junsho Restaurant ah. With your endless new recipes, our Junsho Restaurant can't win against you. Yu Xiaosao smiled and said, I dare not. I also have a share in your restaurant's fruit-scented roasted duck. Why would I fight with myself? This type of roasted duck that I'm making tastes completely different to the fruit-scented roasted duck. Moreover, we're only selling 10 ducks per day. It won't affect Junsho Restaurant's business. The head manager stroked his long beard and said, what about the price? How much is Miss Yu planning on selling it for? Rest assured, it will only be 1 tael cheaper than Junsho Restaurant. We won't casually set a price and disturb the market. Why was it only 1 tael cheaper than Junsho Restaurant? What kind of place was Junsho Restaurant? No matter if it was their dining environment or reputation, they were much higher in class than a little braised food shop. Would they even be able to sell their food if they set the price to be the same as Junsho Restaurant? With a lower price, they weren't deliberately lowering the price for malicious competition. In addition, they were doing the marketing gimmick of limited sales. The head manager could already foresee the blooming popularity of the braised food shop after its opening. Before the opening of the braised food shop, little Shishtu and his classmates were all taken to the prefectural city by Rongshuan Academy. Why didn't Yu Xiaosao privately cook for little Shishtu before the college examination? That was because the academy was doing a group training for all the students participating in the exams. During the day, the teachers arranged intensive pre-examination training for the students. In the evening, Headmaster Yuan called little Shishtu over to his house. He reviewed the readings, pointed out the pros and cons, and explained the methods of improvement. Little Shishtu had made great progress in this period of time, and he felt more confident in the college examination. After he entered the courtyard from the side door, little Shishtu followed the fragrant smell to the kitchen and saw his second sister and oldest paternal aunt busily working inside. Yu Xiaosao was going to test the oven today. She took out a roasted duck with a golden brown color and an attractive fragrance from the hot oven. The fire shined upon the contented smile on her face, and her eyes were filled with a sense of satisfaction. Second sister, how did you know that I would arrive at the prefectural city today, and even prepare a roasted duck for me? Little Shishtu had been focused on studying in the past half a year and didn't go home at all during breaks. He didn't even know that the family was going to open a braised food shop, and thus happily asked under the impression that they were preparing the food for him. Yu Xiaosao put the roasted duck that was on the hook on a plate. When it cooled down, she tore off a leg for him and said with a smile, try it. This is the new oven roasted duck that sister came up with. How is the taste? Little Shishtu hurriedly took a bite and carefully savored it. Then he repeatedly nodded his head and said, delicious. It's not inferior to the taste of Junsho Restaurant's fruit-scented roasted duck. I'm not worried about second sister's culinary skills at all. Let's eat. 1 duck 3 dishes for lunch. I've been staying in the academy for half a year, so I'm desperately craving it. Although the food at the academy had gotten better in the past half a year, it was still mostly vegetable dishes. At times, when they provided meat dishes, the food would be snatched up by the wealthier students. During the past half a year, visits from family were forbidden, let alone delivery of food. Even when he went to Headmaster Yuan's home for tutoring, he would complain endlessly about missing his second sister's cooking. As little Shishtu gnawed on the duck leg, he asked, did you guys rent out the stores in front? That's not a bad idea. We can at least get some profits. What kind of business are they doing? The layout looks quite neat and tidy. Yu Kaifeng, who was cleaning the kitchen, looked at him with a smile and said, we didn't rent out the shops in front. We're going to open a shop ourselves. Didn't you notice that there are more stoves in the kitchen, as well as an additional oven? Is our family going to sell food? That will definitely make a lot of money. Second sister has such excellent cooking skills, so if we open a restaurant, there's no way that Junsho restaurant can compete with us. Little Shishtu blindly worshipped his second sister and was full of confidence in her. Yu Xiaoxiao glared at him with a smile. Your second sister is only good at cooking a few dishes, so how can I compare with big chefs who had devoted themselves to cooking for decades? Don't make such comments outside, lest others laugh at your arrogance behind your back. After that, she told the little fellow about their collaboration with oldest aunt's family in opening the braised food shop. Making braised food was her specialty. Not only did she have secret recipes, but she also had mystic stone water as a cheat. There was an absolute guarantee for the taste. Little Shishtu was also full of confidence in his family's braised food shop. He repeatedly asked when it would open so that he could promote it to his classmates who lived in the prefectural city. You don't have to worry about the shop. The exam will be in 3 days, so your task is to relax your mind and focus on studying. Yu Kaifeng was afraid that her young nephew would be distracted at this important moment, so she solemnly reminded him. The Yu family had been farmers for many generations, so they were all looking forward to having a county-level official in the family to bring honor to their ancestors. In the past, the Yu family had put all their hopes in Shishtu's younger uncle, Yu Bo. Now, they also had little Shishtu and more hope. Thus, they naturally attached great importance to this matter. Yu Kaifeng thought about it and asked little Shishtu, Shishtu, your younger uncle is also participating in this exam, right? Did he come with you? Did he say where he was staying? Yu Xiaoxiao didn't want to be too involved with Madame Zhang and she also didn't really like that selfish uncle of hers, so she interjected, when we came to the prefectural city last time, younger uncle stayed at his classmate's house. There's no need for us to worry so much. Oldest aunt, try this roasted duck. Is there anything that needs to be improved? Yu Kaifeng also wasn't very close with this younger brother of hers. Madame Zhang accepted the Lu family's betrothal gifts of 20 taels, yet she didn't prepare any dowry for her at all. When she made her utmost efforts to argue for what was right, Madame Zhang told her that the money was used for her younger brother's tuition in a bold and confident manner. Since she was young, Madame Zhang had been partial to her youngest son. She and Yu Hai didn't have enough to eat and warm clothes to wear, while Yu Bo and Yu Katie could eat an extra egg or fine-grained steamed bun every day. They didn't know that Madame Zhang was secretly cooking a separate meal for her biological children behind their backs. However, they weren't stupid. These matters would naturally be exposed over time. Yu Kaifeng had a lot of complaints about Madame Zhang's biasness, so she also didn't really like this younger brother of hers. In her heart, Yu Hai was her only real brother who was born of the same mother. Hearing her niece's words, Yu Kaifeng stopped thinking about Yu Bo's matters. It was getting closer to the opening time of the shop, and she was also getting increasingly busy. The renovation in front could be completed today, so she needed to go over and clean up everything. Last night, her husband and Yu Hai had gone back, saying that they would slaughter 2 of the pigs first and deliver them over. It was going to be even more busy tomorrow. There were also a dozen or so vats of pickled vegetables, which were all made by her and her niece. How exactly did her niece's brain grow? She actually had so many recipes for pickled food. The salted vegetables should be ready in the next 2 days. She must taste them carefully and let her little niece know if they're tasty. Yu Xiaoxiao and her aunt were very busy, and little Shishtu wasn't affected at all. He still studied and rested according to his schedule at the school. During his breaks, he also helped them to the best of his capabilities. He laughed and talked every day with no trace of tension. Yu Xiaoxiao praised him, not bad. Other than one's own knowledge, one's mentality is also very important for exams. You need to learn how to de-stress yourself. Headmaster Yuan also said that, with your capability, if you perform like normal, you definitely won't have a problem passing the exam to be a county-level official. If you do well enough, you might even receive government grain. You're still young, so even if you don't do very well, you can just wait for the next college examination. Maybe you can place first in the college examination. Pa. The words of a child carry no harm. Deities, please don't listen to her. Yu Kaifeng put her palms together and bowed in 4 directions, and then she had Yu Xiaoxiao spit 3 times. She chided, is there an older sister like you? Why are you saying such unlucky words? Our Shishtu will definitely pass the exam this time. Yu Xiaoxiao touched her nose and awkwardly said, aren't I just trying to not give younger brother too much pressure? One can achieve success if one goes into a battle with a light heart. Younger brother, do your best on the exam. Show your true capabilities. I'm waiting to show off that I have a younger brother who is a county-level official. Little Shishtu smiled and said, second sister, don't worry. I'm not nervous at all. Thank you for doing so much for this family, and making sure that I can study at ease. For your sake, I will definitely pass the exam to be a county-level official this time. I'll let you know that all your hard work was not done in vain. Little Shishtu understood very clearly within his heart. He couldn't imagine how this family would end up like without his second sister. Since his second sister got her head hurt and toured around the netherworld, she had turned into a completely different person. Her previously timid and cowardly personality was gone. Before they separated from the family, she dared to play mind games with Madame Zhang and fought for welfare for her family. After the separation, she used her endless recipes to gain the respect and collaboration with third young Master Zhou. The family also planted vegetables, watermelons, corn. Outsiders all complimented his father as an expert in farming, but he knew very clearly that all of his family money-making businesses came from his second sister. He once had a dream, in which his second sister didn't survive and died in the hands of eldest paternal aunt. After his father was bitten by a bear, he didn't get treated for his severe injury and died. Older brother was accused of stealing. After he was beaten to death by the shopkeeper, the murderer got away unpunished. His mother worked hard to support the family with her sickly body, and finally spat out blood and died in the winter when he was 8. For his sake, eldest sister sold herself to be a maidservant. Afterwards, she was promoted to be the master's concubine by the mistress. After she got pregnant and gave birth to a child, they killed the mother and kept the child. She died at a young age. As for him, since the age of 12, he had been doing manual labor at the docks, barely earning enough for a living. But, when the two factions on the docks were fighting for territory, he was injured by mistake and broke his legs. Without any money for treatment, he ended up being disabled for life and could only beg for a living. On a cold winter day, he froze to death on the streets. That year, he had just turned 20 years old. When he woke up from the nightmare, he couldn't stop himself from crying, for fear that his current happy life was just a mirage. He feared that it was just an illusion he had before he froze to death. That morning, for the first time in his life, he, the headmaster's favorite pupil, skipped class and fled to his family's farmstead. He knew that, during the busy farming season, his father and second sister would stay at the plantation to supervise the autumn harvest and autumn planting. From afar, he saw the thin and delicate yet very energetic figure of his second sister. Under the radiant morning sun, his second sister was full of energy as she directed the tenant farmers to take all the grain to the granary. Her ruddy and lively face, as well as her sweet and bright smile, warmed up his frightened and cold heart. So fortunate, it was so fortunate that the miserable life was just a nightmare. His second sister was still alive. With her around, that nightmare definitely wouldn't come true. At this moment, Yu Xiaoxiao became the pillar of support within his heart. Upon seeing her, all the black clouds instantly dispersed. That day, he just watched his father and second sister from afar. While everyone was busily working at the farmstead, he just stayed there motionlessly for the entire day. He didn't eat lunch, but he wasn't hungry at all. It wasn't until the evening that his heart finally calmed down completely, and he quietly left the plantation. When he got back to the academy, he was scolded severely by the headmaster. The next day, the teacher had even hit his palm with a ruler. Holding his swollen palm, he felt incomparably calm within his heart. In the following days, he studied even harder. Second sister changed their lives, so he also had to work hard for his second sister and support her in the future. Hey, why are you in a daze? Yu Xiaoxiao smacked the back of her younger brother's head and shouted, tomorrow is the exam, so you need to completely relax for today and don't read books. The glass windows that we ordered have arrived, so come check it out with me. Little Shishtu grinned brightly at her and nodded, alright. Second sister, if there's anything that I can help with, just tell me. What can you do with your thin limbs? Stay on the side and don't cause trouble. Second sister, I can work. I have strength. Go away, go away. Stop hindering our work. Second sister, thank you. Did you hear? Over on the east side of the city, someone opened a, what was it called, braised food shop. They have free food tasting and half-price sale for the first day of their opening. Braised food stop. What's a braised food shop? I've never heard of it. Is it edible? Won't we know if it's edible after trying? It's free anyway. Who would do a business that doesn't earn money? Won't they lose all the money that they invested in the business? That's right, that's right. Is the manager a fool? They won't trick us to try it, and then ask for money, right? That can't be, right? The shop isn't very far from the prefectural yamen. Would a swindler dare to scam right in front of the prefectural magistrate? Come, let's go check it out. It doesn't cost any money to take a look. In the Jingwei prefectural city, everyone was talking about the Yu's braised food shop. Like a cool autumn breeze, the opening of the Yu's braised food shop had spread to every corner of the city. Yu Xiaoxiao, who came up with the gimmick of free food tasting, was currently busy giving out the braised food to the people waiting in line for tasting. There was a very long line in front of the Yu's braised food shop. Lu Hu and Yu Hai were busy keeping order. Originally, these people were watching from afar with the mindset of a bystander. At the beginning, there were very few people in front of the braised food shop. Most people didn't believe that there would be such a good thing as a free meal. However, when Little Shishtu's classmates who lived in the prefectural city, like Little Fatty and Lu Jinye, heard about the soft opening of the braised food shop, they hurriedly sent their servants to line up. They, on the other hand, huddled in front of the glass window to look at the roasted duck, roasted chicken, smoked duck, and smoked pork, drooling. The first person in line was the steward in charge of the kitchen in the Sun household. Yu Xiaoxiao pointed at the slices of braised meat and smoked meat on the plate and said with a smile, feel free to have a taste. The Sun family's steward looked at his young master, and then raised his voice to ask, can I try it even if I don't buy anything? Yes, it's our soft opening today, so we have free tasting and half-price sale for all our products. You can have a taste even if you don't buy anything, but each person can only try one piece of each dish. Yu Xiaoxiao replied with a smile. The Sun family's steward tried each of the dishes and had high praises for the braised meat. His young master had already selected the roasted duck, roasted chicken, salted duck, and a large braised pork knuckle that he wanted to buy. If Yu Xiaoxiao didn't stop him, he might have bought all of the different dishes. It's a little warm now, so the food can't be out for too long. Just buy the ones you're eating today. Wouldn't it be a waste if you buy too much and they end up going bad? Seeing his intention, Yu Xiaoxiao promptly stopped him. The steward of the Sun family looked at the price of the braised meat. With the 50% discount, it was even cheaper than the raw pork sold on the market now. It also tasted very good. He couldn't help but quietly ask his young master, my mother likes to eat meat, but she has bad teeth. The braised pig head meat is fragrant and soft, so this servant wants. You have money in your pocket, so if you want to buy it, then buy it. There's no need to ask me. Little Fatty used a toothpick to pick up a piece of crispy skin roasted duck, and savored the taste in his mouth. Then he said to Yu Xiaoxiao, second sister, your roasted duck isn't inferior to that of Junsho restaurant, and it's also cheaper. If Junsho restaurant's business plunges because of you, the Zhou family definitely wouldn't let you off. Look carefully, 5 taels is half price. It will be back to the regular price tomorrow. Moreover, for products such as roasted duck and roasted chicken, our shop is only selling 10 per day and we don't accept reservations. It won't affect Junsho restaurant in any way. Yu Xiaoxiao quickly packed the food and collected the money. Then she swiftly sent away little Shishtu's classmates. At this time, there weren't any customers in front of the shop again. She raised her voice and yelled, the Yu's braised food shop is having a soft opening today. We'll have free food tasting for half a day. Come over quickly if you want to taste it. You can have a taste even if you're not buying anything. Free tasting will be over at noon. Don't walk by and miss out on this opportunity. Today was the second day after that examination, so there were still a lot of students who hadn't left yet. A student, who was in his 20s and dressed in a long blue robe, came over to the window and asked Yu Xiaoxiao in a soft voice, excuse me, did you guys used to sell braised food at Tanggu Docks? Yu Xiaoxiao looked up at him, nodded with a smile, and said, yes. 1 copper coin braised food, is very famous at the docks. Not only the locals of Tanggu town, but a lot of foreign merchants are also full of praises for our braised food. Older brother, since you have heard about our braised food, have a taste to see if you like it. With a flushed face, the student quickly shook his hands and said, I didn't come for the free tasting. In the past, my father had brought back your family's braised food from the docks for me. It's very tasty, and my whole family really likes to eat it. It's a pity that we haven't been able to buy it anymore since last autumn. I'm going home early tomorrow morning, so I wanted to bring some braised food back. We have many different varieties of braised food. I don't know which one will suit your taste, so why don't you try all of them? Yu Xiaoxiao understood why he didn't want to taste it. He was afraid that his classmates would ridicule him by saying that he liked to take advantage of others, so she tried to persuade him to try the taste. The blue-robed student looked at the prices of the different braised food through the window and picked 2 of the cheaper ones to taste. He probably didn't even have a proper taste of the food before he swiftly weighed the half caddy of pig's head meat, paid for it, and left. I heard that there's free food here. Give me some of each. A fat, old woman with drooping, triangular-shaped eyes came up to the door of the Yu's braised food shop and arrogantly instructed Yu Xiaoxiao to weigh the meat. Ayo, isn't that Cripple Wang's wife? This old lady really likes to take advantage of others. Moreover, she was extremely stingy and unreasonable. We're going to have a good show to watch. The onlookers saw that the people who had tasted the food had more or less brought some back, so they were still uncertain if the food tasting was free or not. They continued to watch from afar but slowly came over when they saw the fat matron come over. Looking at her attitude, Yu Xiaoxiao felt that she was the same type of person as Madame Zhang. However, judging from her clothes, she probably wasn't so poor that she couldn't afford to buy food. No matter how stingy one was, there must be times when they have to entertain guests. Also, during the New Year and special holidays, they would still have to prepare some meat dishes for their families. In Yu Xiaoxiao's opinion, as long as they weren't beggars on the street, they were her potential patrons. With a warm smile, she explained in a sweet voice, Auntie, it's free to taste. You can try a piece of the dish that you like. 1 piece, how would I know what it tastes like with just 1 piece? Since it's free, don't be so stingy. As she said that, she took a toothpick with her plump hands and pierced fiercely at the plate, bringing up 4 or 5 pieces of braised meat. Yu Xiaoxiao stopped her hands, pointed at the bulletin-like poster on the wall, and loudly said, Auntie, you're welcome to participate in the free food tasting event, but please abide by the rules of the event. It's written very clearly that you can only try 1 piece of each dish. Our purpose is to give everyone who is interested in the Yu's braised food shop a chance to taste the food. It's not to let you eat to your heart's content. I have a big mouth, so I can't tell what it tastes like with 1 piece. Do you guys want to do business or not? You say that it's free food tasting, yet you're not letting people taste the food. Do you think that we're fools? If you can't afford it, then don't use these insincere tricks. Cripple Wang's wife smelled the tempting fragrance of the braised food, and she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She tried hard to free her hand that was holding the toothpick from Xiaoxiao's grasp. With a firm gaze and attitude, Yu Xiaoxiao said, my answer is still the same. If you want to participate in the event, then please follow the rules. Otherwise, we will have to invite the prefectural magistrate to help us judge whether we're deceiving the consumers or you're causing trouble without reason. A voice sounded among the crowd, Cripple Wang, you're also here. Hurry up and take your wife home. Don't let her continue making a fool out of herself here. The little girl has already said it and it's also posted on the notice. Each person can only try a piece. Look at what your greedy wife has done. Cripple Wang's wife's hand, which Xiaoxiao was holding, trembled and the expression on her face instantly changed. She hastily put down the toothpick and lowered her head, acting like a quail. Cripple Wang was considered quite a good person, but he had 2 problems. He was sensitive about his reputation and he beat his wife. However, most of the time, it was his wife who did something to provoke him. What are you doing? Cripple Wang squeezed out of the crowd and looked at her with a sinister gaze, as if he was an injured old wolf staring at his enemy. The fat matron's entire body shivered for a moment, and she replied in a trembling voice, no, nothing, I heard that a braised food shop opened here, so I wanted to buy some novel food for you to eat with your drinks. The fat matron knew that her husband was very concerned about his reputation. If he found out that she was fighting with them in order to eat a couple more pieces of meat, she would definitely receive a beating when she got home. Seeing this, Yu Xiaoxiao pointed at the promotional poster on the wall and said, Uncle, our braised food shop is having a soft opening today. We're doing a free tasting and half-price sale event. Please have a taste and give us some advice. When he was younger, Cripple Wang's family had decent living conditions and he had gone to school for a few years. After he carefully read the rules on the wall twice, he went up to the window and carefully tried each of the dishes. He looked at the price again, and then said, the crispy skin roasted chicken, roasted duck, and salted duck taste about the same as Junsho restaurant. The price is also slightly cheaper. However, it's still not something that commoners, like us, can afford. The braised meat and smoked meat taste quite unique. Give me 2 caddies of braised pork knuckle. Okay, 1 caddy of braised pork knuckle costs 260 copper coins, so the total for 2 caddies is 520 copper coins. With a 50% discount, it will only be 260 copper coins. After Yu Xiaoxiao signaled her oldest aunt with her eyes, Yu Kaifeng quickly weighted the meat, packed it up, and waited to collect the money. Cripple Wong looked at his wife and said with a frown, what are you still waiting for? Quickly pay up. The fat matron touched her money pouch and said with a sad face, I didn't bring money when I came out. She said that she wanted to buy braised food for him to eat with his drinks earlier, but now she claimed that she didn't have money. How was she going to buy food without money? The onlookers burst out in laughter. Cripple Wong looked at his wife with even more gloomy eyes. He glared fiercely at her, and then said to Yu Xiaoxiao, little girl, keep the 2 caddies of braised pork knuckles on the side for me. We'll go back to get the money. Don't worry, my house isn't very far from here. I'll give you the money in a moment. Needless to say, the prideful Cripple Wong fiercely beat up his fat wife when he got home. Only when the queue for taste testing in front of the Yu's braised food shop had stretched long and far did she return, limping, to get the braised pig's knuckles. The fat matron with her droopy triangular eyes squeezed her way to the front, then quietly picked up a toothpick and tasted all the dishes on display. Behind her, people who did not understand the situation and felt unhappy that she jumped her queue said, line up, line up. We all have to wait, how can you jump the queue? Line up, I've already lined up before to order the meat, and I only went back home to get more money. What are you whining about, huh? Do you need to rush back to cry at a funeral? Without Cripple Wong around, this fat lady quickly resumed her outrageous and unreasonable behavior. The person who she had refuted was not willing to back down. Who needs to rush back to cry at a funeral? With that ominous mouth of yours, Cripple Wong must have collected 8 lifetimes of misfortune to have married you. You didn't bring money. What meat do you want to buy if you didn't bring money? I think you just need a good beating. Where's Cripple Wong? Are you not going to control your own wife? If anything happens to my bedridden mother, it's definitely because your wife cursed her. See if I won't bring the body to your house. The fat matron abruptly stopped talking once he mentioned Cripple Wong. She took the pig's knuckles that Xiaoxiao handed over and hurried home in silence. Most of the people who came to attend the taste testing event were still quite disciplined and followed the rules. They were immediately attracted by the taste of the braised food store's dishes once they had a bite. Moreover, the dishes were sold at half price today, and thus the cost of many of the dishes were even enough to make a profit. Majority of the tasters would buy a few braised dishes home, and even the people whose families faced financial difficulties would also buy some braised dry tofu and kelp. The dry tofu and kelp had been braised in the braising sauce used to braise pork, so it was filled with the flavor of meat. The price was also cheap, so people bought some of it to sat the children's cravings. Nevertheless, there were still some who wanted to take advantage of the activity and brought their entire family to queue up just to taste all of the dishes. The Yu family did not discriminate against these people, but instead warmly welcomed them to taste test and earnestly listened to their opinions until these people began to feel ashamed themselves. It had to be said that the people of this era were quite simple and adorable. At noon, the taste test event ended. After hearing the people, who had tried the food, sing praises about the food, many of the people, who had heard the news and rushed there from the west and south of the city, regretted not taking the news store seriously when they first heard news about it. Their attitude had now caused them to miss the opportunity to eat free food. Many also went up to inquire if there would be a chance for a free food tasting the next day. In a single morning, the people had tasted 2 roasted chickens, 2 roasted ducks, 2 salted ducks, 2 smoked sausages, and half a braised pig. Yu Kaifeng's heart ached so much that she stomped her feet at her niece's generosity. Just like this, she had gratuitously given out a few dozen taels. Fortunately, more braised dishes were sold today compared to the dishes they offered for free. Even though the dishes were sold at about the same as the cost of making them, the pigs were reared by themselves, so they had saved up a little on the cost. After a rough calculation, they still earned a little profit. The second day was the official start of the business. Yu Xiaoxiao had requested for her brother to write a new flyer overnight using a large and eye-catching font. Grand opening promotion. Half-price sale for 3 days. This time, even her little brother did not understand her. Holding a free taste test event on the first day was a gimmick to attract new customers for the shop. The event was quite successful, so why did they still need to do a half-price sale for 3 days? How much profit would they lose in these 3 days? Yu Xiaoxiao met everyone's disapproving gaze and explained with a smile, our free food tasting event is quite successful, but the prefectural city is huge, and the people who had tasted our braised dishes were mostly the people nearby. This half-priced event lasting for 3 days would definitely be able to attract more customers from far and wide. I strongly believe that as long as they've tried our dishes, they would become our regulars and supporters. Taking a breath, Yu Xiaoxiao continued, the poultry in our store are sold in limited numbers and the price isn't low, so we'll still be able to make up for the cost. We also use our own pigs for the braised and smoked meat that will sell in larger volumes. Look, we'd let them have a free taste of half a pig today, but we still made profit in the end. Trust me, even if we sold our dishes at half price, we'd still be able to profit. Yu Kaifeng, who had been the strongest opposition, sighed in relief after hearing her explanation, as long as we don't suffer losses, you can do whatever you wish. Oh, right, should we prepare a feast tomorrow to celebrate the grand opening? Lu Hu and Yu Hai turned their gazes to Yu Xiaoxiao. When it came to running a business, Yu Xiaoxiao was much more capable than the whole family of simple folk. Just like this, a young 12-year-old girl had become the mainstay of the family. Yu Xiaoxiao pondered on it, and then said, everyone has been busy preparing for the grand opening these past few days, so let's book a table at Junshou restaurant tomorrow afternoon to celebrate the grand opening of the Yu's braised food shop. Yu Kaifeng had already made a habit out of saving, so she immediately had her opposition, Junshou restaurant. How much would a table cost? We ourselves run a business of food, we have roasted duck, roasted chicken, and even all types of braised and smoked meat, why would we need to spend that money? Moreover, there's no one else but us, why not just prepare our own feast in the inner courtyard? The entire family thought that they might as well eat in the inner courtyard since there was no one else they were acquainted with in the prefectural city, and the grand opening was also just a process in which they lit the firecrackers and removed the red cloth on the plaque. Not to mention, they already had the ingredients and the cooking was not really troublesome. Seeing that everyone agreed to her oldest aunt's opinion, Yu Xiaoxiao did not continue to press the matter. At dawn the next day, even before the braised food store had opened its doors, someone had knocked on the courtyard doors. When they opened the door, a grumpy royal Prince Yang met them. Huffing in annoyance, he lectured Yu Xiaoxiao as soon as he saw her, you never told me about such a big event as the grand opening. Am I nothing in your eyes? If I hadn't come to the prefectural city for business and dropped by to have a look, I wouldn't even know that the grand opening of your family's store is today. With a flattering smile on her face, Yu Xiaoxiao laughed dryly, I was just afraid that you, the young royal prince, would be busy. If I knew that you were going to visit the prefectural city around this time, I would definitely convince you to agree to unveil the store plaque. It's not just the prefectural city, even in the capital city, it would be a great honor to have young royal prince help us unveil the store plaque. Other people wouldn't dare to even dream of it. HMPH, unveiling the store plaque. You want me to unveil the store plaque even when you didn't inform me of the grand opening. Dream on. The young prince's arrogance bared itself again. He turned his head to one side, but his captivating phoenix eyes secretly kept watch of Yu Xiaoxiao's every move. His entire body screamed, beg me, come beg this prince. Head steward Lu held in his laugh, solemnly nodding, my master has yet to give anyone face and help them to unveil their store's plaque. Even for Her Highness the Princess Consort's own shops, my master had only graced them with his presence before he left. Oh wow, I must be really lucky then, to have the sole honor in the entire Great Ming dynasty, to invite Royal Prince Yang, the Emperor's most trusted aide, to unveil the plaque of our store. Yu Xiaoxiao circled him while she tried to flatter him. Zhu Junyang acted haughty, when did this prince agree to unveil your store's plaque? Stop dreaming. Oh, young royal prince is still grumpy over the fact that I didn't inform you of the grand opening. Please be forgiving and don't lower yourself to my level. After these few days, I will personally make Buddha jumps over the wall, for you. Seeing that the young prince's clothes was damp from the morning dew, Yu Xiaoxiao was touched as she figured that he had relentlessly hurried over once he had gotten the news. After the young prince sat down, she served him a cup of mystic stone water to relieve fatigue. Then, she massaged his shoulders and his arms like his little attendant. Hearing, Buddha jumps over the wall, Zhu Junyang was immediately intrigued and pushed away her hands that massaged him, seemingly to please him, and said solemnly, men and women should not be so close to each other, keep your distance. Now tell me, what is, Buddha jumps over the wall? Why haven't I heard you mention this before? Yu Xiaoxiao inwardly rolled her eyes, he was indeed a closet foodie. Such a pretty lady at his side offering her attention, yet he had only kept his focus on his appetite and ignored her efforts completely. Sigh, young royal prince, you're so dense that the princess consort must worry herself sick over your marriage. The fragrance spreads far and wide, upon smelling it, Buddha will stop meditating and jump over the wall. Even Buddha cannot resist the temptation, would it be possible for it to taste bad? However, I've never made this dish before, so I'll have to ponder over it for a while. Would she be able to make Buddha jumps over the wall if she followed the recipe that she learned on Baidu 1 in her previous life? Xiaoxiao, the head manager of Junshou restaurant has come to congratulate us. Yu Hai had not expected more people to come with felicitations aside from the royal prince, so he hurried forward to greet him. The head manager smiled, brother Yu, with the relationship of our two families, how can you not tell us about your grand opening? Yu Hai smiled back, frankly replying, it's just a small store. We hadn't planned to inform anyone at all and just celebrate amongst ourselves. The manager replied in disapproval, our third young master is in the capital and can't make it here on time, so I, as his subordinate, will represent him to congratulate you. Do forgive him. Nonsense. Once Yu Xiaoxiao took care of the young prince, she moved over to address him, smiling, Uncle Manager, you're currently the manager of Junshou restaurant, even a lot of nobles in the capital will need to hold you in a higher esteem. It is our braised food store's honor to welcome you. Please, come in, little Shishtu, serve Uncle Manager the good tea we bought a few days back. Little Shishtu complied, leading the manager to the inner courtyard and serving him good tea and refreshments. A few moments later, little Shishtu's good friends and roommates, Sunruns and Lu Jinye also arrived with their fathers to celebrate the grand opening. Between the two of them, one of them was the prefectural magistrate's secretary, while the other was the boss of the largest silk and satin store in the prefectural city, and both held quite a high standing in the prefectural city. Little Shishtu hurriedly invited them inside. The two men were surprised to see the head manager of Junshou restaurant. It seemed that the Yu family was quite well regarded by the Zhou family. Following that, the two were even more shocked to see that the prefectural magistrate had lowered his status to come and congratulate the Yu family. The prefectural magistrate only came because he had received news of Royal Prince Yang's arrival. For the royal prince to hurry over just for the grand opening of Yu family's small braised food store, it was enough to see his favoritism towards them. According to the rumors, the royal prince even went so far as to ask for the Yu family to be rewarded in court. This residence with the attached shop front was bought from him by Royal Prince Yang, but the name on the deed was the name of a member of the Yu family. For the cold-faced royal prince to go to such great lengths to obtain a mere residence, it was enough to see the standing of the Yu family in the royal prince's heart. Prefectural Magistrate Ning Wan would naturally not miss the opportunity to make connections with him. Yu Hai was astounded that the prefectural magistrate personally came to give them his congratulations, and respectfully led Prefectural Magistrate Ning towards the main hall of the inner courtyard. Prefectural Magistrate Ning sharply noticed Royal Prince Yang sipping tea in the hall and quickly greeted him. Seeing his arrival, Royal Prince Yang's brow twitched in surprise, but it lasted only a split second before he reverted back to his usual cool expression and faintly nodded towards him. Even if he only nodded at him, Prefectural Magistrate Ning felt extremely honored. Royal Prince Yang was exceptionally known in the capital for being cold and distant, and usually acted as if nothing was of his concern. Even when he met his father, Imperial Prince Jing, Zhu Junyang would only spare him so much as a glance. If someone angered him, he would definitely not consider if they were related to him before he acted. When he was 12 years old, he beat the heir of Marquis Dingyuan until he was nearly dead. Marquis Dingyuan was quite influential in court at that time, so he had bemoaned about the incident to the emperor. When the emperor asked him why he beat the heir of Marquis Dingyuan up, he asked Zhang Qingfeng himself. If he says he doesn't know, then I will beat him until he knows the reason. Zhang Qingfeng was the name of the heir of Marquis Dingyuan. When the heir of Marquis Dingyuan recovered slightly, Marquis Dingyuan had asked him about how he had offended this devil. The heir of Marquis Dingyuan was afraid of being beaten again, so he honestly confessed that he had tried to scheme against Royal Prince Yang in hopes of causing an accident and disabling him from participating in the martial arts competition that the emperor was hosting. At 12 years old, Zhu Junyang had already displayed a great talent in martial arts, besting all the wealthy children of the capital. And all the wealthy children did not dare to fight against him for the championship, because he was tougher on himself than on his opponents, and gave his all once a fight was initiated. It was how he earned the title of Black-Faced Devil, so young. Back to the scene, Prefectural Magistrate Ning respectfully sat down below Royal Prince Yang and sipped the tea that little Shishtu had served him. He peered into Royal Prince Yang's cup and was shocked to find the Royal Prince drinking plain water. He hurried to bring his cup of fragrant tea to Royal Prince Yang, whispering, "This cup of Longjing tea that was plucked before the Qingming festival too is still considered quite mellow. Would you like to try some, Your Royal Highness?" Zhu Junyang glanced at the cup of tea, inwardly saying, "How could I not know it's Longjing tea harvested before the Qingming festival? The tea leaves were even extorted from me by that little lass." He did not know why, but the plain water he drank when he was in the Yu family's residence tasted better than the top-quality Da Hong Pao Tea 3 in the Imperial Palace. In the Yu family's residence, the only drink he would recognize was plain water. "I like plain water." Since official Ning was Imperial Prince Jing's subordinate, out of respect for his father, Zhu Junyang graciously replied to him. Although it was just one half-hearted sentence, it was enough to surprise official Ning. All along, Royal Prince Yang was aloof to even his own father, so it was indeed a great surprise to receive a reply from him. Official Ning took a mental note. Royal Prince Yang liked to drink plain water, not tea. Many years later, Zhu Junyang, who was then already an imperial prince, accepted official Ning's invitation to be a guest at his residence. Official Ning, a second-rank official at that time, served him plain water. "Young royal prince, Prefectural Magistrate Ning, please try these desserts made by this commoner girl. Please be understanding if the reception is bad." If it had been just Royal Prince Yang, Yu Xiaoxiao would still act casually, but she acted demurely seeing as a seemingly dignified prefectural magistrate was around. Zhu Junyang looked at the oddly shaped biscuits and the cakes that were cut into triangles, then casually picked up a biscuit that he wasn't sure whether it was circular or oval-shaped and popped it in his mouth. Although it was not much to look at, the taste was quite nice. It was fragrant and sweet, with a crunchy texture. "It's about time, right?" After swallowing the biscuit and drinking a mouthful of water, Zhu Junyang asked. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded and smiled, her dimples apparent. "There's still about half an hour. Both of you can still rest for a while." Zhu Junyang nodded and said only a moment later, "Official Ning and I will unveil your shop's plaque later." Shock flashed across Prefectural Magistrate Ning's face, but it was immediately replaced with pleasant surprise. He was about to modestly comment when he was stopped by Royal Prince Yang's glare. Internally, Prefectural Magistrate Ning lamented, the experiences of Royal Prince Yang for the past 2 years have made his gaze sharper than even that of Imperial Prince Jing's gaze. No one can refute him now. When a problem occurred, rather than finding the high authorities, it was better to look for the person in charge instead. Yu Xiaoxiao understood this reasoning, and understood that Royal Prince Yang involved Prefectural Magistrate Ning in this because he wanted to find a backing for Yuji Braised Food Store. Yu Xiaoxiao was confident that the braised food store's business would definitely be successful, but if the Yu family did not have backing in the prefectural city, a successful business could still mean trouble. If the prefectural magistrate were to personally unveil the plaque of their store, then those with ulterior motives would have to think twice before they strike. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at Royal Prince Yang, her gaze filled with gratitude. "To have the prefectural magistrate unveil our shop's plaque would be our absolute honor. Would it be convenient for you, Prefectural Magistrate Ning?" Since Royal Prince Yang had already agreed to help them unveil the plaque, even if Prefectural Magistrate Ning did not want to, he would still have to agree. Prefectural Magistrate Ning hurriedly replied, "Of course. It's my pleasure to help, you don't need to mention it." Once the firecrackers were lit, Royal Prince Yang and Prefectural Magistrate Ning appeared at the doorstep. Although the people who had surrounded the shop did not recognize the royal prince, there were only a few in the prefectural city that did not recognize the prefectural magistrate. They watched as the prefectural magistrate personally removed the red cloth on the store's plaque, revealing the golden words, "The Yu's Braised Food Shop." After a moment of silence, the crowd erupted into applause. Among the crowd, whispers arose. Who's behind the Yu's Braised Food Shop? They even managed to invite the prefectural magistrate to help them unveil the store's plaque. I heard that this shop used to sell satin and was originally owned by the prefectural magistrate, but then it suddenly closed up shop in spring. Half a year later, they started renovations and then this braised food store was born. Could it be that the satin business was making losses so the prefectural magistrate turned it into a braised food store? I don't think so. I heard the neighbor say that this residence with the shop attached was sold at the beginning of spring. The location of the shophouse is good, so even if the satin wasn't bringing in money, he could still earn a lot every month if he closed the business and rented it out. Perhaps an official of higher rank than the prefectural magistrate had set their eyes on this shophouse and bought it. Look at the man unveiling the plaque with the prefectural magistrate. His aura is so different, so he mustn't be of a normal standing. Also, the prefectural magistrate is so courteous with him, could it be that he is the true owner of this store? Regardless of the reason, this store now has the backing of the prefectural magistrate and this unknown noble. No wonder that little lass did not cower even though Cripple Wang's wife made a ruckus here yesterday and even said to have the prefectural magistrate be the judge of things. Even as the crowd speculated, everyone was certain that this store had the prefectural magistrate's backing and was not something any ordinary person could get their hands on. In the prefectural city, those who were interested in the Yu family's braised recipes secretly snuffed the idea. Following this, a few officials in the prefectural city who were not associated with the Yu family also came to the scene to congratulate them. When noon came, it was impossible to simply pass off the celebration in the inner courtyard with the prefectural magistrate and all the other officials around. As for Royal Prince Yang, although he was of high status, the Yu household did not take him as a stranger. Even when they were back in their old and simple residence in Dongshan village, he had never failed to show up during mealtimes. In the end, lunch was held in Junshou restaurant. Yu Xiaoxiao ordered a whole table full of appetizing dishes, which also included a few dishes that were sold at limited quantities every day. Secretly, the prefectural magistrate and the other officials that came to congratulate them were shocked. Although Junshou restaurant was a new restaurant that only opened up shop this spring, the degree of the business's success was well known throughout the entire city. They would have to book in advance and wait for a whole month before they could dine in a private room like this. What kind of background did the Yu family have in order for them to be able to obtain a private room at any time, moreover, be able to order the limited dishes? So many prestigious and wealthy families in the capital city did not have this privilege in the capital's Junshou restaurant, not to mention the prefectural magistrate. Even if you were royalty, you would still have to wait in line to be able to dine in the famous Junshou restaurant. The meal passed happily for both hosts and guests even though everyone had their uncertainties. The officials became especially enthusiastic and eager after they found out that the person sitting at the main seat was actually the royal Prince Yang, who had been quite an influential person in court for the past 2 years. Later on, even the slightly nervous Yu Hai, who had been conversing with them, was put at the back of their minds. The Yu's braised food shop made an excellent impact on the prefectural city on its first day of business and got itself a strong backing at the same time. Even when its business boomed until it nearly caught up to Junshou restaurant later on, no one dared to make a commotion. Are you kidding? Who in the prefectural city did not know that the prefectural magistrate was backing the Yu's braised food shop? Besides, the shophouse was diagonally opposite of the prefectural yamen. Making a commotion, did you think you've lived for too long? All of the dishes were half-priced for the first 3 days of business. The people who had participated in the taste test event yesterday had become the living advertisements of the braised food store. The braised food store's meat was so fragrant, the braised food store's vegetarian dishes tasted better than the meat. The braised food store also had roasted poultry like Junshou restaurant, the braised food store. Additionally, Yu Xiaoxiao had set up a metal stove at the entrance and stewed braised pig's head meat and internal organs. The fragrance of the meat wafted into the air of the entire street. Almost every passerby stopped to find the source of the smell. Their business boomed in these first 3 days. Yu Xiaoxiao and her oldest aunt were so busy that they had to recruit the help of Lu Junping and Lu Yanner. Lu Hu and Yu Hai were in charge of the delivery of the raw ingredients and had to travel back and forth between Dongshan village and the prefectural city every day. Even with the dishes at half price, their turnover from the first day was more than 300 taels. If they remove the operating costs, the net profit would be around more than 100 taels. On the second and third day, their turnover kept increasing, until they had a profit of around 500 to 600 taels. It had reached the point where even slaughtering 2 pigs a day could not suffice the demand. The dishes that sold the quickest were still the cheaper dishes such as the pig's head meat and internal organs, along with the vegetarian dishes of braised dry tofu, kelp and tofu skin. They had to make several pots of those in a day to make up for the demand, and the pots they used were not the small ones used for ordinary cooking, but rather the big ones that could cater for the meal of 1 or 2 dozen people. On the 4th day of the store's opening, the braised food store's dishes were restored to their original prices. After these few days of free taste testing and half-price promotions, the Yu's braised food shop had successfully established its reputation in the city. The fragrance of roasted chicken had seeped into the bones, and the smoked chicken had charred skin with a crunchy texture and tender meat. The roasted duck was delicious yet not greasy, while the white-skinned salted duck was tender and delectable. The appetizing smoked sausages also held its own unique flavor. There were also all types of braised meat that burst with flavor, and among them, the braised pig's head meat that was the most popular dish of all. The Yu's braised food shop offered a variety of flavorsome dishes. If Junshou restaurant was the food heaven for the wealthy, then the Yu's braised food shop would be the affordable equivalent. The middle-class families in the prefectural city would head over to the braised food store once in a few days to take away a braised meat dish to satisfy their own cravings. When they had guests around, or if it was during festivities, even the poorer folk would grit their teeth and buy a braised dish home for appearance's sake. The more prestigious families of the prefectural city would also send their manservants to queue up for the store's limited dishes. The Yu's, roasted duck, roasted chicken and salted duck were cheaper, and definitely did not lose to Junshou restaurant in terms of taste and flavor. The store's smoked poultry, rabbit and the likes were unique in flavor, and could not be found in even Juncho restaurant. Unfortunately, these dishes were sold in limited quantities, only 10 of each daily. Moreover, it was based on a first-come, first-served basis, no reservation allowed. Those self-proclaimed wealthy foodies naturally would not miss these delicacies, so they sent their servants to queue since the middle of the night. They were determined to get their hands on a dish to sat their cravings. There was no shortage of wealthy people in even the small Tanggu town, not to mention such a big place as the prefectural city. As the prefectural city was not lacking in wealthy people but there was a limited number of dishes, the demand was naturally higher than the supply. This situation caused people to line up in front of the store earlier and earlier, until eventually there were those that brought their blankets and camped in front of the U's closed doors just as soon as the sky turned dark. These people became a sight to see in front of the shop's doors, and they never stopped coming even on rainy and snowy days. Once they had a chance to taste the U's braised food store's braised dishes, those wealthy children, who thought that eating pork was undignified, would also secretly send a lesser-known servant to queue up in front of the U's doors to buy some of the limited quantity dishes along with some braised dishes like braised meat, pig's trotters and pig's head. Then they would enjoy them in secret. The sales of the Yu family's braised meat were so good that simply a pig a day would not suffice the demand. Between the period of time before and after the Mid-Autumn Festival, they slaughtered 2 pigs a day, but their braised meat would still be sold out even before the evening arrived. The Yu family's pig farm housed more than 100 pigs, but they would probably run out of pigs around New Year's. As such, Lu Hu and his son traveled to disaster-stricken villages and towns to buy and secure live pigs. They offered a reasonable price and gave hope of a long-term partnership, so many people were willing to sell their pigs to them. The weather slowly turned colder. Time passed unknowingly for the busy Yu family until it was suddenly the day of the announcement of the results for the college examination. After finishing his examination, little Shishtu had rushed back in time to help his family out during the braised food store's grand opening, but once the business had stabilized, Xiao Sao had rushed him back to the academy to continue his studies. Becoming a county official was not little Shishtu's ultimate goal, it was to display his talent at the metropolitan and palace examinations. Once the results of the college examination was announced, there would be specialized people acting as the informant who would travel to each village and town to spread the news. After that, the local county yamen would then carry the good news to the associated families. For this college examination, there were a total of 13 county officials in Tanggu town. Among them, 2 were from Dongshan village, Qian Wen and Yu Fan. As for Xiao Sao's younger uncle, he still did not become county official as Madame Zhang had wished because he had been eliminated from the college examination at its second stage. Only Yu Xiao Sao's oldest aunt's family was left to care for the braised food store during the time before and after the announcement of the results, as Yu Hai and Xiao Sao had returned to Dongshan village to await the news. The prefectural magistrate had already sent a person to hint to them about little Shishtu's results beforehand, but on the day of the announcement the whole family still eagerly waited for the results. The person who came to share the news was the head bailiff of the county yamen. Usually, a task like this would be handled by a normal bailiff, but among the examinees, there was a person from the Yu family. Who were the Yu family? They were one of the few in Tanggu town that could speak directly to Royal Prince Yang, the master of the town. So even if they were of lowly birth, the county magistrate would still have to be courteous with them. Aside from the fact that he was extremely capable, the reason head bailiff Yu could still maintain his position even after county magistrate Wu had left was mainly because he was a meticulous person. He eagerly volunteered to relay the news to Dongshan village. When he arrived at the village, a crowd of children immediately surrounded him, asking about the results. Once they knew that Yu family's 8-year-old son little Shishtu was a county official, the crowd of children ran towards the Yu family's residence in order to be the first person to relay the good news. The Yu family had grown in popularity in these past few years. They started a piggery this year, and no one knew what they fed their pigs, but their piglets grew exceedingly fast and were already ready for slaughter after just merely half a year. There were also rumors going on about how the Yu family's braised food store was booming with business in the prefectural city. How they would slaughter 5 or 6 pigs every other day to be transported over. Just by this, it was not hard to imagine how successful the sales were. Lu Xuanju and his family also earned a lot from the Yu family's business as they no longer had to worry about not being able to sell their chickens. They were also offered a price that was no less than that of Juncho restaurant's offer. The Yu family members were not cheapskates, so naturally, they would not be stingy with the people who relayed the good news. A fellow villager, Li Yangfan's son, Li Xiaogui ran breathlessly into Yu family's courtyard and, without waiting for his panting to subside, shouted to the eagerly awaiting Yu household, Uncle Dahai, little Shishtu made it. Little Shishtu is a county official. As soon as old Yu heard the news, he burst into tears. Thank the ancestors for their protection. A descendant of Yu family has finally yielded good results. Shishtu's nominal age is only 9 years old but he's studying in the most reputable academy in town and has already become a county official. His bright future most definitely won't stop here. After so many generations of farmers, we finally have a scholar in our family. Madame Lu and Xiaolian embraced each other tightly, crying tears of joy. They were so grateful that they had divided the family back then, or else with Madame Zhang's stinginess, she would definitely not be willing to pay for little Shishtu's education. How would little Shishtu be able to become a county official, then? Yu Hai was so elated he had no words, and could only laugh foolishly. It took only a while before the Yu family's courtyard was filled with fellow villagers who came to congratulate them. After he calmed down from his excitement, Yu Heng took out sunflower seeds, peanuts and candy to serve their guests. Yu Xiaosao took out a small pouch containing several pieces of silver which were worth 1 tael each, and placed the pouch in Li Xiaogui's hands as a thanks for relaying the news. When he left the Yu family's residence, those children who were a little slower than him scrutinized the light pouch and jealously asked him to reveal the content of the pouch so they would know just how much the Yu family had rewarded him. In their opinion, such a small pouch could barely hold a few copper coins. Was it worth the effort to fight for such a measly amount? But the children lost their composure once they witnessed Li Xiaogui pour out shining silver pieces that looked like peanuts from the pouch. Silver. Yu family's reward for relaying the good news was actually silver. A tael of silver was equivalent to 1,000 copper coins. The children could only hate their parents for giving them a pair of short legs, which allowed Li Xiaogui to overtake them. For a moment, they were overwhelmed with envy. At this time, head bailiff Yu got down from his horse in front of the Yu residence. Yu Hai, who had already regained his composure, greeted him and invited him inside for tea. Head bailiff Yu only laughed. I will be forward and call you Brother Dahai. Brother Dahai, I've come to congratulate you. You've got a good son there, becoming a county official at such a young age, with high distinction, too. He's become our Tanggu town's youngest granary student. Granary students were the top scorers of the college examination, and even in the whole of the prefectural city, there were only about 30 of them. Once one became a granary student, they could receive 6 pecks of rice monthly and 4 taels annually from the government. For a poor family, the help given to granary students could easily ensure that the entire family would not have to suffer from famine. Although this measly sustenance was not much to the Yu household, but the title of granary student was regarded as an honor to the entire family, something they could take pride in. Whenever the Yu family sent away one crowd of congratulators, they quickly welcomed another, and they did not stop coming even after dark. At noon, the Yu family had prepared a grand meal for head bailiff Yu, and then they proceeded to stuff a fat pouch filled with 10 taels in his hands. Head bailiff Yu's original intentions was only to forge good connections with the Yu family, but this errand had unexpectedly earned him a small fortune, too. The neighboring Qian residence was also bustling with life. 2 county officials in one village, this was a situation never before seen in Dongshan village. The last time someone came to relay the good news was 18 years ago, when the village head's youngest son became a county official. It was also the first time in history that a person from Dongshan village became a county official. Back then, it was considered good enough if the villagers did not die of starvation. How could they afford the extra expenses for their children's education? Now, they actually had 2 county officials in the village. All of Dongshan village felt so proud they could boast about it for a long time to come. Some families were happy, while others were not. While old Yu was laughing jubilantly among his old friends, Madame Zhang was dismal and depressed. Madame Zhao, however, was not disheartened. Her father had to sit through the examinations time and time again until he finally managed to become county official when he was nearly 40 years old. Last year was a year of disasters, which had led to the academy her husband was attending letting them off for quite a long while. Thus, the delay of his success was completely understandable, considering that their family was also not of an educated background. Since he did not become a county official this year, all he would have to do was try again 2 years later. Madame Zhao gently consoled the dispirited Yubo until he picked himself up and continued to study hard. Madame Zhang felt extremely gloomy. Her son had been studying for more than a decade, and yet he still could not compare to little Shishtu, who had only attended a little more than 2 years of lessons. This had caused her fixation to waver. Back then, the fortune teller had said that someone of the Yu family would eventually become a high-ranking official, and since among all of Yu family, only her son was studying at that time, she naturally thought that he would become the high-ranking official that was mentioned. Now that she looked back on it, perhaps it was not as she thought. Discontentment filled Madame Zhang's heart. She witnessed the hard work her son had poured into his studies, especially the past 6 months, when the light in his room was barely snuffed. He had pulled all-nighters until he became thin, and he nearly collapsed in the examination courtyard. And what was that brat little Shishtu doing? Every time he returned home from the academy, he would follow Xiao Sao, that wretch, and run around in the wild in the hills. They would catch some fish and trap rabbits, never settling down for even a moment. God was not fair. Why was it him who had become a county official instead of her son? Was it possible that since the 2 of them were of the same surname, that the examiner had confused the 2 of them? Or, that little brat was blocking her son's fate of becoming an official? Yes, it must be. Her son had been doing just fine before that little brat Shishtu was sent to the academy. Yu Hai's whole family is conniving. They must have done something to transfer her son's fate to little Shishtu. They must have. If that little brat did not exist, the person who would have been accepted into Rongshuan Academy and given special treatment by the principal of the academy would definitely have been her son. The person who became a county official and had gotten the government grain allowance would also be her son. The more Madame Zhang thought about it, the more fixated she became. The next day, she went to create a fuss in front of the old residents of the Yu family, saying things like how Yu Hai was evil and used black magic to switch the fate of his son. She also claimed that everything Yu Hai's family owned should have belonged to her, and little Shishtu's county official title was also supposed to be Yu Bo's. She cried as well, threatening to hang herself in front of the old residents in an effort to force Yu Hai to switch the 2 families' fortune back. The villagers of Dongshan village surrounded her and watched her like a circus show. No one stopped her even as she pretended to take off her belt and acted as if she wanted to hang herself in front of the Yu residents' doors. Old Yu was so mad he trembled, shouting loud and clear while he pointed at her, "You say Dahai had altered Xiaobo's fortune. Bah, if fate and fortune was so easily exchanged, why don't you find someone to alter your fate into that of a noble titled lady? You're just jealous that Dahai is living a good life, aren't you? Do you regret your actions now? And what have you done previously? You should have known this day would come when you hid away those 300 taels and chased them away without giving them a single copper. And you dare say that it's the fault of the examiner that Shishtu became a county official instead of Xiaobo. Your words will ruin the child's future. If this matter was spread, the authorities will have you arrested and charged with crime." Madame Zhang now sobbed sorrowfully. It had been getting harder and harder to pass every day for the past 2 years, so she had counted on her son to become a county official so she could finally walk with her head held high again. Who would have known that Yu Bo did not end up passing the examination and little Shishtu, who she had not thought highly of, would become a county official instead. The greater her expectations, the greater her disappointment, she felt as though her heart had been emptied. Unable to find any excuse or reason to vent on, the pent-up frustration in her threatened to explode. Old man, Zhao Bo is also your son. The blood of the Yu family also flows within him. You can't completely side with Yu Hai, you need to think about your youngest son too. If they hadn't switched out Zhao Bo's fortune, how could that little kid, who barely knows his words, manage to become a county official after only a few years of studying instead of Zhao Bo, who had studied for many years? If it were that easy, wouldn't everyone be a county official? Madame Zhang held on to this absurd excuse as she continued to cry. The people of this era were still quite superstitious and believed in feng shui, fate and fortune, so once they heard her reasoning, a few of those easily muddled people in the crowd started to believe in her words and their gaze was filled with skepticism as they looked upon Yu Hai's family. Some of them even thought, what if the reason the Yu family was earning a lot of money through this and that for the past 2 years was also because they had stolen some of their own fortune? Yu Xiaoxiao walked out from the courtyard, coldly speaking, if it were truly like what you said, then wouldn't it mean the good fortune of all those 80-year-old candidates who qualified to take the county-level examinations had been stolen by all the successful young scholars? You're implying that Headmaster Yuan's son, a 20-year-old top scholar, also stole someone else's good fortune. No matter how beautiful you carve a piece of elm wood, at the end of the day, it is still elm wood and cannot become high-quality jade. This should be common sense. Who are you comparing to elm wood? Is there anyone who speaks of their younger uncle like you? Such a rude and disrespectful brat, we'll see who will want to marry you. Madame Zhang was akin to a lit firecracker and was so loud she didn't sound human anymore. When Madame Lu heard someone curse her daughter for not being able to get married in the future, she lost her temper. How is my daughter rude? What did she say wrong? It's stealing your good fortune if our Shishtu excels in the examinations, but well deserved if he doesn't. What kind of logic is that? Even the headmaster of Rongshuan Academy could see his talent and accepted him as his true disciple. It'd be weird if Shishtu didn't excel, considering all the late-night study sessions that the principal gives him every day. Stop spouting nonsense and go home. Your son and daughter still want their dignity even if you don't. Seeing that the usually meek Madame Lu had even dared to shout at her, Madame Zhang dropped to the ground on her butt, wailing, heavens. Why do you turn a blind eye? Why do you not strike this unfilial thing? No matter what, I still brought up Yu Hai and let him marry his wife. Not only does he not remember my efforts in bringing him up, but he also egged his wife on to criticize me. How am I supposed to live? All of you should be struck by lightning. If the heavens weren't blind and were going to strike someone, it would still first strike those people who've committed heinous crimes. The kind of person that plotted the murder of her own husband and was charged with murder. Yu Xiaoxiao paid no heed to Madame Lu, who had tried to stop her, and stepped forward again. She did not care about her good name, since she had never planned to marry anyone in the first place. When the time came, she would not obstruct both of her brothers' future. She would withdraw herself from the family and start her own household with only herself. Besides, she had her limbs and she had the skill, so she was not afraid of not being able to feed herself. At that time, she would adopt a few children, then leave all her assets to the ones who were filial to her and took care of her at an old age. It was definitely better than marrying a man who had different opinions and could not cross the gap between their different eras. Every single soul in Dongshan village knew of Madame Zhang's attempted murdering her own husband. Old Yu almost died in the hands of this woman, and, if Yu Hai had arrived 2 days later than he did, Old Yu would only be a skeleton lying in his grave now. But a murder charge, what were they talking about? Had Madame Zhang also harmed someone else's life? Although the villagers of Dongshan village were sometimes a bit selfish and mean, they were generally not immoral or odious people, so when they heard the words, murder charges, their expressions changed drastically. Madame Zhang's heart skipped a beat. Only now did she remember that Yu Hai still had leverage against her. If they were to expose her misdeeds from that time, she would also not be able to stay in Dongshan village anymore even if the yamen did not come for her. Her eyes darted around, seemingly trying to find an excuse to free herself from this predicament, when all of a sudden, lightning shot down from the clear sky. Madame Zhang could only feel a numbing pain across her entire body before she fell unconscious and dropped to the ground. Oh my goodness, the heavens are angry and struck her with lightning. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Madame Zhang's face was burnt black, while her hair looked like it had exploded and now resembled a porcupine. She collapsed on the ground, with white smoke faintly escaping through her open mouth. Her eyes had rolled into her head, and her limbs were still convulsing. It was a terrifying sight to witness. The villagers that surrounded her earlier now pushed each other, backing away from her. They were afraid that they might be implicated by her and mistakenly struck by lightning. The heavens only strike the evil. It would seem that Madame Zhang had many misdeeds. She must have been lying too when she said that Yu Hai stole her good fortune. Even the heavens couldn't stand it. She's too evil. When Xiaoxiao said, plotted the murder of her own husband and charged with murder, could it be that she meant Madame Zhang? Oh my goodness, I originally thought that this Madame Zhang was only a little mean and unkind, but I never thought that she would turn out to be this evil. Madame Zhang had murdered someone. Who? It couldn't be one of our villagers, could it? We should keep away from her in the future, or else who knows when we'll be harmed by her. I remember now. At that time, I was close with Yu Hai's mother and often visited her when she was sick. At first, she was already on her way to recovery and the physician said she only needed a few more doses of medicine, but when Madame Zhang arrived, her illness immediately took a turn for worse, and she died not long after. Say, could this be Madame Zhang's doing? Could it really be? Wasn't Yu Hai's mother Madame Zhang's older cousin? She took her in when she had no one to turn to, so Madame Zhang wouldn't be so ungrateful as to turn against her, right? What was she after? Tisk tisk, what else could she be after? At that time, old Yu was still standing tall and looked quite similar to Dahai. Moreover, he was good at catching fish. She was a widow with a child to take care of, and later she became Yu Hai's stepmother. What do you think she was after? If it's like this, then Madame Zhang is not only evil, but she's also an ungrateful wretch. Killing her cousin so she could replace her. Does she have no dignity? Would she have died without a man? Madame Zhang was originally only unconscious for a short while, but when she heard the crowd's speculations, she was so scared she had not dared to move and played dead on the ground. It was only when Yu Bo received news that he and Yu Dashan both carried the unconscious Madame Zhang back. Otherwise, if she continued to lie on the cold, late autumn ground, she might actually die from the exposure. Despite their efforts, Madame Zhang still suffered from a high fever that same night, and even after they hired a physician and fed her the prescribed medicine for a few days, she still did not fully recuperate from the illness. Rumors spread within the village that it was Yu Hai's mother taking revenge on Madame Zhang. Others said that because she had committed so many evil deeds, her youngest son had to suffer the punishment. That was the reason why he could not pass the college examination. Yu Bo could not stand that the villagers pointed and talked about him whenever he went out, so he disregarded the still recuperating Madame Zhang, picked up his bags, and left for the academy in the prefectural city. He would study hard and get good results in 2 years to wash away the shame of today. A few more days passed, and Royal Prince Yang returned from the capital. When he heard that little Shishtu had managed to become a county official, he suggested celebrating the success of the little fellow in Junsho restaurant, while also insinuating to Yu Xiaoxiao to fulfill her Buddha jumps over the wall promise. It was late fall, the business in the prefectural city was going smoothly, and the winter wheat plantation in the farmstead was growing healthily, so Xiaoxiao was finally free for a few days. For the past few days, Zhu Junyang kept mentioning, Buddha jumps over the wall. Furthermore, Tanggu town was near the sea, which made the ingredients easier to acquire, so Yu Xiaoxiao began her attempt at creating this complicated dish. Of course, the expensive ingredients required to make Buddha jumps over the wall, like shark's fin, abalone, sea cucumber and shark skin would be provided by Royal Prince Yang. Prince Jing's residence was not lacking in these ingredients, as their storehouse kept quite a lot of even just the top-notch delicacies that were rewarded from the imperial palace. Buddha jumps over the wall consisted of 18 ingredients: sea cucumber, abalone, shark's fin, scallops, shark's lips, shark skin, fish maw, razor clams, ham, pork belly, lamb knuckle, pig trotters, pig tendons, chicken and duck breast and gizzard, shiitake mushrooms, and winter bamboo shoots. The process of creating the dish was also extremely complicated. The 18 ingredients must first be made into their own unique dishes through different methods, then layered dish by dish into a large ceramic pot. Following that, a suitable volume of soup and Shaoxing wine must be poured in and mixed until the soup, wine and dishes combined together. The opening of the ceramic pot must then be covered and sealed tightly with lotus leaves and put over a fire to heat. The fuel for the fire was also specific. Only the white coal, which was fine and did not produce any smoke, would do. The ceramic pot must first be put over a large and blazing flame to boil, before simmering on a small and warm fire for 5 to 6 hours. Only then would the dish be successfully created. The process of making Buddha jumps over the wall was very complicated and Yu Xiaoxiao didn't have any experience in her previous life in making it. She only knew the concept. After preparing 10 sets of raw ingredients for the dish, Yu Xiaoxiao continually experimented with her cooking methods to find the correct way. The first few times, either the ratio of the ingredients were off or the ratio of the seasonings were off. Thus, the taste of the final dish was not as good as she would have liked. However, even the failed attempts at Buddha jumps over the wall were delicious as it used top-notch delicacies. Yu Xiaoxiao was talented in cooking and her food was addictive. Thus, to the Yu family members, the products of her failed attempts were still incredibly tasty. Therefore, before the day of the celebration that Royal Prince Yang had prepared for little Shishtu had arrived, the Yu family's old residence constantly had tantalizing smells wafting out of its walls. The fragrance of her cooking caused their two neighbors, the Qians and the Zhous, to drool constantly. Qian Wu, the little youngster, couldn't stop himself from going over to the Yu family's gate to take a look. He really wanted to see what sort of delicious dish Xiaoxiao was making. With each attempt, Yu Xiaoxiao wrote down what she learned in a small notebook using charcoal. The notes described what had gone wrong with the cooking process and proposed solutions to fix it. If she also discovered the most optimal way to cook an ingredient, it was also recorded down into her notebook. Many attempts had passed and she finally failed 8 attempts. On her 9th attempt, she finally hit the perfect ratios and cooking methods for all of the ingredients. The scent of the food wafted around the residence in a diameter of 5 kilometers, causing everyone who inhaled the fragrance to be intoxicated by the Buddha jumps over the wall dish. Every time Yu Xiaoxiao attempted to make Buddha jumps over the wall, Zhu Junyang was always there to taste it and give his opinions. He actually proposed quite a few useful opinions and propositions. After all, a true foodie's mouth could taste all of the details. However, he managed to eat quite a lot of the attempts that were even deemed failures. Even the failed attempts were incredibly delicious that other dishes couldn't even hope to compare. When this ceramic pot of Buddha jumps over the wall was just finished, the smell that came out was incredible and could not be compared to the previous attempts. Even Royal Prince Yang, who constantly boasted that there were no delicacies in the world that he hadn't tried, was also spellbound by the food's fragrance. In fact, he almost lost his senses in the euphoric sensation of the smell. When the ceramic pot was opened, the whole courtyard was bathed in its aroma. Zhu Junyang praised the food unceasingly after taking a bite and couldn't think of any criticisms. Sure enough, Xiaoxiao hadn't been boasting when she said, when the lid opens and the scent of food permeates the air, Buddha smells the food and jumps over the wall. Basically, even Buddha himself couldn't help but violate his religious precepts to take a few bites when faced with the sweet smell of this dish. The Yu family members could only smell the first successful batch that was made and didn't even get to taste one bite. Royal Prince Yang, who had an icy exterior but an inner core that was very filial to his family, had taken that ceramic pot of Buddha jumps over the wall after wrapping it in some cloth and brought it to the mountain residence where his mother lived. There, he and his mother were able to enjoy the dish together. When the construction on the residence finished, Princess Consort Jing had moved in. After her second day there, she invited Yu Xiaoxiao over to have some fun. With Royal Prince Yang as her escort, Xiaoxiao looked around at every nook and cranny of the mountain residence. She pointed out the small well that was in the main courtyard's little kitchen and said that it contained water from a top-notch mountain spring. She claimed that using the water from this well for all of the princess consort's food and tea would help her body. In actuality, she had the little divine stone help her to transform the well water into mystic stone water. At first, senior servant Su, who had served Princess Consort Jing for a long time, only half believed Xiaoxiao's words. Under the persistence of Princess Consort Jing and the royal prince, Her Royal Highness only ate food and drank tea that was prepared with the water from that well. Only a few days passed, yet Her Royal Highness's health began to take a turn for the better and her appetite improved a lot. Her skin became more tender and she had a healthy flush on her cheeks. In fact, she even looked a lot more youthful compared to before. Senior servant Su, who was a loyal servant, repeatedly said that Dongshan village's environment was good for healing people. After spending half a year in the mountain residence, Princess Consort Jing's body recovered to the point where she was able to wear a hiking costume and go outside. With a few maid servants and senior servants accompanying her, she hiked the mountain, went hunting, or even went to gather some wild fruits herself. She had Yu Xiaoxiao use those wild fruits to ferment some wine. Her days were full of rich activities to do. Even Imperial Prince Jing, who came over on his breaks, was disregarded by her as she was too busy. It made him quite sulky. When Yu Xiaoxiao had free time, she would, from time to time, cook some light dishes for the princess consort and send them to the mountain residence. Princess Consort Jing once laughingly said that the home-style food that she made was even better than the food that the best chefs in the prince's residence made. At first, the self-important chefs in the residence were quite offended by this and thought that the princess consort had merely gotten tired of eating sumptuous food, so she believed that home-style food tasted better. However, after they tried the food Yu Xiaoxiao made, they realized how wrong they were. These simple ingredients could be crafted into incredibly delicious dishes. Was this the legendary, returning to one's true self, cooking method? They had never thought that the cuisine that they pursued for over half their life could be produced by a 10 to 11-year-old girl. The head chef at the residence along with the imperial chefs that were bestowed onto the estate all put away their arrogance and self-importance to ask Yu Xiaoxiao for her advice. Xiaoxiao didn't have anything to hide and also didn't have any lectures to pontificate. Instead, when she cooked, she allowed two of the famous chefs to observe her. The famous chefs at the residence both felt grateful. All head chefs had their secrets that they wouldn't disseminate to others. By being so magnanimous, the two of them esteemed and respected Yu Xiaoxiao even more. From their observations, the two of them both had their own takeaways. After being inspired by what they saw, both of them managed to make breakthroughs in their own cooking. When Royal Prince Yang brought back the Buddha jumps over the wall, it was already time to eat dinner. The two chefs had both made their specialties and were waiting for the two masters to try them. Royal Prince Yang was picky and was always able to find some aspect of the food that was lacking. Thus, whenever the masters were eating, the two chefs stayed at the side to hear the royal prince's opinions or the princess consort's requests. Yanger, what sort of treasure are you holding onto today? Princess Consort Jing looked at the table full of light dishes and couldn't bring up her appetite. What had that last Xiaoxiao been up to lately? It had been a long time since the little girl came over to spend time with her. Princess Consort Jing felt that her body was pretty much as healthy as a normal person's and wanted to relax her dietary restrictions. She really wanted to eat roasted chicken, roasted duck, and smoked sausages. Suddenly, Princess Consort Jing sat up straight in her chair as her nostrils gently flared. Her eyes lit up, and she stared fixedly at the ceramic pot that her son had just unwrapped. The ceramic pot looked like nothing special, but there was a tantalizing fragrance coming out of it. Unconsciously, a brilliant smile blossomed onto Princess Consort Jing's face as she quietly said, Yanger, what did that last Xiaoxiao come up with now? It smells like meat. Can I try some? I just want to try one bite. When Zhu Junyang saw how his lady mother was acting like a child, he almost wanted to laugh while simultaneously feeling sorry for her. Her face was full of anticipation as she kept her eyes on the pot containing Buddha jumps over the wall. His lord father had previously told him that when his lady mother's health was better, she was also a true foodie. She could be arguing passionately with Prince Jing and vow that she wasn't going to speak to him for the rest of her life. Then, seconds later, when Prince Jing took out some pastries from the imperial palace, she would change her tune and run over like a little dog who had smelled the scent of meat. Her metaphorical tail would be wagging too. Unfortunately, later on, his lady mother was injured while birthing him. Furthermore, during her recovery, there was someone who interfered with her healing. It was only after she encountered Yu Xiaoxiao that her body slowly recovered. For the longest time, his lady mother ate more medicine than she did food. She was also someone who loved eating meat, yet she was restricted to eating light and non-greasy foods due to her health. Yanger, my body has completely recovered. Even the imperial physicians say that eating a few pieces of meat is okay. This wasn't the first time that Princess Consort Jing claimed that the doctors said something they didn't in order to eat delicious food. After seeing the obvious desire on his mother's face, Zhu Junyang placed the ceramic pot on the table and thought for a bit before he said, this dish uses mostly seafood ingredients, so it should be quite nutritious. Lady mother, you can eat some. However, you're not allowed to eat too much tonight in order to avoid indigestion. When she heard that she was allowed to eat it, Princess Consort Jing was so happy that she acted like a child. She impatiently opened the ceramic pot and an intoxicating, rich fragrance wafted into the air. The two chefs nearby immediately opened their eyes wide and craned their necks forward, wishing that they could crowd around the pot to see just what exactly was causing such a tantalizing smell. They had cooked for most of their lives, yet they had never come across a dish that was able to emit such a dense and rich aroma before. When the lid was completely off, the entire residence was filled with the addictive smell of Buddha jumps over the wall. All of the maid servants, senior servants, and stewards who were busy working immediately stopped what they were doing and lifted their heads to sniff the air. They then had to silently swallow down the saliva that pooled in their mouths. The two servants who were the most tortured right now were Princess Consort Jing's personal maid servants, Mei Xiang and Lan Xiang, who often served her during the meals. They had undergone stringent training as palace maids and had also served Princess Consort Jing for a long time. Thus, they were very proud of their self-control. However, after encountering the tempting Buddha jumps over the wall, both them kept their mouths shut tightly. They didn't dare to say a word as they were afraid that their saliva would dribble out and down their faces. Luckily, Royal Prince Yang took over Mei Xiang's duties and scooted next to his mother. He picked up her porcelain bowl, which was made in government kilns, and scooped up a ladle full of shark fin, abalone, and sea cucumber from the ceramic pot and put into her bowl before placing it before her. Princess Consort Jing impatiently snatched her utensil and delivered a small taste into her mouth. The fragrant taste of seafood and the rich taste of meat erupted inside her mouth. For a moment, she was so happy that she felt like she was soaring gleefully in the sky and drifting among the fluffy white clouds. Her entire bowl was cleaned of food in 2 to 3 bites. She didn't wait for her son to serve her and instead went to get another helping herself. After trying every single ingredient in the pot, she felt her stomach starting to bulge with fullness, yet she didn't want to stop eating. Mei Xiang surreptitiously swallowed down another mouthful of saliva and quietly reminded her mistress, "Your Highness, you've already eaten more tonight than you have for most meals. If you continue to eat, you won't feel well when you go to sleep." Zhu Junyang, who was in the midst of enjoying delicious food, only now realized that his mother had an expression full of want and desire as she rubbed her belly. He quickly moved the ceramic pot away from her and said, "Lady Mother, Xiao Cao also said that it's best to eat until you're 70% full at night. That's the best way to treat your body. But, the food in this pot is truly too good. I really can't bear to stop." Princess Consort Jing felt that it was a shame as she pursed her lips. She pathetically watched as her son continued to eat and silently cursed her stomach for being an abject failure. If she could be like her son, who was able to eat 3 large bowls at each meal, that would be the best. Zhu Junyang increased his speed of eating. After finishing over half of the food in the ceramic pot, he finally felt like his stomach was too stuffed to eat more. Only then did the two chefs waiting at the side impatiently ask, "Your Highness, Royal Prince, may we try some?" Other than the Buddha jumps over the wall, the rest of the dishes on the table hadn't been touched at all. All of the food on the table was usually stuff that was very hard for servants and maids to have the opportunity to eat, yet none of it had any attraction over the remaining pot of Buddha jumps over the wall. The food left over after the masters ate was often rewarded to the servants and maids beneath them. Mei Xiang and Lan Xiang had already been wondering if this pot would be given to them to eat. However, there were now the two chefs eyeing the leftover food. Lan Xiang couldn't help but give the two chefs a scorching glare. The ceramic pot of Buddha jumps over the wall not only conquered Princess Consort Jing's stomach but also conquered over the two head chefs' hearts. Out of the two head chefs at Prince Jing's estate, one of them was born in the famous Zhang family. They were from Zhongnan and, in history, had produced 8 extremely famous chefs. Their family's recipes and techniques were only passed to their descendants, and only to those born of the legitimate wife. During the chaos of war, Prince Jing once saved the patriarch of the Zhang family. In order to heal his wife's body, Prince Jing personally went to the Zhang family to ask them for a chef. At that time, the Zhang family sent over the chef that was second only to the patriarch to Prince Jing's estate in order to repay their debt. The other chef was the chef who was the best at cooking medicinal cuisine in the palace, Imperial Chef Huang. He had previously cooked food for the Emperor Emeritus. Before the Emperor Emeritus retired, he had heard that Princess Consort Jing had a weak constitution and required a lot of nursing back to health. Thus, he sent Imperial Chef Huang to Prince Jing's estate to have him especially prepare medicinal cuisines for her. It could be said that without Imperial Chef Huang there, Princess Consort Jing's battered body might not have lasted and she wouldn't have been able to meet Yu Xiaocao. Her soul might have left this earth long ago. These two illustrious chefs, one world-renowned, and the other an imperial chef, had unexpectedly been conquered by the cooking of a 10 to 11-year-old little girl. If this came out, no one would believe it. At this moment, Yu Xiaocao was not aware of any of this. She was currently in the middle of writing and editing the recipe for Buddha jumps over the wall in preparation to sell it at a very high price to third young Master Zhou. The popularity of Junshou restaurant's fruit-scented roasted duck had gradually declined, so it was time to push out a whole new dish. Buddha jumps over the wall was the perfect dish to send out next. Why was she going to sell it at a high price to Junshou restaurant? All of the ingredients used in the dish were top-notch delicacies and were quite expensive. Thus, this dish had to be marketed to customers that had deep pockets and a willingness to spend money. Not only could Junshou restaurant make a pretty penny of this, but they could also boost their own reputation and make connections with wealthy and powerful people. It was a win-win from every side. No matter how high the price, it would be worth it. The second day after Buddha jumps over the wall came out, Royal Prince Yang had reserved a private room at Junshou restaurant to celebrate little Shishtu passing the county-level imperial exams. They not only invited Rongshuan Academy's headmaster Yuan but they also sent out invitations to all of the teachers in little Shishtu's grade. County Magistrate Zhao had also somehow found out that this was going on and shamelessly invited himself in and brought along a very generous gift. Other than the star of the day, little Shishtu, the Yu family also had Yu Hai and Yu Xiaocao there. At first, it was with great difficulty that they finally convinced old Yu to come, but when he got to Junsho restaurant and found out the headmaster and county magistrate were there, he became frightened and refused to go. He had never interacted before with prestigious personages in his whole life, so he hid in the residence the Yu family had in town and could not be convinced by anyone to do otherwise. This little episode was only known by the Yu family and no one else. Little Shishtu had felt a bit embarrassed by all of this. Originally, this was supposed to be a celebration for the whole family, so how did it become filled with a bunch of unrelated people? He acted like a tiny adult and politely said, I only passed the county-level imperial exams and didn't even get first place. There's nothing worth celebrating. County Magistrate Zhao flatteringly said, you're being too modest. In all of Tengu Town, there are only 2 who have passed the exam and get government grain, and you are one of them. That being said, in this batch of examinees who passed, you are the youngest. It's also said that you caught the eye of the superintendent of the Zili province and he personally read through your exam papers. Headmaster Yuan was very satisfied with little Shishtu's performance and actions. All in all, the little fellow had only been studying for less than 3 years. If he didn't have an almost photographic memory to the point where he couldn't forget things and also a mind that grasped concepts easily, it would have been considered fine for a child his age to be able to recognize all of the words he was reading on the exam. Unexpectedly, the little fellow wanted to try for the county-level examinations. Originally, with little Shishtu's teacher's estimations, it would have been fine for him to just barely pass the first set of examinations. Who would have thought that his path went smoothly and he passed all 3 sets of the entry-level examinations and received the honor of becoming a scholar who passed the county-level imperial examinations. Furthermore, he managed to do very well and became one of the few scholars who would be granted the privilege of receiving grain from the government. Naturally, other than little Shishtu's incredible innate talent, his success was very much linked with Headmaster Yuan's careful tutoring and training. None of them knew that little Shishtu's original IQ was only just a little bit better than his younger uncle's, Yubo. In other words, if he studied hard for his whole life, he would probably only be able to pass the county-level imperial examinations. However, with Yu Xiaoxiao transmigrating over and changing the Yu family's trajectory, everything else changed too. Since the age of 5, little Shishtu had been eating food and drinking beverages that all contained mystic stone water. For a fully grown adult, mystic stone water could only bring the person to the peak of health and heal any old illnesses or injuries. However, for children, the changes it could manifest was much greater. It had the ability to make the brain undergo a second development and change a person's intelligence. An ordinary person usually only used 3 to 5% of their brain power. Even Einstein, the well-known genius, only used up to 10% of his brain power. Unconsciously, little Shishtu had surpassed this future scientific genius. Not only was his ability to memorize very good, but his ability to understand concepts had also increased significantly. Furthermore, he was very hardworking as he wished to also do his part for the family like his second sister, so it would be more surprising if his grades were bad. Headmaster Yuan, who had already regarded little Shishtu as his last disciple, didn't compliment the boy like other people were. Instead, he stated reasonably, Yu Fan is right. He only passed the county-level examinations and it's only the first step in a very long journey. He needs to make sure to not get arrogant and stay humble to avoid having the same ending as the main character from The Lament of Zongyang. 1. Yu Fan, you need to make sure you face forward always and study hard. Furthermore, you can't only rely on books to learn as you have to open yourself to get a better understanding of the world. Next year, I will be going to Zhongnan to lecture and you should come with me. When little Shishtu heard this, he became very excited. Many educated scholars longed to travel to Zhongnan. Historically, many scholarly lines of thoughts had originated there and the studious atmosphere there was quite thick. It was said that even the farmers in the fields could also recite a few lines of poetry. Every year, Headmaster Yuan would get invitations from a few notable schools down in Zhongnan to have him lecture. Being able to go with him and listen to all of these lectures was only an honor reserved for his true disciples. Although Headmaster Yuan had taken care of little Shishtu and given him preferential treatment these past 2 years, little Shishtu never expected that he could become a true disciple of the headmaster. All of the headmaster's true disciples had either become notable scholars of merit or respected officials at court helping to govern the country. Regardless, their futures were limitless. Yu Xiaoxiao had just come in with a ceramic pot of Buddha jumps over the wall that gave off its signature tantalizing fragrance. When she saw her younger brother foolishly staring, she hurriedly put the pot down and gently slapped him on the back of his head. What are you doing just standing there, stupidly happy? Quickly kowtow to your master. Little Shishtu's main teacher also encouraged him, we have both wine and tea available here. Let's conduct the formal ceremony of you becoming his disciple right now then. Headmaster Yuan's full attention was currently on the dense fragrant smell of the Buddha jumps over the wall, so he absent-mindedly went through the ceremonial procedures with little Shishtu serving him tea. Like that, the simple ceremony to take in little Shishtu as a formal apprentice was finished. Only after the celebration party ended did he realize that he had just taken a boy, not even 9 years old, as his disciple. This disciple was also much younger than all of his other disciples. The last time Headmaster Yuan took in a disciple was over 20 years ago. All of his other disciples, as well as himself, thought that he wouldn't be taking any more true disciples for the rest of his life. When he said that he was going to take little Shishtu along, it was because he liked talented people and didn't want the boy's innate talents to go to waste. Who would have thought that he would absent-mindedly take in another disciple during a banquet? Arg, good food could truly make a person lose their wits. However, that Buddha jumps over the wall dish was truly too delicious. Headmaster Yuan, who often bragged that there were no delicacies in the world that he hadn't tried, had also been firmly conquered by it. The person who was most happy after all of this, other than little Shishtu, was Yu Xiaoxiao. After Royal Prince Yang explained the situation to her, she understood just how fortunate it was that her younger brother was able to become Headmaster Yuan's last disciple. It could be said that as long as little Shishtu didn't make any big mishaps in the future, his future could only be limitless and smooth. Not only would he have access to the best education and materials, but he also now had connections to all of the talented and skilled older disciples. They would later be his network. In the future, it was almost an ironclad guarantee that old Yu's family's descendants would be bound for officialdom. Young royal prince, I have to hand it to you, it was a great idea to hold this banquet. I don't even know how to thank you properly. Yu Xiaoxiao was filled with gratitude from head to toe. Her eyes shined with light full of gratitude and seemed to glow with an inner radiance. Zhu Junyang felt his heart skip a beat after looking into her shining eyes, and he couldn't help but turn his head away. He had never known before that a person's eyes could look so incredibly luminous and beautiful. They looked as if they were crafted out of the most expensive glass and jade and didn't have a single flaw. It was as if they could see into the depths of a person's soul and purify all darkness within. Ahem, then, how do you want to thank me? Zhu Junyang was also happy for little Shishtu. With little Shishtu around, the court would also have another person there supporting the Yu family wholeheartedly. Yu Xiaoxiao grinned until her eyes turned into crescents and looked like tiny moons. How about I make you Buddha jumps over the wall every day? What do you think? Eat it every day. No matter how delicious something is, it's always possible to get sick of it. Zhu Junyang was not very satisfied with her answer. Yu Xiaoxiao slanted her head to the side as she contemplated. After thinking a bit, she was in low spirits. Imperial Prince Jing's youngest son was also the person the emperor regarded with the most importance right now. There really wasn't anything that she could take out that would be a proper gift to him to express her gratitude. Zhu Junyang watched as the little girl nibbled on her fingernails as if she was a little kitten stuck in a bunch of yarn. Her face was full of confusion. He silently laughed and then patted her small head. If you can't think of anything, it's okay. I'll be merciful and let you have a debt for now. Yu Xiaoxiao hated owing other people the most. She stated with an expression full of dissatisfaction, Young Royal Prince, tell me what you want the most. As long as I am able to, I'll do it for you. Royal Prince Yang revealed an arrogant expression, a gift you give voluntarily versus something I ask for, can those two be considered the same? No sincerity. After he finished, he strolled away with large steps. Yu Xiaoxiao followed him as if she was his personal tail as she continued to say, just tell me You don't lack for anything and it's not as if I can read your mind. I really don't know what you need. Zhu Junyang could hear in her voice hints of acting spoiled and being cute, and it felt like a little cat was tickling the inside of his heart. He suddenly stopped walking and turned around to look at the little girl whose head didn't even reach his armpits. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't expect that the person in front of her would suddenly stop moving. She was still speed walking forward as she roasted him in her mind, must be nice to have such long legs, You can walk so fast. Ouch, the result was tragedy. The little girl bumped her head straight into Zhu Junyang's abdomen and her nose stung after hitting his rock-hard stomach. Tears involuntarily came to her eyes and dripped down her face. You didn't even give me a heads up when you stopped. Now my nose is going to be flat after hitting you. Yu Xiaoxiao wiped the tears off her face as she loudly protested. Noses weren't very strong to begin with. If her nose got hit a couple more times, wouldn't she have a flat nose for the rest of her life then? The feeling of a tiny and soft body hitting his body and being enveloped by his chest made his heart stop beating for a second before it violently started up again. This strange feeling made him feel a tiny bit panicked. Was there something wrong with his body? When he got back to the mountain residence, he should have one of the imperial physicians take his pulse. He lowered his head and saw a pair of large eyes shining with tears. It was as if he was looking into a clear, pure spring that had sunlight pouring into it. Her eyes had the clarity of water melted from the purest snow and ice at the top of a mountain. Zhu Junyang started feeling his heart starting to beat faster and faster. The little lass had a pair of eyes that could speak volumes. Long eyelashes framed them, and it made her seem like a cheerful little spirit. Every time they flickered, he could sense her inner emotions and feelings. Sometimes they would even glitter adorably whenever she came up with a naughty idea. They truly made people either hate or love her. Zhu Junyang secretly inhaled a deep breath and looked at the bright red nose on the little girl's face. He spoke in a voice that had overtones of tenderness and complaint. Why aren't you paying more attention when you're walking? Luckily you only bumped into me. If you hit a rock or large tree, you might have had an open wound. You're already not beautiful, so if you had a big wound on your face, how much worse could you look? Yu Xiaoxiao felt flames of fury rise inside her. If you didn't suddenly stop moving, do you think I would have hurt my nose? You claim I'm not beautiful, HMPH. Do you think everyone is like you? With a face so devilishly handsome that you attract everyone around you? Where am I not beautiful? I'm a very adorable and sweet-looking little girl, okay. Yu Xiaoxiao was quite satisfied with her current looks. Her skin was soft and tender and glowed with health. She had a pair of clever and large eyes and long eyelashes framing them. Her nose and mouth were both delicately shaped. In her previous life, her skin was on the duller side so she looked more average than the average person. She was still young right now and hadn't grown into her full potential. A girl changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. In the future, my looks will definitely stun you. Yu Xiaoxiao gleefully thought as she threw out any notion of modesty or shyness. Zhu Junyang watched as the little lass first became furious, huffing and puffing in rage, and then suddenly silently giggling in glee. The only thing he could think now was this, a woman's heart is as deep as the ocean. It's impossible to understand a female. He thought for a bit and continued with the previous topic. Xiaoxiao, didn't you want to say that you wanted to thank me? You wouldn't be only saying that because you felt happy and gave me an empty promise, right? My words are as good as gold. Since I said I wanted to thank you, then I absolutely will. Tell me, what do you want? As long as I'm able to fulfill it, I will. Yu Xiaoxiao kept thinking about how the young royal prince's actions had inadvertently caused her younger brother to be taken in as the last disciple of Headmaster Yuan. Her heart was full of happiness. Zhu Junyang's eyes shifted a bit and he smiled. I also know that I'm not lacking for anything and don't have anything that I particularly want. How about this, you can promise to do something for me as a sign of your gratitude. How's that? What do you want done? Don't make it too hard, my abilities have limits. Yu Xiaoxiao silently thought, you're a high and noble young royal prince. If you can't do it, how could I, the daughter of a farmer, help you instead? If it's too hard, don't look at me. The smile on Zhu Junyang's face had a devilish tint to it, as for what it is. I don't actually know yet either. You can hold on to this debt for now. When I come up with something, I'll tell you then. Yu Xiaoxiao felt like she could start seeing the outline of an illusory fox behind the young royal prince again. She frowned and gently rubbed her nose that was still a bit tender and said, it needs to be something that can be done by me. If I can't do it, then when the time comes, don't blame me for being unable to fulfill it. As he gazed at the little rascal of a girl, Zhu Junyang suddenly felt as if the weather today was very good. The sun seemed to be even more bright and gentle than before and there was a refreshing breeze blowing around. Even the dried up and yellowing grasses and leaves on the ground seemed better looking compared to yesterday. Royal Prince Yang, who was now in a good mood, said, don't worry. It'll be something that you can definitely handle. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't take it to heart and only felt like the foodie would only ask for some new delicacies to be made. She had cracked the hard nut that was Buddha jumps over the wall, was there any other dish that would perplex her? At this time, she didn't realize that she had promised herself out in the future. Zhu Junyang happily went back to the mountain residence. Princess Consort Jing, who was currently in the garden admiring and taking care of the flora, could tell her son was in a very good mood. She placed down the watercan in her hands and revealed a gentle and sweet-tempered smile. Yanger, did you come across something good? You seem very happy. Zhu Junyang walked over to his mother and took the watercan from her as he described everything that happened today to his mother with a smile on his face. Princess Consort Jing widened her eyes and somewhat unhappily stated, what? How come you didn't tell me, your lady mother, that you were all going to eat Buddha jumps over the wall? I also really like that boy, little Shish too. How come you didn't tell me this morning that you were going over to the banquet to celebrate his accomplishments of passing the county-level imperial exams and becoming a county-level official? Zhu Junyang rolled his eyes at his mother in his heart as he thought, Lady Mother, for the sake of eating some Buddha jumps over the wall, you are really too much. How many times have you seen little Shish Tu before? Only a few times. Other than Xiaoxiao, you haven't really seen anyone else in the Yu family, alright. As the princess consort of an imperial prince, if you showed your face just to eat some food, my father would break my legs if he found out. Although this dynasty had repeatedly raised the status of women, most wealthy and noble families followed the traditions and kept women and men apart when they had guests over. The female host would always be behind a screen when she received guests. The banquet that happened today mostly had men over. Naturally, Yu Xiaoxiao, as a half-grown girl, was the only exception. Thinking of Yu Xiaoxiao's clever and adorable personality made his heart suddenly beat fast again. He used a hand to press down on his chest and wondered if he had injured the left side of his chest in the past, which was now causing him problems. What's wrong? Princess Consort Jing noticed that her son had stopped moving his hand, frowned, and was now clasping his chest. The harsh expression on his face made her feel very worried. Zhu Junyang didn't want his mother to feel anxious and the expression on his face went back to normal. He smiled reassuringly at her and said, Lady Mother, I'm fine, there were a lot of people today. Other than the principal and teachers of the academy, County Magistrate Zhao also went. Headmaster Yuan ate almost half of the whole pot of Buddha jumps over the wall. I wasn't able to eat as much as I wanted. In a few days, when Lord Father comes over, let's have Xiaoxiao make us a pot. That way, the three of us will be able to eat a very delicious meal together. Once food was mentioned, as expected, Princess Consort Jing's attention got preoccupied by that. She smiled and nodded her head. Buddha jumps over the wall is a non-vegetarian dish that isn't greasy. Your Lord Father will likely like it very much. You know, how is that last Xiaoxiao so clever and lively? Her culinary talents are such that our two famous chefs in the estate have to prostrate themselves in front of her. She also knows how to take care of Flora. Last time, my pot of 18 scholars camellia had dried up and was on the brink of death yet she was still able to bring it back to life. This year, the plant is blooming even more brilliantly. In the future, I don't know who will be the lucky man who will be able to take Xiaoxiao as his wife. Zhu Junyang unconsciously started frowning when he thought of that clever and odd little girl getting dressed up in wedding attire for another man. The desire to destroy and maim things started to rise in his heart. He quickly controlled his emotions forcefully and did his best not to allow those feelings to overtake his reason. His illness hadn't reared its head for a long time, how come it was suddenly showing up today? That was not okay, absolutely not okay. Right now he was very close to Dongshan village. If he lost his reason and became the destructive devil again, wouldn't he end up destroying her home and hurting the people she loved? Just as his heart was about to be swallowed up by the darkness, a pair of warm and limpid eyes appeared in his mind again. It was as if a ray of brilliant light was shining deep within his heart. Although it was weak, it stubbornly left a small illuminating flame in the vast darkness. A single spark had the ability to start a huge blaze. Zhu Junyang did his best to push against the darkness and the inky blackness slowly retreated. His bloodshot eyes slowly regained clarity and regained their usual dark and calm appearance. Yanger, Yanger. When he opened his eyes, in front of him was the anxious and worried face of his mother, who was being surrounded by a dozen bodyguards protecting her. Next to her was also head steward Lu and the head of the bodyguards all in readiness for a fight. It was as if an enemy was going to approach them soon. Yanger, is that you? Yanger, you need to come back to reality and don't let the darkness within your heart overtake you. Yanger, Princess Consort Jing sobbed as she spoke. If Mei Xiang and Lan Xiang hadn't grabbed onto her with a death grip, she would have long sped over and hugged Zhu Junyang. She would gladly get injured if it could help her youngest son regain his reasoning faster. She also knew that, at her son's current martial abilities, it didn't matter how many bodyguards there were to stop him. The whole residence could be destroyed by him, causing destruction and rivers of blood to flow. Lady Mother, I let you worry again. I'm fine now. Zhu Junyang stamped away the last remaining bit of insanity and felt very guilty inside. For many years, his mother had worried herself thin because of him. If he hadn't been able to pull himself back from the precipice, it was very likely that his mother would be one taking the brunt of his fury. Princess Consort Jing happily wiped away the tears on her face. Her son's illness had gotten much better compared to before, and it looked like he was able to suppress and win against the evil devil inside his heart. Didn't that mean that before long, her son's mental demons would finally be completely healed? Head Steward Liu, who was next to Zhu Junyang, surreptitiously wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead and exchanged a look with the head of the bodyguards. Within his heart, he let out a sigh of relief. His master's skill at martial arts had made great progress in the last 2 years. In the past, Head Steward Liu was able to restrain his master along with the help of 7 to 8 other men who were very skilled. Now, he was no longer able to do so. Luckily, in the past 2 years, his master's outbursts had dwindled. Otherwise, he wasn't sure what he would do. Today, Princess Consort Jing was nearby. If his master hadn't managed to snap himself out of it, they might not be able to stop him even if they sacrificed all of their lives. If something had happened to the Princess Consort, the master would likely descend into madness and become reborn as a complete monster. When Princess Consort Jing saw that her youngest son had truly regained control of himself, she let out a sigh of relief and quietly asked, Yanger, didn't you used to say that whenever you lost control and went berserk, it was as if you were stuck in complete darkness, locked up in a pit that was so quiet that it could drive a person crazy? What was able to banish the darkness today and allow you to pull yourself back from the brink of madness? Zhu Junyang thought of that small light in his heart. It was simultaneously weak and strong at the same time. A few times it had almost been swallowed up by the darkness, yet it persisted in giving off a steady little light and warmth. It was just like her. Always looking as if a small wind would blow her over, yet she always managed to stand up tall after heavy storms and rain had passed. In the past, the Yu family had a very hard life. She hadn't even reached the age of 8 or 9 and had a tiny, weak body before taking charge. Despite that, she held up the sky for her family. 1 copper coin for a portion of braised food, early ripening green vegetables, the famous watermelons of Tenggu town, planting corn and potatoes. All of the children around 8 to 9 years old in the capital were still acting spoiled to their parents, yet she had already become the backbone of the Yu family. The children of poor people matured early. This was a true fact he had witnessed himself. Zhu Junyang vaguely felt his heart hurt at the thought. Princess Consort Jing felt very gratified when she thought of how her youngest son seemed to be showing a wider variety of expressions and feelings now. In the past, it was as if he had been crafted of the ice from a 10,000-year-old glacier and molded from cold steel. He didn't seem to have any humanity. Sometimes, even she felt a bit scared and frightened whenever she had to interact with him. Perhaps it was because of her own feelings that her youngest son became more and more distanced from her and never went back to the closeness they had when he was young. However, ever since he came back from his seafaring journey to the Western Hemisphere, he gradually warmed up. He started to smile more and other expressions gradually became apparent on his face. His attitude when he interacted with his father was no longer as cold and detached as before. He even learned how to tease other people. No, it had to be said, only when her youngest son was interacting with the Yu family's youngest daughter did he actually seem like a 17 to 18-year-old youth. Son, during that episode, who did you think of? Princess Consort Jing was in a good mood after remembering the recent changes in her son. Thus, her desire for gossip had risen again. Zhu Junyang had a warm smile on his face, yet he stayed silent. His phoenix eyes shifted a bit as he thought, I wonder what that little lass is doing right now. Is she joking around with her mother as they water the vegetables in the courtyard? Or is she at the piggery asking her twin sister how things are going? Or is she helping her older brother calculating the price of seafood? Such an industrious little girl, and she always seems to have plenty of energy. It doesn't seem like she ever stops working. Doesn't she feel tired sometimes? In actuality, Yu Xiaosao was doing the exact opposite of what he was thinking. She was currently reclining on a rocking chair underneath the grape trellis. She amused herself by rocking back and forth in a half-drowsy state. Suddenly, a flurry of knocks at the front gate interrupted her leisurely time. Lu Huifang burst in frantically. The weather in late autumn was cool and relaxing, yet she had a head full of sweat. Xiaosao, come to my house quickly and take a look. Our chickens are sick. Lu Huifang was so frazzled that tears almost streamed down her face. People raising chickens were always worried about poultry diseases. There weren't any veterinarians in this era, so if an illness came up, it was possible that a whole half years of work could go down the drain. Yu Xiaosao opened her eyes and sat up straight before she asked, don't panic. Tell me exactly what's going and don't leave out any details. On the evening of the day before yesterday, my mother and I brought back the chickens from the woods in cages. When we were giving them water to drink, we noticed that there were a few chickens that looked a bit listless. My mother and I didn't take it to heart. However, who would have known that yesterday night, when we did the same thing, an additional dozen were also listless. My mother said the chickens probably had gotten an infectious disease, so she put the sick chickens away in their own cage away from the others. But today, half of our chickens are laying on the ground looking sick. After getting Yu Xiaosao's advice, the Lu family decided to raise their chickens free range. In the morning, they used cages to bring the chickens into a nearby thicket and had them forage for bugs and seeds to eat. At night, they brought them back to their residence. This method not only conserved the amount of grain they had to feed them but also improved the quality of the meat on the chickens. Half a year had passed and the Liu family's 200 and so chickens were all doing well. Who would have thought that after the chickens got to a weight of 2 catties each, over half had gotten suddenly sick. It was no wonder that the usually calm and steady Liu Huifeng was panicking. Don't panic, I'll go with you and take a look at them. Yu Xiaoxiao was very clear that people who raised a lot of chickens were always fearful of poultry disease spreading. Luckily, she had mystic stone water on hand. Even if the chickens did have an infectious disease, it wouldn't be a problem. When she saw Xiaoxiao seemed calm and confident, Liu Huifeng gradually felt her heart relax. She nodded her head and said, I almost forgot that you know some medicinal arts, Xiaoxiao. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled bitterly and sighed, I learned medicine to treat humans, not poultry, okay. Forget about it, the Liu family only started raising chickens for my braised food shop. 100 or so chickens can be sold for at least a dozen or so days. Right now uncle and my older cousin are out traveling to buy more chickens and they work from dawn to dusk. It's not easy for them either, it's fine to let the Liu family believe that I can treat their chickens. The two girls quickly arrived at Huifeng's home. Xuanju's wife was currently sighing and lamenting over the chickens that were currently dying. Don't panic auntie, let me take a look at them. Yu Xiaoxiao inspected one of the chickens that was almost at the brink of death. Its crest was dull and dim, and its eyes were weak and watery. Secretions were coming out of its beak, and it was obvious that it was hard for the animal to breathe. Its crop was obviously swollen as if it accumulated a lot of liquid. She then looked at the poop of the sick chickens. The poop was yellow and green in color and was accompanied by a lot of water. This was the perfect example of a viral illness that struck the chickens. After she finished inspecting the sick chickens, Yu Xiaoxiao had an idea on how to proceed next. She first spoke to the mother and daughter pair who were besides themselves with worry. Don't worry, I am able to treat this disease. I need to go to the mountainside to dig up some medicinal plants but I'll be back very soon. When Xuanju's wife heard that her family's chickens could be treated, she silently let out a sigh of relief before she said, it's already evening right now. Going up into the mountains isn't safe. How about you wait until tomorrow? Yu Xiaoxiao smiled and shook her head. If we wait until tomorrow, I'm afraid that the whole flock of chickens will be sick then. Don't worry, the herbs I need aren't up the mountain. I can find them at the foot of the mountain too. Then have Huifeng go with you too. Xuanju's wife still wasn't completely convinced. Yu Xiaoxiao thought for a bit and then said to Liu Huifeng, older sister Huifeng, go dig up some common porcelain and bring it back. It needs to be washed before it's used too. After she finished, she walked out of the main gate of the Liu residence. She was only using her need to dig up herbs as an excuse to cover up what she was actually doing. In fact, she only needed a few common herbs that were used to reduce fevers and treat colds. After she finished digging up the herbs, the Liu family helped her wash them clean. She then mixed them together with the common porcelain and pounded them into a medicinal paste. After adding a little wheat bran and cornmeal, she formed the mixture into little yellow pill balls. Naturally, she had also added a good amount of mystic stone water to this medicine as well. After she finished making the pill balls, Yu Xiaoxiao helped the mother and daughter pair catch the sick chickens and forcefully open their beaks to feed them the medicine. They only finished catching and feeding the sick chickens when the sky became completely dark. After thinking a bit, Yu Xiaoxiao also chopped up the remaining herbs into a fine powder and mixed it into some rice and wheat bran while adding a few drops of mystic stone water. She then advised the mother and daughter pair, tomorrow morning, use this feed to feed the chickens. For the next few days, don't let the chickens out to free range. Instead, keep them in their coops and keep a close eye on them. When it's evening, I'll come over to look again. There was a thick layer of clouds tonight, so it completely covered the moon and made the night much darker. Yu Xiaoxiao lived at the foot of the mountain and was a bit far from the village proper. Thus, Liu Xuanju escorted Xiaoxiao back home with a paper lantern. Originally, the Liu family wanted to keep Yu Xiaoxiao over so she could eat a meal with them. Xiaoxiao, however, refused their offer as she was afraid that her family might be worried about her and decided to head home. The next morning, Liu Huifeng hurriedly ran into the chicken yard to take a look. To her surprise, she found that all of the previously sick chickens that had been isolated from the others had become much more energetic. They clucked eagerly, begging for food to eat. Even the first group of chickens that had gotten the sick, the ones that were on the brink of death, were also moving around and asking for food. Apparently, the medicine that younger sister Xiaoxiao made yesterday had worked. Liu Huifeng took out the specially prepared chicken feed mixed with medicinal herbs that Yu Xiaoxiao made the previous night and poured it into the chickens' yard. Originally, she was afraid that the chickens wouldn't want to eat food mixed with medicine. Who would have thought that as soon as she poured the food in, the chickens, which previously had no appetite, suddenly rushed forward as if a flip had been switched. They squawked and flapped their wings as they fought over the food mixed with medicine. All of their necks were stretched forward as they eagerly gobbled down the food. When Xuanju's wife saw the spectacle, her heart was very moved. This is amazing. Being willing to eat is a good thing. Xiaoxiao truly has skills. There's nothing that she can't handle. Huifeng, our chickens are saved now. Liu Huifeng let out a loud sigh and grinned. Yesterday morning, Auntie Zhou came over to look and said it was truly an infectious poultry disease. She also said, once the chickens get sick, there's no going back. In fact, the first year her family raised chickens, they ended up getting sick and all of them died. Luckily, they didn't raise too many chickens that year and didn't end up losing too much money. Mother, we have over 200 chickens now and we've been raising them for half a year. If they all got sick and died, wouldn't we lose a lot of money? We're so fortunate that Xiaoxiao was here. There were still a few pill balls that Xiaoxiao left behind, so the two of them sighed in relief and then caught the chickens that had been the most ill and fed them the pills. They then took out more of the medicinal feed that Xiaoxiao had made and fed it to the sick chickens that were recovering. The sick chickens hadn't eaten for the past 2 days, but their appetites were not any worse than the healthy chickens. That night, when Xiao Xiao came over to visit, the Lu family's chickens had almost all made a full recovery. Other than the original 10 or so chickens that had gotten sick first, the rest of the previously ill animals seemed no different than the perfectly healthy ones. Yu Xiao Xiao made another batch of pill balls and medicinal feed for them. She then instructed them to feed the sick animals tomorrow with the medicinal feed that had mystic stone water added to it. After that, they could continue raising the chickens like normal. 3 days later, Lu Huifeng went over to the Yu residence with 2 hens on hand. When she got there, she found out that Yu Xiaoxiao had gone with the cart transporting pigs to the prefectural city and Madame Lu was in town sending clothing to little Shish too. The only one at home was Yu Hang, who was in charge of the seafood purchasing. The seafood purchasing business was busy right now, so Yu Hang handed over the stall to his third uncle and washed his hands before getting some roasted melon seeds and pastries his family had on hand to greet Lu Huifeng. Lu Huifeng flushed a bright red and somewhat shyly lowered her head as she softly said, "When did Xiaoxiao leave earlier? I came over to thank her for helping my family treat our chickens. My mother said that these 2 hens had already laid eggs, so you guys should keep them. They can either lay more eggs for your family to eat or you could cook them. Either way is fine." The 13-year-old Yu Hang already had the air of youth around him. His face was handsome and his body was growing tall. His skin, which was the color of wheat, was the exact shade that young maidens growing up in fishermen villages liked. This was the first time that Lu Huifeng had spent time alone with Yu Hang. She didn't know what to do with herself and the words that came out of her mouth were jumbled and a little nonsensical. Yu Hang spent more time with people on a day-to-day basis, so, in comparison, he was much more calm and collected. He smiled, "Auntie is being too polite. Let's not even talk about the good relationship between my father and your father. As fellow villagers, we're always willing to help each other when another person comes across a problem as long as we can. You should take these 2 chickens back." Who would have thought that Xiao Xiao's older brother, who usually looked quite taciturn and quiet, had quite a way with words. When she raised her head to look at him and saw the gentle smile on his face, Lu Huifeng felt her face burn even hotter. She silently scolded herself for being a dummy. They were both well acquainted with each other, so there was nothing to be shy about. "Can't do that. These chickens are a sign of my family's sincerity to yours. If you don't take them, I'll take it as a sign that you want to distance yourselves from us." Lu Huifeng didn't allow him to make any other excuses and marched into the Yu family's back courtyard to put away the chickens. The Yu family's back courtyard had a fenced-up chicken coop and rabbit cages. Even Little Black's and Little White's dens were also in the back courtyard. She had a good relationship with Xiao Xiao, so she often helped them weed the garden and harvest vegetables. Thus, she was very familiar with the layout of the Yu family's residence. Despite Yu Hang's attempts to stop her, she placed the 2 little hens into the chicken coop and closed the gate. When she saw that the rabbits didn't have much food left, she took out 2 bundles of green grass and placed it in their cages. "Where's Little White?" Usually when Lu Huifeng went into the back courtyard, that little proud white dog would always give her a look of disdain. If she tried to tease him, he would even bare his teeth at her. Little Black had a much better temper. In fact, Little Shish too often pulled on the black dog's mouth here and there and he never got angry. Instead, he would also play along. That fellow is quite smart. When he found out that Xiao Xiao couldn't bring him along to the prefectural city, he got angry and ran up into the mountains to find his father, Big Gray. "It's fine. Ever since that pack of wolves came down the mountain last year and got destroyed, there haven't been any savage beasts around the mountain." Yu Hang watched as Lu Huifeng entered the back courtyard and fed the rabbits and prepared the chicken feed. He also hurriedly went up to help as he inwardly exclaimed that Lu Huifeng was a hard-working little lass. After adding some water into the chicken coop, Lu Huifeng was just about to leave when she saw the little roe deer called Tiny romping about in the vegetable fields. She was afraid that the animal might trample the vegetable and stealthily went over. When the little roe deer wasn't aware, she caught it and held it in her arms. Perhaps it was because she had fed her home's chickens today with feed containing mystic stone water, but the little roe deer didn't try to flee when she came closer. It was only after that it was caught in her arms and turned its head back to look that the animal was startled. The little fellow froze for a second before it started to struggle. The little roe deer had a surprising amount of strength and easily broke out of the confines of Huifeng's arms. Oh no, Lu Huifeng knew that the Yu family's siblings all adored the little roe deer. She was afraid that the roe deer might hurt itself, so she inadvertently let out a cry of alarm when it leapt out of her arms. However, it was a false alarm. In midair, the little animal rotated its body 360 degrees and lightly landed on the ground. Within a blink of an eye, it ran into its little den and hid behind the building to look at her. If the little roe deer could talk, it would definitely let out a long sigh of relief and say, "Oh my goodness. I was almost caught by a human. The master was truly right, I need to be cautious every moment." When Madame Lu got back home, it was just in time for her to see her oldest son escorting a little girl out of the gate. The little girl's face was flushed a bright red and she seemed a bit shy. After looking a bit closer, she realized that it was Xuanju's Huifeng. Madame Lu went into the back courtyard and saw that both the chickens and rabbits had been fed. Furthermore, last night, the wind blew hard and the trellis for the cucumbers had fallen over. Now, the trellis had been rebuilt and standing tall. After asking around, she found out that Huifeng was the person that fixed it. That night, when Yu Hai got home, Madame Lu couldn't help but ask her husband, "Isn't brother Xuanju's eldest daughter about the same age as Xiaoxia?" "Ah. Yup, our oldest was born at the start of that year, and his daughter was born at the end of that year." "Why are you asking about this?" Every day Yu Hai went back and forth between the prefectural city and Dongshan village. In addition, he was also in charge of slaughtering pigs, so he was quite busy. His youngest daughter had begged him to hire someone from the village to help. However, he felt like there was nothing much to do these days. The family had Madame Lu and Yu Hang to keep an eye of things, so he was more than able to keep up with the work. Thus, he decided to not take her advice for now. Once it was time to harvest the wheat next year, he would have to supervise his family's farmstead as well as the young royal prince's 800 mu plantation. By then, it wouldn't be too late to hire someone to help. Madame Lu pursed her lips and smiled. After the New Year's passes, our family's Xiaoxia will be 14. He's the oldest in the family and in the future will be the head of the family. We need to start considering his future marriage prospects early. Furthermore, we have to make sure our eyes are wide open when picking out brides for him. We need to find a girl who is hardworking and generous and avoid someone like Madame Li or Madame Xiang. Women like them, who only know how to be lazy and take advantage of others, would only cause a lot of unnecessary trouble for the family. We need to make sure the family will be peaceful and in harmony in the future. Yu Hai was a bit hesitant, so he asked, isn't it a bit too early to start considering marriage for him? Xiaoxia is only 13 years old and we've only had a better situation with our family in these past 2 years. He's only started hitting his growth spurt and still looks like a large child. How is it too early now? It's not like we're trying to get him married this instant. We first need to look at the prospects among our close friends to see if there are any suitable maidens and give the two children some opportunities to interact with each other. If they end up liking each other, then we can start discussing a possible engagement. This would likely take at least 2 to 3 years of work. By that time, our oldest son will be around 16 to 17, which is the perfect time to get married. Madame Lu silently lamented in her heart. In a flash, all of her children were getting older and she was slowly getting older as well. Yu Hai scratched his head and said, how about we wait until I get Xiaoxia's opinion in 2 days? I'm afraid that he's still too young and doesn't see girls that way. Oh right, so why did you suddenly start thinking of this today? Today, brother Xuanju's Huaifang came over to give us 2 little hens. I wasn't home at that time, so Xiaoxia was the one who invited her in. That child Huaifang is truly a hardworking little lass. When she saw that our family's chickens and rabbits hadn't been fed yet, she quickly made sure to give them their food. She even fixed up the cucumber trellises that had fallen over yesterday night. When Xiaoxia was escorting her out, the little lass had her head lowered and looked shyly at our son. Do you think that Huaifang is somewhat interested in our son? We can't let this type of talk out as it can affect that little girl's reputation. Yu Hai thought about his son, who resembled his wife. His son had a finely sculpted face and was growing quite tall. Everyone who saw him complimented with the phrase, a good-looking young fellow. It probably wasn't a lie that his son was a good prospect. Madame Lu glared at him and indignantly said, do I need you to remind me? Aren't we talking behind closed doors right now? Our family's Xiaoxia has a good height and also handsome looks. Furthermore, his family's situation is not bad. I'm also not someone who would be an evil mother-in-law to my future daughter-in-law. Whoever marries into our family will truly fall into the honeypot. Yu Hai guffawed, are there people like you who compliment themselves so much? Madame Lu stretched out a hand to pinch Yu Hai's side as if she was trying to be fierce. However, that image was soon shattered when she couldn't hold back her giggles. Was there anything I said that was not right? However, we really need to make sure we get our oldest son's marriage settled sooner rather than later. Everyone says that the eldest sister-in-law is like a second mother. We need to find someone who will be fair and reasonable, so she'll treat Xiaoxiao and the other siblings well. She had already thought about the other girls in the village who were around the same age as her son. The village chief's youngest granddaughter was younger than her son by 2 years and had been pampered since she was little by her grandfather and grandmother. At the age of 11, she still had an innocent manner like a little porcelain doll. How could she possibly take up the mantle of being the eldest sister-in-law? The Zhou family's Zhou Shanhu was good buddies with Xiaoxiao and Xiaolian, so they wouldn't have to worry about their relationships with her in the future. However, that lass was a bit carefree and wasn't always careful with her words. She wasn't a reliable girl. And then there was Zheng Xiaoqui, who had recently come over more recently to the Yu family to play. Although the girl had decent looks, she was full of petty thoughts. In a glance, Madame Lu could tell that she had a selfish nature at heart. Most of the Yu family's businesses and wealth was all created by her youngest daughter, so, in the future, the Yu family would not stint on her dowry. If Xiaoxiao had a selfish eldest sister-in-law, then she would definitely be unhappy by the size of Xiaoxiao's dowry when the time came. After weighing all of the possible prospects in the village, it was still brother Xuanju's daughter who was the most suitable. Although she wasn't the most beautiful, she still could be considered quite pretty and cute. She had an egg-shaped face and eyebrows curved like willow leaves. Her eyes were also not too large nor too small, her only flaw was that her lips were on the thicker side. However, everyone always said that girls with thicker lips had good personalities and good fortunes. Outer looks were only secondary. Huaifang was also a hardworking little girl. It was said that the reason why the Lu family decided to raise all of those chickens was because that lass came up with the idea. In fact, she even especially came over to ask Xiaoxiao for advice. Furthermore, she did almost all of the work in raising those 200-some chickens and she was very good at handling all of the details. Even Xuanju's wife didn't need to do much with the chickens. Before she was occupied with raising chickens, Huaifang also brought her younger sister and brother along to cut fishwood for the piggery. Between the 3 of them, they managed to earn a couple hundred copper coins in a month. In addition, brother Xuanju had a good relationship with her husband. Both of them were also realistic men and knew where their roots came from. The more she thought, the more Madame Lu thought that the last Huaifang was a pretty good match with her son. Yu Hai noticed that his wife was tossing and turning on the Kong bed as if she was a pancake being flipped around. It was obvious that she was having trouble falling asleep, so he quickly intervened, don't think too much. Our son is still young and maybe in a couple of years he'll have his own ideas and find someone he likes, right? Although they say that parents and the matchmaker should choose the child's partner, we also need to consider whether our son wants to marry the girl or not, right? When Madame Lu heard her husband's opinion, she thought he was right. It didn't matter if she thought the girl was good or not. If her son didn't like her, she couldn't force him to marry her, right? However, at this time her son still wasn't interested in pursuing girls, so she needed to strike early and advise him. He needed to know that finding a wife shouldn't be based on the girl's looks alone, her personality was the most important part. The next morning, Madame Lu called her son over and secretly hemmed and hawed over the matter. At first, Yu Heng didn't quite understand what his mother was talking about. Later on, once his mother became more blunt, his face started flushing a bright red. He exclaimed, "Mother, how old am I right now? Before I turn 16, I won't even be thinking about finding a wife." Madame Lu slanted a look at her son and blandly stated, "I'm not telling you to decide on your future wife right now. I only want you to start considering your options. If there's anyone you like and is a good choice, we can strike when the iron is hot and start negotiating with the other family. That way we can avoid all of the good prospects being stolen by other people in the future. Are there any capable men who are unable to find wives? Even Uncle Ergo was able to find a wife despite his poor character, so why should we worry? Mother, if you have nothing better to do, you can go into the prefectural city to look around. Our family's braised food shop has been open for about 2 months now, yet you don't even know what's happening there." When the topic of the conversation came to the prefectural city's braised food shop, Madame Lu's attention was immediately refocused on it. She sighed and said, "It's not as if you don't know either. Our family will be selling vegetables until the first frost comes and your father spends all his time going back and forth between here and the prefectural city. But someone needs to keep an eye at home. If I'm not doing it, how is that okay? Ah?" Yu Heng laughed, "Mother, isn't there still me at home? Right now the weather is gradually getting colder, so fewer and fewer people are coming over to sell seafood. Third uncle alone should be able to handle it. Thus, I can help you keep an eye on things at home. If you don't feel comfortable with me alone, isn't there also Xiaolian? Ah?" Around half of the pigs in the piggery had already been used and we already have 2 storehouses filled full of fishwort, so Xiaolian can also find some time to help us here. How about the next time father goes into the prefectural city, you also go along and take a look. The Yu family's vegetables were all more cold-hardy than other people's. Other people's cucumbers and string beans all started to freeze right after the start of autumn, yet the Yu family's vegetables were still able to grow without problems. The front courtyard spinach, lettuce and mustard greens were still as tender and delicious as before. There were also a few other vegetables that were growing out of season that still flourished in their garden. There was a limited amount of vegetables the Yu family could produce, so they were only able to supply Junsho restaurant and a few other families they were familiar with in town with them. There were a lot of families in town that didn't lack money. All of them complained that the Yu family didn't plant enough vegetables for them to buy a portion. Yu Hai and Yu Xiaoxiao discussed this matter together and wondered if they could take a portion of the 100 or so mu they had on their farmstead and use it to plant some vegetables in the future. Although raising vegetables was more tiring than grain crops, it was more profitable as well. After hearing her son's advice, Madame Lu thought about the family's situation. The front and the back of the west side of the courtyard were all planted with autumn vegetables, while the east side of the courtyard all had the usual matrons helping out to harvest. Normally, she only helped to weigh the vegetables and count the money. Her son should be able to handle everything on his own. Madame Lu was still not completely convinced, so she stepped back and had her son manage everything on his own for a few days. She discovered that her son was even more nimble than she was and better at calculating receipts. Thus, she relaxed completely. One day, at the end of October, Madame Lu sat on the cart that transported live pigs to the prefectural city and entered the prefectural city for the first time in her life. At around 9 in the morning, the Yu's braised food shop in the prefectural city was full of people buying braised food. It had been almost 3 months since the store opened and the Yu family's shop was becoming more and more popular with every passing day. At the start, they only braised 1 pig a day, but now even braising 2 pigs a day wasn't necessarily enough for the demand. Every single part of the pig, from its head to its feet, was used in their braised food. Not a single part was wasted, including the head, trotters, and innards. After being braised, each part of the pig had its own unique flavor. The ones that sold the quickest were the braised pig's head meat, pig's trotters, and offal. This was because the price was more suitable for the common people, yet the flavor wasn't worse than the other cuts of meat. Thus, all of the commoners in the area loved those braised ingredients the most. Although the prefectural city was a large place and didn't lack butchers selling meat, the vast majority of the animals had to be imported into the city. Furthermore, the price of meat had risen compared to previous years. For example, in years past, pork at its highest was only around 30 some copper coins a catty. This was the year after the disaster, so the price of pork in Tanggu town had risen to around 100 or so copper coins a catty, whereas, in the prefectural city, the cheapest pork available was around 80 to 90 copper coins a catty. The commoners in the prefectural city had a higher standard of living compared to those living in Tanggu town. However, most of them had to think for a while if they wanted to eat a meal with meat. Only after grimacing and tightening their belts could they have a dish with meat in it at their dinner table. Usually, most families wouldn't buy a pig's head or intestines from the butcher even if they really craved meat. This was because no matter how they prepared it, there was always an odd smell and taste to the finished dish that made it hard to swallow. However, the unpopular parts of a chicken and pig, at the Yu family's shop, were now delicacies that tempted a person's gluttonous monster. Pig's head meat, trotters, and intestines that had been braised were all immensely delicious at an affordable price. Regular braised pork cost around 130 to 150 copper coins a catty, whereas the pig's head meat, trotters, and intestines were around 50 to 60 copper coins a catty. This price was definitely affordable for most commoners. Even a normal family could afford to buy some every 3 to 5 days to sat their desire. In fact, many people who lived in nearby towns would also buy some when they were in the prefectural city to take back home to eat. Thus, the Yu family's braised pig's head meat, trotters, and innards were blazingly popular and people rushed to buy it. There was never enough to satisfy the demand. Furthermore, Yu Xiaosao wasn't in the prefectural city at this time, so the Lu family could only wait on disappointed customers every day without knowing what to do. Lu Junping, on the other hand, had a sharp, flexible mind. He secretly investigated all of the nearby butchers and meat vendors in the prefectural city and found out that when their business was good, they could sell around 2 pigs worth of meat a day. When their business was not as good, they could still sell out 1 pig's worth of meat in 2 days. Furthermore, all of these butcher shops and meat vendors had the pig's head, trotters, and offal left over as well. He went back to discuss with his parents what he had discovered. The 3 of them came to a conclusion and Lu Hu went out with his son to make a long-term business deal with these butchers and meat vendors. At the price of 3 copper coins a catty, they would buy all of the pig's heads, trotters, and intestines from them. One pig had around 20 to 30 catties of meat in its head, trotters, and offal. Thus, the owners of these butcher shops and meat vendors could make an additional 100 or so copper coins in income per pig. Why wouldn't they happily sign such a cooperative agreement? From then on, Lu Junping was in charge of buying and transporting these extra ingredients back to the shop. Every day, he drove the donkey cart to all of the nearby butchers and meat vendors to pick up the ingredients and was always able to get around 7 to 8 pigs worth of heads, trotters, and offal. Preparing these ingredients wasn't an easy task. Yu Kaifeng and her daughter not only had to braise food every day but also roast and smoke ducks, chickens, and geese for the shop's more high-class offerings. They were so busy that they ran around like headless chickens every day. In order to prepare the extra pig's heads, trotters, and offal, they often worked very late each day. Luckily, Yu Xiaosao didn't spend a long time in Dongshan village. When she got back, she saw that her oldest aunt and older cousin had sunken-in eyes, prominent dark circles, and exhaustion carved into their bodies. Right then and there, she made the executive decision. They were going to hire a few people to be in charge of handling these hard-to-prepare ingredients in the future. Yu Xiaosao also reorganized the work at the braised food shop from top to bottom. She first personally made a big batch of braising spices and had them all ground up into a fine powder. The finished blend was then stored in a large ceramic jar. By doing this, it made it easier to weigh out the proper amount of spices needed to braise 1 catty of meat. That would save her the work of making more braising spices in the future. As for cooking the roasted duck, roasted chicken, saltwater duck, and smoked meats, Yu Xiaosao taught all of her methods to her older female cousin, Lu Yanner. These foods weren't difficult to make as long as the person doing it had a good grasp on the ingredients and controlled the heat properly. Lu Yanner was also a smart child and was quick with her hands. After half a month, most people, other than the picky old gluttons, couldn't taste the difference between the food that she had made versus the ones that Xiaosao had made. Since she was also in charge of food that they limited sales of every day, she actually didn't have to spend too much time crafting it. Thus, she spent the remaining time in the day helping to sell braised food. Oldest aunt, Yu Kaifeng, was in charge of braising every single type of braised food every day. There were 4 giant pots in the store that were simmering from dawn to dusk without rest. After Lu Junping was done bringing back the pig's heads, trotters, and offal back, he also helped his mother wash and chop the meat and light the fire. When the store was busy, he also helped with the cashier's job, weighing meat and handling money. Lu Hu was in charge of buying pigs in areas that weren't as badly affected by the locust plague. The pigs were slaughtered at the site and then transported back to the shop. Every day he was busy from dawn until dusk. Sometimes, when he traveled a bit further than usual, he had to stay overnight and come back the next day. They ended up hiring 2 nearby matrons who had skilled hands and were willing to work hard to prepare the pig's head meat, trotters and offal. Each person got a wage of 30 copper coins a day, which was the same amount an adult man doing hard labor for a whole day could get. Both of these 2 matrons had somewhat difficult situations at home. One of them had a mother-in-law who had to take medicine all year long, while the other woman's husband had broken his leg 2 years ago doing work and was still having trouble walking now. Although prepping the pig's heads, trotters and intestines was hard and dirty work, the most important factor was the amount of money they made. These 2 women didn't have the strength and endurance to do a man's hard labor, yet they could get the exact same salary doing this work. Even if they didn't want to do it, there would be many other people standing in line for this job. When they were picking these 2 to hire, Yu Xiaosao and her oldest paternal aunt's entire family secretly investigated their backgrounds for a long time. Both of these matrons were honest and simple and their families were the same. The braised food shop's business was very good and there were a lot of people eyeing it. However, when their store opened, the prefectural magistrate and the royal prince were there to show their support. Thus, those jealous people couldn't do anything at the moment. As time passed, it was more likely that they would do more behind-the-scenes sabotage instead. The Yu's braised food store had recipes that everyone wanted. Whether it was for the roasted chicken, roasted duck, or braised food, any of those secret methods could help someone make a fortune. Thus, as the braised food shop continued to grow, they would definitely need to hire more people. It was important that they carefully consider who to hire to avoid hiring someone who had ulterior motives. Next door, the Yu's pickled vegetable store had also opened for business. Most of the salted and pickled vegetables in the shop were bought wholesale from Xiaozhong's pickled vegetable stand in Tanggu town. Currently, most of the products at Xiaozhong's pickled vegetable stand were made with Xiaosao's recipes, so their taste was guaranteed to be good. In addition, Yu Xiaosao also produced a few more secret recipes for the Yu's pickled vegetable store. These products were all personally made by her and all had unique flavors. Not long after it was first opened, the business at the Yu's pickled vegetable store was doing as well as the braised food shop. There were also issues with the business doing too well. Yu Xiaoxiao spent every day in the picked vegetable shop, weighing the vegetables and handling the money. It got to the point that her voice became hoarse from interacting with the customers and she started sounding like a duck quacking. It wasn't a pretty sound. When Madame Lu came over to the prefectural city for a visit, she also started helping out at the pickled vegetable store. Originally, she was only planning on staying one day before going back. However, she ended up spending more than half a month there helping out and was unable to leave. When Zhu Junyang was heading back to the capital, he stopped by the prefectural city to check up on her. At that time, Xiaoxiao, who originally had a small and thin face, now looked as if she didn't have an extra ounce on her. Her chin was so sharp that it looked like it could stab a person to death. Zhu Junyang felt his heart hurt seeing her like this. He raised his hands to his chest and was puzzled. Just when did I get an internal injury here? In the past, I never had problems with chest pangs, but why is it happening so often now? That's not okay. When I get back to the capital, I need to have an imperial physician inspect me carefully. I don't want to suddenly die early. Zhu Junyang stood silently across the street from the Yu family's braised food shop and pickled vegetable shop. He mutely watched as the figures inside the stores ran back and forth as if he was spellbound by the sight. By the time it was noon, the customers at the braised food shop and pickled vegetable shop left. Everyone working there let out a sigh of relief. Yu Xiaoxiao used a wet cloth to wipe her hands before she took off the flowery apron. She shook out both her arms and legs to relax. When she raised her head, she saw Royal Prince Yang across the street, so she hurriedly ran out of the shop and grinned in welcome. Young Royal Prince, when did you come over? Come inside the residence and rest a bit. Royal Prince Yang silently nodded his head and went through the main gate next to the braised food shop. The front courtyard was now very neat and tidy. There was a small tiled road in the middle of the courtyard and on both sides were gardens. One side was planted with all sorts of green vegetables while the other side was currently growing autumn vegetables. All of the plants were flourishing in the gardens. Zhu Junyang quirked up the corners of his lips. I just knew with this lass around that she wouldn't let a single inch of land go to waste. He walked in further and the main residence had osmanthus trees planted on both sides of the building. Both trees were dotted with tiny yellow flowers all throughout, resembling tiny stars. The dense, sweet fragrance of the flowers wafted throughout the main courtyard. As he carefully smelled the air, he detected the pungent and tantalizing aroma of meat coming from the inner courtyard. Zhu Junyang stopped moving and changed his direction to the small gate at the side. Yu Xiaoxiao tried to stop him. Young Royal Prince, we braise all of the meat in the inner courtyard, so it's a bit of a mess back there. How about you rest in the main courtyard? It's not a problem. This prince just wants to see just how exactly you guys braise such delicious meat. What, are you afraid that I'll steal your secret methods? Zhu Junyang raised an eyebrow and slanted a look from his phoenix eyes at her. A smile graced his lips that made him look devilishly handsome and vaguely seductive. When confronted with such a stunningly handsome man, Yu Xiaoxiao was almost unable to control herself and barely managed to keep the saliva from dripping out of her mouth. She chuckled dryly and then said, Your Royal Highness, if you really want the secret recipe, I will gladly present it to you with both hands. After hearing the little lass's flattering remarks, Zhu Junyang suddenly felt like the weather and surroundings were incredibly pleasing today. He deepened the smile on his lips and snorted, What would this prince do with your secret recipe? I have no interest in making small change like you are. This was the guy who had brought back countless treasures from the Western Hemisphere. Every single item from the West was worth quite a bit of money. For example, the pocket watch that Zhu Junyang gifted Xiaoxiao was priced at 5,000 taels at his treasure pavilion, yet they had all been sold out within half a year. The cost of buying one of these pocket watches in the West was only around a dozen taels. This meant that every item that was sold at the prince's treasure pavilion made a few hundredfold in profits. There weren't many people in the capital who could compete with Royal Prince Yang's personal wealth at this point. In comparison, the Yu family's braised food shop made around 100 to 200 taels in profit every day. This wasn't a small sum, but in the eyes of the prince, it was merely small change. When he entered the inner courtyard, he looked through the wide-open kitchen door and saw 4 giant pots simmering over the fire. The dense smell of meat wafted out of the room and was even able to overcome the sweet scent of the osmanthus flowers. After noticing Yu Kaifeng and her son sweating buckets as they labored over the pots, Zhu Junyang frowned a bit and asked, Have all of you been working like this every day for all this time? With no time to rest? Looking at how much thinner her oldest paternal aunt had become, Yu Xiaoxiao whispered guiltily, The pickled vegetables shop is doing well. We just need one person to man the shop, and from time to time, we need to import some goods from Tenggu town. As for the braised food shop, oldest aunt must braise several hundred caddies of meat every day. We would help her whenever we have time, but oldest paternal aunt is still the one who is the most tired. Zhu Junyang glanced at Yu Xiaoxiao. She was already thin to begin with, but now she was as thin as a toothpick. His expression was full of anger as he said, You can just get a few more people to work in the shops. How much more would it even cost to get a few more people? Are you unwilling to spend a little extra to get more people? Yu Xiaoxiao shook her head and said with a bitter smile, The problem doesn't lie in the money. As you know, in our braised food business, the most valuable item is the recipe for the braised food. Since our business is booming, it will inevitably attract people with ill intentions. Therefore, my oldest paternal aunt would rather tire herself out than hire someone. Zhu Junyang looked at her as if she was an idiot. When did this prince say you should hire people? I'm talking about spending some money to buy a few servants. It won't cost you a lot of money either. If you aren't willing to spend, then I will buy some and send them to you. Buy people. The expression on Yu Xiaoxiao's face looked as if she had just seen a ghost. She was horrified at the idea of buying human beings. Oh, right, she wasn't in the 21st century right now. In this era, the selling and buying of humans was legal. During times of disaster, the sales of children and women was very common. After someone was bought and a life contract was signed, they would be servants of the buyer. During this era, the servants were treated harshly. Even if their owner beat them to death, the owner will bear no responsibility or suffer any consequences. Zhu Junyang frowned lightly as he stared at her. He didn't understand why she had such an expression on her face. He asked, "You don't have to worry about it. If you don't want to give them a monthly salary after buying them, then you don't have to. You can just provide them with 3 meals a day. Or could it be that you're not even willing to part with this little amount of money?" Yu Xiaoxiao smiled embarrassedly. "Do you think of me as such a stingy person? Money isn't the problem, it's just, I never expected that my family would be the ones to buy people one day." Zhu Junyang reprimanded her gently and said, "Look at how unconfident you are. This prince will send you a few maidservants later. In the future, when your business grows bigger, how can you manage everything by yourself? It's better to train some helpers early on." Yes, young royal prince is good at thoroughly examining the situation and thinking about the future. Thank you for reminding me. This little one will go to the kitchen and make a few delicious dishes to thank you. Yu Xiaoxiao put on an appeasing expression on her face. Zhu Junyang poked her forehead lightly with his finger. He jokingly scolded her, "Naughty girl. I won't be having my lunch here. I need to stop by the prefectural yamen. Then, this little one won't delay young royal prince any longer. When you return from the capital, this little one will free up some time and make you Buddha jumps over the wall again to thank you for your favor." Xiaoxiao acted like the palace eunuch in old palace dramas. She smoothed out her sleeves and bowed to him. Head steward Lu's mouth twitched at the scene. If Miss Yu was a guy, she would definitely be able to make a name for herself if she entered the palace as a eunuch. Her expression and portrayal of palace eunuchs was perfect. Could it be that she had learned these things last time when she was summoned to the palace for the young imperial prince? Miss Yu was truly odd. She was a young lady, but instead of learning from the way the palace maids and the imperial concubines acted, she learned these useless things. There were a lot of people present when he ate Buddha jumps over the wall last time, so there wasn't enough for everyone. This was especially true for great scholar Yuan, who acted like a hungry ghost. He scrambled around madly to rob people's food, regardless of the other party's identity. When he got back to the capital, he must visit Prime Minister Yuan and tell him that no matter how difficult their family situation was, he couldn't treat his father so harshly. With great scholar Yuan, that old gluttonous foodie present, how could he have an enjoyable meal? Therefore, Zhu Junyang was very happy about how tactful Yu Xiaoxiao was being. He was so happy that even his footsteps became lighter. In the afternoon, business was so busy that they didn't even have time to rest. When it was time for dinner, everyone was so tired from working that they had no appetite. They just boiled a pot of noodles, got some braised meat and pickled vegetables from the store, and ate a simple dinner. It had only been 3 months since the grand opening of their shops, but Yu Xiaoxiao could see that everyone had lost a lot of weight. They had to be on their feet from morning to night, performing high-intensity physical labor that even Iron Man couldn't do. She was more resolute on her decision to buy a few people. "Shopkeeper Yu, is Miss Yu here?" She had just put down her bowl, when a stranger's voice could be heard from the front courtyard. Yu Hai had returned to Dongshan village, so Yu Xiaoxiao could only reinvigorate herself and drag her tired body to the front courtyard. The man was dressed in an indigo robe and had a goatee on his shrewd face. When he saw Yu Xiaoxiao, he smiled and said, "Miss Yu, I wonder if you remember this humble servant." This humble servant is a steward working for the prefectural magistrate. Yu Xiaoxiao revealed a surprised expression. No wonder this man seemed familiar. She had seen him when he handed over the shop. This man was originally the shopkeeper for a shop owned by the prefectural magistrate. If she recalled correctly, his surname was Shu. So it turned out to be shopkeeper Shu. "It's already quite late. Why did the prefectural magistrate send you here?" Yu Xiaoxiao asked politely as she secretly pondered over his motive for coming here. When shopkeeper Shu stepped to the side, Yu Xiaoxiao noticed that there were 2 men and 2 women standing behind him. Yu Xiaoxiao appeared even more confused as she looked at shopkeeper Shu with a puzzled expression. Shopkeeper Shu finally revealed his motive for coming here as he deepened his smile and said, "This afternoon, the royal prince came to my master's estate to inquire about the most well-known trafficker matron in the city. He said he wanted to buy a few people. This family of 4 was personally chosen by Royal Prince Yang for you. The older 2 are a couple, and they have 2 children. The husband is 33 years old and the wife is 31 years old. Their older daughter is 15 years old and the younger son is 13 years old. Royal Prince Yang has already investigated their background. They have a clean background. They're used to hard labor and can endure hardships. Try to use them first, and if you feel that they're unsuitable, then you can just sell them off. He will pick a few useful ones from Prince Jing's estate." For Royal Prince Yang to treat the Yu family with such kindness by personally helping them pick out a few people, it seemed that the Yu family held an important place in Royal Prince Yang's eyes. The prefectural magistrate told him they must have a good relationship with the Yu family, and they mustn't slight them. While shopkeeper Shu was speaking, Yu Xiaoxiao had been observing the family standing behind him. Although the man wasn't tall, he looked like an honest man with good strength. The woman also had an honest expression on her face as she stood there with her head down and hands slightly shaking. The little girl had a nice appearance. Her eyes were crystal clear, but her hands were rough. At first glance, it seemed like she was accustomed to hard work and labor. The 13-year-old boy was almost the same height as his father. He also appeared honest and simple. "Can you tell me why you would sell yourselves?" Selling themselves meant that they would be second-class citizens for their entire life. They had to obey other people's commands. In addition, their grandchildren and future generations cannot participate in the imperial examinations. This was equivalent to burying the future of their future generations. The man stepped forward and replied, "My name is Huang Dachui. We lived in Linda village, which is more than 50 kilometers south of the prefectural city. Originally, our family had 10 mu of core land, so we were able to barely make ends meet. But this spring, a steward working for old Master Wang in our village had taken a fancy to my daughter and asked her to be his concubine. We were unwilling, so he found a group of local ruffians to destroy our house. The ruffians had beat my father until he was seriously hurt, and my mother is now bedridden from anger. Last year was a disaster year, and my family endured until spring with much difficulty. But who would have thought we would encounter such trouble? In order to treat my parents' illness, I sold all the land that my family owned. However, my father and mother still didn't make it. After taking care of my parents' funeral, I took my family to the prefectural city to rely on some relatives and to avoid the steward from the Wang family. When we arrived here, we found out that our relatives' family had moved away. The steward from the Wang family brought a group of people and chased after us. We didn't have any choice, so we decided to sell ourselves. Huang Dachui was ashamed that he was unable to protect his family and also for making this decision. Father, it's all daughter's fault for causing the downfall of the whole family. Daughter is willing to be steward Wang's concubine. The girl's delicate and pretty face was filled with tears. The rims of her eyes were red, and her fists were clenched tightly. Shut up, how many times have I told you not to mention this matter again? None of steward Wang's concubines had a good ending. If a father sold off his daughter to save his life, is he still considered to be a human? Huang Dachui frowned and appeared mournful. The young girl looked at her younger brother who was slightly taller than her and cried, but if we sell ourselves, then younger brother can't continue studying. Younger brother's teacher said that he is very talented. If he continued studying hard, then he might even be able to receive a high rank in the imperial examination. I don't want to ruin my brother's future because of my selfishness. Sister, don't talk about it anymore. Haven't we discussed this before? Do you think I'll be able to feel at ease if I used your life to exchange for my future? I don't want that kind of future. No wonder the young boy's hands were less calloused, and his skin was much fairer than his family's. It turned out that he had been studying for a few years. Yu Xiaoxiao carefully observed the family for a while and realized that the people the young royal prince had selected were quite reliable. She was finally able to cut in their conversation. Why don't you discuss the matter again as a family and then give me a definite answer? Huang Dachui's son looked at her firmly and said, there's no need for further discussion. We have been bought by your family and we have already signed the slave contract. In the future, our family will be your servants. You can use us as you please. Shopkeeper Shu hurriedly delivered the slave contract to her and said, the seller said that these people haven't been trained yet. They don't know how to properly speak or do things according to the rules. How about, let me send them back and find a few people that are more suitable for you. Yu Xiaoxiao took the contracts and shook her head gently, there's no need. They are good enough. Listen, my family doesn't have many rules, but we need people with good character, capable of working, and listens well. If you work honestly, then we definitely won't maltreat you. If you steal or act dishonestly, then I can only apologize and ask you to return from where you came from. The four people listened and promised that they would work hard. Shopkeeper Shu's mission was completed, so he left first. Huang Dachui, I want you to follow my father first and get used to the process. In the future, I will leave the job of transporting things from Dongshan village to you. Dachui's wife, I want you to follow my oldest paternal aunt and help her out with her chores. Huang Xiaomei, you can follow me and work at the pickled vegetables shop. Young miss, what about me? Huang Xiaohu asked softly. Yu Xiaoxiao glanced at him and said, my younger brother had just passed the county level exams this year. He doesn't have a book boy. In 2 days, I will bring you to Tanggu town. But, I don't know if Rongshuan Academy allows their students to bring their own book boy. Huang Xiaohu was excited. His master turned out to be a county official. He was even a student studying at Rongshuan Academy. If he was a book boy for his young master, wouldn't he be able to stand on the side and listen to the lectures at Rongshuan Academy? Rongshuan Academy was a place that all students from all around the world yearned to study at. He didn't expect that he would receive such a great honor to listen to a lecture at Rongshuan Academy. But his eyes suddenly dimmed again. So, what if he could go to Rongshuan Academy and listen to their lectures? He had sold himself off as a slave. There was no way he could take the imperial exams and gain scholarly honor for the rest of his life. Yu Xiaoxiao seemed to know what he was thinking and said softly, if your family works hard, then I will try to find a method to restore Xiaohu's status if he intends to take the imperial examinations in the future. The four people of the Huang family were not stupid. They clearly understood the meaning behind the young miss's words. If they could satisfy the young miss through their hard work, then the young lady would never treat them badly. Huang Dachui glanced at the 10 big pots of braised food in the rear court. Although Yu's braised food store had just opened 3 months ago, even he had heard of how delicious and fragrant their braised food was. The most important thing for making braised food was the secret recipe. Since they were bought by them, that meant they will probably find out the secret recipe for the braised food. In short, this meant that there was a slim chance their masters would release them. However, their son would be able to follow the Yu family's son to Rongshuan Academy as a book boy to study. If they could win the appreciation of their masters, then the best outcome would be that their young son will recover his status and continue his dream of studying. They were bought by the royal prince from the prefectural magistrate, which meant that the royal prince and the prefectural magistrate were backing this shop. The young miss appeared to be around 10 years old. Her younger brother was able to pass the county-level imperial exam at such a young age, and he was even studying at Rongshuan Academy, which had produced many top scorers and second placers in the imperial exams. His future achievements were boundless. As long as they were committed to their duties and stayed loyal, then their younger son's future wouldn't be worse off than right now as long as he studied hard. Huang Dachui was an honest and considerate man, but he wasn't wooden or inarticulate. His heart was full of excitement as he took in a deep breath and determinedly said, "Young miss, please be at ease. We definitely will live up to your trust and benevolence." Yu Xiaoxiao took in their expressions and was very satisfied with his response. She smiled slightly and said, "Your family can live in the rear side building in the back. The rear side building is separated in the middle. The west side is where we process the raw materials and it also functions as a warehouse. You can choose one of the 3 rooms on the east side and live there." "Oh right, you still haven't eaten lunch yet. Put your things down and come eat first." Huang Dachui took his wife and children through a small door in the east and arrived at the rear side building. He selected the room closest to the east side and put their spare clothes on the Kong bed inside the room. The room was very simple, there was only a Kong bed, a wooden table, and 2 small round stools. An empty wooden box was placed at the end of the Kong bed. It was probably used for storing clothes. Seeing his wife and children's overcautious expressions, Huang Dachui felt his heart constrict for them. He felt that he needed to remind his wife and children, "In the future, we will be the servants of this family. We must adhere strictly to the rules when we talk or do things." What our seller said was very reasonable. The most important thing is to stay loyal to our masters and not give in to greed. We need to work hard and fulfill the duties that our masters give us. We definitely won't be used to it at first, but you must remember to do more than you talk. You need to know what you're doing. Dachui's wife nodded her head honestly. Huang Xiaomei smiled excitedly and said, "Father, I understand what you just said." The young miss also said, "As long as we work hard and satisfy our masters, then younger brother can continue to study. Perhaps one day, he might be able to receive scholarly honors and bring honor to our ancestors. Father, you can be at ease. I won't drag my younger brother down." Huang Xiaohu's eyes were filled with tears. He sniffed his nose and said, "Father, actually, I don't mind if I'm able to study or not. You need to act within your strengths, I don't want you to work until you're exhausted because of me." Huang Dachui walked over, patted his son's shoulder gently, and said, "The young miss has already assigned us our tasks. The tasks are less tiring than the bitter hard labor in town. You can rest assured, our master's family doesn't seem to be the type that would mistreat their servants. Our family is relatively lucky. You should relax your mind and just serve their young master well. Come, let's not make our masters wait for us." When they returned to the rear courtyard, a pot of braised meat had just been served. The thick, fragrant scent of the meat entered their noses. Huang Dachui, who usually had good self-control, couldn't help but secretly swallow his saliva from the delicious scent. It was very fragrant, the rumors were indeed true. Huang Xiaomei quickly stepped forward to help Yu Kaifeng when she saw Yu Kaifeng exiting the kitchen with a pot of freshly braised meat. The two carried a large pot of braised meat to the front of the store. Yu Xiaoxiao secretly nodded her head when she saw this scene as she exited the kitchen carrying food. "Let's eat, it's late, so there's not much left. I had just taken some food from the store, so please bear with it for now." There were 2 dishes, one plate was braised seaweed with firm tofu and the other one was a platter of sliced braised pig heads meat and offal. The steamed buns were made from corn and white flour. Each steamed bun was as large as an adult man's fist, and there were around a dozen of them on the table. Huang Dachui hurriedly received the food from her hand and said in a terrified tone, "How can we make our young miss serve us food? You could have just ordered Xiaomei's mother to go get the food." "That's right, let me do it," Xiaomei's mother responded immediately. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded her head at her and revealed a soothing smile. "There is also a plate of braised food in the kitchen that is already sliced. The steamed buns are in the basket next to it. You can bring them out and serve it together. Most of the pots are being used, so there's no soup. I will have to wrong you guys by making you guys drink water for this meal. This is already very good." Xiaomei's mother went into the kitchen for a moment, but she only came out with a basket of steamed buns. She didn't dare touch the plate of braised food because in her opinion, such fragrant braised food was not something people like them could eat. If she had taken the dish meant for her master's family, then wasn't it blackening her son's future? "Isn't there another dish? Why didn't you bring it out together?" Yu Xiaoxiao asked casually. Xiaomei's mother's eyes widened in surprise. That plate of meat, is for us." Yu Xiaoxiao nodded her head and said to Xiaohu, "Yes. Xiaohu, go and bring the dish out." The plate piled high with braised food left a trail of fragrant and enticing aroma as it was taken from the kitchen and placed on the stone table in the courtyard. The 4 people in the Huang family felt their saliva secretion speeding up. They could no longer swallow their saliva fast enough. Huang Dachui rubbed his hands together and said in embarrassment, "This plate of food is quite costly, so it's a waste if you give it to us to eat. Young miss, we can just eat vegetarian dishes. Isn't it best if we leave this plate of meat to sell? I've already sliced the meat into pieces, how will I be able to sell it still? Let's consider this dish as our welcoming gift to you. Come and eat, you'll need to work later." Huang Xiaomei knew at first glance that the young miss had a pleasant personality. After she heard the young miss's explanation, she hurriedly put a steamed bun on her father's and younger brother's plates. She even helped them pick some meat to put on their plate. She said to Yu Xiaoxiao, "Young miss, this steamed bun is very beautiful. It has a golden color and it emits a slight fragrant scent. It doesn't look like it's made with bean meal." Yu Xiaoxiao smiled and replied, "It's made from a mixture of cornmeal and white flour." Cornmeal. Huang Xiaomei pulled apart the steamed bun and sniffed the insides gently. Her face was full of confusion. "Yes, Royal Prince Yang from the imperial court brought some corn seeds from the west. My family planted a few acres of corn seed, and the harvest was bountiful. After handing the seeds over to the imperial court, we still had some left. So, we just ground it and made it into cornmeal. We use the cornmeal to make steamed buns and porridges, the taste is pretty good. You guys eat, I'm going to the pickle shop to take a look." Yu Xiaoxiao knew that if she stayed, then the family would feel uncomfortable, so she used an excuse to leave. They waited until Yu Xiaoxiao's figure disappeared from the view. Huang Xiaomei excitedly took a big bite of the steamed bun and chewed it carefully. She didn't even wait until she swallowed it before she said, "It's delicious. It's more fragrant and delicious than the steamed buns we made from white flour for the New Year's. Father, mother, try it." Huang Xiaohu picked up the steamed bun and looked left and right. He muttered to himself, "Corn. Our master's family is truly generous to use something as expensive as corn to make steamed buns." Huang Dachui thought about it for a while and said, "These must be the food our masters eat. Since we arrived here so suddenly, they probably had no time to prepare." Xiaomei's mother said, "Husband, is it appropriate for us to eat the food our masters eat?" Huang Xiaomei picked up a piece of braised pork belly and put it in her mouth. It was so delicious that she almost cried. After she swallowed the food in her mouth, she smiled and said, "How is it not appropriate? This is the food the young miss rewarded us. I heard that in big households, the masters reward their leftovers to their servant girls and senior servants. Xiaohu, try this, it's so soft and fragrant." After hearing what her daughter had said, Huang Dachui finally relaxed. He picked up a large piece of pig head meat with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. His daughter wasn't lying, it was delicious. No wonder the Yu family's business was so good. "Father, the young miss is very generous. Just one plate of braised meat could be sold for quite a sum of money, yet she rewarded it to us. It seems that we shouldn't worry too unnecessarily. Our master is a good person." With just one meal, Yu Xiaoxiao was able to win over Huang Xiaomei's heart. She decided to work hard for her master's family. Xiaomei's mother ate some braised food and braised seaweed with firm tofu. She chewed the food carefully and sighed. She said softly, "This meal is even better than our family's New Year's meal. There are vegetables, meat, and even rice. The rice is not coarse. Is this our blessing?" Yu Kaifeng came out of the kitchen and overheard Xiaomei's mother's words. She smiled and said, "What are you saying? Rest assured, as long as you work hard, your days will only become better." The young miss had introduced this woman who was wearing a strange smock earlier. She was the young miss's aunt. All the delicious braised food from the shop was made by her. They stood up and greeted her. After she left, Huang Dachui said to his wife, "In the future, when you work under the aunt, you must be diligent. You need to rush to do all the dirty and tiring jobs. When the aunt is making braised food, don't go into the kitchen unless she tells you to. Don't talk about the braised food recipe. What's more, don't even think about stealing their recipe. Do you understand?" Seeing how solemn and serious her husband appeared, Xiaomei's mother nodded her head and said, "Husband, don't worry, I won't ask or even mention the secret recipe." After they finished eating supper, Xiaomei's mother cleaned the dishes and brought the clean dishes back into the kitchen. There was a burst of noise from the side gate. Lu Hu and his son had butchered a pig and carried it in. "Xiaoxiao, these people are..." When Lu Hu entered, he noticed the Huang family of 4, so he was a bit perplexed. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled at him. "The young royal prince saw that we've been extremely busy and sent us some helpers over. These people will reside in the small residence in the back. Uncle, let's first have Huang Dachui follow you around for a few days. When he becomes familiar with the route, you can give the task of buying and slaughtering pigs to him. Our shop should also have a head manager around to handle issues." Huang Dachui already called over his son and they both went up to start preparing the live pigs that Lu Hu and his son were working on. Lu Hu gestured with his head towards the horse cart outside, hinting that they should bring it to the back. Lu Hu observed that Huang Dachui looked honest and hardworking and was also very strong. He chuckled, "Oh ho, our little boss gave me a promotion from a procurer of goods to the head manager. I need to do my job well, otherwise I won't be able to live up to our little boss's expectations." Yu Kaifeng laughed and leveled a glare at him. "Are there any other elders like you? Stop speaking so much nonsense." Yu Xiaoxiao started giggling. "Uncle, what you said is wrong. This braised food shop is the cooperation between our two families, so you are also considered one of the bosses. Doing the head manager's work is only natural." These words were said for the sake of the Huang family. Before they bought servants, their stores were considered family businesses and they took care of everything. Now they had to make it clear to the 4 members of the Huang family who was considered an owner and manager to make sure they were respected properly. Her uncle was in charge of Huang Dachui and his son, who were both working very hard. From time to time, he would give them some pointers. Yu Xiaoxiao turned her attention to Huang Xiaomei, who was cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks. "Let's go, I'm going to tell you the prices of all of the pickled vegetables and you need to memorize them. In the future, you'll be in charge of selling pickled vegetables. Do you know how to do arithmetic?" Huang Xiaomei was 2 steps behind Yu Xiaoxiao and blindly followed her as she nodded her head. "I know how. My father taught me how to use the abacus." Yu Xiaoxiao glanced at her in surprise. There weren't a lot of girls who knew how to use the abacus. In a moment, when there were more customers in the store, she planned on testing this girl's ability. Half a caddy of beans brined in wine and a caddy of sweet and crispy radishes will be a total of 38 copper coins. Take good care, and if you think the food is good, feel free to come back next time. It wasn't a busy time in the store right now, so Madame Lu was able to handle the flow of customers by herself. After 2 years of practice, Madame Lu's gentle personality had been worked on and now she was an old hand at calculating totals. Yu Xiaoxiao poured a cup of water for her mother and gave it to her as she smiled. "Mother, it's been hard on you. You should go into the residence to rest a bit. Xiaomei and I will take over for you. There's nothing hard about this type of work. All I have to do is weigh out the pickled vegetables and handle the money. The tall chairs here in the shop are pretty good. When there's no one around, I can sit around and rest my legs. It's quite comfortable. Oh right, the shop's sweet and crispy radishes and pickled cabbage are very popular, so the vats are almost empty. The next time your father comes over to transport goods, have him bring 2 more vats over from Tanggu town. Madame Lu was quite used to managing businesses now and was able to think for herself. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at every single vat of pickled vegetable in the store and nodded her head. It's not only the sweet and crispy radishes. The marinated cucumbers, garlic pickled in sugar, and assorted pickled vegetables are all running low. It's too hard for father to go back and forth between Tanggu town and the prefectural city every day. If it was summer, he definitely wouldn't be able to keep up. How about, we hire someone from the village to help? What do you think? Xiaoxiao originally planned on having Huang Dachui take over her father's job, but when she saw that the shops here needed a person to personally manage them, she changed her plans. It looked like they still didn't have enough people to help out, so they needed to hire one more person. Madame Lu thought for a bit and then said, Yang Fan's wife once told me that your uncle Yang Fan had been fired by his previous boss and was looking for some suitable work. When I go back, I can ask if he's willing to do this job. Alright, Uncle Yang Fan is an honest person and he works very hard. If he's willing to do the job, we can give him a salary of 800 copper coins a month. The two matrons who were helping out in the back to clean and prepare the pig's head meat, Trotters and Offal, got around 20 copper coins a day, so 800 copper coins a month shouldn't be too little, right? Huang Xiaomei's eyes were wide open in shock and her mouth opened and closed a few times. Yu Xiaoxiao asked, what's wrong? If you want to say something, just say it. No need to stay quiet. Isn't a monthly salary of 800 copper coins a month a little too high? My father had once worked in town helping to do work for someone and only got around 400 to 500 copper coins a month. Huang Xiaomei thought that the young miss was being a bit too generous. Yu Xiaoxiao thought for a bit and then said, 800 copper coins a month isn't considered too much. After all, he has to travel regardless of what the weather is like. Transporting goods isn't an easy job. Xiaomei, your family will also get a salary. If you guys do well, you'll also get a bonus at the end of the year. In the capital, her godmother's head maid servants received a salary of 8 maces a month and the junior maids got 3 maces a month. The Huang family had just started, so they would each get 300 copper coins a month for now. A look of surprise crossed Huang Xiaomei's face. She had previously thought that since her whole family had been bought as servants, they could only do what the masters told them to. Since they were all considered the master's people, they couldn't even receive a salary. She never would have thought that even she could earn 300 copper coins a month as salary. The young miss was truly too generous and kind-hearted. However, the young miss didn't discuss this with the master, so would the master be angry when he found out they were going to get paid each month? Young miss, we're servants that were bought by your family. Are we really able to get paid too? Huang Xiaomei couldn't help but give her a reminder. Yu Xiaoxiao gently nodded her head and stated, all of you will be doing work, so naturally you will all get paid. Don't think of yourselves as a lower status. Have you seen the servants and stewards of the rich and wealthy? Although they are also servants, they are all incredibly proud and arrogant. That steward Wang, who was trying to force you, wasn't he just waving around his master's power and status for his own benefit? What does that Wang family have anyway? They just have a little extra bit of stinky money that they used to bribe a few officials in Yamen, that's all. Nothing to be impressed with. In the future, we'll open more branches of our braised food and pickled vegetable shop in the prefectural city and the capital. At that point, we don't even have to consider steward Wang, even the Wang family themselves will be coming over to fawn over us. How did the conversation get more off topic the more she talked? Regardless, everything she said was the truth. There was nothing special about the Wang family. If they dared to come over to cause trouble, the prefectural yamen was just across the street and they were no pushovers. That being said, apparently the prefectural magistrate's wife's 40th birthday celebration was the day after tomorrow. She needed to prepare some roasted ducks and roasted chickens for it. The prefectural magistrate had made it obvious that her family was under his protection. Although he was only doing this for the sake of Royal Prince Yang, she couldn't just take his goodwill for granted. She heard that the prefectural magistrate had originally planned on holding his wife's birthday celebration at Junshou Restaurant. Unfortunately, Junshou Restaurant's popularity had been sky-high and he wasn't able to reserve enough tables there. Thus, he could only invite a chef over to his own residence to hold the banquet there instead. Tomorrow, she needed to inquire the prefectural magistrate's head steward just how many tables they were having. Then, the day after tomorrow, she needed to work a bit harder. She wanted to give them a roasted duck and chicken for each table. Was that enough to show her gratitude? Perhaps she also needed to personally make a cake for the prefectural magistrate's wife too. Yu Xiaoxiao was just considering how to best return this debt of hers when a carriage stopped right in front of the Yu's braised food store. 2 charming girls around the age of 14 to 15 stepped down. Oh my, this is the store that our young miss opened. It smells so good. It's truly the work of our young miss. The young woman who was clothed in green raised her head to look at the sign at the front of the store and cheerfully blabbered. Next to her was a young woman dressed in pink who glared at her. Yang Liu, how many times do I have to tell you? Stop chattering so much about everything. We are currently the personal maid servants of our young miss, so we need to be more steady and not lose face for our master. Yang Liu grinned at her and her eyes suddenly landed at the pickled vegetable shop behind the other girl. Her eyes opened wide when she saw Xiaoxiao, who was wearing an apron, bustling around the shop. She yelled in surprise, Yingtao, look, isn't that our young miss? The Yu's pickled vegetable store. Every time I eat pickled vegetables that our young miss has made, I can eat an extra 2 bowls of congee. Yingtao scolded her in amusement, you're such an embarrassment. She followed Yang Liu's line of sight and, when she saw the familiar face, Yingtao also couldn't stay calm. She immediately forgot that she was previously scolding Yang Liu for not being steady as she lifted her skirts to run inside. She leaned over the counter to yell in a voice full of emotion, young miss. Yu Xiaoxiao lifted her head and saw Yingtao standing there, holding back tears. She was a bit flabbergasted, Yingtao, Yang Liu, when did you guys come over to the prefectural city? Did godmother come over too? Yingtao used a handkerchief to wipe the tears of her face as she replied in a voice that slightly trembled, "Milady didn't come, young miss, you're so cruel. You left the servants back at the residence and haven't even asked about us. It's been more than a few months since you left. We are your maid servants for a reason. In the future, wherever you go, we will go too." When their young miss left the capital, she didn't bring a single maidservant along. This caused them, her personal maidservants, to guard an empty courtyard while earning their wages. The other maids, who weren't previously chosen to be personal maids, always came around to say some sour remarks. They claimed that the young miss disdained them and that the young miss couldn't refuse the lady's good intentions, so she left without them. Furthermore, they opined that they weren't sure whether they could keep their positions the next time the young miss came back to the capital. If it wasn't for Linglong coming over often to supervise the courtyard and harshly scolding those other maids, they probably would have had to endure a lot more criticism. The last time the general came back to the capital, he mentioned that Xiao Cao had opened a store in the prefectural city and was so busy that she ran around all day and had gotten significantly thinner. He recommended that his wife send a few people over to help her. Yingtao and Yang Liu voluntarily came out to take on this task to go to the prefectural city to help their young miss. Yingtao had previously gone with her young miss to the imperial plantations and had described everything that had happened there to the other maids. Everyone was envious that she was able to go there with the young miss. This time, if she didn't strike first to grab the position, she might not be able to go to the prefectural city. Yang Liu had also been chosen to go because she had talent in cooking and had learned a few recipes from their young miss. The lady loved the young miss and decided to have Yang Liu be in charge of her daughter's food and drink, while Yingtao was in charge of everything else. Alright, look at you're sobbing just like a little crybaby. If you keep crying like that, you won't be pretty anymore. Quickly wipe those tears. Yu Xiaocao was also very happy to see Yingtao and Yang Liu. Yingtao suppressed her emotions and wiped the tears off her face. She noticed that there was a young girl behind Yu Xiaocao and had a bad premonition. "Young miss, who is she? I'm a servant that young miss bought." Huang Xiaomei regarded Yingtao and Yang Liu with unabashed curiosity. Both of these young women were dressed in such beautiful clothing and they had silver ornaments in their hair and silver bracelets on their wrists. In fact, they were dressed more grandly than the Wang family's young miss. The thing she found most surprising was that these two called themselves servants in front of the young miss. Were they, two girls dressed more beautifully and with more jewelry than the young miss herself, truly servants of the young miss? When Yingtao heard this, her emotions overtook her and tears gushed out of her eyes again. "Young miss. Do you really want to throw us away? You would rather buy a maid than bring us along with you?" Yu Xiaocao wanted to slap her head in exasperation. She never knew that Yingtao, who always looked lively and cheerful, was actually a crybaby. She explained somewhat tiredly, "Xiaomei was given to me by Royal Prince Yang. I'm training her so that she can take over the pickled vegetable store in the future. Don't worry, there's no one here who will try to take over your duties." After finding out that Xiaomei wasn't going to be the young miss's personal maidservant, the feeling of crisis within Yingtao's relaxed by more than a half. She wiped the tears off her face and asked, "Young miss, did you also give Xiaomei her name too? She also has a name related to trees." When Yingtao and the rest of the personal maids got promoted, they all asked their young miss to give them names. Yu Xiaocao felt that her own name too was based off of a tenacious plant, so she also decided to give plant-based names to her personal maids. Thus, the names were Yingtao Cherry Pippa Loquat Yangliu Willow and Wadunk Chinese Parasol Tree. Of the names, 2 of them were related to fruit-bearing trees and 2 were related to wood-bearing trees. In fact, all of the names given to her maids seemed a lot more elegant than her own. Yu Xiaocao refuted her guess. "No, Xiaomei was a name given to her by her parents. You two must be tired after sitting so long in the carriage. Make sure to rest well today and prepare yourselves. You guys will probably be very busy tomorrow and the day after tomorrow." Yang Liu somewhat timidly stated, "Young miss, do you want us to help you make braised food?" Although this servant had learned a few dishes from young miss while we were at the general's residence, my skills are nowhere near as good as your own. However, I will definitely do my best to learn and get better. Yingtao seemed to have set her sights on Xiaomei and stared at the other girl blatantly, as if she was trying to skewer her. She thought for a bit and then said, "I'm not very good at cooking, so I shouldn't help in the back kitchen with the food. Usually, this servant manages young miss's monthly finances and her clothes, so sums are no difficulty to me. I personally volunteer to help out at the pickled vegetable store." At first, Yu Xiaocao took Yingtao's request at face value and felt that since Xiaomei was new to everything, having Yingtao helping out was a good thing. Thus, she also agreed to Yingtao's request. Prior to dinner time, the business at the Yu family's 2 stores became hopping again. With Mizi's mother watching the 4 large braising pots in the back, Yu Kaifeng was a lot more free now. She noticed that Lu Yanner was incredibly busy at the shop front, so she went to the counter to also help receive customers. Although the business at the pickled vegetable shop was not as popular as the braised food shop, there was also a continuous line of customers there. The orders all asked for half a caddy of this and a caddy of that. At first, Xiaomei was a bit frazzled from the work, but later on she became more and more familiar with the flow of work in the store. Her abacus was soon clacking without stopping. However, the person next to her seemed to want to join in on the fun. Every time Xiaomei was just about to finish her calculations on the abacus, that person already stated the total to the customer. That person was Yingtao. Yu Xiaocao's plan was to let Huang Xiaomei practice for a few days. Once Xiaomei had a good grasp on how the business at the pickled vegetable store worked, then she could work independently. At first, she was just observing how Xiaomei's calculating skills were. Although Huang Xiaomei's ability at doing arithmetic in her head was on the poorer side, she was a skilled hand at using the abacus and very rarely had errors come up. As long as she continued to practice, Xiao Xiao would be able to hand the store's daily affairs to her and go off to do other needed tasks. However, the girl Yingtao seemed to be purposely making it more difficult for Huang Xiaomei. The maid showed off her skills at calculating sums in her head, which she had learned from the young miss, and never gave Huang Xiaomei the chance to reach the answer on her own. After this happened a few times, Huang Xiaomei started to get angry. She could also tell that this maid, who was dressed in clothing that was more fancy and beautiful than the young miss, was targeting her on purpose. Just what are you trying to do? Huang Xiaomei took advantage of a time when the shop didn't have any customers and turned around to confront Yingtao somewhat heatedly. Yingtao had an innocent look on her face. What's wrong? I'm just helping out in the store like the young miss said I could. You're too slow at using the abacus and there were so many people in the store. Isn't it right that I help you calculate the totals? If you were sincerely trying to help me, you could help with weighing out the pickled vegetables or handling the money and change. I admit that you are faster at calculating the total than I am, but I am only starting out at this type of business. Practice makes perfect and with familiarity you learn the trick. Don't you understand this type of reasoning? Huang Xiaomei was barely able to restrain her desire to rush up to Yingtao's face and rip off that innocent expression. She was definitely doing this on purpose, 100%. Yingtao quirked up an eyebrow. It was as if the angrier Xiaomei got, the happier she felt. She arrogantly replied, I'm sorry, I didn't bring a change of old clothing over. This set of autumn clothing was just made at the residence. If I got it dirty and needed to accompany young miss somewhere, I can't possibly wear dirty clothing and shame her, right? So, I can only stand far away. However, I can't just stand here and do nothing, so I can only help you calculate the sums. Who would have thought you wouldn't be grateful? Truly a waste of my good intentions. In terms of arguing, how could Huang Xiaomei be her opponent? Within a moment, she became so angry that her entire face turned red and tears of frustration welled up in her eyes. She managed to restrain her emotions as she angrily glared at Yingtao. Yingtao delicately patted her lips with the handkerchief in her hands and acted out a surprised expression. Oh my. I'm doing my best to help, yet you resent me for this. Are you going to be a tattletale and tell on me to the young miss? Although I haven't spent a long time with the young miss, I still have a closer relationship than someone like you who was just bought as a new servant. What do you think? Do you think the young miss will believe you or believe me? I will believe whoever is right. Yu Xiaoxiao came in with Yang Liu as they struggled to transport a large ceramic vat inside. After switching out the old vat of savory and spicy pickled tofu for the new, she raised her head to look at the two girls in the store and calmly replied. Yang Liu gave Yingtao a look that said, just what trouble are you causing now? Yingtao secretly glared back at her and then smiled at Yu Xiaoxiao. Young miss, this servant is helping younger sister Xiaomei calculate sums, yet she seems a bit unhappy because she thinks I'm stealing her work. Young miss, I only discussed this a bit with her but she suddenly started crying. Please punish me. Huang Xiaomei breathed heavily for a few times before she shrilly rebutted, that's not true. Young miss wanted me to practice more on the abacus to calculate sums, yet she likes to show off how good she is at doing arithmetic in her head. Every time I'm about to finish calculating, she says the total out loud. She's doing this on purpose. Yingtao replied in surprise, oh my. I only helped you because I saw there were a lot of customers here earlier and I was afraid that they would have to wait too long. It really wasn't out of malicious intentions. That being said, if you didn't tell me, how could I know that the young miss was trying to help you to become better at calculating sums? Yingtao even had a look of, why didn't you tell me earlier, on her face. Yu Xiaoxiao somewhat helplessly gave Yingtao a look before she interjected, normally you are quite generous and open-minded. How come you're causing trouble for Xiaomei today? When Yingtao heard this, her eyes turned red and she squeezed out a reply, young miss, you have a new servant now. Doesn't that mean you don't want me anymore? How could that thought possibly cross your head? Didn't I explain it to you earlier? Xiaomei will be solely in charge of the day-to-day management of the pickled vegetable store in the future and doesn't have any conflict with your current duties. Yingtao, you and Yang Liu and the other two are all my personal maidservants that I selected myself. What does personal maidservant mean? It means that wherever I go in the future, you will all go with me. You and Xiaomei are different. One of you will be helping with my daily needs while the other one will be helping my family take care of the shop. Everyone has their own duties, so why do you need to strive for favor? Although Yu Xiaoxiao's body hadn't reached the age of 12, the soul inside of her was over 30 years old. Seeing through Yingtao's inner thoughts and fears, who was only in her teenage years, was quite easy. After hearing the young miss's explanation, Yingtao felt her face turn bright red and sheepishly looked at Huang Xiaomei. She lowered her head and said, Xiaomei, I was the one at fault earlier. Let me apologize to you. In a bit, when more customers come, you only have to handle calculating the totals and handling the money, I'll weigh the pickled vegetables. Huang Xiaomei also wasn't a petty person who held on to grudges. She finally understood why Yingtao kept targeting her. It was because she was afraid of losing her position. Huang Xiaomei smiled openly at her and said, now that I know what was the issue, it's not a problem. If we're not busy, older sister Yingtao, you can check if the sums I'm calculating are correct. If it's more busy, then you can help handle the money and give the change to the customers. You're wearing such a beautiful set of clothes. If they got stained with soy sauce or other things, it'd be hard to wash off. Yingtao shook her head and said, it's okay. Young miss, I believe your cousin has a set of working clothes that she's not using. This servant will change into that and help. I will truly be helping this time. With enough people manning the shop, Yu Xiaoxiao could finally do other tasks. After Yang Liu pleaded to her, she took the maid to the kitchen and taught her a few more recipes. That night, the Yu family and their servants were all able to eat at a much more sumptuous table. The next evening, Yu Xiaoxiao took out a bunch of already slaughtered ducks and chickens from the ice cellar to thaw in brine for a night. On the morning of the prefectural magistrate's wife's birthday banquet, she especially woke up early and instructed her two personal maidservants to prepare the ingredients needed to make longevity peach cakes. That's right, she was preparing to make a longevity peach cake for each table at the birthday banquet. She even called her uncle, Lu Hu, and cousin, Lu Junping, over to do hard labor. It was unavoidable. If she and the two other girls were in charge of making the whipped cream frosting, it would take them too long and their arms would die from the effort. During the slow times of the farming seasons of summer and autumn, Yu Xiaoxiao had made quite a few cans of preserved peaches, preserved strawberries, rose jam, strawberry jam and other sweet treats. When she came to the prefectural city, she also brought quite a few of these over with her to use as snacks. At this time, it was the perfect time to use them. The cakes were baked in shape such that the bottom was wider than the top, which made them have the shape of a peach. A knife was used to cut slices across the peach-shaped cakes that were about as wide as 2 fingers. They added preserved peaches and strawberries between each slice and then covered the whole cake with a layer of whipped cream frosting to make it look like a whole longevity peach. A bit of strawberry and rose jam was used to color the tip of the peach and a bit of whipped cream frosting was squeezed out at the bottom of the peach cakes to resemble little leaves, which were dyed green using spinach juice. Thus, each beautiful and perfect peach cake was finished. In the inner courtyard of the prefectural magistrate's residence, all of the guests were exchanging pleasantries and idly talking. Just as the prefectural magistrate and his wife invited the guests to take their seats to start the banquet, the head steward of the residence hurriedly came over and spoke a few words into the prefectural magistrate's ear. The prefectural magistrate's eyes immediately lit up and the smile on his face became more broad. He gave a few instructions to the head steward and then stood up to address the guests. For my wife's birthday celebration, I had originally wanted to have it at Junsho Restaurant and enjoy the atmosphere with all of you. However, who would have thought that Junsho Restaurant is too popular and we weren't able to reserve enough tables? I am truly regretful that we weren't able to properly serve everyone. No matter whether it was the male guests or the female guests behind the screen, all of them replied that the prefectural magistrate was being too courteous. Prefectural magistrate Ning's smile did not abate and he raised his voice to continue. I have a little friend whose ability to make roasted duck and roasted chicken is not in any way inferior to Junsho Restaurant. However, the store that she opened only limits their sales of roasted duck and roasted chicken to 10 a day. I'm sure many of the guests also know about this. The people who were at the prefectural magistrate's banquet were all mostly people with some standing in the prefectural city. They naturally had heard that when the Yu's braised food store had opened, the prefectural magistrate himself had gone to the opening ceremony. Who would have thought that the prefectural magistrate really regarded these people with importance? When this little friend found out that today was the birthday banquet, she personally made some roasted chicken and ducks for us. I also heard that she also prepared a lot of beautiful longevity peach cakes to finish the meal as a sweet. As he was talking, the head steward led a bunch of servants out who were all carrying roasted duck and roasted chicken. The dense fragrance of the meats immediately enveloped the whole banquet area. Yu Xiaoxiao deliberately made a bit more than was needed, so every table was graced with a duck and chicken with some extra roasted fowl left over. It was obvious that the roasted ducks and chickens had just come out of the oven. Puffs of hot steam billowed out of the roasts. Roasted duck that had just come out of the oven had thin and crispy skin, tender meat, so it had a very good mouthfeel. Roasted chicken had tender skin, flavorful meat, and even its bones were soft. A single bite melted in people's mouths and conquered their taste buds. No matter whether it was the guests at the men's tables or women's, all of them started out their meals with these two roast fowl. After they finished eating most of the meal, the head steward came out again with servants who were holding the longevity peach cakes. The cakes were vivid and lifelike, resembling real peaches. Furthermore, the coloring on the cakes was very attractive to the eye. Yingtao also came out, wearing her new set of pink clothing, and gracefully stopped in front of the prefectural magistrate's wife. She revealed a beautiful smile and crisply said, "When our young miss found out that it was your birthday, she personally made these longevity peach cakes for you. We hope that the madam will have a fruitful and enjoyable life and be blessed with many more years to come." "Oh ho, which family is this maid from? She looks quite smart and lively. Ah, how come I feel like this maid seems very familiar to me?" The prefectural magistrate's wife was very happy and complimented Yingtao a few times. Earlier, the roasted ducks and roasted chickens gave her quite a bit of prestige and face in front of her close friends and acquaintances. These lively longevity peach cakes also added quite a bit to her birthday banquet. Yingtao smiled appropriately and stated, "Thank you for your kind compliments. This servant is a maid from Zhaoyang General's estate. I am currently serving under the young miss. The daughter of Zhaoyang General. The adopted daughter of General Fang." The prefectural magistrate's wife was suddenly enlightened. She had also been invited to the celebration of General Fang's heir's first birthday. During the banquet, the most memorable thing was the last dessert, a cake that was as tall as a person and had many layers. Not only did the cake look beautiful and delicate, but it also tasted delicious. None of the famous dessert shops or pastry shops in the capital were able to create such a fantastical dessert. Unfortunately, there were a lot of guests and not enough cake. Every person only got a tiny piece. The prefectural magistrate's wife didn't even get to taste a few bites before she had finished her slice. It was said that the cake was personally made by General Fang's adopted daughter. When the chef from the most famous bakery in the capital, Daohua Village's pastry shop, heard about the whipped cream cake, he personally came over to the general's estate to ask to see General Fang's adopted daughter. Unfortunately, the lass had already left the capital and couldn't be found. Everyone in the capital knew about Daohua Village's pastry shop. It was a popular bakery with a very good reputation. Rumors said that the head pastry chef was the descendant of an imperial pastry chef from the previous dynasty. When the current emperor was young, he liked to leave the imperial palace and go to Daohua Village's pastry shop to buy pastries. Their pastries were so popular that the business at the shop was as busy as Junsho Restaurant. The head pastry chef at Daohua Village's pastry shop had a rather weird personality. There were scores of high-ranking and wealthy families clamoring for him to make cakes for them. However, he only took the orders that interested him. If he wasn't interested, it didn't matter how much money the person threw at him, he wouldn't even bat an eye. Furthermore, he had caught the emperor's eye. Every month, Chief Steward Su personally left the imperial palace to pick up pastries for the emperor. Therefore, it didn't matter how much power or money a person had in the capital, no one could force this chef to do anything. Since even he personally went over to see the little lass who made the cake, it meant that General Feng's adopted daughter truly had a special talent at crafting desserts. The head maidservant, who was currently presenting these longevity peach cakes to everyone, had stated that she was the maid of General Feng's adopted daughter. So didn't that mean that these longevity peach cakes were made by someone more talented than the head pastry chef at Daohua Village's pastry shop? The prefectural magistrate's wife really looked forward to these cakes. Your young miss has worked hard and is very thoughtful. I will personally come over and thank her another day. The prefectural magistrate's wife had one of her personal maid servants present a well-crafted silver bracelet to Yingtao. After Yingtao took it, she said a few more pleasantries and then left. All of the longevity peach cakes had been served to every table at the banquet. The prefectural magistrate's wife had the servants take out knives and carefully cut the cakes into small slices for each table. These slices were then served to all of the guests. On the inside, there were yellow peaches and red strawberries, which really made the cake seem quite appealing. It's so delicious. I don't think I've eaten anything more delicious in my entire life. Ah. The daughter of the sub-prefect's family had a pure personality. After tasting a bite, she couldn't help but proclaim her thoughts as she genuinely sighed over the cake. The cake is tender and soft and melts in one's mouth. The fruit filling is also colorful and delicious. Even the capital's Daohua village might not be able to create such beautiful and delicious cakes. The wife of the local magistrate had grown up in the great tutor's residence. Although she was only the daughter of a concubine, she had seen more things than most other women from other families. If she even stated this, it truly meant that these cakes were special beyond regard. Hearing all of these noble madams and misses praising these cakes, the prefectural magistrate's wife felt that this all reflected good on her. Who would have thought that her husband, who had thought he was only doing a favor for Royal Prince Yang, had actually ended up selling his residence to the adopted daughter of Zhaoyang General? The Yu's braised food store. Oh right, during the birthday celebration of General Fang's son, Lady Fang had introduced her adopted daughter and said that her surname was Yu. How could she only think of this now? The prefectural magistrate's wife couldn't help but share her experiences at Zhaoyang General's son's celebration. During that banquet, she was able to sample the birthday cake and the taste and beauty of the cake was exactly the same as these longevity peach cakes. The local magistrate's wife also chimed in. She stated that General Fang's adopted daughter not only knew how to craft fantastic cakes but she was also very proficient at medicine. When the empress's little prince was ill, this girl was the one who cured him. The medicinal cuisine she concocted had also rejuvenated and healed Princess Consort Jing's body. The male guests were only separated from the female guests by a wooden screen. When they overheard the gossip from the women's side, all of them started thinking quickly. Someone who was able to catch the eye of the Empress and Princess Consort Jing had to be extremely talented. They could only try to become friends and avoid offending her. For the following days, Yu Xiaoxiao had started mysteriously receiving a bunch of calling cards and invitations. Other than the prefectural magistrate's wife, she didn't know any of these people, let alone be familiar with them. After having Yingtao and Yang Liu handle a few of these, things got even more odd. Why were all of these wives and daughters of officials, as well as wealthy merchant families, trying to make a connection with her? She was only the daughter of a farmer who had a good hand at cooking and baking. As this continued to happen, Yu Xiaoxiao almost couldn't take it anymore. Luckily, after Huang Dachui's family started working for them, all of the work at the kitchen and storefronts had gradually decreased for the rest of the family. After practicing for a bit, Huang Xiaomei was also able to handle the work in the pickled vegetable store by herself. Thus, Yu Xiaoxiao took her 2 personal maids and went back to Dongshan village. Ever since Yingtao purposely made things difficult at one time, Huang Xiaomei trained hard to become good at calculating sums in her head. Now, she almost never needed to use her abacus and she was still able to get to the total quickly. It was only when there were larger totals that she had to still use her abacus. Yingtao had observed her for a few days and discovered that Huang Xiaomei had gotten to the point where she never made mistakes. Yingtao and Xiaomei's relationship had started off rocky but they were now extremely good friends. Yingtao had noticed that Xiaomei didn't have any other clothes other than the 2 sets that the young miss had bought her when she first started. Thus, she had given a few sets of her old clothing from last year that she had worn in the residence to the other girl. Lady Fang was quite generous to the servants in the residence. Every season, she would give the maids and senior servants an additional 2 sets of clothing. For the personal maid servants, they received even more as they often appeared next to their masters and essentially represented their master's status. The clothing that they received, from the type of cloth used to the patterns on the cloth, were all considered to be of decent quality that most people in the capital could use. When Yingtao first arrived, Xiaomei had mistakenly thought that she was the young miss of a wealthy family in the prefectural city. Yingtao's clothes from the previous year were all about 80% new, so they still were very usable to give to someone. Xiaomei was very happy after receiving the clothes and repeatedly said that she had never worn such beautiful clothes in her entire life. In order to hide from the misses and madams from the wealthy families, Yu Xiaoxiao went back to Dongshan village. Without much warning, winter had begun. In early winter, a large snowstorm had covered the whole village and mountain. The older folks and young children, who had weaker bodies, all couldn't handle the change in weather and had fallen ill. Thus, Yu Xiaoxiao became busy again. Ever since Dr. Yu found his nephew, he only stayed at Dongshan village for a short period of time before he decided to go back to his hometown. After saying his farewells to the villagers, he moved for good. As the direct disciple of Dr. Yu Xiaoxiao had become the only person in the village who had any medical skills. At this time, most of the villagers were not in good financial condition, especially right after the disaster year. Those who were only mildly ill didn't bother to see the doctor and only endured until they got better. Those who couldn't endure would borrow a ride on a cart to go to the medicine hall in town. Most people had forgotten that Yu Xiaoxiao had medicinal skills. This year, the weather had changed abruptly and old Yu had fallen victim to it. He got a headache, fever, and his whole body ached from head to toe. In addition, he acquired a cough and had become short of breath. At first, he only thought he had a cold and could get over it by drinking some ginger soup and sweating it out. Who would have thought that after 2 days had passed, he couldn't get out of bed? Yu Xiaoxiao took out some herbs from her medicine box that were used for treating colds and concocted them with some mystic stone water. Then, she had her grandfather drink a few bowls of medicine. Very quickly, his condition got better. Before 3 days had passed, old Yu was back to his old energetic self and was back at the foot of the mountain gathering firewood. Old Yu was someone who couldn't stay idle. In fact, if you stopped him from working, he would start feeling bad. Winter had come and the weather had suddenly turned cold. There wasn't enough firewood at home, so he went out every day with a basket on his back to pick up firewood at the foot of the West Mountain. That night, old Yu was taking his usual walk and had gone into his older brother's residence. As soon as he entered, the strong smell of medicine hit his nose. After asking, he found out that his older brother, Yu Lichun, was also unable to escape from the sudden change in weather and had fallen ill, just like he did earlier. He had taken 5 days worth of medicine but still hadn't gotten better. Furthermore, Yu Yang's youngest daughter had also gotten a fever. She was a pitiful tiny girl that had to drink a few bowls of bitter medicine every day. She had cried until her throat had gone hoarse. Most of the time, even if they were able to force the medicine down her, the little lass would throw it all back up until her whole body was sticky. She seemed to be in a constant state of drowsiness and her periods of lucidity shortened. The doctor from the town had looked at her and shook his head and said that it didn't look good. After taking care of his father as well his daughter, Yu Zhong had markedly become thinner in the past week. This year he had earned quite a bit of money with his second brother, and he wasn't greedy for money. When his father and youngest daughter had fallen ill, he had called a doctor from town over and spent over a few taels to buy medicine for them. However, neither of them had gotten better. Yu Yang's older sister had come over to see their father when she heard the news. After finding out their symptoms, tears streamed down her eyes. She stated that her village's old Han wasn't as old as their father but had also gotten a high fever and couldn't leave his bed. His family's sons and daughters were all filial and had paid for a doctor and medicine. Despite spending quite a bit of money, he ended up dying in the end. Yu Yang's older sister couldn't help but cry when she saw how haggard her father's face looked. At this time, old Yu stepped into his older brother's courtyard. When he heard the sounds of his niece sobbing, the look on his face immediately changed. In previous years, when the weather suddenly changed, a lot of old folks with weaker bodies were unable to endure it. His eldest brother was older than him by 8 years and was already past the age of 60. Perhaps. He quickened his steps and entered the room. Inside were his niece and nephew, and both of them seemed very distressed. Yu Lichun was lying on the bed with his eyes tightly shut. There was an unnatural flush on his face and there were a few sores on his cracked lips. His chest was still moving slightly, which allowed old Yu to relax a little. Third uncle, you got better. Third uncle, which medicine hall's doctor treated you? What type of medicine did you eat? When Yu Zhong saw that old Yu had come in, he was stunned for a second and then hope lit up his face. A few days ago, old Yu's illness was quite severe and had pretty much the exact same symptoms as Yu Yang's father. He was feverish, coughing, and had fallen into an unconscious stupor due to the severity. After taking medicine that was prescribed by Tongren Medicine Hall, he still didn't get better. He had heard that third uncle's family had connections with Dr. Sun from Tongren Medicine Hall. Did Dr. Sun come back from the capital? Old Yu hesitated for a moment and then stated with a bit uncertainty, Dr. Sun had gone into the capital on the behalf of some noble. The person who treated me was his head disciple, who was also considered a very skilled doctor in town. However, my body was weak and didn't get better even after taking a dozen taels worth of medicine. Didn't your niece learn a bit of medicine in the past? People turn to any doctor when someone is ill, so she concocted a few tisanes for me. Perhaps the medicine I took earlier had finally taken effect but within a few days I was completely better. Yu Yang's eyes flickered with a different light and knocked his head a few times as he repeatedly said, that's right Xiaoxiao also knows some medicine. How could I possibly forget this? Third uncle, thank you for reminding me, I'm going to go invite Xiaoxiao over now. Dajiang, how old is Xiaoxiao right now? She only knows a bit of basic medicine, so she can't be considered more skilled than the doctors in town, right? Even the most skilled doctors in town are no use, so what would inviting her over do? Yu Yang's older sister didn't quite approve of her younger brother's decision. Yu Zhong rubbed his sore and red eyes as he looked at his older sister. Older sister, you haven't spent a lot of time in Dongshan village these past 2 years and don't know of your niece's abilities. Even the royal prince, after hurting his arm, had Xiaoxiao treat his arm. Also, Princess Consort Jing had also invited Xiaoxiao to craft medicinal cuisine for her to strengthen her body. That being said, if we don't ask her, are we just supposed to watch our father die in front of our eyes? Yu Yang's older sister couldn't say anything. It was true, even the doctors in town had said that her father couldn't get better, so they advised them to prepare for the future. Perhaps having Xiaoxiao come over to treat him was the only bit of hope they had left. After Xiaoxiao got the message, she almost ran the entire way there. Her medicine box was carried over by Yu Zhong. When they entered the room, they were so winded that they continued to huff and puff for quite a bit. Yu Xiaoxiao was very worried when she saw her granduncle's condition. When she first transmigrated over, her granduncle had treated her better than her grandfather and supported her family. Furthermore, he didn't even hesitate to give them all of his money to have her go into town and be seen by a doctor. After they split from the main family, eldest granduncle's family also helped them frequently when they were too busy. Their two families acted as if they were one whole family. She resolved to do her best to save such a kind-hearted and gentle old man. Yu Xiaoxiao took her granduncle's pulse and discovered that he was not doing well. She then took out a porcelain bottle from her medicine box and had her third uncle, Yu Zhong, pry his father's mouth open to drip 2 drops of mystic stone water into his mouth. She noticed that everyone regarded the bottle in her hand with curiosity, so she explained, "When my grandfather got really sick recently, I used more than 20 medicinal herbs to extract an essence to combat cold illnesses. My grandfather has personally experienced its effects." She then had a person fill up a basin of warm water and also added a few drops of mystic stone water to it. She instructed her third uncle to wipe her granduncle's body. "Eldest granduncle's illness is a lot worse than when my grandfather was sick. We not only have to give him oral medication but we also have to wipe medication on his body. By washing his body with some warm water, it can help him reduce his fever. Right now eldest granduncle has a high fever that's not abating, so we need to lower his temperature before the fever damages him." After she finished her explanation, Yu Xiaoxiao stepped out of the inner room and took out a few medicinal herbs that had been filled with spiritual energy by the divine stone. She personally concocted the herbs into a tonic. During the process, when other people weren't observing her, she also stealthily added a drop of mystic stone water to the mixture. Yu Zhong and his oldest brother, Yu Shi, were in the room as they continuously wiped their father's body with the warm water mixture. Within moments, the mystic stone water started affecting the sick man. Yu Lichen's fever started to go down significantly. By the time the tonic was finished, he had already woken up from his stupor and everyone let out a sigh of relief. Yu Lichen drank the medicine and then said a few words to his younger brother and children before he went back into a deep sleep. Yu Xiaoxiao was cleaning up her medicine box as she said, "The medicine I concocted should be taken 3 times a day. After 3 days, I'll come over to take eldest granduncle's pulse again. For the next 2 days, let eldest granduncle rest and he should be like my grandfather very soon and be able to walk around the village." When Yu Yang's wife noticed that Xiaoxiao's medicine was very effective, she pulled on Xiaoxiao's hand as she sobbed, "Xiaoxiao, can you take a look at my daughter Ah? She's also been sick for many days." Yu Xiaoxiao entered the west room with third aunt and inside was a tiny, skinny baby sleeping there. Her face was ghost white and occasionally she would have a bout of hacking coughs. Perhaps she was feeling uncomfortable, but she started to wail. Her cries were weak and thin and sounded like cat crying. Yu Yang's wife picked up her daughter and gently patted her on the back. Yu Yang's eyes became hot with tears again as he asked, "Xiaoxiao, can my little girl drink the essence that's in your porcelain bottle? It's only been a few days but she's already shrunken until she doesn't look human. She hasn't been able to drink any medication and often vomits. Every time she coughs, all of the medicine and gruel we managed to get her to drink comes back up. She was, after all, his own blood and flesh." Yu Zhong was somewhat incoherent when he described his daughter's condition. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at her younger cousin and nodded. She also got sick after being exposed to the cold. This essence should also help strengthen her body. "Third uncle, go pour a glass of warm water." After the previously boiled water was poured, Yu Xiaoxiao dripped half a drop of mystic stone water into it and had third aunt feed the mixture to the little girl. Yu Xiaoxiao also explained, "The baby is too young, so we can't use too much medicinal essence for her. Too much medicine is just as harmful as not taking any. Her cough is quite severe, so I'm going to go back to concoct some cough syrup. The syrup will taste sweet and is suitable for young children to use." Yu Yang's wife hesitated for a second before she finally decided to ask, "Don't we need to concoct some medicine for her?" Yu Xiaoxiao lightly shook her head and stated, "Regular medications are too bitter and most children don't like to eat it. Even if you force them to, they'll often vomit it back up. The syrup I'm talking about is actually a type of medication. The only difference is that I also added some honey, so it'll taste more sweet. The efficacy of the medication is also not bad." After she left eldest granduncle's residence, Yu Xiaoxiao started to concoct the ginger syrup. This type of syrup not only had ingredients to suppress coughing but it could also treat illnesses caused by cold exposure. There were a few drops of mystic stone water added so it amplified the effect of the herbs. There were quite a few children in the village who were sick, so Yu Xiaoxiao deliberately made a larger batch of this syrup. That way she could avoid having to make it again when someone inevitably asked for it. That night, she didn't sleep as she made the syrup. The next morning, she went over to her eldest granduncle's house to deliver the new medication. Her eldest granduncle's fever had already disappeared, and he was currently leaning against some blankets as he talked to his family. They mentioned that his appetite that morning had been pretty good and he had even eaten 2 bowls of congee. When they saw Yu Xiaoxiao enter, everyone complimented her medicinal skills and proclaimed that they had faith in her skills now. Yu Xiaoxiao took her eldest granduncle's pulse and then grinned, "Eldest granduncle, you just need to take a few more bowls of medicine and then you'll be completely better. Rest well for the next few days. My grandfather is still waiting for you so he can play chess with you. With your grandfather's poor skill at chess, I have no desire to even play with him. Ah. Xiaoxiao, I owe you this time. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that this old bag of bones would be gone." Yu Lichun looked like he had aged several years after this bout of illness. His voice didn't have much energy to it but he seemed a lot more vigorous compared to before. Yu Xiaoxiao hurriedly said, "Just look at what you're saying. Eldest granduncle, the heavens help those who are worthy. Although it looked bad this time, in the end, you were able to escape calamity. Go rest, I'm going to go look at the baby." "What's wrong with the baby? Ah. She's sick. Is it serious?" No one in the family had told Yu Lichun the news about the baby while he was ill, which was why he didn't know she was sick until now. When Yu Xiaoxiao saw this, she hastily comforted him, eldest granduncle, don't worry. The baby is fine, she's only been coughing these past 2 days. I came over to bring over the cough suppressant syrup I made for her. Children like this type of syrup and it works pretty well. Don't worry, with me around, the baby will be able to call you, grandfather, tomorrow. Once Yu Lichun found out that the baby only had a cough, he relaxed a bit and then laughed. You lass, you're quite good at calming people down. However, your little cousin still hasn't reached the age when she can talk. She can't even say, father, or, mother, so how would she be able to say, grandfather? Some children learned how to speak early, while others learned later. The baby was already over a year old but she hadn't started to talk yet. Yu Xiaoxiao felt a bit embarrassed and rubbed her nose before she dispiritedly said farewell to her granduncle and entered the west room. The baby was currently awake and was lying listlessly in Yu Yang's wife's arms. When the little girl saw Yu Xiaoxiao enter, she blinked her 2 eyes and then buried her face into her mother's arms and refused to come out. Oh, our family's little girl is a bit shy now. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the little baby who was hidden inside third aunt's arms with her butt up in the air. She looked very cute so Xiaoxiao laughed and cracked a joke. Afterwards, she asked her third aunt, it looks like the baby is more energetic. Did she still have a fever last night? What about a cough? Yu Yang's wife finally had a bit of a smile on her face. She looked gratefully at Xiaoxiao and replied, yesterday night, she slept quite well and didn't make a peep the entire night. In the middle of the night, I touched her back and saw that she was sweating. Thus, I followed what you said and used some warm water to wipe her body and then changed her into a set of clean clothing. She didn't cough much last night and also didn't vomit. Xiaoxiao, the medicine you made is better than the one the doctor from town made. What kind of doctor did your third uncle bring over from town? He even said that our family's girl wasn't looking too good. Any doctor in town had better medicinal skills and knowledge than she did. When she heard her third aunt complimenting her, Yu Xiaoxiao felt a bit sheepish and lightly coughed. Everyone has their own speciality. Perhaps that doctor isn't as familiar with pediatric medicine. Third aunt, the medicine I made is quite complicated and after treating eldest granduncle and the baby, I don't have much left. Please don't spread the word about this. Her third aunt nodded honestly, I understand. This is a secret recipe of yours. Normally, most people would hide it and deny that they knew of it. Who would brag about it? In regard to what third aunt had imagined, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't offer many explanations. She took out the syrup, poured it onto a small soup spoon, and added some hot water to it. As if she was a big grey wolf luring Little Red Riding Hood, she said, Nier, older sister brought some sugared water. It tastes delicious. Would you like a taste? Nier could understand words now. Upon hearing it was sweet sugared water, she was like a little mouse checking the situation outside of its tunnel, revealing one eye from her mother's embrace. She looked curiously at the spoon in Yu Xiaoxiao's hand. She saw that it was black inside, similar to the bitter medicine her parents had fed her a few days ago. She hurriedly buried her head in her mother's arms. She wailed and began to cry. Yu Xiaoxiao still has a trick with comforting children. She took out the small cake that Madame Lu made in the morning. It was covered in jam and had a honeyed strawberry. She used a soft and sweet voice. Nier, older sister has a small strawberry cake here. It's fluffy, soft and sweet, and very delicious. Only obedient children will be rewarded a piece. Ever since Yu Zhong started helping to collect marine goods, the family's living standard had risen sharply. The children would occasionally eat candy and cakes. However, their family still had frugal habits. Candy and cakes couldn't be enjoyed by the children by their will, and thus being able to eat them once or twice a month was already great happiness. Nier stopped crying when she heard that there was a delicious cake, and she even forgot to cry. She secretly looked at the cake in Yu Xiaoxiao's hand from her mother's arms. The red strawberry and the cake that was emitting a rich fragrance caught Nier's attention. She couldn't care about being shy. Her little head finally popped out from Yu Yang's wife's embrace. After you drink the medicine, I will give Nier a piece of cake. Your older brother and sisters won't be having any. Yu Xiaoxiao continued to lure the shy, little white bunny, by saying, older sister promises you that the medicine isn't bitter at all. Nier is the bravest, do you want to give it a try? Nier looked at the medicine in Yu Xiaoxiao's right hand and the cake in her left. Her gaze moved back and forth many times before she made up her mind and gave a little nod. Yu Xiaoxiao quickly put the medicine into Nier's open mouth. At first, Nier's face wrinkled as if expecting a bitter taste. After the medicine entered her mouth, her expression suddenly smoothed out. The little girl's eyes were round as she stared at the spoon in Yu Xiaoxiao's hand, which still contained some black liquid medicine. She smacked her lips twice as if recollecting the taste of it. Nier is the greatest. Come on, drink the rest and you can eat the cake. Yu Xiaoxiao scooped some warm water from the bowl into the spoon. This time, Nier didn't resist at all and drank all the medicine smoothly. Yu Xiaoxiao gave Nier a compliment again and fed her the strawberry cake spoon by spoon. The little one's shyness was all gone by this point. She ate the cake happily and danced with joy toward his family. With the experience this time, Nier wasn't so resistant to drinking medicine anymore. However, the clever little one would lick the medicine before drinking it every time to try it out. Only when she found that it was sweet, she would drink it without resistance. Sometimes, she felt she hadn't had enough and she would cry to have another sip. When a matron, who had a good relationship with Xiaoxiao's third aunt, saw that Nier had quickly recovered from her illness after she drunk all the medicine made by Yu Xiaoxiao, she hurriedly passed the news to her brother in the next village. The only child in her brother's family had also gotten sick, coughing really badly. The symptoms were similar to those of Nier but not as serious. The matron's brother was almost 30 before he got a precious child, so his heart ached dearly when the child got sick. Hearing that the Yu family had a certain cure, he came to ask for medicine with money. Yu Xiaoxiao asked about the symptoms of the illness. With the confirmation, she was certain that her cold cough syrup was just right for the illness. She filled a bottle, enough for a week. However, this bottle of medicine wasn't cheap, 500 copper coins for one bottle. After all the medicinal herbs cost money and a lot of honey was added. The cost alone was at least 300 copper coins. The man gritted his teeth and bought a bottle to take back. His family's baby son only ate it for one day before his cold lightened. After 3 days, he was basically well. Then, after stabilizing for 2 days, the illness was all gone. As a result, by word of mouth, the people of the nearby villages all came to Dongshan village to ask for medicine. In addition to children's cough syrup, Yu Xiaosao also made pills to combat the cold, cough relief, anti-inflammatory, and fever reduction, which were all packed in different porcelain jars. These pills were all improved from the basic common medicinal concoctions, and with less honey inside, the price was much lower. In addition to the children's cough syrup being sold, these kinds of pills were also sold. Due to the effectiveness of the Yu family's pills, the public became gradually aware and more people came to seek medical treatment. Medicine practice wasn't Yu Xiaosao's wish. The reason she learned medicine was to cover up the results of the mystic stone water. As a result, most of the people who came to seek medical treatment were rejected by her. To the public, her excuse was, Royal Prince Yang is kind and rewarded our family with several prescriptions for treating colds and coughs. I am still young and my medical skills are as good. I dare not give treatment easily. The Tongren Medicine Hall in town has doctors with excellent medical skills and high medical ethics. You can go there for medical treatment. I only sell pills and medicine here. When the people who came to seek treatment saw that the rumored legendary doctor was actually a little girl in her teens, they had some doubts in their hearts. They dared not insist on her treating them after hearing her explanation. However, upon hearing that the prescriptions for the pills and medicinal liquids came from Royal Prince Yang, the villagers became convinced and the sales steadily rose. When winter came, no one could guarantee that they and their families won't suffer from having a cold. The pills were sealed with wax on the outside. As long as they were properly sealed, there's no problem for them to sit for half a year. Thus, almost all the people who had the financial means would buy some pills as precautions. Dr. Sun, who had returned from the capital, heard about the Yu family's pills and rushed to Dongshan village. He braved the snow and wind to sit down and have a long discussion with Yu Xiaosao and her father. It seemed like he was having a discussion with the pair of father and daughter, but in actuality, it was with Yu Xiaosao who was in charge. The two sides came to an agreement. Tongren Medicine Hall would provide the medicinal herbs and the Yu family would be in charge of the production. The profits would be split in half. In fact, Dr. Sun wanted to buy the prescriptions at a high price, but Yu Xiaosao didn't agree. Once the prescription was taken out, Dr. Sun would have noticed something was fishy. The medicinal herbs, formula, and manufacturing weren't the most important things. The most important thing was the mystic stone water in Yu Xiaosao's hands. Without this, even if Tongren Medicine Hall got the prescription, it would be of no use. However, in this way, Yu Xiaosao, who had only rested for a few days, was busy again. Every day, she would crush herbs, mix them, roll them, and seal them. Although there were Yingtao and Yangliu to help her, Yu Xiaosao was still busy to the point as if she had 2 heads. The profit from the pills and the medicinal liquid was considerable. Her family had earned nearly 100 taels in half a month from selling the pills and medicinal liquid alone. After cooperating with Tongren Medicine Hall, she basically had a business without making an investment. Why not share some of the profit and hire some people to help? As a result, a production line had been set up for the production of pills. There were specifically assigned people in charge of the steps of grinding, rubbing, sealing and etc. The mixing was the only thing handled by Yu Xiaosao. The east and west wing of the west courtyard were vacated as the operation room of medicinal pills and liquid. She hired 10 young matrons and maidens from the village. Although the weather was freezing cold outside, it was very busy inside the room. The volume of sale for the medicinal pills and liquid was surprisingly good. Not only the Tongren Medicine Hall in town, as long as there was a branch of Tongren Medicine Hall in the area, they would sell the Yu family's medicinal pills and medicinal syrups. Especially in the capital, if the children of the officials and nobility got sick, they didn't like to drink bitter medicine. With the medicinal syrup, it was no longer a problem to coax the children into taking their medicines. The medicinal liquids of the capital were sold out as soon as they arrived. In order to buy the sweet medicinal syrups, there was a long line in front of each Tongren Medicine Hall. Because of the effectiveness of the pills and medicinal liquids became gradually known by the public, the sales became even better, and shortage became a common thing. Tongren Medicine Hall repeatedly urged the Yu family to expand their production. The whole courtyard next door was used by the Yu family as a workshop for making pills and medicinal liquid. They employed 20 more people, and had 2 work shifts, day and night. Yet they still couldn't meet the demands of Tongren Medicine Hall. When Dr. Sun once again asked the Yu family to increase production, Yu Xiaosao protested, "Dr. Sun, the most critical step in the preparation of medicinal liquids and pills is all done by me alone. Even if I had 3 heads and 6 arms, I still wouldn't be able to handle everything myself. Look at me, I'm so tired that I've begun to lose weight. If I keep pushing myself, my body will break down, and then I won't be able to make medicinal liquid and pills." Dr. Sun saw that Yu Xiaosao's chin had become pointier. Although he wanted to talk about the prescription again, he also thought that if one didn't reach the end of one's resources, who would be willing to sell their golden goose? For the sake of long-term interests, Dr. Sun stopped rushing her. Instead, he told Yu Xiaosao to take a rest. Yu Xiaosao was really tired recently. It wasn't hard to make pills and potions. She wrote down the proportion of the various medicinal herbs and gave it to the Yingtao, who had been helping. Yingtao was very flattered. Her young miss trusted her so much that she gave her the secret recipe for the medicine without any reservations. The young girl was moved to tears and choked trying to show her loyalty. She repeatedly promised to keep and protect the prescription properly. The best way was to keep the prescription in her mind. It took her several days to be able to remember the prescription. The paper that Yu Xiaoxiao gave her was burned to ashes in the stove. Yingtao's heart was filled with fire. Only the young miss and her would be the only two people in the world to know the prescription for the medicines. Yingtao could stand out from so many maidservants in the general's estate because she had her own outstanding points. Soon, she picked up Xiaoxiao's job and became even more efficient than Yu Xiaoxiao. After 2 days of observation, Yu Xiaoxiao was completely relieved. She left all the burdens behind and was only responsible for providing the mystic stone water. Hence, the most leisurely person in the family was her. After a while, in the villages near Dongshan village, there was almost no one who didn't know that there was a teen girl in the Yu family who could make very effective medicinal liquid and pills. Many people who came to ask for medicine would call her, Little Dr. Yu. In actuality, she was a pharmacist at best, and a cheating pharmacist at that. After entering the 12th month, the preparations for the end of the year became more and more important. The New Year's was the most important traditional holiday of the year. Even if a family was poor, when the New Year arrived, they still made some good food for the family's improvement. The end of the year was also the busiest time for the Yu's braised food shop. After entering the 12th month, the 4 burners on top of the stove in the store were kept burning day and night. 3 to 4 pigs and about 20 pigs' heads were being braised every day. Yu Kaifeng and Xiaomei's mother both wished they could work during the time they spent sleeping. When the pickled food shop wasn't busy, Huang Xiaomei would also come by to help. In the braised food shop, Lu Junping and his sister worked tirelessly. One was in charge of weighing the braised food, and the other was in charge of manning the cash register. Their movements were very quick, but there was still a long line in the store. From time to time, people with impatient tempers raised their voices to urge them on faster. Lu Hu, who was originally the manager of the shop, went back to the countryside to collect pigs again. The Yu family's pig farm in Dongshan village, with the exception of the pigs left behind for breeding, only had 1 or 2 left for their family to eat during the New Year's. Now the braised pork sold by the shop was all obtained from pigs from the countryside. Lu Hu and Huang Dachui went together. Every day they would leave before dawn and come back when the moon and stars were out at night. Only in this way could they supply enough meat to keep up with the amount of braised food sold every day. The staff in the shop couldn't handle the booming business, so they sent a message to Dongshan village asking for help. Yu Xiaoxiao gave Yingtao full authority on the matter of making the medicinal pills and liquids. After getting the message, she and Xiaolian, along with Yang Liu, rushed to the prefectural city to help in spite of the cold. Yu Xiaoxiao took over the task of making roasted ducks, roasted chickens, and other poultry-based foods. Lu Yanner could finally concentrate on being the salesman of the shop. Xiaolian was competent at both weighing food and collecting money, so she was also sent to the shop to help. Lu Junping finally had free time and was able to run more meat stalls in town to buy more pig heads and pig offal. Although more than 10 or 20 some sets of braised pig heads and braised pig offals were prepared every day, these cheap yet delicious pig parts were also the first to be sold out. The number of workers in the shop who were in charge of cleaning up the pigs' heads and offal also doubled. Pigs' heads and offal were hard to prepare, and these seasonal workers were usually busy all day long. At the request of customers, Yu Xiaoxiao doubled the number of limited foods sold each, such as the roasted chicken and duck. Wealthier families sent their servants out to line up in front of the braised food store before dawn regardless of the weather in order to be able to buy roasted chicken and duck to entertain guests, so they would have better reputations. When Lu Yanner opened the shop in the morning, she was scared by the snowmen standing in front of the door. On the 10th day of the 12th month, around noon, there was still a long line in front of the doors of the Yu's braised food shop. Most of them were ordinary people in ordinary clothes, and many of them were villagers from nearby villages. At the start of the 12th month, people from nearby villages often came into the prefectural city to buy New Year's products. Now their first choice was to buy a few caddies of braised food from the Yu's braised food shop to take home. The Yu's braised food shop had rich and delicious food at a fair price. In particular, the price of pig's intestines wasn't much more expensive than buying raw pork. Ordinary people could easily afford it. In the past, the villagers who had difficulties at home would grit their teeth and buy a half a caddy of pork meat to satisfy their children's hunger during the New Year's. Now, they switched to buying braised pig's head meat or intestines that were rich and fatty. The dishes with limited sales were sold out as soon as they opened every day. This was still the case when they implemented the rule that everyone could only buy 2. If they had let the customers buy all they wanted, it was likely that one person would buy all the limited dishes in the shop for that day. Even with these rules in place, there were still many families who sent several servants to line up at one time. These families did not lack money and had plenty of servants. It was better to prepare more roasted chickens and ducks so that when they had guests over, they would have face. Yu Xiaoxiao asked Yang Liu to go to the back kitchen to help her hold the stand. She took the balance from the pickled food shop and began to help to weigh the braised food. As a result, sales were much faster. There was light snow outside, and the scene of those who were waiting in line to buy braised foods made Yu Xiaoxiao feel sympathy for those customers. At this time, a carriage passed by the doors. The guard beside the carriage was a big man. With bright eyes, he glanced at the long line in front of the shop, seeming to be even more on guard. Stop, stop, stop. A familiar voice came from inside, so fragrant. This is the smell of braised pig's head meat. This smells more authentic than the work of an imperial chef. It's clearly the work of that lass from the Yu family. Dequan, go and see where the fragrance is coming from. The white-haired old man without a beard, who was around 50 years of age and was beside the carriage, jumped off his horse. His action was nimbler than that of a young man. The old man walked by the group and went straight to the doors of the Yu's braised food shop. Line up, line up. You're not a local, right? You must line up first if you want to buy braised foods, shouted some people in the back who were unhappy. The old man ignored them and looked up at the sign above the door and then glanced inside the shop. His eyes first stopped on Yu Xiaolian, who was collecting money. A moment later, he turned to Yu Xiaosao, who was smiling and weighing braised pig's head meat for an old woman. He didn't alert the people in the shop and turned around, going back to the side of the carriage. He bent his body and bowed to the person opposite him. In a slightly shrill voice, he said, "Master, you guessed right. It's a shop opened by Miss Yu. Both sisters are busy in the shop." Haha, when did that girl open a shop in Jinwei Prefectural City? And she didn't even tell me, the fifth lord, a word. Fortunately, we didn't go on the small back roads, or I would have gone to Dongshan village for nothing. A strong hand came out from the inside of the carriage. On his thumb was a crystal-clear jade ring. The carriage's curtain was lifted and an old man with a chubby round face came out. He had white hair yet a childlike complexion and a long beard. He was wearing fine clothing and had an extraordinary presence. The white-haired old man without a beard held an oiled paper umbrella above the old man wearing fine clothes. The old man wearing fine clothes strolled up to the braised food shop and shouted at Yu Xiaosao, who was engrossed in serving customers, "Lass, give me half a pig's head, and a pair of pig's ears. Slice the pig ears and mix them with red oil." The people in line behind him didn't yell at him to line up as they had at the other old man after they saw his extraordinary presence. Yu Xiaosao heard the sound and found it familiar. She almost threw her balance when she lifted her head up. Oh my goodness, how did this big Buddha come to this prefectural city? She opened her mouth, looked at the Emperor Emeritus's clothes and the people around him, and swallowed the title, Emperor Emeritus, forcefully. She squeezed out a smile and asked, Fifth Lord, why are you not in the capital at this time?" "Arg," the Emperor Emeritus sighed with a look of helplessness as he held his stomach. "I didn't want to run around in the cold either. The gluttonous insects in my stomach are making trouble, so I didn't have any other ideas." Dequan, who was beside him, quietly reminded, "Master, it's cold outside. Why don't you greet Miss Xiaosao inside?" "Speaking out of turn, my body and bones are still fine. In the old days, in order to win an ambush, I waited in the snow for 3 full days. I caught the enemy by surprise and gained a complete victory, achoo." Before he finished speaking, the Emperor Emeritus let out a big sneeze. Yu Xiaosao quickly put down the balance in her hands, came out of the shop, and invited the old man into the yard. "Fifth Lord, warm up on the Kong bed first in the guest room. I'll cook you a bowl of ginger soup." Yu Xiaosao originally wanted to invite them into the living room, but the conditions of the courtyard were limited. There wasn't a heated wall in the living room, so it was as cold as outside. Without any other options, she had to invite them into the guest room. The Kong bed in the guest room was so hot that the Emperor Emeritus took off his shoes and sat down with a comfortable sigh. He spoke to Dequan, who was waiting on him at the side. "Dequan, we can't refuse to be old. Even with a brazier in the carriage, people will still get sick. You should take off your shoes and warm up by the Kong bed." This servant doesn't dare. Dequan was an old eunuch who had served the Emperor Emeritus for decades. He was very considerate in his daily services, but he had a more old-fashioned personality. The Emperor Emeritus cut him off with a glance, smiled, and said, "Why do you not dare? Do you have foot odor and are afraid of suffocating me?" Dequan responded to the Emperor Emeritus's joke in a flat voice, "Those with diseases or a strong body odor can't enter the imperial palace to serve." "Hold it, it's been decades, how could I still not know you? Come, this is an order. If you also get a cold, who will serve me? I'm not used to being served by other people." After the Emperor Emeritus abdicated, he became more and more easygoing. In his eyes, social statuses were just a fart. Dequan was deeply moved. Seeing the Emperor Emeritus's firm manner, he solemnly thanked his master. He took off his shoes and sat down at the far end of the Kong. The Emperor Emeritus threw over a blanket for him to cover his legs with. Dequan was so devoted that he developed rheumatism in the legs in his earlier years. These 2 days, the stubborn old eunuch wasn't willing to ride in the carriage with him and rode on a horse in the snow and wind, so it must have been hard. After covering his legs with the blanket, Dequan felt the kindness of his master in his heart again. At that time, after the collapse of the previous dynasty, he was sent to the palace to wait for a chance to kill the Emperor Emeritus, who was still the emperor at the time. However, the master never treated him as a slave and instead treated him as an equal, with respect all the time. Even if the master guessed that he had ulterior motives, he was still valued. With time, even a stone heart would be warmed. He betrayed his former master and followed his current master wholeheartedly. It had been 30 years, he had never regretted his decision and even felt glad at the choice he had made. Cough cough cough. The Emperor Emeritus coughed, interrupting Dequan's recollections. He hurried off the Kong bed and poured a cup of warm water from the teapot, serving his master the drink. Dequan looked at his master's face and said worriedly, "Master, we didn't bring an imperial physician with us on this trip. This servant will go inquire where the most famous doctor is in the prefectural city." The Emperor Emeritus waved a hand and shook his head. "No. Didn't we buy Tongren Medicine Hall's medicinal pills? I'll take a cold and cough pill and be fine. It's just a small cold, it won't beat this old man yet." Yu Xiaosao finished cooking the ginger soup and had added a drop of mystic stone water before bringing it over. Seeing the pills in Dequan's hands, she hesitated for a moment and said, "Fifth Lord, can you let this ordinary girl take your pulse? Medicine is 3 parts poison. Although this pill is good, it can't be casually taken." "Ha, cough cough cough." The Emperor Emeritus coughed for a while. He looked at Yu Xiaosao and said with a smile, "I almost forgot that the legendary Dr. Yu is still here." Yu Xiaosao seriously checked his pulse and said, "Fifth Lord, you have slight symptoms of a cold. You don't need to take any pills, but did you bring Tongren Medicine Hall's cough syrup?" The Emperor Emeritus glared at her with his large bell-like eyes, which looked quite scary. "This lord and the people around me are all grown adults, so why would I have such a thing? Aren't those syrups for children?" Yu Xiaosao explained, "The syrups are mostly made of relatively mild drugs and don't have any side effects. It's effective for treating mild cold and coughing. Fifth Lord, you have a strong body, so you can quickly recover after drinking cough syrup. Why would you eat bitter pills and spoil your appetite? The Emperor Emeritus, Zhu Huaiyang, thought about it and felt that the little girl's words sounded quite reasonable. It didn't matter what kind of medication he took, as long as it worked quickly and didn't delay him from enjoying delicious food. After Zhu Huaiyang drank a sip of the syrup, he rinsed the sweetness within his mouth with warm water. Then he eagerly said, "Lass, quickly cut up some pig head meat and pig ears for me. Daquan, take out the wine that I told you to bring along. To drink wine and eat cold pig head meat, that feeling is even better than living as an immortal." With a stern expression, Daquan looked at Yu Xiaoxiao and asked, "Miss Xiaoxiao, with my master's health, can he eat such greasy food and drink wine?" Without waiting for Yu Xiaoxiao's reply, Zhu Huaiyang glared at him with his large bull-like eyes and shouted, "Why can't I? It's just a small cold. I've already drank ginger soup and taken the medication. Didn't you hear what last Xiaoxiao said? My illness will get better soon. Daquan, stop wasting time and quickly go get the wine." Daquan's feet didn't move at all, and his eyes were still focused on Xiaoxiao. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled at him and said, "He can eat meat, but he can't drink any alcohol at all." Seeing that the Emperor Emeritus wanted to say something, she continued, "Drinking alcohol is the most taboo thing for one to do when ill. If the illness becomes more serious, I'm afraid that, in the future, even eating meat will be forbidden and you will need to eat a light diet." When Zhu Huaiyang heard this, he quickly let go of his desire to drink. He didn't want to be a little white rabbit, be a vegetarian, under Daquan's supervision. It was about time for lunch now. Yu Xiaoxiao cut up a small plate of pig head meat, which consisted of more lean meat than fatty meat, and mixed it with minced garlic and sesame oil. Responding to his request, she also made a plate of pig ear strips with chili oil and cut half a roasted chicken. After that, she stir-fried several vegetable dishes and placed them all on a Kong table. Zhu Huaiyang complained about the lean meat of the pig head meat, but he unreservedly wrapped the pig head meat within a steamed bun and ate it in big mouthfuls. He devoured all the meat dishes on the table and drank a big bowl of soup, but he didn't eat much of the vegetable dishes. After he finished eating, he rubbed his belly with contentment and lay down to rest on the Kong bed. Yu Xiaoxiao also prepared a sumptuous meal for head steward Daquan and the imperial bodyguards. Most of the dishes were the braised food from the shop and a few stir-fried dishes. Everyone was very satisfied with her cooking. Originally, it was quite a difficult task to accompany their master on a trip in December. However, when the imperial bodyguards found out that their master wanted to go to Dongshan village, they competed fiercely for this opportunity in private. None of the imperial bodyguards who had tried Yu Xiaoxiao's cooking didn't miss and yearn for it. Yu Xiaoxiao had used mystic stone water to make the soup that the Emperor Emeritus drank. Therefore, when Zhu Huaiyang woke up from his sleep, his entire body felt comfortable and refreshed. His fatigue from the trip was also gone. Zhu Huaiyang, who had filled his stomach and rested, called Yu Xiaoxiao over and discussed with her, "Lass, the business of your braised food shop in the prefectural city is doing very good. Are there any plans to open a branch shop?" Yu Xiaoxiao thought about it and seriously answered, "We're seriously understaffed here, so we can barely manage one shop. Where would we get the energy to manage another shop?" Zhu Huaiyang widened his bull-like eyes and smacked the table, "Manpower. This lord has it. What do you think about this? I'll provide the workers, storefront, and money, while you provide the skills. Let's collaborate to open a braised food shop in the capital. You don't have to worry about anything, other than teaching the chefs to make the braised pig head meat to taste exactly like yours. You don't even have to come to the shop. You can take all the profits, I won't take a single coin." "What, Emperor Emeritus, are you a fool? Or do you have so much money that you don't know how to spend it? You're providing the money, people, and storefront, as well as also doing all the work. Yet you're giving away all the profit and not taking a single copper coin. Did such a good matter like a pie in the sky really happen to me?" Yu Xiaoxiao slightly hesitated, and then asked, "Fifth Lord, didn't I already give you the recipes for braised food? The imperial chefs in the palace have already learned the method of making braised pig head meat, so why do you still want to open a store?" When Zhu Huaiyang heard her mention those disappointing imperial chefs, he got angry, "Don't bring it up. When you were in the palace, the braised food that the imperial chefs made was still acceptable. But, after you left and there wasn't anyone supervising them, their cooking skills instantly decreased. Yet they still claimed that they made it according to your recipe. Wouldn't that make you angry too? Perhaps they're used to cooking exquisite and elegant food, so they still have a slight sense of disdain and resistance towards coarse dishes like braised pig head meat and offals. Mentality determines craftsmanship, so that might be why they can't meet Fifth Lord's standards, right?" Yu Xiaoxiao was very clear about the real reason, but she had to work hard to think of an excuse for the imperial chefs. After thinking about it, Zhu Huaiyang completely agreed with her. He was so angry that he wanted to harshly reproach those arrogant and self-important imperial chefs. Yu Xiaoxiao giggled and said, "Fifth Lord, have you never suspected that I might have given you a fake recipe or held something back?" Zhu Huaiyang glanced at her and firmly stated, "You won't. Your guts are even smaller than an ant, so you don't have the courage to play tricks with me. Besides, you personally taught those guys in the palace. Under your guidance, they were clearly able to make delicious-tasting braised pig head meat. As soon as you left, there was something wrong with the taste. Those old fellows must be loafing on the job. This won't do. Lass, you must cooperate with me and open up a braised food shop. Otherwise, this lord would have to run all the way to the prefectural city or Dongshan village in order to authentic braised pig head meat. I'm getting old and can't endure such trouble." Tisk, he is even using the tactic of mourning soldiers. Emperor Emeritus, this isn't the battlefield, so your tactics won't work here. Since Fifth Lord already said that, I can't tactlessly ignore your kindness, right? Then it's settled. Selecting the location, renovation, hiring, management, and procurement, I won't interfere with any of those matters. I'm only responsible for training the cooks. But, I'm not a greedy person, so let's split 50 to 50. Yu Xiaoxiao thought that the Emperor Emeritus' proposal was good, but she didn't feel at ease. If she pulled the Emperor Emeritus onto the same boat, then no one would dare cause trouble for them. Sure, as expected, this lord didn't misjudge you. You're such a kind and righteous girl. I'll go back tomorrow to make the arrangement and strive to open the shop in December. Emperor Emeritus, weren't you being too impatient? It was already the 10th day of December. When you got back to the capital, you would have to choose the location, renovate the shop, and so on. Wouldn't that need at least 2 to 3 months to be completed? Yu Xiaoxiao never expected that this wasn't an idea that the Emperor Emeritus suddenly came up with. Instead, he had long settled on a storefront, which was used to be the location of a long-established pastry shop. He forcibly exchanged the storefront with them by giving them a store that was located at an even better area and worth a higher price. He also compensated them with a lot of money for delaying their work. By the time Yu Xiaoxiao was taken to the capital on the 20th of December, the storefront was already ready for operations after being slightly fixed up. In addition to the oven, the back kitchen also had 6 stoves and various kitchenware were available. The staff was already in place, and they were just waiting for her, the main chef, to come over. For this visit to the capital, Yu Xiaoxiao also brought along Yang Liu, a maidservant who was obsessed with cooking, and her older twin sister, Yu Xiaolian. Yu Xiaolian had already mastered the skill of braising food, and the braised food she made tasted even more authentic than Yu Xiaoxiao's. It would be a waste not to use these free helpers. Yu Xiaoxiao wandered around in the kitchen, and then went to look at the well in the backyard. She asked the little divine stone to turn the well water into mystic stone water, and she also did the same for the water in the vats. She arranged Yu Xiaolian to teach the chefs, who were sent by the Emperor Emeritus, how to make braised food. Xiaolian had strict control over the ratio of the seasonings, as well as the heat for cooking. Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, personally taught Yang Liu how to make dishes like roasted chicken, roasted duck, salted duck, smoked duck, and more. Then she taught the recipes to the other chefs. Anyway, the Emperor Emeritus assured her that these chefs were trustworthy, and they would never leak the recipes. In order to not compete with Junshou Restaurant, she specially requested to limit the sales of dishes that were the same or similar as the dishes sold at Junshou Restaurant. After being busy for 2 days, the shop that the Emperor Emeritus personally set up was finally ready for business. Originally, he had prepared to open the shop in a low-key manner by just setting off a string of firecrackers and uncovering the plaque. Unbeknownst to him, many people had started watching him since he exchanged storefronts with the pasty shop. The news that the Emperor Emeritus had nothing to do and decided to open a store swiftly spread throughout the upper-level circle in the capital. All their preparation before the opening of the braised food shop were being watched by countless eyes in the dark. On the day of the opening, an endless stream of high-ranking officials, aristocrats, and retired old officials had come. With a stern expression on his face, head steward Daquan greeted all the guests for the Emperor Emeritus. Fortunately, these people, with the exception of the old officials who had made great contributions when following the Emperor Emeritus, all tactfully left after leaving a gift. From morning to noon, there was no stop in the people coming to congratulate them. Head steward Daquan and the eunuchs who worked under him had to receive so many presents that their arms were tired. Even the one in the palace had joined in the fun and wrote a phrase of congratulation. He had Su Ran send it over, saying that hanging it up in the shop would give his imperial grandfather more face. Other people would definitely feel greatly honored to receive something personally written by the emperor. However, the Emperor Emeritus felt that his grandson was being too stingy. He had so many valuable goods, yet he only gifted him with some scribblings. The matters outside weren't things that a little farmer girl like Yu Xiaoxiao needed to be concerned about. She just dutifully stayed in the back kitchen to teach cooking. She strived to ensure that these chefs could undertake the task without her help so that she could leave earlier and go back to celebrate the New Year's with her family. Fortunately, these chefs weren't stupid. They had a solid foundation and learned quickly. After the 3rd day of opening, most of the chefs could do the work on their own. After the Yu sisters supervised the kitchen for a few more days, they felt that they could completely let go of their hands for the chefs to cook themselves. Even the Emperor Emeritus, who had a picky tongue, felt that the chefs could graduate from their apprenticeship and finally agreed to let the sisters leave. When they left, the sisters strolled around the capital under the protection of 2 imperial bodyguards. They bought many goods that couldn't be bought in the prefectural city and Tanggu town, and prepared gifts for everyone in the family. They finally returned to Dongshan village on December 28th. The family was pleasantly surprised to see the sisters because they thought that they wouldn't be able to return for the New Year's. After a joyous and lively New Year, spring quietly approached. In the Yu residence's courtyard at the foot of Dongshan village's west mountain, there was a strong scent of medicine. Yingtao had already become the maidservant in charge of the pharmaceutical workshop. The sense of immaturity on her tender face had decreased quite a bit, and she appeared somewhat more dignified. Holding a jar of boiled herbal paste, she went through the moon-shaped door that connected the west courtyard and east courtyard. She greeted Madame Lu with a smile, and then walked straight into the backyard. The matrons, who were gathering early ripening vegetables in the courtyard, all watched her until she disappeared around the corner. Ergu's wife clicked her tongue and said, "Sister, is she the maidservant that the general's estate sent over to serve Xiaoxiao? Look at her appearance, she looks even more pampered than the daughter of a humble family in town. With how she looks, can she really work?" Auntie Fugi also curled up her lips. "I've seen that girl several times, and she's always dressed up beautifully. She looked even more like a young miss than the young miss." Dahai's wife, "How exactly is that girl? There are some servants who bullies their master. If she's not a good servant, don't worry about offending the general's wife and quickly send her back." The other women also echoed in agreement. With a gentle smile, Madame Lu said, "You guys are thinking too much. That last Yingtao is kind and righteous, and she's also very capable. Without her help, Xiaoxiao would be so busy every day that she would barely have time to rest." As for her clothes, it was distributed by the general's household, and all the head maid servants in the estate dressed in the same way. There are many high-ranking officials and noblemen coming in and out of the general's estate, so wouldn't the masters lose face if their servants were dressed in old and shabby clothes? Auntie Fugi sighed and said, "Aye, even the maid servants of a rich family dress and eat better than us. The comparison really makes one angry." Yingtao didn't know that she had become the topic of discussion of others. At this time, she was standing in the rear courtyard in a daze. Under a pink peach blossom tree, there was a young maiden dressed in a pink spring dress and her hair was tied up in two small buns with blunt bangs. With her neck craned up, she had a serious expression on her fair, jade-like face. She stretched out her hands, stood on tiptoe, and tried to pluck the beautiful peach blossom flowers. "Young miss, the herbal paste for muscle relaxation and blood circulation is ready, aren't you going to check it out?" Yingtao, who admired the picturesque view, was unwilling to disturb the beautiful scene in front of her. Young Mrs. Homemade skincare cream was indeed effective. Soft and smooth, and, fair and delicate, were perfect descriptions for her young Mrs. skin. Yingtao freed a hand to touch her own face, and she was very satisfied by the smooth feeling. No matter what her young miss made, she would immediately share them with her. For example, young miss had given her a bottle of the skincare cream before she even used it herself. Author's note: actually, her young miss is using her as a guinea pig. She heard that the pearl powder inside could help brighten and smoothen one's complexion. Sure enough, she had only used it for a little over a month, but her skin had a lot smoother. Her skin, which had gotten tanner from the sea breeze, had also brightened up a lot. It was really a blessing for her to be able to serve young miss. She was already promoted to a supervisory maidservant at the mere age of 15. The young miss trusted her so much that she left her in charge of the pharmaceutical workshop, and all the formulas of the pills and herbal pastes were in her hands. Every day, she ate and used nearly all the same things as her young miss. Although she had slightly more work than when she was at the general's estate, she felt very fulfilled and happy to be busy in such a manner. She felt even more fortunate that she had come out of the general's estate with Yang Liu, and volunteered to come to Dongshan village, which the other maid servants had described as a remote, backward village. Based on their qualifications in the estate, she didn't know how long it would take for them to reach their current achievements. Now, she was in charge of the pharmaceutical workshop, while Yang Liu was managing the kitchen of the braised food shop in the capital. It was very rare among the noble household to have 15 to 16-year-old maid servants supervising a dozen or so subordinates. Would Wudong and Pippa regret not coming out with them if they found out about their current situation? As Yu Xiaoxiao turned around, the breeze blew behind her and the pink flower petals on the tree scattered onto the ground. She was full of spiritual energy as if she was a peach blossom fairy, or a flower spirit. She carried a small basket full of peach blossom petals and walked over to Yingtao. She moved closer to smell the herbal paste in the jar, and then nodded her head and said, "Yingtao, you're getting better and better. I only wrote down the prescription for this herbal paste and dictated the process of making it, but you have made the exact paste. It seems like you have talent in making medicine. I was right about you. It was indeed a wise decision to hand the pharmaceutical workshop to you." Yingtao revealed a bashful smile and her almond-shaped eyes were full of happiness. "Young miss, it was you who had taught me well. People often say that servants resemble their master. Dr. Sun also praised young miss for being talented in medicine. As your servant, I can't drag you down, right?" Yu Xiaoxiao giggled and said, "That little mouth of yours really knows how to speak. I'm very satisfied with your flattery. Alright, after sealing the jars of this batch of herbal paste, send them to the Tongren Medicine Hall in town. After that, you can rest for a period of time. There's no end to making money, so you must balance work and rest. If you fall ill from fatigue, where am I supposed to find such a good right-hand man?" When she heard that her young miss thought of her as her right-hand man, Yingtao was instantly full of energy. If she had a loyalty indicator on her forehead, it must be rising right now. Young miss had never treated her like a servant, and she had never given her orders in a commanding tone. When her young miss made tasty food, she would give her a share. In the Yu family, she felt the warmth of family, as if she was also an indispensable part of the Yu family. Young miss, there's a group of people and horses outside of the village. Among them, there's a carriage pulled by 4 horses. It looks very big and beautiful. A young girl, who was dressed in coarse cloth, yelled as she tottered over from outside. Her hair was tied into 2 braids, and she had slightly tanned skin. "Acting so recklessly, where are your manners? With your behavior, if we're at the general's estate, you would have already been punished numerous times. Arya, if you continue to act like this, how am I supposed to trust you to serve young miss?" Yingtao brought forth the imposing force of a head maidservant and chided the young girl. The little girl named Arya was a maidservant who was bought by Yu Xiaoxiao beside the ox and horse market at the beginning of spring. There was a market formed spontaneously beside the ox and horse market. It was a place where there was no lack of people selling children and women. Arya's mother was seriously ill, and they needed the money from selling her to save her life. Yu Xiaoxiao paid 5 taels to buy this 13 or 14-year-old girl, having her help the family do chores at home. Arya wasn't afraid of her kind and amiable young miss. All the masters in the family treated her very well. It was just this Yingtao who scolded her every time they met, as if older sister Yingtao was never satisfied with anything that she did. Arya was slightly stunned by Yingtao's stern expression. She looked timidly at her young miss in hope that she could help her. "Alright, Yingtao, we're not at the general's estate, so there's no need to be so strict. Relax a little, lest everyone feels uncomfortable." As expected, Yu Xiaoxiao spoke up. Ying Tao looked at her young miss with slight aggrievement and said, "Young miss, the mistress said that, when you're a few years older, they will take you back to the general's estate and help you find a good husband. Since Arya is a maidservant that you bought, she will naturally follow you to the estate. If we don't change her bad habits now, she will definitely cry in the future." Yu Xiaoxiao glared at her and said, "Who said that I must get married in the capital? There are so many rules in those noble and wealthy families. The courtyard of a noble household is as deep as the sea, so I don't want to make trouble for myself. I have already thought about it. In the future, I'll build a manor in the outskirts of Tanggu town. I'll buy and rent out all the surrounding land and rent them out so that I can be a carefree landlady. After my death, the manor and farmlands will be rewarded to my loyal servants to thank them for taking care of me in old age and burying me when I die." "Young miss, what are you saying? Which young maiden doesn't get married when she reaches an appropriate age? This won't do. I need to tell Madame Lu to have a word with you." Ying Tao stomped her feet and went back to the front courtyard with a pout. Seeing her figure disappear in the backyard, Arya became lively again. With a flattering expression, she moved closer to Yu Xiaoxiao and giggled foolishly, "Young miss, Arya will serve you well. I'm not very greedy, so at that time, you can just give me 5 mu of farmland and 2 tiled roof houses." Yu Xiaoxiao glared at her and sullenly said, "Your young miss, will live a long life, so you better stay alive." Although Arya was a little naive, she wasn't a fool. She pondered over her young miss's words. "That's right, I'm 2 years older than young miss. By the time young miss died in bed due to old age, I might have died a long time ago. Even if I'm fortunate enough to be alive, I would already be in my 70s or 80s. I wouldn't be able to farm even if I got the land." Arya's face scrunched up, and she looked as if she was grieving the loss of her parents. "Alright, even if you passed away earlier, aren't your children and grandchildren still around? At that time, the rewards that belong to you will be given to your descendants. Do you really have to look like someone in your family died?" Yu Xiaoxiao scolded her for being hopeless in her heart. When Arya heard this, she immediately became happy and said, "That's right. When I can't serve young miss anymore, I can have my daughter continue to serve you all." "How are you so certain that you'll give birth to a daughter in the future?" Yu Xiaoxiao teased her. Arya replied matter-of-factly, "I will just continue to have children until I get a daughter. Our village's old Zhong's family had 9 sons in a row before they finally got a daughter. I won't be as unlucky as them, right?" Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. "Most people long for sons, yet you won't give up until you get a daughter." This shameless girl hadn't even reached marriageable age yet, but she was already clamoring about giving birth to a daughter. Was this really okay? "Oh right, you just mentioned something about a caravan of horses and horse carriage." Arya was slightly stunned by Yu Xiaoxiao's sudden change of topic. "It's the first time that I have seen such a large convoy and such a luxurious horse carriage. There must be a high-ranking official passing by our Dongshan village." Arya had only arrived in Dongshan village at the beginning of spring, so she didn't know that Imperial Prince Jing's household had a mountain manor on the West Mountain. Thus, she was very surprised by what she saw. "Cower, Royal Prince Yang is here." As the master and servant talked about the grand carriage procession, a voice of greeting sounded in the front courtyard. Before Madame Lu had finished speaking, a tall figure had already walked into the backyard. He was dressed in a nice blue robe inlaid with gold embroidery at the border and looked like a person made of flawless jade. Even without excessive movement, he still gave off a sense of nobility, prominence, and aloofness. His pair of slightly slanted eyes were as clear as a black obsidian immersed in water. His pure pupils and the bewitching shape of his eyes were merged wonderfully into an extremely beautiful style. "Wow, young miss, it was him. He's the person who was riding on the tall, black horse in front of the procession. Could it be that they were heading to our house?" Arya was first stunned by the gorgeous appearance of the man in front of her, and then her mind suddenly cleared up and she started screaming again. Yu Xiaoxiao smacked away her finger that was pointing at Royal Prince Yang, and pretended to scold her, "No manners. Aren't you going to quickly ask the Royal Prince for forgiveness?" Prince, in the plays, those who offended a prince would be killed." Arya immediately dropped down on her knees and kowtowed several times, banging her head on the ground. With the strength that she used, her forehead had bruised after kowtowing a few times. "Your Highness, please spare my life. Your Highness, please spare my life." Yu Xiaoxiao didn't know whether she should laugh or cry. She put down the basket full of flower petals in her hands and stopped her from kowtowing. She whispered to Zhu Junyang, "Quickly say that you forgive her. This lass is slow-witted. If she continues to kowtow, she will faint." Zhu Junyang glanced disdainfully at the ugly girl who was struggling to free herself from her young miss's grasp to continue kowtowing to him. He pursed his thin lips, which were as pale as water, and said, "Where did you find this dumb girl? If you need more people to serve you, this prince can gift you with a few maidservants. Any random maidservant in our prince's estate will be more clever than her." When Arya heard this, she continued to kowtow with a crying voice, "Don't drive Arya away. I will take good care of young miss. If young miss tells me to go to the south, I would never go to the west. If young miss tells me to hit a dog, I definitely wouldn't chase a chicken." Yu Xiaoxiao burst out in laughter and said, "Yeah right. If I told you to hit Little White, would you dare? Even if it was Little Black, I doubt you even have the guts to touch him." Arya looked up at Yu Xiaoxiao and said with a distressed face, "Young miss, that's because the 2 dogs in our family are too fierce, and they're even bigger than me. Can we replace them with the dogs raised by your eldest granduncle's family?" "So you think eldest granduncle's dogs are easy to bully? Why are you provoking Dawang and the others for no reason at all?" Yu Xiaoxiao really didn't know what to do with her. She pondered if Arya could learn something if she handed her to Yingtao. Zhu Junyang glared at the dumb maidservant and emitted cold air at her. Arya couldn't endure the pressure that Royal Prince Yang gave her, so she dejectedly looked for an excuse and went to the west courtyard. Older sister Yingtao had medicine. She needed to treat the bruise on her forehead with ointment for promoting blood circulation and dissolving bruises. When the eyesore finally left, Zhu Junyang slightly raised his phoenix eyes to look at the graceful young maiden in front of him. After not seeing her for an entire winter, the lass had grown a little taller, and she was appearing more like a teenage girl. Some of the immaturity on her small face, which was as tender as a silky white tofu, had also faded. She wore a pink dress and looked slightly more charming than the peach blossom flowers. The heart disease that hadn't acted up for the whole winter seemed like it might recur. Young royal prince, did you have any romantic encounters while staying in the capital for several months? Did Princess Consort Jing force you to go on blind dates? Your nominal age is 19 after the new year. Many of the noble young masters in the capital, who are around your age, probably have sons who run all over the place, right? Yu Xiaoxiao looked at Zhu Junyang, who looked more and more devilishly handsome the older he was, and wondered what kind of girl was worthy of such a seductively charming face. She also silently mourned for his future wife, to have a husband who's even more beautiful than herself, that must be so much pressure. Upon hearing her questions, Zhu Junyang immediately pulled a long face and snorted, are you really that eager to see this prince go on blind dates and get married? This prince can't stand those commonplace women. I'm warning you, don't provoke me on purpose. Otherwise, this prince will get someone to flog you. In Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes, Zhu Junyang's threat was like Little White baring his teeth at others, they were just putting on a front. However, she could tell that Zhu Junyang didn't want others to mention this topic. She laughed and said, it's a matter of course for people to get married, so what's there to be embarrassed about? From which eye do you see that this prince is embarrassed? With a dark expression, Zhu Junyang started emitting cold air towards Yu Xiaoxiao, but, unfortunately, she was immune to it. Yu Xiaoxiao shrugged her shoulders. In any case, the important matter of the royal prince's marriage wasn't something that a little peasant girl should be concerned about. She inwardly made a silent tribute for his mother, Princess Consort Jing. It must be so tiring for her highness to have such a troublesome son. Oh right, how's the red-clothed beauty who I met in the capital last time? Is she still staying at your house? Yu Xiaoxiao's heart was burning with the desire to gossip, so she disregarded Royal Prince Yang's anger and fearlessly asked. Beauty? What red-clothed beauty? Can that ugly brat Zhang Zixian be considered a beauty? Are you blind? Zhu Junyang scolded her, and then continued, my lady mother had sent her back to the Zhang family a long time ago. She doesn't have anything to do with this prince anymore, so don't put us together. Do you understand? Yu Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows and shrugged her shoulders. That girl Zhang Zixian indeed wasn't a very good person. She feigned an innocent appearance, but she wasn't really how she appeared. She also had a very bad temper, and she was very arrogant and willful. It would be so troublesome to have such a wife. Seeing that the lass had obediently closed her mouth, Zhu Junyang shifted his gaze to the basket on the ground and asked, why do you need so many flower petals? How many peaches will be ruined because of this? What do you know? These are all male flowers, which don't bear fruits. You just learned something, right? Quickly help me, let's pick some more to make peach blossom cakes, peach blossom tea, and peach blossom wine. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at Zhu Junyang's long limbs and felt that it must be very convenient to use them, so she used food as a bait to get him to help her. It seemed like Yu Xiaoxiao was the only one who dared to tell the cold-faced god of death, Royal Prince Yang, to work for her. Zhu Junyang glared at the little lass, and then he stretched out his hands, accepting his fate. Under Yu Xiaoxiao's guidance, he plucked the peach blossom on the branch. Xiaoxiao had found this peach tree by chance in the valley and transplanted it over last year. After being irrigated with mystic stone water every day, the flowers bloomed brilliantly this year. She wondered how the fruits would turn out. When Meixiang, Princess Consort Jing's maidservant, came over, she saw two figures, one blue and the other pink, standing side by side amongst the flying peach blossom petals. The figure in blue was tall and upright, while the figure in pink appeared petite and delicate. With her clear and lively voice, the petite figure pointed in varying locations as she ordered the tall, blue figure to pick the flower petals on the branches. The blue figure let her have her way and did as she ordered. Meixiang suddenly felt like she was watching a little pink fox ordering a lofty, loyal dog to work. No matter what request the little fox made, the loyal dog wouldn't get angry, and he also had to coax the cute little fox. Meixiang couldn't bear to ruin this harmonious moment, so she just stood there in silence. In the end, it was Yu Xiaoxiao who had turned around and saw her out of the corner of her eyes. She asked strangely, older sister Meixiang, when did you come? Did Princess Consort Jing need something? With a bright smile on her face, Meixiang looked at her family's young royal prince and the young daughter of the Yu family and said, Her Highness has already settled down on the mountain. She told this servant to ask if the royal prince will go back for lunch. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at Zhu Junyang and figured that he intended to bum a meal at her house, so she quickly said, Young royal prince, I'm letting you know beforehand that I didn't know you were coming over today, so I didn't prepare anything special. If you want to stay, you can only eat vegetable dishes for lunch. Zhu Junyang looked at her obliquely with his charming phoenix eyes. When he saw her dazed look, he was in a good mood and said, How stingy. You're reluctant to even let this prince eat one meal at your house. When you ordered this prince to pick the peach blossom petals earlier, didn't you say that you're going to make peach blossom cakes and peach blossom wine for me to try? Yu Xiaoxiao sighed and said, It's not that I'm being stingy, but it's really, even a clever woman can't cook without rice. Making peach blossom tea and brewing peach blossom wine aren't things that can be done in a short period of time. If you really want to stay, I can make peach blossom cakes for you to eat. However, I know that you don't really like sweets. Peach blossom cakes have the effects of detoxification and beautifying. I'm afraid that your looks will be greatly enhanced after eating it. Can't you leave a way out for women? Meixiang was terrified in her heart. She actually dared to joke about the royal prince's appearance. Miss Yu, do you really think that you have 9 lives? The young prince loathed others complimenting his looks. The son of the imperial tutor had privately said that royal Prince Yong looked pretty. When her young master found out about this, he beat him up until his own mother couldn't recognize him. With Miss Yu's small body, she didn't know if she could even take the strength of her young master's pinky finger. What should she do? Should she go back and ask her highness for backup? In the midst of her hesitation and panic, she hadn't expected that her young master didn't react in his usual manner. Touching his own face, Zhu Junyong looked seriously at Yu Xiaoxiao and asked a question that made Mei Xiong's jaw drop. Xiaoxiao, what do you think about this prince's looks? Be honest. Yu Xiaoxiao also carefully looked at the young royal prince's facial features in a serious manner. She solemnly nodded and said, gorgeous, enchanting, exceedingly beautiful, and unrivaled. If I have to sum up your appearance in one word, I would use the term, devilish. With every word Yu Xiaoxiao said, Zhu Junyong's face would darken even more. When he heard the word, devilish, the young royal prince's face was as dark as black ink. Before he got angry, Yu Xiaoxiao spoke up again, you're the one who told me to say it, so why are you getting angry? Besides, all the words that I used are praising terms, which aren't derogatory at all. From the bottom of my heart, I feel that you, young royal prince, are very good looking and fit my beauty standard. I'm complimenting you as a very good looking man, yet you're still unhappy. So unreasonable. Zhu Junyong sighed heavily and asked, tell me the truth. Don't you think that I look too feminine and don't have any masculinity? Of course not, young royal prince, with your handsome appearance and cool and indifferent aura, you have a natural imposing force. You're bursting with testosterone, how is it possible for you to lack manliness? Hearing Yu Xiaoxiao's series of flattering remarks, Zhu Junyong's face looked somewhat better. Mei Xiong was astonished in her heart. Miss Yu was glib-tongued, but her young master liked her acting like this. Had it been someone else, they would have already been smacked to death, right? Come, let's go make peach blossom cakes. Older sister Mei Xiong, please take a seat in the front courtyard. When the peach blossom cakes are ready, you can take some back for Princess Consort Jing to have a taste. Peach blossoms can enhance one's beauty and nourish one's skin. It's the most suitable for women to eat. Mei Xiong was interested after hearing Yu Xiaoxiao's words, so she stayed back to help in the kitchen. Yu Xiaoxiao kept only the petals of the flowers, and soaked the petals in a light concentration of salt water for 10 minutes. She heard from Mei Xiong that Princess Consort Jing had high-quality Westlake lotus root starch, which was bestowed by the imperial palace, so she told her to go back and ask for some. Without a food processor, Yu Xiaoxiao could only take out the pestle used to grind herbs and ask Royal Prince Yong to help pound the petals into a paste state. Then she mixed it with sheep milk that had been boiled with almonds. After that, she poured it into an earthenware jar and mixed it with lotus root starch. She added powdered sugar, stirred well, and boiled it over a small fire until it turned into a thick substance. While it was being cooked, it needed to be continuously stirred in a quick motion until it turned thick and smooth. Afterwards, she poured the cooked mixture into a container to let it cool down and solidify. After solidification, she cut it into small cubes and put a few flower petals on top. It really enhanced one's appetite to see the creamy white peach blossom cakes decorated with pink peach blossom petals. After that, Yu Xiaoxiao made peach blossom soup, which was a dessert from the drama The Journey of Flower in her previous life. After cooking glutinous rice and sheep milk into gruel, she sprinkled some flower petals inside. Those who liked a sweet taste could add some white sugar. The two peach blossom desserts captured the hearts of all the women, and even Madame Lu couldn't help but eat a few more pieces. In the end, Zhu Junyong followed Mei Xiong back to the manor in the West Mountain. Mei Xiong brought back a box full of peach blossom cakes, which caused the maid servants beside the princess consort to exclaim, Miss Yu's skills in making pastries are even better than the pastry chefs of Daoshang Village Pastry Shop 1 in the capital. People will drool just by looking at these peach blossom cakes. Princess Consort Jing, who was drinking the peach blossom soup and eating the soft and fragrant peach blossom cake, couldn't help but sigh, which lucky brat will end up marrying this last Xiaoxiao. Whoever marries her must have accumulated a great blessing from his previous life. Humph, her, she's not good at any of the 3 morals and 4 virtues, so whoever marries her will surely be angered by that mouth of hers. It would be weird if she can get married. Zhu Junyong suddenly felt annoyed when he heard her words, and even the flavor of the peach blossom cake in his mouth changed. Thus, he coldly made a spiteful remark. Princess Consort Jing could feel the change in her son's mood. She looked around and came upon a realization within her heart. Her silly son liked that lass, but he hadn't realized it yet. This slow-witted kid. Princess Consort purposely argued with him, why wouldn't Xiaoxiao be able to get married? It's already outdated to use the standard of 3 morals and 4 virtues to measure women. Isn't the emperor advocating for the equality of men and women? Xiaoxiao looks so pretty and delicate, and with her big eyes and fair skin, she definitely won't be too bad looking when she grows up. She paused for a moment, glanced at her youngest son, and then continued, the little girl has a kind and honest disposition. She's innocent and cute, and has a proper sense of propriety. Moreover, she has such superb cooking skills that even the Emperor Emeritus can't stop praising her. She's also good at doing business. She had opened braised food shops one after another, and there's also one in the capital. When coming back, I had wanted to buy 2 salted ducks to bring along on the trip, but I couldn't even get in line. If we prepare the ducks and all the other ingredients tomorrow, would Xiaoxiao be willing to make some salted ducks for us? Will she dare to not agree if this prince asked? Zhu Junyong replied with a snort. His mood was very complicated, but he also didn't know what he was troubled about. Princess Consort Jing blinked her eyes, which were very similar to her son's, and went on, the lass is concerned about your identity, but you also shouldn't go too far. Don't always bully her with your power as the royal prince. Where were we again? Oh right, Xiaoxiao is not only good at cooking, but she's also good at tending flowers and plants. My precious flowers, which were about to die, had come back to life in her hands. They look even better than when I first bought them back. Oh, that's right, the lass also has medical skills. She had unexpectedly saved the Empress's precious baby and left a good impression on the Emperor and Empress. She had also nourished my health back to normal. In the past, I would feel dizzy after walking a couple steps. Now, I can even walk several kilometers on the mountain road without feeling breathless. Your Lord Father thought that it was the feng shui on the West Mountain that heals people. Princess Consort Jing beamed with joy as she talked about her increasingly stronger and healthier body. Her husband said that, when he had breaks, he would take her to go sightseeing and spend some alone time together as a married couple. Also, Princess Consort Jing was becoming more and more enthusiastic as she spoke. However, she was interrupted by her youngest son. Lady Mother, you Xiaoxiao wouldn't be a long-lost child of you and Lord Father, right? You're working so hard to praise that you're giving off the feeling of old Wang selling melons, praising his own products. Zhu Junyang felt even more irritated in his heart. He also felt puzzled. I have already passed the age of fighting for favor, so why do I feel displeased when Lady Mother is praising that lass so much? Princess Consort glared fiercely at her youngest son. If Xiaoxiao was really my child, then you, this brat, will be single forever. He's seriously a stinky rock who doesn't know anything about romance. You still don't understand, then I'll hit you with something powerful. I also want to have such a considerate and talented daughter. It's a pity that the lass had already been adopted by Fang Zizhen and his wife. I heard that Lady Fang is planning on bringing the lass to the capital in 2 years. She wants to keep the lass by her side and help her find a good husband. Xiaoxiao is such a clever and cute girl, and she's also very skilled. There must be a lot of humble and talented gentlemen who will discover her beauty. It might be a fierce competition. Would the general estate's threshold be stomped flat by all those people? The lass is only 11 or 12 years old, yet Lady Fang is already making arrangements for her. Isn't it a little too early? Besides, what good match can a little farmer girl, like her, find in the capital? Zhu Junyang felt a flickering flame within his heart, and it was getting bigger and bigger. Feeling increasingly irritated, he had the urge to throw things and beat someone up. Princess Consort Jing smiled and said, she's the general's goddaughter, and also has some face in front of the Emperor and Empress. The Emperor Emeritus also speaks highly of her, with the most important people in the palace backing her. Do you really think she can't find a good husband? Last year, when she cured the young imperial prince's illness, there were already people asking me about her. Who's that sicko? Xiaoxiao was only around the age of 10 last year. She's still a child. Is that guy a pedophile? Zhu Junyang nearly smacked the table and jumped up. His eyes were spewing with anger, as if he wanted to go harshly beat up that disgusting guy. Princess Consort Jing glared at him and said, what are you saying? It was the senior grand secretary's daughter-in-law who asked about Xiaoxiao. She has a younger son who's around the same age as Xiaoxiao. At a young age, he has already shown his talent in the Imperial Academy. In the future, he may be able to join the Grand Secretariat like his grandfather. Zhu Junyang seldom interacted with the other noble young masters in the capital. With his brows creased together, he thought for a long time before he vaguely remembered the appearance of the outstanding grandson of the senior Grand Secretary. He looked so weak that he could barely withstand a gust of wind, and he was also as pale as a ghost. With a dull temperament, he appeared like an old scholar. With Xiaoxiao's eccentric personality, she would definitely suffocate to death if she had to be with him. Lady Mother, Xiaoxiao is still so young, so you mustn't rashly promise to help them. It's impossible to judge people by their appearance. Since you like Xiaoxiao so much, if she isn't happy in the future, you will definitely regret it. It's fine to wait a few more years. Zhu Junyang strongly opposed his mother trying to be a matchmaker for Xiaoxiao. She's not that young anymore. After the age of 10, young girls mature quickly and look different each year. She will unknowingly grow into a beautiful young maiden. I think that the senior grand secretary's younger grandson is very good. He's warm and friendly, and he doesn't have that high and mighty sense of superiority. He's a rarely found good match for young girls. How is he a good match? I can push that weakling down with merely one finger, and he can be easily blown away by slightly stronger wind. Xiaoxiao is frequently stirring up trouble, so she should find someone who is strong and skilled in martial arts. That way, there will be someone following behind and helping her take care of all the troubles. Zhu Junyang interrupted his lady mother's words, and his eyebrows were creased so tightly that it could kill a fly. Princess Consort Jing secretly laughed in her heart, but pretended to agree as she nodded and said, you're right. What kind of man is he, if he can't protect his woman? Before Zhu Junyang could breathe a sigh of relief, she continued, I have a person in mind. Yanger, what do you think about the youngest son of the Nine Gates infantry commander? He's about 4 to 5 years older than Xiaoxiao. He's tall and handsome, and even the Emperor Emeritus praised him for being highly skilled in martial arts. I heard that the kid is planning to participate and win first place in next year's Imperial Military Examination. He's just a loser under my hands. If he wants to be next year's martial arts champion, he will first need to ask if I am willing to let him. Zhu Junyang pondered if he should sign up for next year's military examination and take that fellow down a peg or two. This prince hadn't been in the capital in recent years, and now just any random cat or dog was trying to lord over others. Did they forget how this prince had beaten them until they cried for their parents? What's more, I heard that when the son of the Nine Gates infantry commander was 15, he had taken in several bed servants. He also has a concubine. That girl Xiaoxiao is like an innocent little rabbit. If she married into such a family, won't she be torn apart by those tigers and wolves? To sum it up in one sentence, I don't agree. Zhu Junyang didn't want to continue listening to his mother talking about how good all those noble young masters in the capital were. He stood up and warned her sternly, anyway, Lady Mother, don't join in and cause trouble. If someone asks you to be a matchmaker, just pretend to be ill and ignore them. That way, we can prevent that lass from living unhappily, and thus resent you in the future. After he said that, he quickly left without waiting for Princess Consort Jing's reply. Zhu Junyang, who had arrived at his own courtyard, tortured the imperial bodyguards around him for the entire afternoon in the martial arts field. He drilled those guys until they cried for their parents, but it still didn't clear up his gloomy mood. He thought of the bright and lovely young girl under the beautiful peach blossom tree. Her smile was even brighter than the sunshine, and her voice was even clearer than the mountain spring. How could he allow her beauty to be tainted by those vulgar men? If she got married, then she wouldn't be allowed to casually meet non-related men. When he was swallowed by his dark inner demons, there would no longer be a holy golden light to lead him out of the boundless darkness. When he got shackled down by the grim coldness, there wouldn't be a smile that was as warm as the sun to warm up the deepest part of his heart. He didn't know if at that time, like in his dreams, he would degenerate into a killing machine. A ruthless demon. Zhu Junyang shivered in the warm spring sun at noon. He hastily left the manor and unwittingly walked to the black brick, tiled roof residence at the foot of the mountain. Your Highness, the royal prince only ate half a bowl of peach blossom soup for lunch. When Meixiang and Lanqiang brought the lunch over, they only saw the young prince's back view and were confused about where he was going. Don't worry about him, he won't starve. Princess Consort Jing was in a good mood and thus had a good appetite. After she ate a few pieces of peach blossom cakes, she also ate quite a lot for lunch. Unknowingly, Zhu Junyang had stepped into the Yu family's east courtyard again. Yu Xiaoxiao's family was getting ready to eat lunch, so when they saw Royal Prince Yang coming in, they all stood up. With a smile, Yu Hai rubbed his hands and asked, Royal Prince Yang, have you eaten lunch yet? If you don't mind, would you like to eat with us? Zhu Junyang glanced at the table and saw that the dishes on it weren't the vegetable dishes like Yu Xiaoxiao had said. Steamed eggs and clams, fried yellow croaker, grilled salmon, these were all dishes that he hadn't tried before. Zhu Junyang, who was originally in a bad mood, flared up in anger again. Yu Xiaoxiao, do you really dislike me this much? Do you hold contempt for this prince? Zhu Junyang's tone was filled with a sense of danger. Yu Xiaoxiao, whose name was suddenly called, almost choked on a fishbone. She coughed hard twice and swallowed the fish meat in her mouth. Then she quickly went to put out the fire. What do you mean, young royal prince? Uncle Xuanju brought the yellow croaker and salmon over after you left. As you know, if sea fish is left out for a long time, it won't be fresh anymore. So, don't make excuses. Speak. Are you annoyed at this prince? You don't want to let me stay to eat. Zhu Junyang was acting somewhat unreasonable for no reason at all, like a sulky child. Yu Xiaoxiao stopped her family members, who wanted to come help. She said with a smile, Your Highness, you have misunderstood. With your noble status, you have traveled far and wide and possess exceptional knowledge. So, what delicacies haven't you tried before? Your willingness to eat at our house is an acknowledgement of my cooking skills. We feel deeply honored, so why would we push away such a great honor? You're quite lucky. You came over as soon as I succeeded in making the charcoal grilled salmon with herbs. If this prince didn't come today, doesn't that mean that I wouldn't be able to eat this new dish? Zhu Junyang continued to find fault for no reason. Looking at Xiaoxiao's beautiful smiling face, a gloomy feeling hit his heart at the thought of how her beauty would be presented to some unknown person in the future. Yu Xiaoxiao widened her eyes with a look of disbelief. I was just planning on preparing a feast to welcome the royal prince tomorrow. This dish was prepared for tomorrow. Ah, since you're here today, that's even better. Why don't you see if it suits your taste? After over 2 years of interaction, Yu Xiaoxiao had already gotten a good grasp of this cold-faced royal prince's temper and knew how to get rid of his anger by joking with him. But, it didn't seem to be working today. Stop acting in such a frivolous manner. How can you be a girl like this? With you acting like this, it would be a wonder if you can get married. Upon hearing Zhu Junyang's vicious remark, Madame Lu, as her mother, immediately pulled a long face. Yu Hai, who was a fool for his daughter, also glared at Royal Prince Yang with a displeased expression. Had it not been for his identity, they would have stepped forward and ripped into him already. That's even better. I can stay with my parents and be filial to them right by their sides. That way, I don't have to be overly cautious and restrained at someone else's house. There's also fighting with my mother-in-law, sister-in-law, and other women. I'm tired just by thinking about it. Yu Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, had a nonchalant expression. Madame Lu could no longer be concerned about Royal Prince Yang standing on the side, and chided, What are you saying? How can a girl not get married? If you continue to speak nonsense, I'm going to hit you. Madame Lu's threat didn't have any effect on Xiaoxiao because she knew that her mother wouldn't be willing to harm her at all. Since she transmigrated to this small fishing village, the most gratifying thing for her was that she had parents who loved her so much and allowed her to make trouble, and siblings who had a harmonious relationship and helped each other. Hearing Xiaoxiao's words, the anger in Zhu Junyang's heart suddenly dispersed like a deflated balloon. He said without thinking, Don't worry. If you can't get married, then this prince will kindly take you. Unexpectedly, Xiaoxiao had a horrified expression on her face when she heard this, like she had just seen a ghost. She hastily replied, Royal Prince, please don't. I'm very grateful, but can you use your kindness on others? This lowly commoner acts in a boorish manner and looks ugly. I don't want to tarnish your saintly image of being graceful and handsome, wise and skilled in martial arts, and unattainable. It's okay, this prince doesn't mind. Zhu Junyang was in a bright mood and felt that it was an excellent idea to take her into his household. This lass was still too young, but it didn't matter because he had the patience to wait for her to grow up. I'm the one who minds. Yu Xiaoxiao noticed that Royal Prince Yang was being serious, so she spoke without thinking, which caused the Yu Hai couple and old Yu's hearts to tremble in fright. If she offended this great Lord Royal Prince Yang, the entire Yu family wouldn't be able to take the responsibility. With his eyebrows raised, Zhu Junyang stared at her seriously with his phoenix eyes and asked, "Do you think that this prince isn't good enough for you? I was personally bestowed the title of royal prince by the emperor of the great Ming dynasty, and I was also granted the authority to govern a piece of land. If you consent, you will be the mistress of the entire Tanggu area. You can open a shop anywhere you want and buy land wherever you want. Even if you don't want to do anything, this prince will be able to support you. Although I'm 6 to 7 years older than you, people often say that older men know how to pamper women more. Moreover, this prince looks pretty decent, so you won't lose face when going out with me. So in what way are you unsatisfied with me?" Xiao Cao felt another headache coming when she saw him promote himself in such a serious manner. "My lord, you are absolutely perfect. I am the one who isn't good enough for you. This prince has already said that I don't mind." At the beginning, when Zhu Junyang blurted out this idea, he was being slightly impulsive. However, after carefully thinking about it, it wasn't a bad idea to keep the only source of light in his life by his side. In this way, he had resolved all the troubles that he had earlier at the mountain manor. Yu Xiaocao had the urge to bite someone. Seeing the stunned expression on the faces of her family members, she knew that she couldn't count on them. She thought about it, and then seriously said, "Young royal prince. You should also know how much my parents value me. They won't agree to let me be someone's concubine. You won't use your authority to force me to be your concubine, right? Who said I'll take you in as a concubine?" Zhu Junyang looked at her contemptuously. If this tactless girl got married into a disordered household, she would be tortured to death in a few days. Fortunately, the inner court of the Prince Jing's household had always been rather peaceful. His lord father had acted in an absurd manner when he was young, but, at present, his mother was his father's only woman. After his eldest brother married his eldest sister-in-law, he had sent away all his former bed servants. As for himself, he didn't even have a single bed servant. He was still a virgin at the age of 18 or 19. If those profligate sons of wealthy families in the capital found out about this, they would definitely laugh at him. What exactly was this stinky girl unsatisfied with? With a foul expression, Yu Xiaocao said, "To me, the position of ranked concubine and equal wife is the same as a concubine. I have a slightly domineering temper and I like to guard things that belong to me, so I won't permit anyone to share my man." The Yu family members all covered their faces. This shameless girl. How old is she that she's already casually talking about men? This won't do. When the royal prince, who is suddenly acting crazy, leaves, we must properly discipline her to let her know what can be said and what can't be said. That's great. This prince hates those pretentious and ill-intentioned women. It's enough to have only one woman in the inner court. If there are more, it would be a disaster to the family. Zhu Junyang still remembered the source of his great change in temperament, that B*TCH who wanted to harm his lady mother. She normally pretended to be a pure white lotus flower, but she was actually a black-hearted snake. Yu Xiaocao didn't know if he was really being serious. Why was he playing with her, a little peasant girl, for no reason? She wrinkled her face and tried to reject him. "Young royal prince, since ancient times, one's marriage is decided by the orders of the parents and the words of the matchmaker. Your marriage needs to be decided by Imperial Prince Jing and Princess Consort Jing. Aren't you being too disrespectful of our family by making such a rash proposal?" Yu Hai finally had a chance to interject. "Cower is right. Had it not been for your status as a royal prince, we would have already kicked you out with a beating for your absurd behavior. Although we're just commoners, Cower is also a pearl in our eyes, our beloved daughter. How can we just let you take her with merely a few words?" Zhu Junyang looked at his future father-in-law with a serious expression and nodded. "Uncle Yu is right. This fellow is being rash. Rest assured, I will make my own decisions regarding my own marriage. I'll immediately go write a letter to ask my lord father to come to the mountain manor. On a later day, I'll come with my parents to discuss the matter between the two families." Wait a moment. If Yu Xiaocao continued to remain silent, then her marriage was about to be settled. She shrieked and interrupted her father and the young prince. "Young royal prince, please carefully reconsider and don't act on impulse. How can two people without feelings stay together for a long time? Xiaocao, do you dislike me?" Zhu Junyang felt uncertain in his heart. Many of the noble young ladies in the capital, who had heard of his reputation, would always have the complex emotions of fear, panic, and adoration when they met him. He was afraid that Xiaocao would dislike him after hearing about his past. Yu Xiaocao shook her head, and Zhu Junyang's eyes suddenly lit up. Yu Xiaocao's head slightly ached as she looked up at the royal prince, who was suddenly in a good mood. She helplessly said, "Not disliking you doesn't mean that I like you all. I want to be a couple who loves each other, and not a couple who always acts courteous to each other. As long as you don't dislike me, then it's not a big problem. Isn't there something called, familiarity breeds fondness? My lady mother had also only seen my lord father several times before they got married. Aren't they happily married now? At present, which noble madam in the capital doesn't envy my lady mother for having the sole love of her husband?" What Zhu Junyang didn't say was that his lord father had seen his lady mother by chance and fallen in love with her at first sight. This marriage was requested by his lord father himself. Not all men are as devoted as Imperial Prince Jing. Yu Xiaocao felt very helpless. Could someone come save her? Could someone please take away this royal prince who had suddenly gone crazy? Like father, like son. I'm my lord father's son, so if my father can do it, then so can I. Zhu Junyang exclaimed with determination. Although he still wasn't completely clear about his feelings toward this lass, he had finally met a girl who he didn't hate and wasn't annoyed by. She was a little too young, but he didn't want to let her go. Was that a confession? It couldn't be, right? Although Yu Xiaocao had lived 2 lifetimes, she had never been pursued by anyone before, not to mention being forced into marriage, definitely a first. "But are you sure that you're really serious about marrying me, and it's not just an impulsive decision, young royal prince?" Young royal prince, I think we should give each other time to think this through. Besides, I'm only 12, which is still very young. I'm still several years away from marriageable age. We should slowly discuss this matter with both of our families, don't you think? Yu Xiaoxiao decided to delay the matter. Maybe the young prince would forget all about this when he went back, and the matter would be resolved by itself. Zhu Junyang's captivating eyes stared at her for a long time. She was about to crumble under his stare when he nodded, although being rejected by you will hurt my pride, it won't discourage me from my desire to marry you. Since you say that you need time to think, I'll give you enough time, does tomorrow sound good? Before Yu Xiaoxiao burst in anger, Zhu Junyang hurriedly continued, I'm kidding. I'm just trying to lighten up the mood since you and your family might be overly nervous. Don't worry, my intentions will never change. I'll wait for your reply, so don't let me down. Got it? It wasn't funny at all, okay. Whoever could laugh when they're facing a royal prince who proposes marriage without any warning. After all that, Zhu Junyang was also embarrassed to stick around and dine with the Yu family. But, before he exited the residence, he turned around to take another look at the figure standing gracefully like an orchid. Then, he left with an uncertain heart. Once Royal Prince Yang's figure disappeared from their sights, the entire Yu household exploded. Old Yu rubbed his chest in an effort to calm himself down, then hesitantly asked his son, just now, the royal prince proposed marriage. I'm not dreaming, am I? Such a noble person has his sights set on a daughter of our family. Yu Hai unhappily rebuked, how is my daughter not suitable for him? The royal prince wouldn't be able to compare to Cower if he didn't have his title. Madame Lu held her youngest daughter's hand and worriedly asked, what do you think, Cower? This match isn't well suited, since our family's status differs too much from that of the Prince Jing's household. If the royal prince bullies you in the future, we won't be able to back you up. Yu Hang, on the other hand, made a comment that pleased Xiaoxiao, youngest sister, no one can force you if you aren't willing. If the royal prince uses his standing to pressure you, even if I will risk my life, your brother, I will go to the capital to file an imperial complaint and make sure that the emperor does you justice. Yu Xiaoxiao grumbled in her heart, eldest brother, you're so naive. The emperor, that's his older cousin, you'd expect him to help us rather than his own family. And besides, how easy do you think filing an imperial complaint would be, even more so when you're complaining about a royalty? Just the mere punishment of rolling on top of a bed full of nails will cost you half of your life. Yu Xiaoxiao sighed deeply, and the Yu household immediately shut up to watch her. Let's eat, the dishes are already cold. Yu Xiaoxiao weakly fell into her seat by the dining table and tastelessly stuffed a piece of fish meat into her mouth. Madame Lu patted her lightly, you still have a mind for food. How will we handle this matter? Why don't you give us some ideas? Her daughter's ideas had led them through the past 2 years, so the household had eventually made a habit out of asking her for her opinions every time they encountered a problem. Everyone had already forgotten that ultimately, she was only a 12-year-old girl. What else can we do? We can only pray that it was an act of impulse by the young prince. Maybe he'd have regretted this decision by the time he reached his residence. That's enough, all of you shouldn't worry yourselves over it, even if the sky falls down, tall people will hold it up for us. Although Yu Xiaoxiao said this, she still could not swallow her food, it was tasteless. God, who could tell her what kind of insanity Royal Prince Yang was on about? Proposing marriage without any warning, had he been possessed by something dirty? But, what if he's serious? Madame Lu was still worried. She did not think that her daughter catching the eye of the royal prince was good at all. Seeing that everyone seemed to disapprove of this marriage, old Yu hesitated to talk. He secretly wondered why his son and daughter-in-law were dissatisfied with the royal prince. Besides, did it matter whether you were satisfied or not? Would the royal prince allow room for rejection, considering his standing? Yu Xiaoxiao also had no confidence in the matter, so she said after a moment of thought, when he comes, you all can tell him you want to keep me until I'm 18 years old because you can't bear for me to leave so young. If he can't wait, then he can find another. I'm still young anyway, and there's 6 years until I'm 18 years old. Perhaps he'll meet his true soulmate one of those days. Yu Hang quickly responded, what if he's still determined to marry you when you're 18? Then I'll marry him. It should be true love if he's waited for me for so many years, right? Shouldn't it be worth entrusting the rest of my life? Yu Xiaoxiao opened her mind to the idea. The young prince was quite good-looking and was not hard to get along with. Besides, there was really nothing bad she could say about him. If she kept him at home, he would still make a good eye candy. That's right, was there any option aside from marrying him? Yu Hai and Madame Lu shared worried glances with each other. On the other side, Zhu Junyang's steps became light and quick once he left the Yu residence. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his decision was right. His cousin, the emperor, had once said, there is an invisible pair of wings behind everyone's back. Only when you've found your other half, will you be able to fly freely. There were so many people in this world, and yet it was only her intentions that he could never tell. She was the only one whom he had the desire to get close to. Was she not the other half that the gods had prepared specifically for him? Lady Mother, I want to marry Yu Xiaoxiao. Zhu Junyang rushed back to his mountain villa. He did not feel hungry, seemingly even forgetting that he had not even had lunch as his heart had never felt so fulfilled. Princess Consort Jing, who had eaten her fill and was strolling in the gardens, raised her brow at his declaration, oh. He finally understood his feelings after going out for such a short while. Could it be, this fellow was triggered by me and ran off to confess his feelings? He didn't get chased out by them. How did Xiaoxiao react? Was she elated, perturbed, scared, or, Princess Consort thought heartlessly. Lady Mother, I've thought it through, all the noble young misses in the capital only make me annoyed. If they're not aloof and boring, then they're deceitful. Otherwise, they're stupid like pigs. You're right, I'm already of age and should consider marriage. If I really have to find someone to stay by my side, Yu Xiaoxiao isn't so bad. Zhu Junyang did not seem to have grasped the true meaning of liking someone, but rather only had a muddled understanding of it. Princess consort Jing did not continue the topic, keeping silent. When she felt her son slowly losing his composure, she spoke, "And you visited the Yu family just now?" Yes. Suddenly, Zhu Junyang did not feel so sure of himself anymore, for fear that his lady mother might oppose his decision to be with Yu Xiaoxiao. Hadn't you listed many of Xiaoxiao's good traits? I've thought about it. Rather than letting her be taken by others, why not strike first and tie her down? How did the Yu family react? That little lass Xiaoxiao was a good child. Although Princess Consort Jing had not had much opportunity to interact with her parents, she heard that they were honest folk. She just did not know if they had any worrying relatives, but with the Prince Jing household's reputation, even difficult relatives should know to back down, right? Yu Xiaoxiao's parents didn't say anything, author's note. That's because you hadn't given them a chance to. Yu Xiaoxiao made a few requests, but I think they're really nothing. In Zhu Junyang's point of view, Xiaoxiao's biggest worry was the difference between their status and his parents' opposition, but his lady mother was not like the common folk who only looked at a person's birth, right? Princess Consort Jing's brow rose even higher. Yu Xiaoxiao dared to personally make demands with Yanger. What kind of reaction is this? As a girl, shouldn't she be shy and hide away from discussions about her marriage? Lady mother, you disapprove. Zhu Junyang had misunderstood his mother's silence. Princess Consort Jing smiled and asked, "Tell me, what requests did that girl make?" It's actually nothing. Her biggest worry is that her standing isn't high enough, so she's afraid that I'll have a bunch of bed servants and concubines and they'll fight with her for my favor, but she's overthinking it. With my condition, if I'd never met her, I'd probably never marry in this lifetime. Suddenly, Zhu Junyang recalled that dream he had not so long ago. He turned into a murderer so uncontrollable he died in a storm of arrows surrounded by the Imperial Guards and Jinwu Guards. He still remembered the dream with clarity even though a few months had passed. He seldom lost control for the past 2 years. In those few times when he was about to lose control of himself, he was prevented from it by Yu Xiaoxiao, either wittingly or not. Head steward Lu had also hinted to him about his tendency to become warmer when he was around Yu Xiaoxiao, or rather, Yu Xiaoxiao was the sun in his heart, warming the cold and dark devil within him. Are you sure that Yu Xiaoxiao isn't eyeing your status and title? Would she have ulterior motives like those young misses from the prestigious families in the capital? The more Princess Consort Jing said, the more upset she felt. Her poor Yanger. She's not, Zhu Junyang confidently said. Even though he could not perceive any of her emotions, he was sure in his heart that Yu Xiaoxiao was not a conniving person. Not only did she not approach him because of his identity, she also showed signs of withdrawing from him. However, he would never let her have the opportunity to push him away. His older cousin, the Emperor, had said, one must fight for their own chances, and hold them tight. Let me think about it. Princess Consort Jing was extremely careful and considerate of the marriage of her poor youngest son. Every mother hoped that their children could find the perfect match for themselves, and she was the same. Zhu Junyang misunderstood his mother's meaning. Furrowing his brows, he thought, didn't Lady Mother quite like Xiaoxiao? It seems like he was too confident in this matter. It couldn't be that Lady Mother also minded her family background. Lady Mother, what more do you have to think about? You couldn't possibly want me to live alone for the rest of my life, right? Zhu Junyang's lips thinned into a line and his expression turned into a sort of stubborn childishness. Princess Consort Jing was angry and amused at the same time. He had not even married this wife and she, as his mother, was already being put to the side. She pretended to be angry and huffed, "You've really grown up, Yanger. You're even threatening your own mother now." Those peasant women were right when they said, when the little magpie grows up and gets a wife, he forgets his mother. I didn't mean it that way. I just have a feeling that I'll really be forever alone if I let Yu Xiaoxiao slip away. Zhu Junyang was a little anxious, but he could not let his lady mother have a grudge against Xiaoxiao. Women are so troublesome and so hard to deal with. Princess Consort Jing amusedly watched her youngest son's anxious expression, feeling relieved. He had been displaying more and more emotions for the past 2 years and seemed more like a living person now. She could still remember being constantly on guard against that small, listless figure that could and would hurt someone at any moment. The entire family was very concerned for him, but it seemed like he started taking a turn for the better after he met that girl from Yu family. Could it be that Yu Xiaoxiao was Zhu Junyang's soulmate as mentioned before by the chief abbot of Shangguo Temple? Only when Zhu Junyang's destined benefactor is born will he be redeemed. The chief abbot of Shangguo Temple rarely read a person's fortune. He only gave this small advice that year because he was touched by Princess Consort Jing's love for her child. For the past decade, the Imperial Prince Jing's estate had sent out many of their guards to search for Zhu Junyang's supposed soulmate, but they had never found her. It seemed that they had misunderstood the chief abbot. The birth he had mentioned probably did not mean newly born infants. But Zhu Junyang was 7 years old that year. She dragged her sick body and kowtowed every step she made to the Shangguo Temple and begged the chief abbot to help her find a way around his fate. Coincidentally, the Yu family's little miss was born that year. Was there a connection? The more Princess Consort Jing thought into it, the more she felt her guess was logical. She flipped and turned the entire night but did not sleep much. On the morning of the second day, she let Meixiang go down the mountain to summon Yu Xiaoxiao. This morning, Yu Xiaoxiao had brewed a cup of fragrant peach blossom tea and baked a few types of sheep's milk biscuits. She was about to dig in when Meixiang knocked on the door and entered the courtyard. The Yu residence was busiest in the morning, filled with the fellow villagers that they employed, who conversed with each other while they skillfully and carefully harvested the vegetables. 2 horse carts were parked outside the residence. The insignia on the carts showed that they were Junsho restaurants purchasing carts, and one of them was headed for the prefectural city. The horse cart would have to travel for about a day before it could reach the prefectural city, but the freshness of Yu family's vegetables could be preserved for a longer time. Even if it were a few days after harvesting, they would still taste as fresh as when they were reaped. When Mei Xiong arrived at the Yu residence, she saw the women load vegetables onto the cart and smiled at Yu Xiaoxiao as she quipped, "Miss Yu, since your vegetables are so high in demand, you should consider planting more. Otherwise, those people in town will fight with each other just for the right to buy from you." Yu Xiaoxiao nodded, solemnly replying, we are planning to do that. We'll plant 50 mu of early ripening vegetables in our farmstead at the outskirts of Tenggu town at the beginning of spring next year. If they can sell, we'll continue to increase the production volume in the following years." Watching the young girl who was sitting in a rocking chair leisurely sip her flower tea, Mei Xiong smiled as she watched the young girl who was sitting in a rocking chair leisurely sip her flower tea. "Miss Yu is indeed skilled in business, you're capable and you have the courage. The Yu family will never have to worry about not making a fortune." Yu Xiaoxiao smiled in response, inviting Mei Xiong to sit while she poured a cup of peach blossom tea for her. "Older sister Mei Xiong has overpraised me. There's still my father, how can I be given credit for such a thing?" Mei Xiong politely declined her invitation and grinned, "Miss Yu, spare me these courtesies. Frankly speaking, even if others weren't aware, wouldn't this servant know? It's you, Miss Yu, who makes the decisions in Yu family." Yu Xiaoxiao immediately denied her statement. She was guessing that Mei Xiong's visit today might be because Princess Consort Jing thought she was seducing her son as Royal Prince Yang had gone crazy yesterday and proposed marriage. Yu Xiaoxiao touched her face. Could it be that she also had the talent of a wily fox spirit? But currently, she was at most a little fox cub, how could she possibly know the ways of seduction? "Older sister Mei Xiong, was it the Princess Consort who told you to come here?" Yu Xiaoxiao decided that since the result would be the same no matter what she did, she might as well face it head on. She had a clear conscience, so what should she be afraid of? Mei Xiong secretly glanced at Yu Xiaoxiao who seemed to have become prettier in a pure way and smiled, "Miss Yu is indeed clever. The Princess Consort has not seen you for a long while, so she sent me to invite you up to the villa for a chat." Yu Xiaoxiao nodded slightly and asked for her to wait for a while. She kept the peach blossom tea that she had scented yesterday night, packed the biscuits she made that morning into a container and followed behind Mei Xiong up the carved stone steps to Prince Jing's luxurious yet low-profile villa. Yu Xiaoxiao did not exactly feel nervous, since she still had the mood to observe and guess Mei Xiong's true identity. Mei Xiong's steps were still light and she showed no signs of fatigue even after traversing a length of mountain road. Did this mean that she was not simply an ordinary girl, but rather one that was exceedingly skilled in martial arts? At the villa's main compound, Princess Consort Jing was having breakfast with her son. When she saw Yu Xiaoxiao arrive with a packed box of food, she smiled and asked, "Xiaoxiao, have you had breakfast? If you haven't, let's eat together." Yu Xiaoxiao did not refuse the offer. Except for a cup of flower tea, she had not even had the chance to eat the sheep's milk biscuits that she had baked earlier for breakfast. Moreover, she had traveled about a little over a kilometer to come to their villa. She was ravenous. "Many thanks, Your Highness. I won't be courteous, then." Once she thanked Princess Consort Jing, she took a seat on her right and opened her container. Taking out the delectable biscuits, she calmly said, "Princess Consort, I baked these sheep's milk biscuits this morning. They're very nutritious and suitable for people with weak digestion." Although Princess Consort Jing's body had almost fully recovered, her stomach would still feel uncomfortable occasionally, so sheep's milk biscuits were just right for her. Princess Consort Jing picked up a flower-shaped biscuit and took a small bite into it, carefully tasting it. Then, she nodded, "You have quite a skilled pair of hands. Not only are these biscuits delicious, their shapes are also very exquisite, making them look extremely appetizing. If Your Highness likes them, I will definitely send a portion of the new pastries to you to try when I make them in the future." Yu Xiaoxiao stuffed a shrimp crystal dumpling into her mouth and savored its taste. The cooks employed by Prince Jing were really skilled and made many exquisitely delicious foods. Since Yu Xiaoxiao entered the compound, Zhu Junyang's captivating eyes had never left her figure. Yu Xiaoxiao was either mentally tough or resilient in her heart to be able to calmly savor the meal under his gaze. "Xiaoxiao, have you decided on the matter I've mentioned yesterday? Let's choose a date and get engaged. If you think yesterday's proposal wasn't proper enough, I can invite the prefectural magistrate to be our matchmaker. I'll make sure you receive all the engagement gifts that are due." Zhu Junyang panicked when he saw that Yu Xiaoxiao was completely unaffected by yesterday's episode, as though she had forgotten all about it. Yu Xiaoxiao paused in her chewing and sent a pleading look at Princess Consort Jing. "As his mother, shouldn't you control your son when he loses his mind?" Princess Consort Jing glared at her son. She had only just found out that her youngest son was actually an impatient person. Even if he wanted to bring this up, the least he should do was wait until she finished her breakfast. It was no wonder the girl rolled her eyes at him when he so hastily proposed marriage directly to her. Yanger could not possibly have hot-headedly gone to them like this yesterday, could he? If she was Xiaoxiao's family members, she would have definitely chased this dull lecher out with a bat. It was another matter altogether whether she was actually able to do so. "Don't bother with him, Xiaoxiao. Eat first." Eating triumphed over all. "You needed to wait until after the little girl finishes her meal before you could begin the slaughter, all right." Yu Xiaoxiao misunderstood Princess Consort Jing's meaning and thought that she actually disagreed with her son's behavior, so she sent a provocative look at Zhu Junyang. Zhu Junyang was about to say something, but Princess Consort Jing's gaze told him to be calm. Zhu Junyang suppressed the restlessness in his heart and, like a cow chewing on a peony, he carelessly ate a few mouthfuls without savoring the taste. The three of them finished breakfast in silence, gargled with the gargling water that the servants presented them with, and scrupulously washed their hands at the end. With a gesture from Princess Consort Jing, all the other servants except Mei Xiong retreated. Xiao, Yanger was too presumptuous yesterday and said some inappropriate things at your home. I hope you and your parents won't take this to heart. Princess Consort Jing first apologized for her son's rash behavior yesterday. She could not have the future in-laws think that they were disrespectful because they were of higher status. Yu Xiaoxiao had an expression on her face that said, I thought so, as she replied with a faint smile on her lips, rest assured, your highness, we'll act as if nothing had ever happened. Princess Consort Jing knew that Yu Xiaoxiao had misunderstood her, but she continued to smile. Yesterday, when Yanger came back from your house, he told me of his true feelings. He said that among all the girls he's met before, you're the only one that he doesn't detest. It's this commoner girl's honor. Yu Xiaoxiao's expression was filled with humility. In her heart, her certainty of Princess Consort Jing's true intention was wavering. I won't say more of those courtesies. My youngest son has a bad temper and is quite dull. He also doesn't know how to please girls and always displays an icy expression to keep others away from him, but as a mother, who wouldn't want their children to find their perfect match? Don't you think so too? Princess Consort Jing smiled amiably, but did not leave Yu Xiaoxiao any space to shrink back or evade the question. At the side, Zhu Junyang could not help feeling anxious. What was his lady mother's intention, to speak of so many of his shortcomings to Xiaoxiao? Was she lying when she said she did not object this? Yu Xiaoxiao discreetly licked her dry lips. Should she agree with Princess Consort Jing, or should she courteously comfort her that Zhu Junyang was not as bad as she claimed? Royal Prince Yang was dull. He kept people at arm's length. Was the royal prince that she was familiar with fake? That thick-skinned glutton, that sarcastic youngster that loved to insult people with his poisonous wit, that royal prince who would act haughty at any moment, these depictions seemed like a wrong match for the person Princess Consort Jing was describing. Princess Consort, are you sure you know your youngest son? Or, did Royal Prince Yang have a twin with the exact same face but a totally different bearing? As she did not respond, Princess Consort Jing could only continue, sigh, many of the wealthy sons in the capital are already fathers even though they're younger than Yanger. As his mother, I'm more anxious than anyone else, but Yanger is stubborn. If he doesn't like the girl, then no one can force him to marry her. There are so many ladies in the capital of various appearances and attitudes but none have caught his eye. I also couldn't help but speculate if he has some kind of indescribable disease, or, if he doesn't like women. Lady Mother, what are you talking about? Zhu Junyang could no longer stay silent at this point. He was about to become a homosexual if his mother continued to speak. Was this his biological mother? Working against him must be her profession. Maybe I should do the talking. Zhu Junyang recalled that his cousin, the emperor, had once said that if one wanted to win a lady's affections, the best one could do was to be sincere and honest with the other person and never hide anything from them, because women were very petty and they would remember it for the rest of their lives. Although his condition seemed to have taken a turn for the better now, he was still unsure of how his illness would progress in the future. With Yu Xiaoxiao's cleverness, she would sooner or later catch a hint about his condition after a period of interaction. Since he had already decided to marry her, he might as well make everything clear from the beginning. It would definitely be best if she could accept him, but if she really could not, then they would maintain as they currently were. At most, he would stay single for his entire life. Princess Consort Jing could tell that he seemed to have made some sort of decision, and that surprised her. Her son had finally found a girl that he was willing to get close to, even if she was currently still young, but all they needed to do was wait for her to grow up. It might be several years, but they could afford the wait. But it seemed that her son was about to tell Xiaoxiao the secret he had kept for nearly 2 decades. Who would be willing to spend the rest of their lives with a large firecracker that could explode at any moment? If, at any day, he went out of control, she could be risking her own life. Her son was too impulsive. This act was equivalent to pushing her away. Yanger, are you sure? Princess Consort Jing sounded slightly anxious, and her voice tinged with hesitation. Zhu Junyang looked seriously at his mother and slowly nodded. I'm sure, Lady Mother. I can't hide this matter forever. Since I really intend to marry, I must show my sincerity. I trust Xiaoxiao, she's not the same as the other girls in the capital. Yu Xiaoxiao watched them cluelessly. What kind of riddle were they talking about? It seemed like Royal Prince Yang was about to tell her something important, so important that even Princess Consort Jing took it very seriously. Could it be that Royal Prince Yang was not the biological son of Imperial Prince Jing? Or was it some other secret of the imperial family? Could she choose to not listen? Princess Consort Jing worriedly glanced at Yu Xiaoxiao, then she sighed lightly. I won't say any more since you've already made your decision. Xiaoxiao, even if you can't accept what Yanger will tell you later, please don't use it to hurt him. It's been difficult for Yanger all these years. As his mother, I beg of you, no matter what, help him keep his secret, alright? Since this secret is so important, I think it's better if I don't know about it, Yu Xiaoxiao stuttered as she mumbled. No, you must know. Zhu Junyang felt that if he did not pick up the courage to tell her today, he might never have the guts to tell her. He tugged Yu Xiaoxiao's wrist and led her to the deepest part of the garden. Yu Xiaoxiao tried to shake his grip off, but the young prince's hand was like a big pair of pliers. His grip firm yet light, so she did not feel pain. She tried to forcefully pull herself free, but her strength compared to that of Royal Prince Yang, who was skilled in martial arts, was like an ant trying to shake a tree. With no other choice, she gave up her struggle. There's no one here, you can say whatever you want to now, Yu Xiaoxiao said in a somewhat sulky tone. Zhu Junyang let go of her wrist, albeit a little unwilling to part with that delicate feeling in his palm. His lips thinned into a line as he structured his thoughts. He stared into Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes. When I was 5, I fell into a pond and almost drowned. Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened as many schemes from the plot of inner courtyard fight novels flashed through her mind. She blinked her clear, big eyes and carefully asked, how did you fall in? And what about your servants? Did someone push you? What happened afterwards? Now that he had begun, Zhu Junyang felt that the following words were not so hard to say. I was still young at that time. Moreover, I was frightened and I had fallen ill for some time afterwards, so I don't remember what happened during that time. I only know that after that incident, my lord father punished a concubine that was quite favored at that time. Your father must have found out that it was that wretch who wanted to harm you. That's weird, you have two older brothers, so why did your father's concubine target you instead? According to inner courtyard fight plots, shouldn't they first get rid of the heir who was going to inherit the princely title? There was no benefit to killing off the youngest son. Zhu Junyang glared at her and said, this prince was extremely charming when I was young, and lord father favored me very much. Every time he returned from court or after finishing his errands, he would first visit Lady Mother's courtyard and play with me for a while. That wretch thought that Lady Mother used me as an excuse to persuade Lord Father to her courtyard. Oh, but I thought your father was loyal to your mother. Why did he still bring these messy women into the inner courtyard? You men are always eyeing the pot even though you're already eating from the bowl. You all want to be surrounded by women and enjoy the bliss of a harmonious harem. Yu Xiaoxiao pursed her lips, making an expression that said, all men are like this. You're just a little girl, how many men have you met? You say that as though you have a lot of experience. Zhu Junyang felt so stifled by her words he did not know how to continue. He tsked at her and asked, do you or do you not want to hear me continue? Can I choose not to? Yu Xiaoxiao's expression was full of reluctance. I mean, if you really have to tell it to someone, there's definitely a group of outstanding girls that are lining up and willing to listen to you. No, I only want to tell you and you alone. Others are not fit to know my secret. Zhu Junyang scowled in annoyance. If it were anyone else, he would have had the servants take them away to be punished, but towards Yu Xiaoxiao, he had no way of doing it. It was like he was trying to catch a porcupine barehanded. He was filled with the feeling of helplessness. Yu Xiaoxiao listlessly responded, all right, say whatever you wish, then. I'm listening. You, what kind of reaction is that? Is it so hard to bear, listening to me speak? A blazing fire raged in Zhu Junyang. He wanted to let it out, but he could not. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him, her voice tinted with willful arrogance, so are you going to tell me or not? If not, I'm leaving. Zhu Junyang took a deep breath. One of these days, he would definitely die of anger because of this infuriating little girl. After he calmed down, he continued, since that time I almost drowned and fell seriously ill, I suddenly became able to sense certain people's emotions and I'm especially sensitive towards others' ill intentions. Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes bulged in shock, her gaze filled with a hint of excitement. Wow. That means you obtained superpowers after overcoming a tragedy. And it's a perception-type superpower. So cool, this is very good. Ah. Good, how is it good? The ill intent of others will affect my emotions and make me lose all sense of rationality. For example, those people with ulterior motives that try to curry my favor have the lowest degree of ill intent, and it's still tolerable as I'll only feel a little stifled in my heart. But if the other person has ill intent but has yet to carry it out, it will make me want to rage. If the other party wants to harm me and the people around me, I will lose all rationality. Zhu Junyang's brows furrowed, as though he was reluctant to remember how he managed to endure through that period of time. Maybe you were too young at that time and afraid of the sudden change to your body, so your emotions were strongly influenced. If you were already an adult, you shouldn't have such a big reaction to it. How badly has it progressed, your loss of all rationality? Yu Xiaoxiao was affected by his emotions. She smothered that small excitement and started seriously helping him analyze the matter. Zhu Junyang hesitated for a moment, glancing at Yu Xiaoxiao. Finally, he gritted his teeth and continued, my first outburst was because of my lady mother's personal maidservant. She was feeding my mother a type of slow-acting poison, and the aura of her malice was so strong it engulfed me and devoured my rationality. At that time, all I could see was black, and I seemed to have lost control of my body. Not only could I not see and hear anything, but I also didn't know what was happening. When my lady mother's anxious scream made me return to consciousness. He glanced at Yu Xiaoxiao again, not knowing if the following details would scare the little girl who was listening to his story seriously. He pondered for a moment, but since he had already started, what was the point in only telling half of the story? He decided to continue. When I came to my senses, that maidservant was already dead and lying by my feet. In my hand, I was holding the sharp dagger my lord father gave me on my 5th birthday. My mother's personal maidservant, her head, her face, her body, had been stabbed until she was an unrecognizable lump of flesh and blood. Both of her legs were broken at the knees, her carotid artery had been cut open and her blood bathed the floor. Once he finished, he solemnly watched Yu Xiaoxiao. He expected to see fear, terror or loathing on her face, and he had also mentally prepared himself to receive her disgust. Against his expectations, this 12-year-old girl displayed only a face of complete seriousness as her brows pinched together in deep thought. At last, she met his gaze boldly and unafraid, and analyzed in all seriousness, young royal prince, I think you have a mental disorder called post-traumatic stress disorder. It can manifest as a desire to kill, to attempt suicide or in self-mutilation. Where had she heard this from? It was probably a preview from some informative talk show broadcast that she had seen before. It should sound convincingly professional, right? You're not afraid of me. Zhu Junyang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was indeed different from others and worthy of being the person who caught his eye, deserving of him burning his own boats and telling her his secret. Yu Xiaoxiao's eyebrows furrowed together as she met his gaze and asked, will you hurt me? Of course not. If he had the choice, he would rather hurt himself than let her suffer even a little injury or grievance. So, what is there to be afraid of? Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes in reply, and then her line of thought returned to his words, what about afterwards? Has this kind of situation recurred? Zhu Junyang nodded, yes, a lot of times. I feel as though a demon lives in my heart. It'll appear occasionally, take control of my will and body and make me do some brutal things. Honestly, some people might not have deserved to die, but I killed them when I lost all rationality. Zhu Junyang had suffered a lot these past years. He held others at arm's length because he was afraid that he would unintentionally hurt those that he cared deeply for when he lost control of himself. He was always on his guard against his sudden outbursts. This was why he did not dare to get close to his family, did not have friends, and was only accompanied by a few old eunuchs who were skilled in martial arts. Although his lady mother's heart ached for him and she showered him with her love, she would still unconsciously reveal her fear and pity of him. His lord father was constantly cautious of him. Both of his brothers distanced themselves from him, and his only older sister turned into a frightened rabbit every time she saw him, shying away from him for as far as she could manage. Perhaps they had all thought of him as a monster. 14 years had passed since he was 5 years old. In these 14 years, Yu Xiaoxiao had been the only one who actually treated him like a normal person. When she interacted with him, she was only respectful but not afraid. She would naturally display her emotions on her face. Sometimes, she would also verbally shun him like a cat testing the sharpness of her claws. She would also secretly laugh because she managed to get a little benefit. There had never been a person who was so carefree in front of him, who was so vivid and interesting in his eyes, and there had never been a person whom he would miss when they were apart, whom he wanted to get close to when they met, who made him care about her smile or every knit of her brows. He did not know if this feeling was called like, or if it could be called love. He only knew that he would probably never experience happiness for the rest of his life if he let this person go. You, have you killed a lot of people? Yu Xiaoxiao probed as she was curious. That pulled Zhu Junyang back from his thoughts. He thought about it, then tentatively asked, if I said yes, would you think that I'm cruel? That I'm a demon who is numb to killing? I wouldn't say that you're a demon. You said so yourself that you only lost control and attacked those who wished to harm you and your family. This means the other person reaped what they sowed and died justifiably. However, the more people you kill, the more your mind and self-restraint will be affected. It's just like if a person first kills someone, they will feel panicked, afraid, guilty, remorseful, all kinds of feelings mixed together, but if they continued to kill more and more people, they would become numb towards killing and turn into a psychopath. Yu Xiaoxiao felt as if she had suddenly turned into the king of analysis, and it filled her with a very high and mighty feeling. Zhu Junyang continued to ask, you don't think I'm a psycho? A demon, a devil? Is that what they call you? That's because they don't understand you. Young royal prince, do you know what I think of you? Seeing the young prince's nervous expression, Yu Xiaoxiao could not help but want to comfort him. What kind of person am I? Cold, eccentric, Zhu Junyang tentatively guessed. Yu Xiaoxiao shook her head and said, the young royal prince in my eyes is strong, handsome and heroic. You were born as the son of an imperial prince and was awarded the title of Royal Prince Yang by the emperor. Originally, you should have been a person so high up that we would never have the chance to meet, but yet here you are, standing among us, and you never once looked down on us because of our birth, nor have you ever bullied anyone simply because you had the authority to. You also don't disdain that our farmers' meals are simple. You stand with us under the hot sun and worry about our crops with us, and you never punish my family and I for misconduct. In the eyes of my family members, you're an amiable royal prince, and in my eyes, you're a friend that I can trust. Although, of course, given that you don't mind the difference between our statuses. When have I ever cared about that? Even though Zhu Junyang was very touched, he still maintained his haughty expression. His phoenix eyes glanced sideways at her, but quickly moved away the next moment. However, he still could not resist absolving himself, disregarding the time at sea I fought back against the pirates and that last time when I went up the mountains to take down the bandits. I don't actually have a lot of lives on my hands. Ever since my lord father found out about my condition, he had asked imperial grandfather for an eunuch skilled in martial arts to accompany me. He'll forcibly stop me every time I lose control and start hurting people, even though he only waits for me to beat the other person until they're left with their last breath to act, saying that I'd be able to vent my anger without taking the lives of others. Just like this, I was even given the title of Black-Faced Devil by those cowards in the capital. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at him with a faint smile on her lips. Then, have most of the wealthy children of the capital been taught a lesson by you? Zhu Junyang raised his eyebrow. The expression on his face was a little charming, a little bad and wholly captivating. He noted the stunned look in Yu Xiaoxiao's gaze, and he could not help but smile. I'm not the kind of person that initiates fights. The people that I heard were all people with ulterior motives. It's as you said, it became harder and harder to control my emotions and even a small prod could make me lose my senses. As my skills in martial arts became increasingly good, head steward Lu Fusheng could no longer single-handedly subdue me. That's why every time I go out, I will always be accompanied by a few imperial guards that are skilled in martial arts. Oh, no wonder you always create such a fuss every time you come to Dongshan village. So it wasn't to protect you, but instead to prevent you from harming others. Now that I think about it, I recall that there seemed to be a time when I felt that you were acting a bit odd. At that time, your body seemed to be exuding a dense cloud of blood, and it was so dense it almost enveloped me. It was such a stifling feeling. Luckily, you quickly recovered after I made impromptu jokes. My little heart thumped so hard that time because I was so scared. As though in a trance, Yu Xiaoxiao recalled that scene from that time. That feeling as though she had fallen into hell almost made her hair stand on end. Zhu Junyang appeared to have a slight impression of that as he nodded. That time, you were the one who pulled me back from the raging darkness. It was the first time in my life that I was brought back to my senses before my outburst began. Although we weren't as close to each other then as we are now, you, little lass, still left a deep impression on me. His gaze was so warm and gentle, so different from the usual haughty and foolish young prince. What to do, men who were gentle, warm and handsome were the hardest to resist. Yu Xiaoxiao shifted her gaze and started a somewhat safer topic. Young royal prince, we should analyze your condition. I feel that your initial outbursts were because you were too young and afraid of the unknown. When your fear reached a certain limit, it would find a way to break out. Think about it, being able to sense the true intentions of others isn't actually such a bad thing. What is it if it isn't a bad thing? A good thing. Zhu Junyang vexedly glared at her. It sure was easy for her to say such a thing since she was not in his shoes. Excitement tinged Yu Xiaoxiao's voice as she said, in my opinion, it is a good thing. Consider this, you'll be able to sense if the other person holds any bad intentions towards you without the other person knowing at all. We'd be able to take precautions before the other party strikes. We could even create a setup and wait for them to take the bait, and then capture both the criminal and the goods together. You could get rid of all your opponents through legal means. Isn't this good? Zhu Junyang fell into deep thought. Xiaoxiao is right. His ability wasn't so scary at all. If he sensed that the other person had ulterior motives, he could choose to distance himself from them, and if the other person has bad intentions, he would know about it earlier and be able to take precautions and avoid a lot of overt and covert schemes. Why did he reject this ability from fear, even until he was strongly influenced by it? We could even pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger, by feigning to trust the other party and then launch a counterattack when they decide to carry out their schemes. Even just thinking about it feels so exhilarating. Yu Xiaoxiao got more and more excited the more she thought about it. That was a superpower, an ability to read minds. Zhu Junyang's eyes shined with a smile as he watched the excited little lass, asking, what is pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? You want me to pretend to be pig? You're actually insulting me, aren't you? Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him. Uncultured people are without fear. Pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger is an idiom. It means you pretend to be weak initially to lure in others' attention and make them bite the bait. Then, strike while they have their guard lowered. Simply said, it's concealing your true abilities and pretending to be stupid to lower the guard of your enemy so you can easily take them down. Oh, then why is it pretending to be a pig and not something else? Like a little rabbit, a lamb, or a fawn. These are weak animals too, and they're much cuter than a pig. Zhu Junyang was full of curiosity towards this new and unfamiliar idiom. Annoyed, Yu Xiaoxiao waved her hand dismissively. You ask me, but how am I supposed to know? Anyway, it's either an idiom, or a colloquialism. It's not like I created it. Zhu Junyang leniently smiled. Don't you say enough of these bizarre words. Could I even punish you even if you admitted to creating them? Yu Xiaoxiao did not want to debate over those modern words and phrases she often used subconsciously, so she changed the topic. Young royal prince, would you like to try to see if you can read the minds of others? How do I try? That urge to try in Zhu Junyang's heart could not be ignored. Mind reading, did that mean he would be able to sense the thoughts of others? If he was able to clearly hear the thoughts of others, wouldn't he be able to better make early precautions and pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger? Yu Xiaoxiao bit her lip and thought hard about it, saying with uncertainty, why not, try to focus and think, I want to know what Yu Xiaoxiao is thinking about. Zhu Junyang did as she said, and poured all of his focus on her while he chanted in his heart. Unfortunately, it was of no use. He shook his head, it doesn't work. Yu Xiaoxiao made a disappointed expression, scratching her head. She mumbled to herself, it shouldn't be, aren't you able to sense the other person's emotions? This is clearly a type of sensing ability. Zhu Junyang was suddenly reminded of something as he hurriedly said, I think I messed up the person I'm testing this on. I can't sense any of your emotions, so it's completely within reason that I can't read your thoughts. Why don't we test on another person? Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up, grinning, you can't sense my thoughts. That's good, no one likes to be seen through by another person, it's like being stripped of your clothes, so embarrassing. Is there anyone else that you can't see through except for me? Nothing else, it's only you. Zhu Junyang couldn't help but step forward and reveal a genuine smile when he saw how happy the little lass was. As far as I'm concerned, you're the only one. Fudge, did he have to say something that sweet? Yu Xiaoxiao felt her tiny heart thumping. Beautiful people truly moved one's heart. Apparently even handsome men could do the same. Xiaoxiao wasn't a true 12-year-old girl as her inner self was already an old woman who was past 30. In front of a young and innocent youth, should she really speak her thoughts? You really can't read the thoughts in my heart. Yu Xiaoxiao decided that she was still considered a good person as she managed to suppress the salivating wolf in her heart and change the subject. She tried to hypnotize herself. This sister cannot see the handsome boy in front of me, can't see him, can't see him. Zhu Junyang took a step forward and lowered his head to look at Yu Xiaoxiao who was right beneath his nose. His voice took on a magnetic quality as he alluringly said, the last person I would try to trick in this world would be you. Yu Xiaoxiao raised her eyes and realized that stunningly handsome face was only a small distance away from her. She swallowed down her saliva and retreated 2 steps. Since she wasn't paying attention, she stumbled over a stone while backing up and felt her body start to fall. I'm screwed. Behind me is the fake mountain in the garden. If I continue to fall towards it, my head will definitely get a large hole in it. Was her life going to end like this? It looked like she was fated to falling. In her previous life, she had fallen down something and died. It looked like this time was. Just as the back of her head was about to hit a jutted out portion of the fake mountain, Zhu Junyang reached out an arm and used his hand to protect her head. His other arm was wrapped around her delicate waist, as if they were in the middle of ballroom dancing. The young royal prince's warm breath gently hit her face and Yu Xiaoxiao looked up to see his straight nose. She idly thought that only people who had undergone plastic surgery in Korea could have a nose so perfectly shaped. She then raised her gaze and saw his pair of phoenix eyes. They were as clear as a mountain spring and had an intriguing depth to them. The slightly slanted up corners of his eyes added to his seductive look and caused her heartstrings to gently throb. He also had perfectly sculpted red lips, and she was sure that they would feel very soft when kissing. Yu Xiaoxiao felt her heart pounding even faster than if she had just run a kilometer. It was as if she couldn't catch her breath anymore. At this moment, Zhu Junyang was slightly shocked at how weak and delicate the waist in his right hand felt. The little lass was truly too thin. She must have been too busy lately. She always worried about everything going on in the Yu family and she usually didn't eat enough. Once she married him, he needed to take good care of her and let her body heal. He would take care of the usual issues at home and all she had to do was to eat and chat to her heart's content. When she was happy, she could go into the kitchen to make a few dishes for him. As he was lost in his thoughts, he could smell a light fragrance coming off of the little lass's body. It was very hard to describe the smell. It didn't smell like flowers yet it seemed more refreshing than flowers. It also didn't smell like fruit yet it was more attractive than fruit, perhaps it was just the natural smell of a girl. Zhu Junyang slightly came closer and his nose was almost touching Xiao Xiao's face. Xiao Xiao felt very conflicted inside. This body of hers hadn't even reached the age of 12. If she got kissed now, wouldn't that be a bit too early? Young royal prince, you are defiling a young girl who hasn't even reached her majority. That's a major crime. Just as Yu Xiaoxiao was contemplating whether she should push away the young, she didn't expect the young royal prince to sniff the area by ears a bit instead of kissing her. It was like he was a large dog. How embarrassing. Luckily, she didn't broadcast her thoughts earlier. Yu Xiaoxiao bitterly glared at him. Young royal prince, you're worse than a beastly animal. Oh my, the sound of Mei Xiong's voice could be heard not too far from them. The two of them simultaneously moved their heads over to look and saw Mei Xiong's back. Yu Xiaoxiao noticed their positioning and realized that the posture that they were in could cause other people to have a misunderstanding. She quietly reminded the prince, why haven't you let me go yet? This is so embarrassing. How is this embarrassing? Do you think this prince is not worthy of you? Zhu Junyang very gently supported Xiaoxiao up and lightly fixed her messed up hair as he sternly said. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him and softly replied, didn't you want to try out whether you have the ability to read people's thoughts? Don't we have an experimental subject right in front of you? Quickly try. After hearing her suggestion, Zhu Junyang focused his eyes on the back of Mei Xiong's head. A stream of clear thoughts transmitted back into his head. He couldn't help but say it out loud, oh my goodness. So embarrassing, I accidentally came across the young master and Miss Yu kissing each other, the young master is truly too much. Miss Yu is only 12 and hasn't reached the age of majority, how could he possibly start messing around? The more Zhu Junyang said the angrier he became. His eyes staring at the back of Mei Xiong's head seemed to be spewing flames now. You little wretch of a servant. Just what type of eyes were you using to see me kissing Xiaoxiao? And then you even dare to say bad things about me in your heart. Who gave you the guts? Mei Xiong covered her mouth and turned around suddenly. Her face was full of surprise as she looked at the young master. I'm screwed. It looks like I wasn't careful and accidentally said what I was thinking out loud. What should I do? Did the young master hear what I said? Will he get angry? Will I be able to still keep my life? However, how come it didn't sound like my own voice earlier? When did my voice become so deep? On the other hand, Yu Xiaoxiao was very excited and she pulled on Zhu Junyang's sleeve. She lowered her voice as she mysteriously said, success. You really are able to look into people's hearts and hear what they're thinking. In the future, if there are people who have malicious thoughts towards you, you can easily figure out why and then craft a plan to go against them. Your ability is too freaking awesome. I'm so envious. What is, freaking, is this a word that young girls should be saying? You should stop saying such crude and unrefined words in the future. The excitement Yu Xiaoxiao had was infectious, and Zhu Junyang felt the anger he had towards Mei Xiong lessen. He raised his hand and knocked it a few times on the little lass's head. Yu Xiaoxiao covered her head with her hands and retreated a few steps. She scrunched up her face in anger and growled, I grew up in the rural, uncultured farmland, so I don't know how to say things elegantly like you wealthy nobles do. If you think the words I use are unrefined, then go find someone else to talk to. I don't need to accompany you. The little lass turned her head and left, but didn't choose the right direction at first. Before she walked far, she discovered that she was heading towards a dead end and then angrily came back. As she passed by Zhu Junyang, she even pretended to accidentally not notice his foot and deliberately stomped on it. Zhu Junyang thought the little girl resembled a blowfish when she was all puffed up with anger. He good-naturedly pulled on her elbow in amusement and said, all right. Your little temper is quite large. You even stepped on my foot. You're only doing this because you know I won't get mad at you, right? HMPH, you're a high and mighty young royal prince, the youngest son who Princess Consort Jing loves the most. You obviously can do whatever you want to other people. If you don't like it, then hit me. Yu Xiaoxiao wondered if she was relying a bit too much on his favor. The smile disappeared from Zhu Junyang's face as he intently looked at her. He used a hand to raise her chin and said, in the future, don't keep referencing our statuses. I don't like it. You also know that I never treated you differently just because I have a higher rank. On the contrary, you always manage to surprise me and change the way I view things. So, there's no need to lack self-confidence or be unduly humble. I believe that you're a good match and that's the only thing that matters. Yu Xiaoxiao pushed aside his hand in annoyance and grumbled, what's wrong with your eyes? I'm not lacking self-confidence at all. And what do you mean you believe that I'm a good match? I haven't even agreed to anything. You already know my most inner secret, so do you think it's going to be easy to get rid of me? Zhu Junyang replied calmly, as if the little lass in front of him was already his prey that he had cornered. It seemed as if he enjoyed seeing her struggle. Yu Xiaoxiao unconsciously frowned again and she stopped playing around. She seriously looked at Royal Prince Yang and solemnly proclaimed, Young Royal Prince, don't be so hasty in making your decision. Perhaps you think I'm interesting because so far I am the only person you've encountered that you can't mindred. You're intrigued about this and that's the only reason why you want to become closer to me. Or maybe, in the not-so-distant future, the person that you're fated to be with will appear. At that time, you'll finally know that romantic love was different than what you used to think. I don't believe I'll be able to encounter anyone who is more suitable for me than you. After all, if I had to live with someone who I can easily mindred at any time, a woman who had no private thoughts, wouldn't that be incredibly boring? Zhu Junyang was more and more certain that Yu Xiaoxiao was his fated partner that was decreed by the heavens. She was his soulmate. Yu Xiaoxiao scratched her head and somewhat irritably said, who knows? You might encounter another woman very soon who you also can't mindred, and she might be even more suitable than me, right? If you already made your decision, how could you face your actual soulmate when she comes? And then how would you treat me? I've already stated that I will never share my partner with someone else. Although he couldn't feel any thoughts or emotions from Yu Xiaoxiao's heart, Zhu Junyang could readily tell that she was feeling a bit uneasy and jittery. He somewhat blamed himself for this. Did I push too hard and too fast with this little loss? Maybe I should give her some time and space to think it through herself. Even though he was convinced that Xiaoxiao was the person he had been waiting for, he didn't want to give the little lass too much pressure. He could only say, don't worry. I'm not going to force you to do anything. I'll wait until you reach your majority. There's still 3 to 4 years to go. I'm confident that in that time period you will be able to see my true heart. However, you need to promise me that you won't hide from me. Let's keep our interactions the same as they were before, okay? Yu Xiaoxiao thought for a bit and decided she could only do that. She unhappily nodded her head and then looked down. Guess I can only do it this way. Zhu Junyang snorted and then pointed at the little lass's forehead, who looked like a dispirited and bullied little rabbit and said, how come you sound so enthusiastic? Ah? It's as if you're some nobly born maiden and I'm a wild youth from the rural countryside who's not worthy of you. How come you seem so reluctant to be paired up with me? Is it that obvious? Ah? I thought I was doing a good job at hiding it. Yu Xiaoxiao felt listless, as if she was a tiny delicate flower who had just undergone a large blustery storm. Zhu Junyang pointed at her unhappily and then addressed Mei Xiang, who was slowly approaching them from behind. You, what do you need? Mei Xiang shifted a few steps with her head lowered. Both of her hands were by her side, clenched up in anxiety, as she quietly said, Her Highness told me to come over and see if you and Miss Yu were finally done talking in private. Act normally and don't pretend that you're a little abused wife. Seeing that makes me feel angry. Zhu Junyang was interrupted by Yu Xiaoxiao, so his fury towards Mei Xiang had pretty much disappeared. However, in regard to the misunderstanding, he was a bit regretful that he didn't take advantage of the situation and peck the little girl's tender face. Tisk tisk tisk, the lass hadn't reached 12 years old yet. Wouldn't it be a bit too early for that? Mei Xiang silently rejoiced that Miss Yu was there when she saw that the young royal prince didn't explode. Otherwise, her mother, who was an inner steward at Prince Jing's estate, would only be given her corpse. Am I truly that vicious? Ah, that I'll just kill a person without any warning. This was the first time that Zhu Junyang had peeked into a person's inner thoughts, so he had trouble stopping it. Poor Mei Xiang was his experimental subject. Consequently, Zhu Junyang felt his temper rising again. Apparently, in the hearts of these maids, he was even more beastly than mere animals and was almost a man-eating monster. Look at you, Mei Xiang. Usually you act very normally around me, never showing that you're scared, and you treat me with respect. Apparently it was all a ruse. Ah. Yu Xiaoxiao covered her mouth and giggled like she was a little mouse who had succeeded in stealing some grain. Apparently, it was like what the young royal prince described. All of the people around him were afraid of him. Even older sister Mei Xiang was the same. The maid normally acted as if nothing was wrong when she was with the young royal prince, yet she had also inwardly thought that the prince had a vicious nature. Xiaoxiao suddenly thought that the young royal prince had quite a pitiful life these past few years. There wasn't anyone by his side who treated him sincerely. Even the servants and maids around him acted as if they were constantly on thin ice. It wasn't surprising that his temper only became more and more irritable. If she was in his shoes, she likely would have gotten depression from all of this. Mei Xiang was in the front and she increased the speed of her steps. How did the young master guess exactly what I was thinking? This is too scary. Next time, when I need to give the young master a message, I should just give the task to Lanxiang and Zhu Shang'e. Arg, although I'm one of the most trusted personal maids of Her Royal Highness, I have quite a bit of pressure on me. Zhu Junyang stared at Mei Xiang's back with such intensity that it seemed like he was drilling a hole. Mei Xiang, you brat, Lady Mother sent you to talk to me, and it's her way of showing how much you're valued. Yet, you're not grateful at all. Am I a man-eating monster? Ah. Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't take it anymore and pulled on his clothes as she stifled her desire to laugh. Alright you can stop observing older sister Mei Xiang. She's going to be scared to death at this rate. As long as the other person doesn't have any malicious intentions towards you, it's not a bad thing if they revere and respect you. Zhu Junyang discovered that, when he turned his head to look at Yu Xiaoxiao, Mei Xiang's thoughts became obscured again. Perhaps it was because he wasn't focusing on the maid. He felt like he was starting to slowly grasp how to control his ability. In the future, wouldn't it be as easy as pie for him to look into another person's thoughts? He revealed a brilliant smile at Yu Xiaoxiao. It was as if 1,000 flowers suddenly blossomed in the middle of a wintry tundra. It was so stunning that Xiaoxiao was enthralled for a moment. Zhu Junyang felt as if the dense haze within his heart had suddenly been dispersed completely by a refreshing breeze. He had never felt so open and free before in his life. He really needed to express his gratitude to his little lass. She was the one who dragged him away from the edge of the abyss. The little lass was truly his lucky star. You don't need to smile like that. I feel goosebumps coming up seeing it. Yu Xiaoxiao found it hard to accept the sudden change in Zhu Junyang's demeanor. The young royal prince had never smiled so sincerely before, and it made his smile more enchanting and gorgeous. The smile was so stunning that it made it hard for a person to look away. If he was a female, he would definitely be a devilish beauty who could cause the downfall of a country. I'm incredibly happy and in an extremely good mood. I have never felt so light and free before in my life. Xiao Cao, this prince wants to thank you properly. Whatever you want, please tell me. The sound of Zhu Junyang's was perceptibly brighter than before. Mei Xiang could also tell that the young master was in a good mood and also felt happy for him. Yu Xiao Cao's eyes lit up and her face seemed to glow with an inner light as she asked, "You'll really do anything that I ask for, ah?" A thought quickly flashed through Zhu Junyang's head and he frowned. He immediately squashed the little lass's hope. "The only thing I cannot do is to stop pursuing you. I don't care if you believe me or not, but I don't want anyone but you in this life." For a second, Xiao Cao's face dimmed and she frowned as she mumbled to herself, "Don't say it so confidently. Who knows if one day a great beauty will appear and steal your heart? At that time, wouldn't that be a slap to your face? Are you sure the great beauty you're talking about isn't a large, salivating wolf? She's even going to steal my heart. Even if a dozen large wolves appear, I can escape from them without a scratch." Zhu Junyang knocked the little lass on the head as he snorted in amusement. He really didn't know what to do with her sometimes. In the front, Mei Xiang secretly slowed her steps and looked back to take a peek at the interactions between the young master and Miss Yu. She thought, looks like the young master is being sincere. This is a good situation that other people can't even hope to fish up. Why is Miss Yu so reluctant to accept this? The young master treated Miss Yu very well. There were so many maidens in the capital of the proper birth and rank, who were also more beautiful than Miss Yu, that wanted to get closer to the young master. However, the young master always disdained these young ladies and only Miss Yu had caught his eye. She wasn't saying that Miss Yu wasn't good either, but she felt like that the young master deserved someone better. Unfortunately, what was really infuriating was that Miss Yu didn't appreciate how good she had it. Mei Xiang felt a bit aggrieved on behalf of the young master. During that second where Zhu Junyang turned around, he could feel Mei Xiang's thoughts very clearly. It looked like the maid Mei Xiang wasn't too bad after all. This prince will generously forgive all of her mistakes from earlier. Look at you, ah, aren't you secretly reading older sister Mei Xiang's thoughts again? Oh ho, I know, older sister Mei Xiang must have been complimenting you in her heart. Otherwise, why else would you look so smug? Yu Xiaocao surreptitiously pinched Zhu Junyang's arm. She was very curious as to what made Zhu Junyang look so pleased. She thought that the volume of her voice was soft enough but didn't expect Mei Xiang's ears to be that sharp. When the maid heard this, she immediately jumped forward a few steps and then turned around with a scared expression on her face as she looked at the two people behind her. Tears immediately filled her eyes as she knelt in front of Royal Prince Yang as she hurriedly explained, "Miss Yu, please don't send me to my doom. May the heavens smite me if I have any untoward thoughts to the young master. Young master, please believe me, my mother has already found a good marriage partner for me. Once I reach the proper age, I was going to ask the princess consort if she could do me a favor and let me go. I promise that I have never had such vile thoughts in my heart." Yu Xiaocao was flabbergasted by the maid's reaction. She was only joking, so why did older sister Mei Xiang react in such a frightened manner? Wasn't maids falling in love with their masters a common plot point in a lot of novels? Was it necessary to be that scared? Zhu Junyang glared at her in disapproval and reassured Mei Xiang, "You can get up. Miss Yu was only joking. Don't take it to heart." When he saw the confusion on Yu Xiaocao's face, he couldn't help but explain, "In the future, don't make jokes like this. 2 years ago, there was a maid who had climbed into my bed and I broke all 4 of her limbs before I threw her out of the residence. When I punished her, I called all of the maids in the estate over so they could all see the consequences of having impure thoughts. After that happened, it became peaceful around me." Mei Xiang couldn't help but shudder when she thought of that maid who had been punished. The aftermath resembled a broken rag doll, with all 4 limbs going in monstrous directions. That maid used to be one of the most trusted by the princess consort and was also the most beautiful out of all of the maid servants in the residence. Furthermore, she had a glib tongue. Perhaps the young master had been more courteous and tolerating of the princess consort's personal maids, which caused that maid to have ambitious thoughts. Unexpectedly, she took advantage of a time when the princess consort sent her to give the young master some nourishing soup and had added an aphrodisiac to the soup. The young master had found out though. It was rumored that the maid's legs and arms couldn't be set properly, so she could only lie on a bed, handicapped for the rest of her life. That maid's family members had taken her away and she died a few days later. She also heard that the maid's older brother and older sister-in-law thought that it was too much trouble to care for her, so they deliberately starved her to death. It's not a bad thing for other people to admire you. That young girl only longs for some romance and you also have such devastating looks. Is it necessary to be that angry? Ah? Yu Xiaocao didn't think his reaction was correct. Her eyes flickered a bit and she mysteriously said, "Young royal prince, you're already at the right age. Don't tell me that the princess consort hasn't prepared any maids to share your bed yet." When Mei Xiang heard this, she started to walk faster as she thought, why is this road so long? First she says that the young master looks handsome and then she starts talking about bed servants. "Miss Yu, can you stop trying to tweak the tiger's whiskers so often? Ah? Playing with fire can lead you to getting burned. Don't pull me into this too." Zhu Junyang stopped moving and lightly grabbed onto Xiao Cao's arm. There was an unidentified emotion in his slightly slanted eyes as he gazed into the little lass's eyes. He gently said with the hint of a smile, "Cower, in your heart, what do you think of my looks? I want to hear your true thoughts." Mei Xiang stopped for a bit. It looks like the young master has opened his mind. Ah. Miss Yu had talked about his appearance yet he didn't get angry and even wanted to confirm her thoughts. Hold on, did the young master get his soul switched out by something and is now being possessed by a spirit? Yu Xiaocao was dazzled at the sight of his devilishly handsome face. She licked her lips and found herself entranced by him. She replied in a bewitched manner, 1 word, beautiful. 2 words, very beautiful. 3 words, devastatingly extraordinarily beautiful. Zhu Junyang knocked her head in a displeased manner and growled, as a true man, the word, beautiful, isn't necessarily a compliment. Choose a different adjective for this prince. Who said that, beautiful, isn't a compliment for men? Young maidens love flower boys the most, okay Yu Xiaoxiao grumbled as she used her little hand to rub her head that had turned red from being hit. She silently cursed, you have so much strength yet you don't even hold back a little for me. My head is going to have a lump because of you. Zhu Junyang raised an eyebrow and replied, then, am I the type that you love the most? Who wouldn't like people who are incredibly beautiful? However, this type of love isn't the romantic type of love. Yu Xiaoxiao noticed that there was a trap waiting for her, so she hurriedly obscured her words. She then quickened her steps as if she wanted to escape this situation. Little lass, you're even more slippery than a loach. If I'm not careful, she might just slip away. It's not a problem, I have plenty of time on my side and lots of patience to tussle with her. There's no need to say more at this point, as there's no way a tiny thing like you will prevail in the end. Mei Xiang, who was leading the way, had a better idea of how the young master and Miss Yu interacted now. She really couldn't figure out just how Miss Yu caught the young master's eye. Personality-wise, Miss Yu was like a willful little kitten, always scratching at a person's clothes. Yet the young master always held onto her little claws and acted as if he couldn't bear to say a harsh word to her or punish her. Thus, in Mei Xiang's heart, the previous image she had of the young master as a cruel and vicious youth had temporarily evaporated. After she had finished discussing their situation with the young royal prince, there wasn't a lot of change in her day-to-day life. The only difference now was that the prince started to seem more and more like a big friendly dog. Sometimes, Yu Xiaoxiao thought that the royal prince resembled Little White a lot. In front of others, they were both arrogant and aloof. However, as soon as she wiggled her hand at them, they would rush over with their tails wagging. It was time to switch from the thick padded winter jackets to thinner spring clothing. The wheat flowers in the fields had fallen off and the wheat heads were soon plump and full with kernels. All of the tenant farmers on the Yu family's farmstead started to smile more and more brilliantly. No one, including the oldest people there, had ever seen such plump wheat heads before. This year they would definitely have a large harvest. If the winter wheat had a good harvest, that meant that they would be able to have a more comfortable living situation for the upcoming half year. Ever since they started following their current masters, their lives had gotten better and better and they had more hope for the future. At the start of spring, the tenant farmers, who had some extra cash on hand, either caught a couple piglets or a couple dozen chicks to raise at the advice of their masters. When the animals got bigger, they wouldn't have to worry about selling them. The masters had told them that they would buy these animals off of them at the highest market price. Furthermore, at the start of the season, a lot of people went into the uncultivated lands not far from the farmstead to plow and sow them with some sweet potatoes. Even if they didn't end up eating the sweet potatoes, they could still be used to feed pigs. No one was the owner of those uncultivated lands, and the owner of Tenggu town and its surroundings was Royal Prince Yang, who had a good relationship with their masters. Thus, they didn't have to worry about problems from using these bits of land. The tenant farmers on the Yu family's farmstead were all proud and confident when other farmers, who were down on their luck, came to ask if there was any space. This was the first time that they had some pride in who they were. Other than the Yu families and the royal prince's stewards, very few people knew that the 800 mu plantation that was adjacent to the Yu family's farmstead had already been transferred over to Yu Xiaoxiao from Royal Prince Yang. When the deed with her name written on it was given to her, Yu Xiaoxiao had a dumbfounded expression on her face. They hadn't even gotten to the point in their relationship where they were considered to be dating, yet he had already given her some of his assets to her. Wasn't he afraid that after she took his things she would have a falling out with him? However, the man was a young royal prince and wasn't to be trifled with. If she tried to do that, it was likely that it would come back to bite her. Yu Xiaoxiao expressed that this was a lot of pressure to handle. In the future, if they did have a falling out, it'd be very difficult to split up the assets again. However, if she didn't take the land, the young royal prince would act angry. But what if she didn't care? Then he would change his methods and become pitiful and act cute. Yu Xiaoxiao admitted that she had no defenses against this type of attack. She very quickly caved at the face of a handsome youth acting cute in front of her. Thus, Yu Xiaoxiao now had a plantation with 800 mu of land among her personal possessions. She had changed her fate from a poor farmer's girl into a wealthy landowner. Once the wheat became golden and the bumper crop was ready to harvest, Yu Xiaoxiao was given more helpers from the young royal prince. Some of these people were estate stewards who had more than 10 years of land management experience, and others were old servants who had lots of varied experience in other areas. In short, after all of these people were sent to their respective positions, Yu Xiaoxiao and the rest of her family had a lot less work on their hands. The weather gradually warmed up, so Yu Xiaoxiao often went to the seaside in her free time. She would sometimes gather seafood with the other village children or drag Xiaolian along to put on their sharkskin swimsuits and swim in the ocean. Occasionally, they would even have a friendly competition with other good swimmers in the area to see who could dive deeper. Zhuang Xiaoma was from a nearby fisherman village and was around 15 to 16 years old this year. He was a well-known diving expert and could be found diving from the end of spring to the start of autumn every year. He was always able to dive deeper than the average person and harvest a good amount of seafood, such as abalone or sea cucumbers. Because of his skill, he could often sell his gathered seafood for a good price. From time to time, he would travel over to Dongshan village to sell sandworms and oysters. The Yu family had a pretty good impression of this honest and kind-hearted youth. Sometimes, they would even invite him over for a meal. Yu Heng had such a good relationship with him that they almost acted brotherly in nature. The two of them often chatted about everything and anything. When the Yu family was busy, he didn't take himself as an outsider and would always lend a helping hand if he could. As her daughters slowly grew up, Madame Lu started to pay more attention to this tan youth. Zhuang Xiaomo's parents had passed away when he was young and the grandfather who raised him had also died during the last winter. As someone who had been abused and scolded by her mother-in-law for more than 10 years, Madame Lu naturally hoped that her daughters would not walk down the same path that she did. Whoever married Zhuang Xiaomo wouldn't have to please a mother-in-law or deal with any sisters-in-law either. Furthermore, his wife would be able to manage the household as soon as she married in. This was the ideal scenario that most mothers hoped for their daughters, right? Thus, Madame Lu kept her eye on Zhuang Xiaomo. The more she observed, the more she had a feeling that this youth wasn't always coming over for pure intentions. In fact, he always smiled more brightly and his eyes looked more joyful whenever he saw her eldest daughter. This youth's taste was actually quite good. Madame Lu wasn't being overconfident. Xiaolian was very hardworking and was probably considered one of the most industrious young girls in all of Dongshan village. Although Xiaolian was only 12 this year, she had more money in her personal savings than Madame Lu. Furthermore, once the construction on the harbor finished and the shops there were built, Xiaolian's dowry in the future would likely be one of the biggest in all of Dongshan village. However, Xiaolian was only 12 and there was already someone eyeing her to be his wife. Madame Lu felt simultaneously sad and proud at the same time. Both of her daughters were outstanding, so how could she possibly keep them by her side for a few more years? She had originally thought to keep her daughters with her until they turned 18, but the young royal prince didn't seem like the patient type either. Was her oldest daughter also not going to be able to spend an extra 2 years by her side? As their mother, her heart was full of contradictory thoughts. Although she didn't want them to leave her so soon, she also didn't want them to lose out on finding the best possible husband. Madame Lu fretted to and fro about this. Zhuang Xiaomo treated Xiaolian with utmost courtesy. Every time the two sisters went to their secret swimming and diving spot, he would always somehow appear. From time to time, he would dive and come up with a beautiful whelk shell or a colorful piece of coral or a delicate little sea star. He always found an excuse to give them to Xiaolian. Since he was afraid that she wouldn't accept his gifts, he also always gave something to Xiaosao as well. However, it was pretty obvious that presents he sent to Xiaosao were a level lower than the ones he gave to Xiaolian. Most of the time, Xiaosao would go find the little dolphin that was now grown up to play with. Sometimes she would sit on the dolphin, submarine, and dive into deep areas. Along the way, she would grab some superior level seafood for the Zhou family. Every time she dove, she never came back empty-handed. Royal Prince Yang, who was becoming more and more clingy with time, would always show up in Dongshan village whenever he didn't have any tasks to do in the capital. Although the emperor continued to regard him with increasing importance and gave him a lot of tasks, the prince was always able to finish these requests quickly and find some time to run to Dongshan village. The emperor had a whole new level of respect for his younger cousin's ability to handle work. Many of the tasks that other people saw as difficult or impossible were, in his hands, always finished well. Consequently, more and more work fell onto Zhu Junyang and he became the perfect example of, the most capable person always does the most work. Finally, Zhu Junyang privately protested to the emperor. He stated that the emperor was delaying him from pursuing his future wife properly. Only then did the emperor come to a realization, so that brat was working so hard to finish his tasks so he could have extra time to go hug a beauty. After investigating, I found out that my old transmigrator friend caught his eye. He has good taste. I can't delay my younger cousin's future happiness, so as his older cousin, I need to help him. Thus, Zhu Junyang finally was able to break free from his imperial cousin's unending work requests. He went to the beach a few times with Yu Xiaosao. Whenever he saw her happily frolicking in the water like a fish and playing gleefully with the little dolphin, Zhu Junyang felt that all of his hard work and difficult times had been worth it. Before he went out to sea, Zhu Junyang had spent a whole month diligently learning how to swim properly. Sometimes he would also go into the water and gather seafood with Xiaosao. He would even hoard all of the seafood he got and then have Xiaosao make him a seafood feast later on to eat. However, once he found out that his swimming skills, which he had suffered to obtain, was nothing in front of Xiaosao's abilities and that he was only holding her back, he readily became a mere observer on the side. He sat on the beach and silently watched as Xiaosao easily swam and played in the ocean waters. At first, whenever Xiaosao disappeared underwater for a long time, he would feel worried and couldn't help but dive in himself to look. However, every time he did so, Xiaosao would always surface far away and cheerfully wave at him. Gradually, he got used to the long time that Yu Xiaosao spent under the water. However, he was never able to not feel concerned. When Zhuang Xiaomo appeared, at first, Zhu Junyang felt like he had a crisis on his hands. In his heart, Xiaosao was perfect, so there would definitely be other people besides him who could also see her perfection. Luckily, he had already grasped his ability to read people's hearts, so he easily found out that the person Zhuang Xiaomo liked was his future older sister-in-law, Yu Xiaolian. Yu Xiaolian looked about 70 to 80% similar to Xiaosao. Her skin was a bit more tanned and her eyes were slightly smaller. Furthermore, she had a more sturdy figure compared to Yu Xiaosao. Zhu Junyang couldn't understand why Zhuang Xiaomo liked Xiaolian better, just what sort of taste did the other youth have? Obviously, when you compared the two sisters, Xiaosao was the better of the two, okay. However, how could Zhu Junyang understand that in the eyes of Zhuang Xiaomo, Xiaolian was the better choice? Xiaolian had a healthy and strong body and was very hardworking with the ability to endure hardships. Thus, to Zhuang Xiaomo, she was the perfect wife candidate. As for the delicate and weak Xiaosao, who somewhat resembled Lin Daiyuan, she was nowhere near as attractive as her older sister. Naturally, there were also quite a few families who were eyeing the Yu family's financial circumstances and Xiaosao's talents. Those people secretly hinted to Xiaosao's mother that they were interested in a betrothal arrangement. However, they were all firmly rejected by Madame Lu with the excuse that her daughter was still young and that she wanted to keep her by her side for a few more years. Unfortunately, someone had appeared next to Xiao Cao that they couldn't get rid of even if they wanted to, a giant boss. Madame Lu really felt quite helpless at the situation. If they had to be honest, everyone in the Yu family didn't see Zhu Junyang as a good husband candidate. He was too rich and noble to be a good husband, in the Yu family's eyes. From their perspective, Zhuang Xiaomo, who had a similar background to them, was the type of husband they wanted for their daughters. The noble and wealthy families all had a gazillion rules and traditions. Could their adorable and silly youngest daughter, who had never been restricted in any way or bullied since they split from the main branch, endure such a life? Which rich families didn't have a house full of concubines swarming around? Even if the royal prince promised and vowed that he wouldn't bring in another woman to fight for favor with their daughter, how could they believe a man's words? In the future, if their youngest daughter was wronged in any way, their family's status was much too low compared to his. Even if they wanted to give her justice, they wouldn't be able to. Zhu Junyang felt very misunderstood. He had a very good understanding of the thoughts that were running through the minds of Xiao Cao's parents and her siblings. However, no matter what he promised, no one was willing to believe him. Was he really that unreliable in their eyes? In the Yu family's hearts, was he really a worse choice than Zhuang Xiaomo, who was the orphan son of poor fishermen? He was the son of the high and mighty imperial prince Jing and had been personally given the title of a royal prince by the emperor. In court, he was seen as one of the most promising officials, yet he was losing to a fisherman. Zhu Junyang felt very indignant at all of this. None of you see me in a good light, huh? Then I will definitely show all of you, just what type of person I really am. And thus, Zhu Junyang was now going down the road of becoming a husband who pampered his wife, a monster who was even better at treating his wife well than Imperial Prince Jing. In the early morning, the silvery singing of birds woke up the sleeping earth. The little rooster that was in the back courtyard raised its head and puffed its chest before it valiantly stretched out its neck to crow, cock-a-doodle-doo. At the front and back of the house, all of the deep green leaves on the vegetables in the garden had shimmering drops of dew shining on them. In between the rows of vegetables, there were a few matrons dressed in plain, patched clothing. They were picking the vegetables industriously and using clean water to wash the dirt off before placing them in bamboo baskets. These baskets would later be loaded onto carts that came from town. At a corner in the front courtyard next to the residence, there was a grapevine twined onto a wooden frame with bunches of grapes heavily hanging. There were a few bunches that had ripened early and the deep purple fruits seemed to glitter like crystals and emitted a sweet aroma. The sight of these grapes made the matrons Tisk in wonder and one of them commented, "Madam Lu, your family's soil is really very good. Anything you guys plant turns out well and even ripens early. Like these grapes for example. Anyone else planting them can only harvest them at the start of autumn to eat. Your rack of grapes will probably be ripe in a couple days. That's right. Are these grapes a new variety that ripen early that the royal prince brought back from the Western Hemisphere?" Another young matron asked in a voice full of envy. Who didn't know that the royal prince regarded the Yu family highly? No one knew just how the Yu family caught his eye, but he came over every day. Madame Lu bent over and pulled all of the weeds out of one area. She smiled at the women working. I also don't know where this grapevine came from. When that girl, Xiao Cao, planted it, I said that she was doing work for nothing as it wouldn't live. It was only planted last year but this year it's already grown a lot of grapes. When the grapes are ripe, each of you can bring 2 bunches back home so your children can taste them. No need, if your family's grapes entered the market now, I'm sure that people would buy them even at 1 tael a bunch. Tanggu town has plenty of people with money to spare. That's right, that's right. They even scrambled to buy watermelons for 5 taels apiece. This year, your family planted over a dozen mu of watermelons and it still wasn't enough to keep up with the demand. Especially the prefectural city's demand. Cart after cart of watermelon was sent there and each cart earned around 1 to 200 taels. That's not watermelon anymore, they're all pure money. This was also something to be envied but not obtained. The Yu family had the talent at cultivating watermelons. It was said that in the neighboring village, there was a wealthy landlord, Li Sangkai, who had heard that the Yu family from Dongshan village had made a fortune from planting watermelons. No one knew where he had gotten the seeds from, but he planted a few dozen mu of them. However, the Yu family's watermelons had all sold out now yet his watermelons were only about the size of a fist. Furthermore, these watermelons were few in between and couldn't compare to the yield of the Yu families. Madame Lu only smiled but didn't say anything in response to these matrons. Her family had made quite a bit of money by selling the early ripening vegetables, watermelons, and braised food. Naturally, there were a lot of people who were envious. With the royal prince as their backing, no one dared to do any nasty tricks. However, there were plenty of people who tried to reproduce their success, like the neighboring village's Li Sangkai. Perhaps that man had gotten a batch of seeds that weren't good which caused his melons to grow poorly. She didn't know whether they would be better once they were ripe. The matron's discussions became louder and louder, so Yu Xiaocao opened the door to her room while rubbing the sleep away from her eyes. She used her other hand to ruffle through her hair, and it was obvious that she was still quite groggy. There were a couple matrons in the field who had male children at home around Xiaocao's age, so their eyes lit up when they saw her. Immediately, their voices became much more welcoming. Hexing's wife grinned until her eyes became a line and said, "Oh. Xiaocao's becoming more and more beautiful with time. Look at her little face, so white and tender. She resembles a well-bred young woman more than those daughters of the wealthy families in town." What is that phrase? A natural-born beauty. Dahai's wife also has good looks. In fact, all of her children are perfect specimens. Dahai's wife, is your Xiaosha 14 this year? It's almost time to find a wife for him. In these past 2 years, the Yu family had become one of the wealthiest families in the village. As their children got older, they became the target of everyone who had marriageable children and were now being eyed like a prime piece of meat by this pack of hungry wolves. Madame Lu looked at the matron who had asked the question with a somewhat embarrassed manner and sighed before she said, "You all don't know my children's personalities. Every single one has their own opinions. As their mother, I can't lightly make this decision without asking for their own opinions." Hexing's wife's eyes opened wide as she stated, "Since ancient times, don't all parents with the help of the matchmaker decree the marriages of their children? As their mother, if you don't take charge of this issue, who else would be able to?" That's right, Dahai's wife, it's not that I'm trying to use my seniority to lecture you, but you and brother Dahai spoil your children too much. In all of our families, if our children don't listen to us, then we would beat them. Didn't both of my older girls have their marriages decided by their father and me? And look at them now, aren't their lives pretty good? The matron who had asked about Yu Heng's marriage prospects earlier was the wife of the village chief's nephew. Everyone called her older brother Jamin's wife. That's because you know how to raise children and love your girls, so you made sure to find them families that would take care of them. Another matron next to her, who had a good relationship with her, interjected in a flattering manner. Jamin's wife revealed a proud and smug smile and didn't seem modest at all as she stated, "Since we're on the topic of raising children, then I won't be shy in saying that all of my daughters are good hands at both farming work and household work. Especially my youngest daughter, she has a fine hand in embroidery. She recently made a pillow cover that was embroidered with ducks playing in the water and it sold to the embroidery shop in town for one tael. The shop even said that they would definitely take her work in the future." After speaking, she used a self-satisfied expression to glance at Madame Lu. Madame Lu was concentrating on her task at hand and didn't notice. Xiao Sao, on the other hand, was currently washing her face and hands underneath the grape trellis and saw everything. She silently laughed and sighed. Recently, her brothers and sister were as popular as peach blossoms. Her older brother, who was growing handsome and had a steady and hard-working temperament, was the current target of a lot of people. However, she had a hunch that her older brother had a glimmer of a liking towards older sister Huaifang. In the future, she needed to find some time to question him a bit. When Jamin's wife saw that Madame Lu wasn't responding, she felt a bit upset inside. As the mother of the girl, she wasn't supposed to be the one to send out feelers. However, the Yu family was truly too popular right now. Xiaoxia, as the oldest son of the Yu family, also looked very reliable. Xiaoyun was her youngest child and had older brothers and sisters above her, so she pretty much had never done hard labor in her life. Other than embroidery, she only knew how to cook a few basic dishes. If she got married to a regular family in the village, she would need to work on the farmland and do housework. She truly couldn't bear for her youngest daughter to do that. Thus, she eyed the Yu family's oldest son as her future husband. With the Yu family's current financial circumstances, they could easily afford to buy 2 servants to do all of the hard labor. Therefore, when her youngest daughter married over, she could have an easy and comfortable life. As these thoughts went through her head, Jamin's wife continued, "Dahai's wife, you need to be careful when deciding Xiaoxia's future bride. He's the eldest of the family and everyone says that the eldest sister-in-law is like a second mother. You need to find a gentle and virtuous girl, someone who's generous, kind-hearted and filial. Otherwise, all of his younger siblings, as well as you too when you get old, will suffer in the future." There were people in the village with rude and unreasonable wives who ended up kicking their husbands' parents out from the home. Thus, Jamin's wife's warning wasn't entirely unwarranted. Older brother Jamin's wife, just directly say that you think that your family's Xiaoyun and Xiaoxia are a good match. What's the point in skirting around the subject and doing verbal gymnastics? The matron who piped up also had a daughter at the suitable age. When she heard Jamin's wife pointed hints, she became unhappy. Wasn't it obvious that she was insinuating that her daughter was virtuous and generous while other people's daughters were rude and unreasonable shrews? The right situation hadn't unfolded yet, so how could Jamin's wife allow her spoiled youngest daughter's reputation to get ruined? She glared at the other matron and replied, "I was only mentioning this to remind Madame Lu out of the goodness of my own heart since my husband and brother Dahai have a good relationship. Why did you bring my daughter Xiaoyun's name into the mix? My Xiaoyun has a sweet appearance, is good at the womanly arts, and also has a gentle personality. She's never gotten into any conflicts with anyone. Such a sweet and obedient daughter, I want her to spend an extra couple of years by my side. The other matron sneered as she thought, "Yes, your daughter has never gotten into any conflicts with anyone, but why don't you also mention that your youngest daughter is so shy that when she encounters an outsider, she blushes and can't even say a word? A girl from a farming family has been so spoiled that she's like a young miss from a wealthy family. She can't do hard labor or coarse housework. We're all farming families, so who would marry their son to a girl like her?" This matron personally thought that her own daughter was good. Her daughter had a lot of strength and could even do the work of the man. However, she conveniently forgot that her daughter also had the figure of a man, with broad shoulders and big muscles. From the back, one might even mistake her for a man. All of the matrons gleefully gave their own opinions to Madame Lu on the topic of how to choose the perfect wife for the eldest son of the family. "Huaifang, why are you here so early?" The sound of Yu Heng's voice could be heard from the main gate. When the matrons heard him talking, they all craned their necks to see. They saw Lu Xuanju's eldest daughter, Lu Huaifang, with a small bamboo basket on her arm. She was smiling sweetly at the Yu family's eldest son as they talked. "Older brother Xiaoxia, you didn't go to help with the seafood buying business today, Lu Huaifang's eyes were sparkling and there was a light flush on her cheeks. She had the figure and liveliness of a young maiden, and, under the glow of the morning sun, looked so lovely that she could make someone's heart skip a beat. Yu Heng didn't notice that he had unconsciously revealed a gentle smile and his voice had also become gentle and warm. "The seafood buying business has already been transferred over to eldest granduncle's family for now. Recently, I've been helping my father in the melon fields. Speaking of the watermelon fields, I haven't yet thanked older brother Xiaoxia for giving my family a watermelon that other time. I had never eaten such sweet and delicious fruit before in my life. The snacks of the children of farming families were usually only limited to the surplus they had from their own trees or fields. Most of them couldn't bear to spend money on them, especially fruit that was so expensive they could scare a person. The smile in Yu Hang's voice became even more apparent as he softly replied, as long as you like it. My younger sister planted a peach tree in the back courtyard and they've ripened in the past couple of days. In a moment, you should bring a basket home, for your parents and siblings to taste. Didn't Xiaoxiao say that she wanted to use the peaches from that tree to make canned peaches and peach jam? Did you ask for her permission before you give away her peaches to other people? Lu Huifang's voice was very crisp and clear and seemed quite cheerful. The sound of Yu Hang chuckling could be heard. My youngest sister isn't a petty person. She naturally wouldn't be too stingy to let go of a few peaches. That being said, you're her good friend. Even without me mentioning it, she would definitely give you a few ripe peaches to take home to try. The matrons in the courtyard all exchanged looks after seeing this interaction. Hexing's wife only had 2 boys in their teens in her house, so she wasn't very interested in Yu Hang's marriage. She flashed a teasing look at Madame Lu and said, looks like we don't need to be worried about Xiaoxia's future marriage. It looks like he already has his eye on a girl. Huifang had a steady and hard-working temperament and also had a good relationship with her daughter. If she caught the eye of her son, Madame Lu would definitely be very happy. Before she could speak, Jamin's wife unhappily spoke, Hexing's wife, you can't just say things willy-nilly. Xuanju and Dahai are good friends, so it's natural that their children are well acquainted with each other. What's wrong with them talking to each other? As their elders, we shouldn't gossip needlessly as we don't want to inadvertently tarnish the reputation of the girl. Hexing's wife sneered in her heart as she thought, you've been advertising your daughter with every sentence you say, so aren't you afraid of damaging her reputation? She then deliberately commented, I think the last Huifang is pretty good. Last year, during the hard period, she even had the guts to catch 100 to 200 chicks to bring back home to raise. This year she has even more chickens at home. She even used the money she made last year to build a standalone chicken coop and yard to raise them. I heard that these few hundred chickens are all taken care of by her and her younger sister alone. Xuanju's wife doesn't even have to do anything. Jamin's wife's eyes started to sprout fire and glared fiercely at her as she said, if you think she's good, then how come you don't go ask her to become a wife of one of your sons? Isn't your oldest son about the same age as Huifang? What are you saying? My son is younger than her by a year. That being said, her family may not think my Xiaochun is a good match. Hexing's wife glanced at Xiaoxiao, who was quietly eating breakfast underneath the grape trellis, and then returned a fierce glare at Jamin's wife. Jamin's wife was about to say something when the two topics of their conversation walked in. Lu Huifang politely greeted them by saying, Auntie, to all of the matrons present. The other matrons, who were enjoying the show, all warmly responded back. Only Jamin's wife neutrally replied with a, and instead treated Yu Hang with a much more warm and welcoming greeting. Older sister Huifang, you're giving us some more chicken eggs again. Didn't we say that you don't need to send any more to us? My family has a few hens at home and they also lay around 5 to 6 eggs a day, so we have more than enough to eat. Yu Xiaoxiao put down the bowl of congee in her hands and came over. Her voice had hints of rebuke, but her attitude towards Huifang was very warm and close. Lu Huifang grinned as she placed the basket on the stone table under the grape trellis and picked one grape that was half purple and half red in a matter-of-fact manner. She didn't even bother to wipe the grape before putting it in her mouth. After swallowing the sweet and juicy fruit, the smile on her face became more broad as she said, didn't you say yesterday that you were going to make peanut and sesame flaky pastries? My younger sister and I are salivating over the prospect of you making them, so if we don't give something back, how could we just take the food that your family makes? Older sister Huifang, you're being too polite. Alright, since you said it that way, then I'll have my older brother take you to the back and pick some peaches. When the pastries are done, you can bring some back. Yu Xiaoxiao transferred the eggs into another basket and then stuffed the now empty basket into her older brother's hands. Lu Huifang snatched that empty basket back and smiled, I still have a couple hundred chickens clucking and waiting for me to get back to feed them. How do I have the time to wait for you to finish making the flaky pastries? As she talked, she placed the basket at the crook of her hand and walked towards the gate. Yu Xiaoxiao shouted towards her, then, in a moment, when the pastries are done, I'll have my older brother send you guys a batch. There's also the peaches. They are quite sweet this year, so I'll have my older brother pick a basket for you. Lu Huifang heard that Xiaoxiao kept mentioning Yu Hang, so she turned around and gave her a somewhat embarrassed glare. Then her face flushed when she saw the mischievous glee on the younger girl's face. She then fled the courtyard in quick steps, as if there was a rabid dog chasing after her. Yu Xiaoxiao laughed in the courtyard and Yu Hang poked at her small face and said, what's so funny? You made her angry from your teasing. Teehee, older brother, do you feel bad for her? Yu Xiaoxiao grinned until her eyes became lines and gave her older brother a knowing look. Yu Hang was a bit flustered from the look in her eyes. The handsome youth felt both embarrassed and angry, so he snapped at her, stop speaking nonsense. Mother, older brother's yelling at me. Yu Xiaoxiao immediately became a tattletale and puffed her cheeks like a little blowfish. After thinking a bit, she then roguishly said, HMPH. In a moment, when the flaky pastries are done, I'll personally go over and give them to older sister Huifang. You won't have the chance to get into her good graces then. Do whatever you want to do. Stop pulling me into this. Yu Hang felt a bit bashful when he noticed that his sister had seen through his intentions. Since Huifang's family was raising chickens, he often went over to their residence to buy chickens with his father. Thus, he spent more and more time interacting with Huifang. Yu Hang was also getting older and was reaching the stage where he became interested in girls, so he started to have an impression of Yu Fang. If he had the opportunity to have a conversation with her, he would feel incredibly happy within his heart. However, after being teased by his younger sister, he felt a bit resentful, but he didn't reject these feelings. After they finished eating breakfast, Yu Hang stepped into the kitchen and watched as Yu Xiaoxiao made flaky pastries. Before long, he was given the task of beating the eggs. After thinking a bit, he realized that they were missing a person in the residence today and asked, How come I didn't see Royal Prince Yang today? Doesn't he always come over very early usually? Yu Xiaoxiao was currently crushing roasted peanuts into small pieces and she pursed her lips, He went back to the capital a few days ago. You've been busy in the melon fields these past few days, so I guess you didn't notice earlier. Yu Hang resisted for a bit and then he finally couldn't stop himself from roasting the other youth. I'll say how much free time does Royal Prince Yang have? He spends at least half a month each month on his lands. Does he not have any tasks to do in the capital now? Yu Xiaoxiao had never bothered to find out just what type of work Zhu Junyang had to do. She thought for a bit and then guessed, perhaps, he's just an idle royal prince. With a title and lands, isn't it normal for him to spend more time on his own lands? After hesitating for a bit, Yu Hang finally asked the question that had been tormenting him, Younger sister, in the future, will you marry Royal Prince Yang? If he still wants to marry only me by the time I turn 18, then I'll marry him. What else can I do? If there was a man who was willing to wait for her for that many years, that meant that it was worth it, right? That being said, now that he's managed to control his inner demon, the young royal prince didn't really have any large flaws besides being a little arrogant from time to time. She was willing to be merciful and grant him his wish of marrying her. Yu Hang lightly sighed and then softly asked, Younger sister, do you like him? I really don't want you, for the sake of preserving our family, to sacrifice yourself. Yu Xiaoxiao stopped what she was doing and then looked at him in surprise, is that what you've been worrying about? Don't worry, even if I refuse the young royal prince's request, he wouldn't threaten our family for this. He's not that type of person. I'm still young, so I'm not sure whether or not I like him that way. In any case, I don't hate the fellow right now. So, older brother, you don't need to feel guilty towards me. That being said, am I the type of person to silently suffer? Yu Hang thought for a bit and then lightly shook his head. With Royal Prince Yang's status and power, he was always afraid that he would force his younger sister to do something. As her older brother, he was powerless to do anything about it, so he felt quite helpless and resentful about this. Yu Xiaoxiao continued to comfort her older brother until he finally looked a bit more cheerful. After she finished baking 2 patches of flaky pastries, Yu Xiaoxiao sent him off to give a batch to the Lu family along with some peaches. She then called steward Yingtao over from the other room and sent her to the West Mountains residence with a box of flaky pastries. After Xiaolian finished inspecting the piggery, she came in from the gate. Currently, they were raising around 300 pigs in the piggery and they were all about half grown. Every day they ate so much food that it surprised everyone. All of the more hard-working children in the village would always cut a few baskets of fishwort to sell to the Yu family so they could earn a few copper coins as spending money. Ever since Royal Prince Yang sent them some capable stewards and senior servants over, Xiaoxiao also sent one of them to the piggery. That person managed the piggery very well and it was even better than when Xiaolian was there last year. Younger sister, right now is low tide, do you want to go diving right now? Recently, Xiaolian had spent a lot of time in the water with Xiaoxiao and Zhuang Xiaomo, so her swimming abilities had also gone up a notch. Her diving skills had also improved perceptibly. Xiaoxiao wanted to go out to the deep sea to dive to find some superior grade abalone and sea cucumbers. If she went out with Xiaolian and Zhuang Xiaomo, it'd be hard to shake them off. She shook her head, I won't go today. Go see if our neighbor Shanhu wants to go and bring her along instead. The current mentality of people was that men and women should not touch when giving or receiving things, and it was quite embedded within society. If Xiaoxiao didn't go along, Xiaolian definitely wouldn't go to the beach with Zhuang Xiaomo as they'd be a single man and woman together alone. Although Xiaolian was still a young girl of 12, there were still differences between men and women. She was afraid that other people might start gossiping about this. Xiaolian remembered that Zhuang Xiaomo had told her yesterday that he wanted to take her to an area that had a lot of seafood underwater. If she suddenly changed her plans today, she was afraid that he would wait for no reason. After thinking a bit, she changed into her swimsuit underneath her outer clothes and then took her bamboo basket with her as she went to go find Shanhu next door. Not long after Xiaolian left, Yu Xiaoxiao also secretly changed into her swimsuit and left in a different direction to go to the beach. She found a secluded area and then stashed her outer clothes into a small rocky cave. Then, she dove and swam in the water like the descendant of a fish. Before long, a gray-blue dolphin about 2 meters long appeared and gleefully swam circles around her as if it was a little dog who hadn't seen its master for a long time. A small golden light next to Xiaoxiao gradually became bigger and then formed into the shape of a little cat. The little dolphin curiously used its long mouth to poke at the golden kitten but was pushed back by the little divine stone's claw. The cat could swim and actually swam very well. If other people saw this, they would definitely think they were only dreaming or in a fantasy world. With the little divine stone by her side, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't need to worry about having to surface up to breathe. In fact, even the increasing water pressure that occurred as she dove deeper wasn't a problem. She climbed onto the little dolphin's back while the kitten stayed on her shoulder and the 3 of them swam deeper into the ocean. Before long, Yu Xiaoxiao had filled up her little bamboo basket with seafood. This time, her harvest was truly too good and full of variety. In the deep ocean waters, the little golden kitten gave off a golden glow and she could see everything in the ocean very clearly. Giant abalone and fat sea cucumbers came to her hands easily. Yu Xiaoxiao also caught a 1-meter-long lobster that weighed about a catty. It was going to be the perfect supplement to the Yu family's table. Master, not far from here, there's a giant fleet of ships in the ocean. They have a somewhat bad smell coming off of them. The little divine stone seemed to sense something and gave her a warning. Fleet of ships. If she was remembering correctly, they should still be in the waters that were owned by the Great Ming Dynasty, right? If these were ships from the Great Ming Dynasty, the little divine stone definitely wouldn't be giving her a warning. She needed to surface up and take a look. Yu Xiaoxiao was a very brave little girl and patted the little dolphin's head and directed it to the surface. The little dolphin very obediently swam in the direction she wanted. She was able to see the ships now, so Xiaoxiao slid off of the little dolphin's back and quietly got closer to one of the ships that was currently moving. She pulled onto a rope that was dangling down and attempted to climb up. After a few tries with no luck, she asked the little divine stone silently, "Little glutinous dumpling, can you help me hear what they're saying?" The golden little kitten dimmed down the light coming off of its body and now resembled a kitten that was not even a month old now. It lightly jumped onto the deck of the ship and boldly walked towards one of the men that was dressed strangely. After it carefully listened for a bit, the little divine stone sardonically stated, "What kind of weird language are they speaking? Can't understand a single word." It transmitted the language that it could not understand to Yu Xiaoxiao as it also made fun of the man's appearance and dress. At the top of their head, they shaved a section, which makes them look like balding old men. The rest of the hair on their head is gathered into a small queue and pinned into a topknot, and they have a tiny beard left at the lips. They even wear wooden clogs. Yu Xiaoxiao felt her heart fall for a second. This is the dress and attire of the historical Japanese Ah. These Japanese ships in the waters of the Great Ming Empire are definitely not here for a good reason. Oh right, in the historical Ming Dynasty, weren't there raids by Woku pirates when Ah? Are these the ships of the Woku then? Little glutinous dumpling, do you have any way to understand what they're saying? This is a very important manner that can change the lives of many people. Yu Xiaoxiao was very anxious and hastily asked the little divine stone. The little divine stone hesitated for a moment and replied somewhat reluctantly, "With my current cultivation level and amount of spiritual power, if I wanted to enter a human's consciousness, it'd be very difficult. Originally, I'd be able to speak very soon. If I immerse myself in the other person's thoughts in the way you want me to, I'm afraid I won't even be able to maintain my kitten form anymore." Yu Xiaoxiao dithered for a second and then said, "Didn't you say that by helping me, your master, your cultivation and spiritual powers would grow a lot? Furthermore, it would also loosen the fetters on you by a lot. If you really do what I ask you to and are able to help me greatly, you will not only help my family but you will also be saving the lives of countless people. This is a very big virtue Ah. If only it would happen like you said. This divine stone doesn't expect much, as long as it comes out even, then I will be satisfied." The little divine stone wasn't convinced that it would be very helpful to its master to find out what the pirate was thinking. However, its consciousness was linked to its master's, so it could clearly feel the waves of worry coming off of Yu Xiaoxiao. Although it was quite reluctant to do so, it followed its master's wishes. A small condensed stream of spiritual energy went into the ear of the pirate that looked like the leader of them all and read the man's thoughts. "These people are all from a country across the sea from us. They had a very bad earthquake in their country and a lot of people died. This warrior kidnapped some of the fishermen from our country and found out that our country is having a larger bumper harvest, so they decided to attack us during harvest time. Master, things are looking bad. Their target is the Tanggu harbor and all of the nearby villages." The little divine stone's usage of energy was astounding. Before long, Yu Xiaoxiao could only intermittently hear its thoughts. After it was done talking, the little divine stone transformed back into a ray of golden light and returned back to the multicolored stone on Xiaoxiao's wrist, falling into a deep sleep. However, the information the stone found out was more than enough. She observed the direction the fleet of ships was heading towards and saw that they truly were going towards the harbor. There were around 10 ships speeding in the direction of Dongshan village. Yu Xiaoxiao felt scared and troubled. There were over a few dozen families in Dongshan village, which meant that there were at least 100 to 200 villagers living there. This critical information could not be delayed. Yu Xiaoxiao had the little dolphin swim back at top speed to bring her back to the shore. Although the little divine stone was now in a deep rest, the protections it formed for her were still active, so Xiaoxiao wasn't harmed by the water pressure or force. Thus, she was able to go back faster than the ships were moving. Yu Xiaoxiao first went back to the area where Xiaolian usually dove into the water. Using her intuition, she was able to find Zhuang Xiaomo, Zhou Shanhu and Xiaolian together. She dove underwater and signaled Xiaolian to surface. Once they surfaced, she hurriedly spoke, quickly go inform the village chief that Woku pirates are coming." Woku pirates? The person who spoke was Zhuang Xiaomo who was treading water next to them. He revealed an expression of disbelief and hesitantly said, "Are you sure that these are Woku pirates? Woku pirates are very cruel and vicious. I heard the older generation mention that these pirates have no sense of humanity and will kill anyone they see and steal anything from anybody. They also rape women and burn down entire villages." Zhou Shanhu also came over and exclaimed as she shook her head with her hands over her mouth. Yu Xiaoxiao took a deep breath and forcefully calmed herself before she said, "I guarantee these are Woku pirates. The clothes they're wearing aren't the type that citizens of the Great Ming Empire would wear and I couldn't understand a single word they were saying. They looked very cruel and had large knives at their waists. Older brother Xiaomo, quickly go to your village and tell this information to your village chief and then leave. You should pack up your things, whether they believe you or not, and come to our house." Zhuang Xiaomo forcefully nodded his head and assented, "Okay. I will warn the village chief and then come back to join you guys. If I'm late, there's no need to wait for me and stay in danger." Yu Xiaoxiao watched as he scrambled onto land and started sprinting towards the neighboring village. She also hurriedly swam to shore and didn't even bother to change into her clothes as she ran towards the village holding her clothes. She suddenly thought of her godfather who was currently at the docks supervising the construction, so she said to Xiaolian, "I'll go to the village chief's home myself." You should go home first and tell older brother to ride little Gray to the docks to inform my godfather so he can collaborate with the magistrate's soldiers. Tell mother and father to pack everything that's valuable and necessary so we can leave. Xiaolian nodded her head and sped off home in larger strides. Zhou Shanyu's face was ghostly white and she was scampering along behind her. Her father and older brother were out peddling goods and it was only her mother and her at home. It was urgent, she needed to inform her mother to pack everything first. Going with the Yu family was definitely the safest route. By the time Yu Xiaoxiao reached the village chief's residence, she was already completely out of breath. She placed the multicolored stone at her chest and a cool feeling trickled into her lungs. Her chest, which felt like it was about to explode earlier, finally calmed down a bit. She found the village chief and told him how she had dove deeply and swam out to sea and coincidentally discovered the pirates' ships. She told the older man every detail she could think of. The village chief frowned deeply and asked half in disbelief, "Are you sure they were Woku pirates and not some fishermen from our country out there?" "I am absolutely sure. The ships that I saw looked exactly alike to each other and there were at least 30 to 40 of them total. Furthermore, they looked very big. I surreptitiously swam closer to one by diving into the water and I could faintly hear the people on the ships talking. I couldn't understand a single word that they were saying. Then, I climbed up from the tail of the ship and saw that the people there were wearing completely different styles of clothing than us. They also had large knives and swords belted at their waist. I heard my grandfather saying that in the previous dynasty we had attacks from Woku pirates, so I thought I needed to tell this to you first. Village chief, time is running out, please come up with an idea." Yu Xiaoxiao did her best to weave a story but she was afraid the village chief wouldn't believe her. She was so worried that her entire head was covered in sweat. The village chief knew that although Xiaoxiao was young, she was quite steady and would absolutely not do something like this as a prank or joke. He thought for a bit and decided it was better to be safe than sorry. Woku pirates were always incredibly cruel and this wasn't a small issue. This was the first time this year that he had sounded the large bell at the entrance of the village. All of the villagers very quickly assembled over at the entrance of the village chief's residence and were all avidly discussing just what the village chief called them all over for. Last year, when the bell was sounded, it was right before the locust plague hit. The village chief very simply outlined what Xiaoxiao had told him and instructed the villagers to quickly go back and pack their things in preparation to flee to the mountains. When the villagers heard the news, lively discussion immediately arose. A lot of people didn't believe Xiaoxiao's words and thought that she must have seen things incorrectly. Some of them thought that she was making a big deal over nothing. Consequently, there were only a few people who went back home to start packing. Yu Xiaoxiao felt her anxiety rising. The pirates were about to come and the villagers were still debating amongst themselves. She thought for a bit and saw the person who was the best at climbing trees, Guden. She pointed at the tallest tree in the village and said, "Guden, go climb to the top of the tree and look. You should be able to vaguely see the fleet of ships from up there. In any case, I already warned everyone. It's up to you guys if you want to believe me or not." At the end, she also added one more thing, think about what happened last year with the locust plague. What happened to those people who didn't end up believing the news? Now, it's not just a matter of losing money or grain, your choices can determine the fate of all of the people in your family. At this moment, Guden, who had climbed to the very top of the tree, sputtered from above, "They're there. I can see more than a dozen ships on the horizon and they're heading in the direction of our village. I still can't see very clearly if they are Woku pirates or not." When people heard Guden's shouts added onto what Xiaoxiao just said, most of the villagers felt more confident in her news. It was just as the village chief stated, better to be safe than sorry. If the ships coming were truly pirates, getting ready and hiding in the mountains was the sensible thing to do. If they weren't, it wasn't as if they would lose much, other than getting scared out of their wits. When the village chief saw everyone running back home, he couldn't help but remind them of a fact, make sure to only pack what is necessary and the valuables that are light. You're not going to be able to bring everything along. Losing some possessions is not the end of the world. What's important is to preserve your own lives. In an hour, everyone needs to assemble. Whoever's late, don't blame the rest of us for not waiting. Once Yu Xiaoxiao saw everyone moving, she waved to the village chief and then sped off to her own family. On the way, she passed by the Zhou family and saw Auntie Zhou sighing over the few hundred chickens she was raising. "Auntie, take the chickens into the mountain thickets. Whatever can be saved is better than nothing. Take along the valuables that you can bring along but don't be greedy. Keeping your life is the most important thing." Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but give the older woman a reminder. When Yu Xiaoxiao got home, she saw all of the Yu family members, other than Yu Heng who went to the docks and little Sito who was studying in town, congregated in the courtyard. All of their hired workers for the pharmaceutical workshop and piggery had gone back to their respective homes to pack. Yingtao and the stewards that Royal Prince Yang had given her each had a bundle of stuff in their hands as they fearfully waited there. Did someone tell oldest aunt's family? Yu Xiaoxiao noticed that her oldest paternal aunt's family wasn't there and had to ask. Yu Hai gave her a reassuring look and said, "Arya went there to tell them, they should be back very soon." Just as he spoke, his older sister's entire family all came in with packs on their back as they rushed into the courtyard. What about Imperial Prince Jing's residence on the mountain? Did anyone inform them? Although there were a decent amount of guards there, the pirates also had a lot of people and they were cruel. Without the self-proclaimed martial arts expert Royal Prince Yang there, it wouldn't be safe for Princess Consort Jing to stay in the villa. Senior servant Yang, who was in charge of the piggery, hurriedly stepped forward and said, "When we got the news, my husband went to the mountain residence immediately. At this time, the Princess Consort should be almost done preparing." Yu Xiaoxiao looked around the courtyard and saw that everyone was carrying a packed-up bag that wasn't too big so they could easily flee. It was likely they only packed the most valuable items in their residences for this trip. Yu Hai and Lu Hu had a bit more in their packs. Other than daily necessities, everyone also carried around 20 caddies of grain, a steel pot, and some utensils. They didn't know how long the pirates would stay and when they could finally come back. It was likely they needed to spend several days in the mountains, so the Yu family and Lu family needed to bring enough grain to last. Yu Xiaoxiao entered her own room and packed 2 simple sets of clean clothing. She also took out the banknotes, silver bits, and some jewelry along. After thinking a bit, she also took her medicine box. Inside she had medicines to treat colds and other mild illnesses. In addition, she had medications to stop bleeding. Before long, Princess Consort Jing and her 20-some imperial bodyguards came down the mountain. Along with the 20-some senior servants, stewards, and maids, her entourage made a grand sight and was much larger than the combined Yu and Lu families. Princess Consort Jing appeared exceptionally calm and she looked over everyone in the courtyard before she spoke to the now serene Yu Xiaoxiao. When we came down the mountain, we saw that those people with questionable backgrounds were already very close to land. Have you decided everything yet? Are we really going to flee into the mountains? Don't people say that there are a lot of ferocious beasts in there? Yu Xiaoxiao came up and held onto Princess Consort Jing's arm reassuringly as she gently said, "Please don't worry, Your Highness. We're not going deep into the mountains, so we should not encounter any vicious beasts. If we're on the outside part of the mountain and the pirates come and find out there's nothing to take, won't they chase us up the mountain to find us?" One of the bodyguards, who looked on the younger side, frowned and remarked somewhat pessimistically. Yu Xiaoxiao considered his question and then replied, "I know a ravine in the mountain that is pretty well hidden and the entrance is easily guarded and hard to attack. We should go there to hide. Even if the Woku pirates find the entrance, with you guys protecting it, it'd be hard for them to get through." Princess Consort Jing gave her a knowing look and then asked, "Is that the ravine that has a lot of wild camellias and orchids? If that's the place you're talking about, it should be very well hidden." After she finished, she then gave a penetrating look at her 2 personal maids, Mei Xiang and Lan Xiang. These 2 maids had once gone with Xiaoxiao to that ravine and they brought back a few rare specimens. However, the next time when they tried to go there themselves, the 2 maids couldn't find the entrance of the ravine again. Mei Xiang had said that they clearly remembered every twist and turn to get there but they just couldn't find the entrance again. It was as if that ravine had suddenly disappeared into thin air. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded and agreed, "Yes, other than that place, I can't think of another place that is suitable to hide a few hundred people." "A few hundred people? We need to take along all of the men, women, children, and elders from the village along. The more people there are, the more chances there are for mishaps. Miss Yu, you need to make sure you know what you're doing." The commander of the bodyguards didn't seem to approve of this idea of bringing so many civilians along. The frown on his face became even more apparent. "We're all from the same village and some of us are even related to each other. We can't just leave them alone to fend for themselves. Since we have the ability, what's wrong with helping them?" It had been almost 4 years since she transmigrated over to this world. Other than a few special people in Dongshan village, the vast majority of villagers were all pure-hearted and adorable. Their simple ways of life and warm interactions with each other caused Yu Xiaoxiao to consider this place more and more like her home. When danger was approaching, she couldn't abandon any of them, even if they had treated her poorly in the past. The Yu family was already done preparing, but the people in the village were a whole other matter. The villagers were all running around in a panic. Many people couldn't bear to let go of anything that was of any value, especially those of the older generation. Every needle and thread in the house required money to buy them, so they even brought along old bamboo baskets with holes in them. It was getting closer to the time to leave and there were a whole bunch of people standing in front of the village chief's home. The village chief saw a fellow with a giant pack on his left shoulder and a large wicker basket crammed full of items on his right. The man could barely walk as he staggered down the road and stumbled in the group. The village chief was incensed and scolded them, "Right now we're running for our lives, not moving. Do you think you'll be able to climb mountains and hide with all of that stuff you're bringing off? You're just a sitting duck waiting for the Woku pirates to catch you and then rip you apart. Everyone, open your bags for me now. Other than money, you should only be carrying along 2 changes of clothing and 3 days worth of food. Everything else, you need to throw away." When he saw the villagers looking at each other stupidly but not doing anything, the village chief's temper exploded again. "If you guys don't want to listen to me, that's fine. You are all in charge of yourselves. I'm not going to bother anymore, alright? Figure things out yourselves. Second son's wife and third son's wife, you're both in charge of taking care of the kids. Give all of your packs to your husbands and follow me." When the villagers saw that the village chief wasn't going to be in charge of them anymore, they immediately panicked. A lot of the villagers started opening their packs and taking out the stuff that wasn't that important. After cleaning out their bags, they found a place to hide the other items. Although the packs were still pretty heavy, they no longer hindered their movements anymore. Once they finished reorganizing their belongings, these villagers pulled their families along to follow the village chief as they headed towards the West Mountains. Those who still couldn't bear to throw anything else away staggered behind the group of people. Before long, they were at the back of the pack. Among them was Madame Zhang and her family. Madame Zhang carried a giant bamboo basket on her back. Other than grain, she also packed a bunch of daily necessities. She even couldn't bear to leave behind some ceramic tiles at home and also pack that. Naturally, she carried all of the cash at home on her body. Even Madame Li didn't know where her mother-in-law had hidden the money. Behind Madame Zhang was Yu Dashan, who was carrying a giant wrapped pack. It was very obvious that they had packed even the large blankets at home. Yu Dashan currently resembled a small mountain and he could only walk a couple steps before huffing and puffing like an overburdened ox. Madame Li carried a lot less than the other 2 people, but her body was fat and soft. She was usually very lazy and did the very minimal to get by, so she wasn't used to walking so far and started to breathe heavily from exertion. It was obvious that she couldn't handle traveling so far along with 30 caddies of luggage. Gradually, these three people started to lag behind and were at the very back of the fleeing villagers. They walked one step forward and staggered for the next three. It was quite difficult for them to press on. Madame Li also kept turning back every 3 steps to mumble about her son, who was working at the docks. She was praying that there wouldn't be anything bad happening there. At this time, the village chief's family had already reached the foot of the West Mountains. In front of the Yu family was Princess Consort Jing and her entourage of servants and bodyguards. After seeing the 20 or so strong and vigorous bodyguards, the village chief's heart settled down a bit. The village chief came forward and bowed respectfully to the princess consort before he spoke to Yu Hai. Da Hai, although you haven't gone up the mountain much these past 2 years, you still spent a few years with young General Zhao hunting there. I'm sure you have a much better idea of the terrain and area in the mountains than me. Where do you think would be a good place for a couple hundred villagers like us to hide in there? Yu Hai didn't even have the chance to reply when a person jumped down from the nearby tree. It was the commander of the bodyguards, Commander Zheng. He had been observing the movements of the fleet of ships this entire time and, surprisingly, he had a pair of binoculars in his hand. The look in the commander's eyes was grim and he had a slightly worried look on his face as he yelled, "The fleet is about to land and they are truly Woku pirates. All of them have knives or swords at their belts and they're not here for a good reason. Your Highness, we can't delay any longer, it's time to go." The Yu family lived at the foot of the West Mountains and their residence was on a higher piece of land. When the village chief heard the report from the commander, he looked in the direction of the ocean. Sure enough, there were around a dozen ships on the coastline and he could see around a dozen of people running on the beach. They were headed towards the direction of the village in a very aggressive manner. The village chief then turned to look at the villagers and noticed that there were a dozen families who still persisted in carrying heavy luggage as they staggered in the very back. He screamed at those people, wishing his voice could become as loud as a megaphone. Are possessions more important or your lives more important? The Woku pirates have already landed. Before long, they're going to catch up with us. Throw away those giant bags on your backs, running away is more essential. Yu Xiaoao saw Madame Zhang, who was at the very back and looked very old and haggard. She indifferently looked away. She walked to Princess Consort Jing and supported her into a chair sedan that was being carried by 2 strong and vigorous servants. She then motioned at the Yu and Lu family to follow and started to head towards the mountain thickets that she was very familiar with. When she was close to the piggery, she blew a clear and resounding whistle. A black figure suddenly appeared and whizzed towards her. On a closer look, it was Little Black, who had already reached the height of a grown man. He wagged his giant bushy tail and gleefully circled around Yu Xiaoxiao a few times. Once he got her approval, he followed her from behind with satisfaction and couldn't bear to leave her. Out of the 2 young wolves, Little White had a more untamed personality and often disappeared into the forests in the mountains to run around like a little tyrant. From time to time, he would come back to Xiaoxiao with some prey in his mouth. Most of his time was spent exploring the West Mountains. One time, he had apparently encountered a leopard and killed it, bringing it back. However, he also had some leftover injuries from that fight. Xiaoxiao used some mystic stone water and herbal medicines to treat his wounds. Before long, his injuries had healed. This fellow very easily forgot his past wounds and pain. When the wounds just scabbed over, he ran back to the mountainous forests to play around again. Little Black, on the other hand, was closer to humans. Every day, he was in charge of guarding and watching the piggery, so he ended up getting fed by the steward, senior servant, and Xiaolian who were there. His figure was becoming more and more like a pig's. This fellow really knew how to sell himself and act cute. Although he was already taller than Xiaoxiao, every time he saw her, he needed her to hold him a bit. Despite the fact that Xiaoxiao could no longer hold him up, she still needed to hug him and stroke his head and body before he was finally satisfied. If she wasn't already certain, it would be hard to guess that this fellow was a true and full-blooded wolf. Yu Xiaoxiao walked at the front with Little Black. On each side of her, there were 2 bodyguards with their swords unsheathed to open up the way. Right behind her was Princess Consort Jing's sedan with the commander of the bodyguards and a few of the more expert imperial bodyguards around her. They had her encircled tightly within their protection. Following them was the Yu family and Lu family. Eldest granduncle Yu Lichen's entire family had also been pulled up by old Yu and was traveling along with the rest of their group. Currently, in the eyes of the villagers of Dongshan village, the Yu family and the Lu family were in the safest position because the remaining dozen or so bodyguards from Imperial Prince Jing's residence were protecting the area around them. All of the bodyguards who were at the mountain residence were handpicked and experts at fighting. The group had over 100 people and most of them were the elderly, women and children. Flurries of activity bustled within the group. The sounds of children crying, women scolding, and the men urging them on merged into a cacophony. The sounds startled all of the birds in the area, causing them to flee into the air. The village chief, who was following the Yu family closely, looked back and saw the mess. He couldn't stand it anymore and raised his voice to scold all of the villagers. Every man in the household, become the man. Control your wife and children. You guys are so noisy, is it because you're afraid that the Woku pirates don't know where we are? If you guys lure these pirates to you, no one's going to care whether you live or die. The words of the village chief were very quickly disseminated throughout the people. Within moments, the noise settled down. Occasionally the sound of a child crying could be heard before the parents shushed their child. A voice sounded from the group, aren't there about a dozen bodyguards who are skilled from Imperial Prince Jing's mountain villa? Would they really just watch as we die in front of them? The village chief glanced at the bodyguards, whose expressions hadn't changed, and coldly laughed. He replied back in the direction of the sound, just what type of status do you have that you want the Imperial Prince's bodyguards to save you? They are here to protect the princess consort. How thick-faced are you to bring yourself up to the level of the princess consort? Cut the crap and use your energy to flee, alright. If the Woku pirates catch you, then you can find out if the bodyguards will help you or not, okay. The nearby villagers looked at the cold and indifferent expressions on the bodyguards and anxiety swirled within them. Who was so stupid to provoke these bodyguards at this time? If these soldiers decided to leave them to fend for themselves, the West Mountains were very large and it was likely they would get lost within moments. If they ended up rushing into the territory of ferocious beasts, they didn't even need to wait for the pirates to catch up before they would be torn into the pieces tonight by animals. Yu Xiaosao, who was at the very front, thought that the person asking sounded like Madame Zhang. She sneered and sighed, do you think you're the sun and that the earth has to rotate around you? You want the imperial prince's bodyguards to protect you? Gosh, what type of crazy ideas do you have in your mind? Stop dreaming She was currently traversing through a bunch of vegetation that was about as tall as a person. The bodyguards next to her were using their swords constantly to cut any plants that were in the way so that the princess consort's sedan could pass through without any issues. As this continued, the speed of the fleeing group had slowed down. There were still a few people lagging behind in the back because they were not willing to lighten their packs and leave any items behind. Thus, they struggled through the thick vegetation. Suddenly, in the very back, Yu Dashan could faintly hear the voices of people that were speaking in a foreign language. The sounds did not seem very far from him. Yu Dashan was so scared that his legs trembled. He threw down the giant pack on his back and raced for his life as he ran forward. He ran and screamed at the same time, the Woku pirates have caught up. Quickly run the pirates are here. The two women with him, who had been unceremoniously left behind, were stunned for a moment. Neither Madame Zhang or Madame Li had ever thought that Yu Dashan, who usually acted very filial and loving to his mother and wife, would actually leave the two of them, one an elder and one a weak woman, behind and only be concerned for his own safety. Madame Li very quickly regained her wits and she turned her head around to look at the thick forest behind her. Although she couldn't see any pirates in the back, she could hear the sounds of them approaching. Because Yu Dashan had run away screaming his head off, the pirates were able to pinpoint the direction that the villagers were fleeing in. Thus, 100 or so pirates were now running in their direction. Madame Li imitated Yu Dashan's actions and also threw away all of the possessions she was holding. With her load lightened, she glanced briefly at Madame Zhang, who still had a giant wicker basket on her back, and huffed and puffed as she took off for her life. Her only thought was this, as long as I can pass more people, I'll be safe. Madame Zhang was so distraught by the events that tears almost dripped down her face. She was now very regretful and angry. She hated her eldest son, who she had taken care of for more than a dozen years. Despite her affections for him, he was willing to throw her away, his old mother, at the face of danger to save his own skin. She was regretful about her previous actions. By being so cruel, she had severed all relations she had with Yu Hai and his family. If she had treated them better in the past, with Yu Hai's kind-hearted temperament, he absolutely wouldn't act like Yu Dashan and leave her behind cold-heartedly. Instead, the one who would be protected by the bodyguards in front would be her. The people around Madame Zhang were all throwing away their belongings without a single thought and scattering around in a panic as they absconded for their lives. She couldn't care about her possessions anymore either. At any rate, all of the family's money was on her body, so the rest of the items didn't amount to much. She threw off the giant bamboo basket onto the ground and quickened her steps forward as she crookedly stumbled up the mountain trail. She did her best to catch up with the other villagers. She didn't want to be left behind and become the first sacrifice to the Woku pirates. What should we do? The pirates are about to catch up. We can't just watch as they harm and kill all of the other people in Dongshan village. Yu Hai heard the panic noises behind them and couldn't help from clenching his hands into fists. Yu Xiaosao frowned seriously and chewed on her lips before she spoke to the commander of the bodyguards, Commander Zheng, with our current speed, I'm pretty sure that the pirates will very quickly catch up to us. The commander of the bodyguards unsheathed his long sword and nodded, Miss Yu, you don't need to worry about that. Continue to lead the way ahead and I will take a few brothers along to the back to intercept the Woku pirates. This will give everyone some more time to run away. Yu Hai suddenly volunteered, I'm very familiar with these mountain forests and I also know how to hunt and stalk prey in this area. I'll go with you guys. When Madame Lu heard him say this, she stumbled a step and a feeling of panic bubbled in her heart. She couldn't stop herself from crying, my husband. Yu Hai smiled reassuringly at her and said, wife, don't worry. In these woods, I can't brag about anything else but I know how to hide and conceal myself very well. If things are looking bad, I will make sure to retreat very quickly. Don't worry, I won't do things out of pride and greed and try to be a hero when I'm not. The commander of the bodyguards also comforted her, Madam, don't worry. As long as I am here, I will make sure to keep brother Yu safe and sound. Although there are a lot of pirates chasing after us, they are mostly familiar with battles on the open sea and don't know how to fight in thick forests. We won't directly confront these pirates. Madame Lu's face had turned as white as a sheet out of fear. She knew her husband had already made his decision and that he wouldn't listen to her. She could only nod her head weakly and implore him to be very careful. He needed to remember that his family still had many weak and elderly members waiting for him to come back. Madame Lu was currently beside herself with worry. Her eldest son had gone to the docks to report on the situation during such a dangerous time. Her younger daughter had said that there were quite a few pirate ships headed towards the direction of the docks as well. It was pretty obvious that that area would also be full of danger. Now, her husband had volunteered himself to head straight into danger himself. How could she not be concerned about them? When Yu Hai left with Commander Zheng and the other bodyguards to the back, Ying Tao and the wife of the steward who was in charge of the piggery, Steward Zhao's wife, came up to support Madame Lu on each side. They followed closely behind Princess Consort Jing's sedan. Princess Consort Jing also turned her head back to say a few comforting words. Inwardly, the princess consort was not as serene as she seemed. However, whenever she saw Yu Xiaosao, a tiny little girl, confronting the crisis in front of them with a cool head and leading the way, she also felt her heart settle down too. Yu Xiaosao was also worried about her father going back to confront the Woku pirates. However, the pirates were catching up to them and there was already not enough time for everyone to flee to the hiding place in that hidden ravine. They needed someone to create an opportunity for them to get more time. Although those bodyguards were highly skilled, they still weren't as familiar with the terrain of the forests of the West Mountain as a native. With her father leading the way, they would be able to complete their mission much more easily. In order to ensure her father's safety, she sent Little Black and Little White to go protect her father. Both of the two wolves now had the bulk and strength of an alpha wolf. Although Little Black usually liked to act cute and play with humans, he could actually fight a bear on his own without any difficulties. As the group steadily trudged forward deeper into the forest, the people in the back couldn't help but squeeze closer to the front. The originally loose group of villagers was now all bunched up tightly. Yu Dashin had been fleeing like a madman earlier and finally caught up with Imperial Prince Jing's group of bodyguards in the front. He forcefully squeezed through people to get closer to the Yu family's group. Don't hold me back and let me through. I'm also surnamed Yu and I am the older brother of Yu Hai. Yu Dashin was ordinarily a dull and wooden man but now he had completely changed. His eyes were completely red as he fought against the bodyguards preventing him from breaking through the circle. He desperately wanted to go into the inner protected area. Old Yu was also currently worried about his son and eldest grandson. When he heard the commotion, he slowed down and headed back to where Yu Dashin was currently struggling against the bodyguards. Old Yu looked behind Yu Dashin and disappointment crawled onto his face. He sighed and shook his head. Dashin, you actually left your mother and wife behind while you ran ahead. You, are you still human? Ah. How am I not human? Those two are both deadweights and would only pull me back. One's old while the other's fat. If the pirates caught up, all three of us would die. Why can't I run for my life? Preserving one life is still a life. Both of Yu Dashin's eyes were bright red and it looked like he had lost all reason within his head. Yu Kaifeng shot a look of disgust at him and said, are you worthy of the name Yu? You're such an unfilial and selfish man, stay farther away from us. Don't dirty our eyes here. I was your father's son for more than 30 years and took the surname Yu for over 30 years. As a daughter who married out, what qualifications do you have to determine whether I'm worthy of the name Yu? At this point, Yu Dashin was snapping at anyone who was available as if he no longer cared about offending others. Old Yu let out another sigh and said, in times of crisis, one can truly see a person's true nature. If you had brought your wife and your mother along with you, I would shamefully speak up for you and ask the princess consort to show mercy and let you guys stay with us. However, you're someone who's even willing to throw away your own mother. What qualifications do you have me to plead for you? I'm not that thick-skinned. Old Yu then looked at Yu Dashin deeply in the eye while a complicated feeling arose in his heart. He had originally thought that Yu Dashin wasn't the same as his mother and that he was a straight bamboo sprout that had grown out of a crooked one. However, now he knew that they were truly mother and son. They were cold and selfish to their very bones. He shook his head and turned around to leave. No matter how much Yu Dashin begged or what he said, old Yu didn't turn back. As this was happening, Yu Hai led the head of the bodyguards and another 10 men who were very skilled through the forest. They very quickly reached the back of the fleeing group. Madame Zhang saw him and opened her mouth but in the end didn't say anything. She instead stamped her feet along and did her best to follow the rest of the people. Yu Hai only indifferently glanced at her, as if she was a stranger that he didn't even know. He looked at the terrain around them and then addressed the commander of the bodyguards, the situation is urgent. Judging from the sounds of the Woku pirates, they should be able to get here in about 15 minutes. We should set a few traps nearby that are large enough to catch large animals and wait for these pirates to fall into them. The commander of the bodyguards nodded his head and spoke to the men behind him, a few guys should set up an ambush in the nearby trees. The rest of you stay with me and help brother Yu set things up. The traps that Yu Hai was setting up used rattan ropes to create a type of noose with a slipknot. If the Woku pirates stepped into the trap, as long as you used a little bit of force they would get pulled up into the air. At that time, the trapped pirates could be easily handled by them. Putting the traps together wasn't a complicated task. Yu Hai took a few bodyguards and, before long, they were able to set around a dozen or so traps in the areas that the Woku pirates were most likely to traverse through. At this time, through the thickets of the trees, they could already see the cruel and aggressive pirates who were all gabbling in a foreign language. Commander Zheng signaled Yu Hai with his hands, telling him to retreat to a safer area. He regrouped his men and they all chose some nearby large trees to hide in and easily jumped up. The bodyguards not only had a long sword with them but they also carried a bow and quiver of arrows. Those who were hiding in the trees took out their bow and arrows. They prepared an arrow and aimed it towards the direction of the pirates. Within the thickets, they could hear the pirates approaching and it was obvious that these pirates had a lot of people. Before long, a short pirate could be seen by Yu Hai and the others. He was dressed in unfamiliar attire and the top of his head had been shaved bald. The pirate had cruel and malicious-looking eyes. Yu Hai, who had hidden in a dense shrub, intently watched where the pirate set his feet. His breathing slowed as he saw the Woku pirate step into one of the rope traps. He was in. That pirate's left foot had already stepped into the middle of the noose. Yu Hai immediately made the decision to lightly pull at the trap mechanism in his hand. The noose tightened quickly around the pirate's ankle and the rope started to fly away using the elasticity of the tree branch above. The pirate only felt something clamp on his ankle before he shot up in the air towards the trees. The trapped Woku pirate howled in fear and another pirate, who had been behind him, was stunned for a moment before he turned around to holler something behind him. The other pirates started to pull out their long knives. Among them was a slightly taller man and the clothes he was wearing were also more complex and decorated compared to the other pirates. Nothing needed to be said as it was obvious that this man was the leader of all of these pirates. The head of the Woku pirates pointed at the strung-up pirate and jabbered a few sentences to his subordinates. It sounded like he wanted the others to bring the man down. After receiving his command, before they had the chance to move, an arrow whizzed through the air and squarely hit the trapped pirate in the throat. The trapped pirate immediately passed away and dangled like a dead dog in the trees. The expression on the head of the pirates immediately changed. He hastily ordered the other men to protect him. During the chaos, there were a few other pirates who stepped into the rope traps and were now hanging in the trees. Guard yourselves! Guard yourselves! Earlier, the head of the pirates didn't think it would take much effort to run over a small fishing village. He had boasted when talking to General Yamaguchi and claimed that he would be able to fully subjugate this tiny fishing village in half a day and then bring his men to meet up with the general at the harbor. He absolutely did not expect that this fishing village, which only had a dozen or so families in it, would find out early about their attack and pack up all of their valuables to flee into the nearby mountains. Although the villagers had left in a hurry and there was still quite a bit of stuff left back in the village, the head of this group of pirates was unsatisfied. When he was younger, he had also participated in a raid and had privately gotten a lot of good loot. There were over a dozen other commanders who came up with the general this time to attack. If he had the smallest haul out of all of them, wouldn't that mean he had lost credibility in the general's eyes? Fury roiled within the head of the Woku pirates when he saw the empty village. These poor fishermen weren't anything in his eyes. With the skills of his men, why wouldn't they be able to catch up with these fleeing peasants and grab all their belongings? Who knew that, as soon as they stepped into the mountain forest, they would encounter a hard rock? Apparently, these fishermen had some experienced hunters among them. It looked like he had underestimated these peasants too much. However, the head of this group of pirates didn't think that the villagers would be able to do much just by relying on a few hunters. Compared to his men, who were well trained and armored appropriately, those hunters were only seeking their own deaths. Bakairo 1, go look around. Those damned bastards must be in the vicinity. Don't leave a single one alive. Kill whoever you find. The head of this group of pirates revealed a cruel and vicious expression and he waved the long knife in his hand as he snarled out his orders. At this moment, an arrow shot towards his direction. The head of the pirates revealed a frazzled expression but his reaction speed was quite fast. He grabbed one of the subordinates next to him and threw the other man in front of him as his shield. Then, he ducked down and made sure to hide himself completely behind the hapless pirate. Warm liquid that smelled slightly fishy sprayed onto his face. The hapless pirate that had been dragged over twitched as he dropped down to the ground. The arrow that had almost hit him was pinned firmly in the other pirate's heart. Cold sweat spontaneously erupted onto his head and he silently rejoiced that his reflexes were fast enough. Otherwise, the person lying dead on the ground wouldn't be his subordinate but him. A burst of violent anger bubbled in his heart. He needed to drag all of these stubborn fishermen out and dig out their hearts before stringing them in the open air to let them become human jerky. Find them now. Drag all of these great Ming pigs out for me now. The head of the pirates stomped on the ground in fury and sent down a direct order to his shivering subordinates while he hid himself behind his two bodyguards. Occasionally he would reveal his head here or there to observe the situation. The arrow that had almost taken out the leader of the group of pirates earlier was shot by the commander of the bodyguards who was still hidden in the trees. Although he had never stepped onto the battlefield before, he understood the concept of eliminating the enemy commander first. He felt quite regretful that he wasn't able to kill the head of the pirates. Although he continued to look for a second opportunity to kill the pirate head, he discovered that the fellow was deathly afraid of being offed and was currently sticking very closely behind the other pirates. He could only start targeting the other pirates instead. The other nearby bodyguards of the Imperial Prince's estate also started shooting arrows after their captain sent out the first one. Although they weren't as skilled as their commander, they were still able to kill one pirate for every 3 arrows they shot. The Woku pirates hadn't been able to even see who their enemy was before their ranks were drastically thinned. Retreat. There are too many enemies here, so first retreat. The head of this group of pirates was a cowardly fellow, so when he saw his men falling one after another, he lost his bravado. He had no idea how many enemies were waiting for them. From the look of things, this didn't look like the work of a few hunters and instead resembled the attacks of experienced soldiers. Was it possible that they had a spy in the ranks who tattled on them and gave the great Ming soldiers time to prepare? That wouldn't do. They couldn't just stay here like a bunch of sitting ducks. Otherwise, their losses would be too high. They needed to retreat to a safer place first and then decide what to do next. After getting this new order, the Woku pirates all started to retreat in a panic. There were quite a few pirates who got shot by arrows in the back as they were leaving. It was quite a chaotic sight. At this time, Yuhai had arrived on the side of the group of Woku pirates. He had a pitchfork in his hands as a weapon. There was a pirate who was on his own, so Yuhai forcefully threw the pitchfork towards the pirate. The pitchfork hit the pirate straight in the chest and the man's screams resounded in the forest and drew the attention of the other pirates. However, the vegetation was too thick in this area, so they couldn't see anything despite their efforts to try. Furthermore, they were too scared to investigate themselves. Yuhai used this opportunity to go up and retrieve the pitchfork. Then he made a few turns in the lush vegetation that was tall enough to hide a man and disappeared into the forest again. By the time the nearby pirates got the courage to investigate, all they saw was the dead pirate on the ground. Using this advantage, Yuhai found another area to ambush more pirates. In this way, before long, he managed to kill an additional 7 to 8 Woku pirates. Although this was the first time he had killed humans, the enemies he killed were vicious and cruel pirates and were not much different, in his mind, than savage beasts. Yuhai had already prepared himself inwardly for this, so he wasn't the least bit merciful when he attacked them. He knew that if any of the villagers from Dongshan village fell into their hands, none of them would have a good outcome. After killing those 7 to 8 pirates, Yuhai returned back to the area where the Imperial Prince's bodyguards had set up their initial ambush. Commander Jung had already jumped down from his tree, so Yuhai asked him, "Are we going to chase them further?" The commander of the bodyguards made a few hand signals to his subordinate and all of them jumped down from the trees they were hiding in. He shook his head at Yu Hai and stated, the Woku pirates are retreating because they don't know how many men we have here. Because we struck first, they don't dare to just push forward. Although we killed quite a decent amount of pirates, they still have the advantage in raw numbers. Once they get their bearings and come back to find us, it will be just us few against their large group. We're not going to be able to fight against 100 or so Woku pirates to a standstill. Our primary objective isn't to kill all of these pirates but to give the princess consort and the villagers enough time so they can get to the hiding place. Then, what should we do now? Yu Hai felt like everything that Commander Zheng said made perfect sense. Those Woku pirates looked like they had undergone training. The only reason why he was able to kill a few of them was because they weren't prepared and panicking when he attacked them on the sly. If he truly confronted them, he wouldn't be a match for any of them. The commander was silent for a bit before he finally said, in a moment, when the pirates come back, we should separate and draw the enemy apart. Using our advantage in the knowledge of the terrain, we need to find the right time to strike. He had a very good idea of the capabilities of the men under his command. Each one of them would be able to fight 3 to 5 Woku pirates without any problems. He was most worried about Yu Hai, who hadn't gone through deliberate training and had no martial arts skills. He had already promised the Yu family that he would protect Yu Hai and wouldn't let him face the dangerous situation on his own. Brother Yu, in a moment, you should go with me. Commander Zheng still thought that having Yu Hai next to him was the safest place to be. Yu Hai shook his head in refusal, don't worry in these woods, I have the ability to protect myself with no problems. If I encounter any pirates that I can't fight against, I should have no problem escaping with my life. Commander Zheng, you should do what you need to do and not worry about me. The head of the group of pirates was currently discussing the situation with one of his assistants. Both of them were certain that their enemy didn't have a lot of people and that they had used up most of their arrows on the last flurry of attacks. Thus, they shouldn't have enough to whittle their numbers again. Consequently, the head of the pirates decided to reform the ranks and send them back into the forest. This time, they were a lot more cautious and had split up into small groups of 3 to 5 men each. Furthermore, none of the groups stayed very far from each other. If danger approached, they could easily help one another. The Woku pirates crept forward and carefully looked around them as they approached the last battlefield. They didn't encounter any enemy attacks the whole way there and, before long, they were back at the area where they last fought. Other than the dead corpses on the ground and a mess of arrows, nothing else was left behind. The few pirates that had been trapped in the trees had long become the dead. Every dead hanging pirate had his throat cut open by someone using a knife. Their blood had subsequently flowed onto the ground below. Bakairo, the head of the pirates, was extremely angry and he slashed his knife down heavily at a tree that was about as thick as the width of a bull in order to vent his fury. That tree snapped in two. It looked like the quality of the Woku's knives and swords were pretty good. At the front, there was a short pirate who had a head shaped like a pig and tiny beady rat eyes paired with a wretched-looking mouth. His eyes flickered and he bowed toward the group leader, Lord Watanabe. It looks like these great Ming pigs are very familiar with this mountain terrain and have the advantage. We are good at fighting battles at sea and open land, and fighting in the forest is not our strength. The forest here is thick and deep and there are too many places to hide. I don't think our enemy is merely a bunch of weak and useless peasants. If we confront them, I'm afraid we won't get much out of it. How about, we first retreat and then decide later on? Smack. Before he finished talking, a heavy slap hit his face. Watanabe Hiroshi hadn't vented all of his suppressed anger. He glared at the other pirate with cruel eyes and howled, "You bastard! Are you saying that our fellow brothers just died for no reason? We haven't even seen the shadows of our enemies and more than 30 people have died. If the other groups find out, will I have any face left? Not okay. I need to catch these bastards, rip open their bowels and tear out their hearts in order to vent my fury. Chase after them, not a single one is allowed to escape. Slaughter them all." The Woku pirates held tightly onto their knives and swords and crept forward nervously as they looked all around them. At a crawling speed, they slowly advanced through the forest. The trees in the area covered the sky with their canopy and the area seemed very gloomy and dark. Occasionally, a ray of sunlight would come through, casting varied shadows on the ground. This time, the Woku pirates were more scattered as they advanced. They had been divided into small groups that went forward slowly. Each group was only around 5 to 6 meters away from the next, so that if any group got attacked, the other ones could easily reinforce them. The commander of the bodyguards was currently hidden on a tree that had a trunk that was as thick as 3 men. The tree's numerous leaves sheltered him completely and kept him concealed perfectly as he waited in ambush. Beneath the tree was a small trail that a group of Woku pirates was walking on. The team leader of the group raised his head several times in worry to look at the trees but didn't ever spot him. When the group of pirates finally passed by the tree, the commander silently slid down a rattan from the tree and crept behind the last pirate in the group. He used his left hand to cover the pirate's mouth and right hand to use a short dagger to slit the man's throat. That Woku pirate opened his eyes wide and his body twitched as he silently died. Commander Zheng dragged the pirate's corpse into a bunch of shrubbery that was about as half as tall as a man, and the thick vegetation easily hid the dead person. The pirates in the front still hadn't realized that they had already lost one of their members and continued carefully on through the forest with their backs bent over. The commander continued on with his sneak attacks and managed to kill an additional 2 pirates. At this time, the captain of the small group suddenly turned back to look and discovered that his group had decreased by half. Surprised, he was about to open his mouth to holler. Before he could scream, Commander Zheng stuck his dagger into his boot and unsheathed his sword to immediately attack the pirate. The captain of the group didn't have the time to call out a warning now and instead had all of his attention on using his sword to guard. The commander of the bodyguards was highly skilled and an excellent swordsman. His sword whirled in feints and attacks as he confronted the pirate. The pirate was flustered by the rain of attacks and hastily fought back. If he didn't have the two other members of the group helping him, he likely wouldn't have been able to counter even one of Commander Jung's attacks. The sounds of fighting drew the attention of two other nearby groups, but Commander Jung was lightning fast. After striking first like a whirlwind, before long, the three pirates had soon become three dead corpses. By the time the other two groups came over, the commander of the bodyguards had long scrambled up a nearby tall tree. After jumping and traveling a bit, he had disappeared into the thick forest and only left the two pirate groups to confront the gruesome sight of their dead comrades. Similar situations were popping up throughout other parts of the forest. However, the other bodyguards could not compare to the skill of the commander, so they all quit their attacks while they were ahead. All of them conducted ambush attacks from the back. When they were discovered by the pirates, they immediately fled into the woods to throw off their pursuers. Once free, they approached other Woku pirate groups and resumed their sneak attacks. Yuhai was using himself as bait and started off at a group of pirates that was on the very outskirts of the large group. He first created some noise to attract their attention and then led them to some nearby traps. Although the villagers of Dongshan village weren't very good at hunting, there were a lot of small game to be had on the outskirts of the mountain and in the outer forest. All of the villagers, when they had time between farming, knew how to dig some traps to catch animals. Occasionally, they were able to catch a couple animals to add to their dinner tables. When the villagers made their traps, they would always leave a secret sign next to them to prevent their fellow villagers from falling into their traps. However, the Woku pirates obviously didn't know what those markings looked like. Yuhai quickly ran around the trap and then stood next to the trap to provoke the chasing group of pirates. When the Woku pirates noticed that he didn't look like a skilled martial artist and instead was dressed in clothes of an ordinary villager, they relaxed. His obvious actions provoked them and the captain of the small group yelled a command and then ran straight for Yuhai. The other pirates weren't willing to seem cowardly and also followed their captain from behind. The result was pure tragedy. The captain of the small group felt the ground beneath his feet move and then he fell into a very deep pit and was skewered in the leg by a sharpened bamboo stake. He let out a piercing scream. Furthermore, two of the other pirates who came with him weren't able to stop themselves in time and also fell into the pit trap. They weren't as fortunate as the captain. One had been stabbed through his bowels and blood quickly seeped into his clothing. The other pirate had been skewered through his neck and, within moments, stopped breathing. The remaining two pirates in the group stood at the side of the pit, stunned by the recent events. Yuhai, who was standing on the other side of the pit, took advantage of their hesitation and thrust the pitchfork in his hands into the chest of the captain, who had a surprised look on his face. The originally injured captain had also lost his life in seconds. Yuhai's face was cold as he stared at the remaining two Woku pirates. His calm expression did not betray the fact that his heart was actually beating very fast in his chest. He was wondering whether these two pirates would chase after him. If they did, he absolutely could not confront them head-on and he was currently considering the best way to escape. Who would have thought that these two pirates had lost all of their courage? They threw down the knives in their hands and sped back away to flee, as if Yuhai would kill them immediately if he caught up with them. At this time, the commander of the Woku pirates was incredibly irate and furious. In about an hour's time, he had lost an additional third of the men under his command. If he added on the previous losses, over half of his men had already been killed with this excursion. The sticking point was that he still hadn't seen what their enemy looked like. The aide next to Watanabe Hiroshi opened his mouth again. Lord Watanabe, we can't continue on like this. We should retreat from this mountain forest and then decide what to do next. These villagers all left in a hurry so they absolutely do not have enough food on hand. In less than 3 days, they'll need to come out to find food to eat. At that time, we can strike when it's advantageous for us and capture all of them. Watanabe Hiroshi had a frosty look on his face and he was obviously not happy about this idea. The aide's eyes flickered a bit and he continued, Lord Watanabe, this aide had already researched this area. This village is called Dongshan village. Although it's not very large, it's very wealthy and prosperous. When we first arrived, I noticed that these villagers didn't bring a lot of things along with them, especially the very heavy grains. What was our purpose in coming? It was to get loot and grain. Let's first return back to the village and round up everything that is worth money and all of the grain to take back to the ships. At that time, when we have the most loot in our holds, won't you still be looked upon highly by the other groups here? After Watanabe Hiroshi heard his aide's thoughts, he decided that it was probably for the best. He coldly huffed and said, let's watch and see how long these great Ming pigs can last. Let's go, retreat. Hi, Lord Watanabe is wise. I heard that there are quite a few ferocious beasts in these mountains. If these villagers don't die of starvation, they will probably end up dying under the jaws of some savage beasts. The aide flatteringly smiled at the commander of this group of pirates. Commander Jung had been secretly following this entire group of pirates from behind. When he saw them leave the woods and start setting up camp outside of the village as if they were going to stay there for a long time, he couldn't understand their reasoning. He frowned a bit and wondered, are these Woku pirates too secure in their own superiority now? Are they not afraid that the authorities and army will come over and capture them all at once? However, he couldn't know that the authorities and soldiers were currently under the command of Commander Sun and Fang Zizhen and were being used to encounter the attacks of thousands of Woku pirates. General Yamaguchi was very perplexed by this turn of events. He had originally thought that this mission was top secret and he'd be able to strike suddenly and obtain a certain victory. How did the Great Ming authorities react so quickly and defend at such a good timing for them? Was there someone in his ranks who had let out this secret and allowed other people to warn the docks in time? In actuality, once Yu Hang got the news, he rode the little grey donkey at a speed that rivaled the Fergana horses to the docks. At this top speed, he was able to get to the docks before the ships of the Woku pirates arrived. Currently, the construction on the Tangu docks had almost been finished. The almost completed harbor had wide streets paved in basalt, and there were neat little rows of two-story shops on either side of the streets that all had white walls and tiled roofs. These shops all looked very tidy and sturdy. There were some shrewd merchants in the area who saw an opportunity and decided to buy some of the shops that had good locations. They were currently in the midst of nervously decorating them for their opening. Among these merchants included the Joe family, who had already bought 5 to 6 shops. The plan was to renovate all of these into one large building so they could build a branch of Juncho restaurant right at the harbor. Originally, the Yu family had been planning on using their connections with the Joe family to buy some shops at the harbor. Later on, once they had a godparent relationship with Fang Zizhen, who was in charge of constructing the docks into Tanggu Harbor, the county magistrate naturally allowed them first pick of the shops in the harbor for the sake of creating a good relationship with Fang Zizhen. Fang Zizhen took over the decision-making and bought 10 shops that were directly across from the Juncho restaurant the Joe family wanted to open for his goddaughter. The deeds were all written up and ready. A few of these shops had already been rented out to other people, and those people were currently renovating the insides. The management of the harbor estimated that the harbor would be ready to open in about 3 months. Naturally, these people didn't want to waste any time on the opening of their stores. There were still a few minor matters at the docks that needed to be wrapped up. When Yu Hang got to the harbor, he very quickly found Fang Zizhen, who was currently inspecting a construction area. He didn't take the time to catch his breath before he ran up and yelled, "General Fang, Woku pirates are coming to attack, please prepare immediately." Fang Zizhen noticed that Yu Hang's face was stark white and full of worry. He seriously said, "Don't be in a hurry and carefully explain. What do you mean by Woku pirates? Where did you get this news from?" Yu Hang shook his head and explained, "I can't slow down. If I'm any slower, the Woku pirates will start to land and attack. My younger sister went into the ocean to swim today and was taken by the little dolphin further out. She discovered a giant fleet of ships, and all of the people on these ships wore different clothing than we do and also don't speak the same language as us. When she got closer, she discovered that the direction they were headed in was towards Tanggu town and the surrounding areas. Younger sister had heard the older folks in our village mention what Woku pirates in the past had done. They are vicious and cruel, so she hurried back to inform everyone. General Fang, time is of the essence, please send people to Dongshan village to help. My family's younger sisters as well as parents and relatives are all waiting for you to rescue them." When he heard that his goddaughter had seen it with her own eyes, as well as Yu Hang's description of the Woku pirates, Fang Zizhen was completely convinced. Xiao Cao had a little dolphin friend in the sea. Every year, at the end of spring and beginning of summer, she would play with it in the sea and collect many treasures. Fang Zizhen had been able to eat a lot of valuable seafood. The filial Xiao Cao would also tell him to bring some back to the capital for her godmother. Every time he went back to the capital, his wife would always complain about him not bringing their daughter back. She grumbled for a long time as if he was a fake godfather who didn't dote on their goddaughter. He also wanted to bring Xiao Cao back, but his daughter was seriously too capable. Not only did her family open a pharmaceutical workshop, raise hundreds of pigs, cultivate on hundreds of mu of farmland, but they also opened a shop in the prefectural city. The business was doing so well that even he was envious of them. For a period of time, Xiao Cao had been very busy and barely even returned to Dongshan village. If it wasn't for Royal Prince Yang, who sent several helpers over, he was worried that his daughter wouldn't be able to bear the exhaustion. Where would she find the time to go to the capital with him? Fang Zizhen lightly sighed and asked Yu Hang a few questions. Knowing that the villagers of Dongshan village should probably have arrived at the cave by now, he felt slightly less worried. He had once followed his goddaughter to her secret base because he was worried. The entrance was narrow and covered with vines, so even young hunters wouldn't be able to find it without someone leading them. The cave inside was very big, and there were many different sized caves connected within. It was definitely capable of accommodating 300 to 500 people. The valley had a pleasant climate and was filled with flowers. There were many tasty fruits and a small stream flowing through the valley. It was a very suitable place for refugees to live. Did you say that the Woku pirates' fleet is extremely large, and that many seem to be coming towards the harbor? Fang Zizhen asked for the details, and Yu Hang nodded repeatedly in response. Fang Zizhen swiftly took his 2 right-hand men, Li Li and Wu Yun, to the tallest lighthouse on the port. He used the monocular that Xiao Cao gave him and looked towards the sea. Sure enough, in the place where the sea met the sky, there was an unfamiliar fleet approaching at full sail. Li Li, quickly go to town and notify County Magistrate Zhao. Tell him to send some backup. Wu Yun, go to the garrison and notify Commander Sun. Yu Hang, the Woku will land soon, so it's not safe for you to be here. Isn't your younger brother studying in town? The news might cause chaos in town, so go there and accompany little Shish too. It's not safe for little Shish too since he's so young. Fang Zizhen knew that Yu Hang was deeply worried in his heart, but if he went back to Dongshan village now, he would likely encounter those murderous Woku pirates. Although this lad had learned some martial arts with him for a few days, he was still pretty young after all. He might be able to win in a 1-to-1 fight with a Woku, but the other party obviously had the advantage of outnumbering them. So failure was inevitable. If Yu Hang got injured or killed, his daughter would definitely hate him to death. Yu Hang had originally planned on returning to Dongshan village and staying with his parents and sisters after informing General Fang. However, when he heard General Fang's words, he began to worry about his younger brother in town. As General Fang had just analyzed, if the villagers of Dongshan village had been brought into the cave in time, then it wouldn't be that easy for the Woku pirates to succeed. Moreover, the imperial bodyguards of the Prince Jing's household could put up a fight at the critical moment. His youngest brother was only 9, so he could easily become their target. Yu Hang gritted his teeth and made a decision. He would first go to town with Li Li. Li Li was somewhat worried as he glanced at Little Gray, who was beside Yu Hang. He took the general's order to rush to town, but would bringing Yu Hai along delay the process? Yu Hang fed little Gray some mystic stone water from the water bag. After drinking mystic stone water for several years, Yu Hang felt that the water in his family's well was different from the water in the stream outside. Especially when he was tired, if he drank a cup of the water, his exhaustion would instantly disappear. Other people didn't know the reason, but he knew very clearly. He had once seen his youngest sister stretching her hands into the well, as if she was doing a sacred ritual. After his youngest sister left, he fetched a bucket of water and compared it with the water in the vat in the morning. The well water in the bucket was even more sweet, and his whole body felt very comfortable after drinking it. He recalled how the whole family's health started to improve after his youngest sister recovered from nearly dying. Even his weak and sickly mother was becoming healthier day by day without the help of medicine. In the past 2 years, even during the snowstorm, no one in the family had gotten sick. If he had guessed correctly, then this must be closely related to his youngest sister. Also, they were all growing early maturing vegetables, but other families couldn't grow them as well and as fast as his family. This was probably because his family used the water in the well in their backyard. In addition, the first year that they grew watermelons, the water that they used to irrigate the crops was either touched by Xiao Xiao, or she told them to use the water from their family's well. It wasn't until they hired someone to dig out a well near the melon fields that they stopped doing the troublesome task of transporting water from home to the fields. There was no comparison in the past, so they didn't know. However, someone in the neighboring village also planted watermelons this year. No matter if it was the size or sweetness, their watermelons could not compete with his family's. Moreover, his family's watermelon ripened almost a month earlier than the other family. His family thought that it was because they were different varieties of watermelons, but in his opinion, it was definitely due to the well water. Even the grass around the well grew stronger than other places. The little roe deer especially liked eating the weeds beside the well. It would also lick clean the water spilled when they fetched water from the well. It would have a pleasurable expression on its face like it had just eaten some delicious delicacies. The animals raised at home were becoming more and more aware, and this must be closely related to the well water at home. Could it be that his youngest sister was really helped by the gods? They had gifted her with some divine water that could not only improve the health of the family, but also enhance the growth of crops. It was no wonder that youngest sister wasn't afraid of others learning the formulas at her pharmaceutical workshop. Without their family's well water, no one would be able to make the same pills and liquid medicine with the curative effects. Various thoughts surged through Yu Hang's mind. He was full of confidence and expectation for his youngest sister. He always felt that, with his youngest sister around, his family and the fellow villagers of Dongshan village would definitely be fine. After he fed little Gray, Yu Hang gently combed little Gray's smooth hair. He could feel that it was no longer tired, and it was full of energy. He mounted the donkey, and when he raised his head, he saw Li Li's worried gaze. He was confused for a moment, but he immediately understood what the other party was concerned about. He glared back disgruntledly, and then gently tightened his legs. Little Gray understood him, and without the need to rush it, it galloped on the smooth, flat official road towards the direction of town. By the time Li Li reacted, they had already run far away. He couldn't help but wonder, with this speed, it looks faster than the fine breed horse that I'm riding. It's indeed a good donkey, and even the general has praised it several times. It seems like that kid Yu Hang is displeased because I underestimated them. He prompted the steed he rode on and chased after Yu Hang. He originally thought that the little donkey may have speed but not endurance, but he hadn't expected that he couldn't catch up to them the whole way to town. He was worried that they would hold him back earlier, but it turned out that he was the one who lagged behind. Jinwei Prefectural City's garrison wasn't too far from the harbor. Less than an hour after Wu Yun's departure, Commander Sun had mobilized the soldiers of the garrison to be stationed near the port in an orderly manner. Fang Zizhen was very worried about his daughter's safety, but he had to commit to his duty as a soldier. The emperor had sent him to the harbor, so he must ensure the safety around this area. Fang Zizhen personally went to the port and got in contact with Brother Six's management office. He learned that there weren't too many ships entering the port today, but there were still 3 fleets, which were about 20 ships. Each ship was full of popular goods from the south. If the Woku pirates took them, then they would lose up to 10,000 taels. No, he absolutely couldn't benefit those B***stars. Fang Zizhen told Brother Six to mobilize everyone that he could use to work overtime to transport the goods, striving to transport all the goods to the harbor's warehouse before the Woku landed. He, on the other hand, met up with Commander Sun. Jinwei Prefectural City was close to the sea, so the garrison had dozens of warships and a group of trained navy soldiers. Commander Sun mobilized the soldiers and led the fleet of warships, ready for battle. He was waiting for the Woku pirates to get closer to the nearby waters in order to ambush them. All of the Great Ming Empire's warships were modified by the current emperor when he was younger. Each ship was equipped with a stone catapult and a rocket. The stone catapult didn't throw ordinary stones, but instead it was something similar to a large firecracker. When ignited, it would launch towards the opposing ship with the force of the catapult. With its explosive force, it could severely damage the other party's horses, people, and even ships. Inflammables were tied onto the rockets. Presently, the ships were all built with wood, so once launched, the other party's ship would burn in flames. Without their ships, the enemies were just like cats without claws. They wouldn't be able to do anything. Jinwei Prefectural City was located relatively close to the Woku's country. During the previous dynasty, they were occasionally attacked by the Woku pirates and suffered heavy losses. Hence, the first batch of improved warships were tested and put into use in Jinwei City. Commander Sun had seen the power of the weapons on the ships with his own eyes, so he felt increasingly confident within his heart and he acted in an even more steady manner. After Fang Zizhen passed the message to Commander Sun, he led a group of about 40 to 50 people, which included the guards of the general's estate and bailiffs stationed at the port. They lay in ambush nearby, waiting for the Woku pirates to walk right into the trap. Behind them, all of the workers employed by the port management office worked hard to transport all the goods. With the big boss, Brother Six, personally directing the workers, the goods transportation work was carried out in an orderly manner. Many of the dock workers were curious about the reason why General Fang and his soldiers were lying in ambush at the docks, but no one dared to ask. Their boss was watching them right now, so who dared to slack off? Did they still want their jobs? The management office had expanded to have 50 regular employees, and their temporary staff far exceeded 100. The regular employees got 2 days off each month, and received a monthly wage ranging between 800 copper coins to 1 tael. Temporary workers were paid for each job, but they might not be able to get work every day. There were many people vying for a position in the management office. If they didn't work hard, there would be many people waiting to replace them. The temporary employees worked hard to perform well in front of the supervisors and strived for a chance to turn into a regular employee next time there was a chance. As a result, even though there was a group of soldiers ready for combat at the port, the dock workers continued to work as if they didn't see them. When the Woku's fleet got close to the Tengu docks, a fleet of well-equipped warships stopped and surrounded them. Before General Yamaguchi could react, they were stunned by a series of frenzied explosions. In this era, explosives weren't widely used in the military. This large firecracker, which was similar to a small rocket, had caught the Woku off guard. However, the Woku's fleet had the advantage in terms of numbers. After General Yamaguchi returned to his senses, he led his group to break out of the encirclement. He was really able to open a gap and forcibly broke through with half of the ships. The other half of the fleet were destroyed by the gunfire of the Great Ming Empire's warships. Many of the Woku pirates fell into the water. Like rats that fell into a pot of boiling water, they tried to flee in panic but had no way out. Under the command of General Yamaguchi, the other group of Woku landed not far from the port. Seeing the dozen or so ships docked at the port and numerous packages of goods unloaded from the ships, General Yamaguchi didn't allow his men to rest and rushed towards the port with over 1,000 Woku pirates. Commander Sun, second in command, with a group of soldiers, lay in ambush near the port. When the Woku got closer to the port, they attacked them on both sides with General Fang's team. The dockworkers panicked at the sight of the invading enemies. Fortunately, Brother Six was relatively calm. With his trusted subordinates, they swiftly calmed the dockworkers. However, there were still some workers who were afraid of death. They looked ghastly pale and blamed their parents for not giving them a couple more legs. Before Brother Six and the others had come up to them, they had already run away, feeling extremely terrified. Brother Six had naturally taken notes of these people in his heart. Among them, there were quite a few regular employees of the management office. He would no longer use these people who could only enjoy happiness but not share hardships with the people around them. The dockworkers were used to hard labor, so they all had a lot of strength. Brother Six called on them to pick up weapons and protect their homeland. Over the past few years, the 18-year-old Yu Haitzi had grown up to 1.75 meter in height. His skin was tanned, and his fat body had long transformed into a body full of muscles. Thus, he did look somewhat intimidating by just standing there. This kid was like a completely different person compared with his younger self. He was willing to work hard and was good at currying favors with others. He had been promoted to the position of a small team leader by Brother Six, and earned a monthly wage of 1 tael. When the Woku landed, for a moment, he also wanted to escape with those workers. However, Brother Six was watching them not too far away. After following Brother Six for the past few years, Yu Haitzi had gradually turned into a regular employee from a temporary worker, and with his own efforts, he was also promoted to a small team leader. If he ran away, wouldn't it be a waste of all his previous efforts? Arg, I'm going all in. Aren't there a lot of soldiers at the port? Although we're outnumbered by the Woku pirates, we have the advantage of location and unity of the people. I'm not trained in martial arts, but I'm still very strong. Since Brother Six didn't leave, the situation at the wharf shouldn't be too serious. Oh whatever, money comes from danger, so I'll just take this risk. He immediately stood behind Brother Six. With a thick stick in his hands, he looked at the two groups of people fighting at the docks with a nervous expression. Brother Six looked at Haitzi with an approving gaze. At first, he allowed Haitzi to work for him because he was giving Yu Xiaoxiao face. He had originally thought that this little fatty wouldn't be able to bear the hardship and leave on his own. He hadn't expected that the kid had actually endured it. Yu Haitzi was a hard worker and had some tricks up his sleeves, so he promoted the fellow to a foreman. The small team led by Yu Haitzi could successfully complete their tasks every time. They had been praised by the customers on multiple occasions. Hence, Brother Six saw him in a new light. Based on Brother Six's understanding of Yu Haitzi, he wasn't considered someone very brave. Thus, he never thought that this kid would be the first person to choose to trust him and stand by his side. He watched as the other dockworkers followed suit by picking up their weapons and following closely behind him. Although there were only about 60 to 70 people, Brother Six felt very satisfied. To be able to step forward and support him in the face of danger, he, Brother Six, would definitely provide them with a good future. At this time, due to the difference in numbers, some of the Woku gradually broke through the defense line of the soldiers and came to the shoreside. The Woku pirates began to kill and rob on ships with unloaded cargo. There weren't a large number of Woku pirates approaching the port, only around a dozen or so. The weapon in Brother Six's hands was a steel fork, similar to a harpoon, and the tip of the fork glimmered with coldness. He said to the nervous dockworkers behind him, "Do you guys dare to join me to destroy these Woku pirates?" Yu Haitzi was somewhat nervous, but he was the first one to respond. What is there to be afraid of? We have 60 to 70 people, so how can it be possible that we can't beat a dozen or so dwarfs? Hearing his words, the other dockworkers looked at the short stature of the Woku pirates, and they were immediately full of confidence and courage. Yeah, what was so scary about these dwarfs? If one person wasn't enough, then they could fight as a group, which would be enough to squash him to death. Seeing that the morale of his workers had gone up, Brother Six faintly smiled and quickly divided them into groups of 5. Each group would go up against one of the pirates. He took the lead and led a group towards one of the Woku. The other groups also didn't want to appear weak, so they tightened their grasp on the wooden sticks in their hands, clenched their teeth, and rushed forward. All men had a certain sense of righteousness and a hero complex. When he saw Brother Six holding a steel fork to fight with the other party's steel sword, Yu Haitzi, who was in the same group as Brother Six, raised up the wooden stick in his hands. The expression on his face caused his originally slightly fierce-looking face to appear even more ferocious. Taking advantage of the time when the other party hadn't gotten the chance to retrieve his sword, he brutally hit him on the head and back. The other dockworkers in the same group also attacked the unlucky Woku with the various weapons in their hands. Before the Woku could make his second move, he was already knocked out on the ground and lost his ability to fight. Brother Six pierced the steel fork into the other party's chest and killed him. Seeing that their boss had won, the other groups became more vigorous and imposing. They screamed like a ferocious tiger coming down a mountain and charged towards the Woku pirates. Seeing the situation, the rest of the pirates didn't dare to continue fighting and quickly ran back to the shore. Some of them were blocked and killed by the soldiers on the shore. The dockworkers caught up to some of them and beat them until they couldn't fight back. The dockworkers had won their first battle. Their timidity had been swept away and everyone was full of confidence. In the upcoming battles, each group was able to achieve victorious results. Brother Six had also stated, later, according to the number of Woku killed, come to me for a reward. 5 tails for each Woku. After killing them, cut off their left ear as evidence. The dockworkers became extremely hyperactive as they rushed towards a Woku that was alone. The Woku was so scared that he tried to flee in all directions. Each time the dockworkers killed one of the pirates, they would pick up his weapon. They were soon armed with steel swords, which made them even more confident. It might be because of their good cooperation, but despite a lot of workers getting injured, most of them were minor external injuries. Brother Six took out the wound bomb that he bought from Tongren Medicine Hall, which was very effective in stopping bleeding. The wounded dockworkers were triggered by the bloodshed, and they were also unwilling to give up on the rewards promised by Brother Six. Thus, they wouldn't leave the front line due to minor wounds and continued to do their part in protecting the harbor. As the battle at the docks started in full swing, the Woku pirates over at Dongshan village had retreated into the village and adopted the policy of loot all, kill all, and burn all. Even from afar, one could see that the village was ablaze with fire. Especially the thatched cottages, they swiftly burned into ashes as soon as they were lit on fire. The Yu residence, which was the newest and strongest within the village and also very close to the West Mountain, was expropriated by Watanabe Hiroshi. The vegetables in the courtyard had encountered a disaster as they were plucked and chopped, and they were completely destroyed by the Woku. Most of the grain and fruits in the Yu family's cellar, as well as the meat in the ice house, were carried aboard the Woku's ships. The rest was left for Watanabe Hiroshi to enjoy. The Joe family next door had driven their chickens into the mountain forest nearby. They reared their chickens in coops, so many of the chickens returned and gathered in front of the Joe family's house. The Woku pirates stationed nearby happily caught the chickens. After plucking the feathers, they seasoned the chickens with salt and roasted them. Since a great natural disaster happened in the Woku's country, they hadn't eaten any meat except for fish. The Joe family's chickens were met with an unfortunate ending. Likewise, the Yu family's piggery also wasn't spared. Fortunately, in order to prevent the deterioration of the meat, these guys only slaughtered a portion of the pigs to sat their cravings. They planned on slaughtering the others before their departure and transporting them onto their ships. Every day, there would be miserable cries of pigs coming from the Yu family's piggery. At this time, except for several families who had fled into the forest by themselves when they were initially chased by the Woku pirates, the other 100 or so villagers of Dongshan village were being led by Yu Xiaoxiao to her secret base. The valley wasn't too far from Dongshan village, but the mountain road was hard to walk, which took up some time. After the Woku pirates left the mountain forest, Yu Hai and Commander Zheng had followed the traces left by the group and joined them. When Madame Lu saw her husband, she immediately checked if he was injured. There was quite a lot of blood on Yu Hai's clothes, but it was stained onto his clothes when killing the pirates, and he wasn't wounded at all. Most of the bodyguards had come back unharmed. Even if some were injured, they were just minor injuries that weren't a big deal. Yu Xiaoxiao guided the group to a fog-shrouded forest near the cliff. There wasn't any fog here in the past, but in order to protect her secret base from being found and ruined by others, Yu Xiaoxiao asked the little divine stone to set up this decoy. Without the guide of someone familiar with the path like her and her younger brother, other people would quickly get lost in the hazy forest. Once in a while, someone from Dongshan village would come here, but when they saw the inexplicable appearance of fog, very few would dare to enter. Xiaoxiao, are you sure we're going in the right direction? I've been here before, and I ended up walking around for 3 days and nights before finally getting out. I nearly starved to death here. Guden had been known as a mischievous child in the village since he was young. He had gone up the mountains and dived in the sea, there weren't any places that he didn't dare to go. When he grew up, his courage was still sky high. He made a bet with others to enter the foggy forest and almost didn't come out. Guden wandered in the forest for 3 days, and his mother cried for 3 days. In the end, the fog in the forest gradually dispersed and he followed the sound of his mother's cries out. It wasn't because of his luck that he was able to come out. Instead, the fog array changed every 3 days. Even if someone got trapped, there wouldn't be any great danger and they could naturally come out after 3 days. Guden's incident had a great impact on the villagers of Dongshan village. They all repeatedly warned their children to stay away from the foggy forest. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at him and said with a smile, "Older brother Guden, you aren't frightened by the fog forest, right? Want to have a bet to see who can go in and come out intact?" Guden knew that she was teasing him. At that time, when he made the bet, he had nearly buried himself here for the sake of 2 wheat steamed buns. Had it been someone else, Guden would have already started fighting with that person. However, when he looked at Xiao Xiao's tender and pretty little face, Guden blushed and scratched his head. Younger sister Xiao Xiao, don't make fun of me. When I was younger, I didn't know how to be afraid and did a lot of ridiculous things. I won't do it anymore in the future. Yu Xiao Xiao smiled and said, if I say that I can bring everyone inside safely and provide everyone with a safe place to stay, would you believe me? Guden was mesmerized by her bright smile. Xiao Xiao is so beautiful, her skin is even more tender than a peeled egg and her eyes are big and lively, as if they can speak. Her voice is also very nice and sounded even better than the lark that I caught last time. Guden unconsciously nodded and said, I will believe everything younger sister Xiao Xiao says. Haha. Yu Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes at the foolish-looking Guden in her heart. She was only 12, okay. In her previous life, she would only be a little 6th grader. Who did she offend to have so many rotten peach blossoms? 1. She ignored Guden and said to the village head grandpa, my younger brother and I are very familiar with this forest. We often come here to play when we were younger, and we have never gotten lost. The cave that I mention is at the end of the forest. The village head remained silent for a moment, and then confirmed with her again, there was no fog in the forest before, so it wasn't easy to get lost. Have you been here after the forest was shrouded by fog? Have you ever been in this mountain forest? It's not that village head grandpa doesn't believe you, but this affects our village of more than 100 people. I must be cautious. Yu Xiao Xiao firmly replied, rest assured, village head grandpa. I came here 10 days ago to catch some little white fish in the valley to make soup for the princess consort. If you don't believe me, you can ask her highness. The delicious small white fish could only be found in this valley stream and couldn't be found anywhere else. After he got Princess Consort Jing's confirmation, the village head finally agreed to let Xiaoko take everyone into the fog. Originally, many villagers rejected this idea. Didn't the imperial bodyguards already say that the Woku had already withdrawn from the forest? So, why couldn't they just stay in any random cave? Why must they enter this dangerous fog forest? Several households didn't believe Xiao Xiao's words. Among them, there was a villager who frequently set traps and hunted in the surrounding forest. He thought that he was very familiar with the surrounding area. The head of those families came to an agreement to work together. After talking with the village head, they took their families and separated from the big group. That villager had once gone into the mountain and encountered heavy rainfall. At that time, he hid in a cave to avoid the rain. That cave could accommodate at least 30 to 40 people. The families had a good relationship, and there was more than enough room for them. However, that cave was somewhat far from here. Fortunately, they should be able to arrive before sunset. The people who stayed chose to believe in Xiao Xiao. In actuality, the person who they believed in was the village head. Since the village head trusted in Xiao Xiao, they didn't have the courage to doubt her. Thus, they could only follow the majority. Xiao Xiao took everyone and stepped into the fog-filled forest. The fog didn't actually exist in her eyes. Therefore, she could clearly see where they needed to turn and the obstacles in their path. The people behind her could only see the back of the people in front of them, and beyond that was completely covered by fog. In order to not make any mistakes, all of the villagers were completely focused on following the person in front. They were afraid that they would get left behind in the forest accidentally. Soon, Xiao Xiao stopped in front of a cliff full of green vines. There wasn't as much fog here. She turned around to check on her family, none of them were missing. Mei Xiang, who was beside Princess Consort Jing, also did the same and made sure that the people who came with them were all present. The village head told each head of the household to make sure that everyone in their families were present. Xiao Xiao gently pushed away the vines that covered the entrance of the cave and revealed a pitch-dark and bottomless hole. The entrance of the cave could only fit a person who was bending down. Thus, Princess Consort Jing got off the sedan with Mei Xiang's help. Yu Xiao Xiao, who had a short stature, got a torch from the basket that her uncle was carrying and lit it up. Seeing this, Princess Consort Jing hastily told Mei Xiang, the entrance of the cave is narrow, so it's not safe to use a torch. Mei Xiang, take out the luminous pearl and give it to Xiao Xiao. Luminous pearl? Luminous pearls really existed? Yu Xiao Xiao widened her eyes with curiosity. Mei Xiang carefully took out a circular object wrapped in silk from her small bundle. After she unwrapped it, a white object, similar to a frosted crystal ball, was revealed. She handed the luminous pearl to Xiao Xiao and said, Miss Yu, this luminous pearl is the love token that His Imperial Highness gave to Her Highness, so you must be careful and not break it. So talkative, Princess Consort Jing glared at her, and then said to Xiao Xiao, don't listen to her. Just take it, and you can keep it if you like it. Anyway, I have a lot of these things at home and will give them to my family's little three. Little three too. Yu Xiao Xiao quickly lowered her head and tried really hard to suppress her laughter. So it turned out that the young royal prince had such a hilarious nickname. She rubbed her somewhat tired cheeks and did her best to control her expression as she said, this is an expression of Imperial Prince Jing's love for you. How can I be so shameless to take it? Your Highness, be carefully and follow me closely. I'll lead the way in front. Without waiting for Princess Consort Jing's reply, Yu Xiao Xiao had entered the entrance of the cave. Princess Consort Jing had no choice but to hold up her dress, bend down, and carefully follow behind Xiao Xiao. As soon as they entered the cave, the originally common, frosted crystal ball, emitted a peculiar glow. The faint blue glow was like a 60-watt light bulb, but its glow was much softer than a light bulb. The luminous pearl was able to light up around 70 to 80 square meters of its surrounding. Yu Xiao Xiao had a short stature, so she just needed to bow her head when walking. From time to time, she would turn around to help Princess Consort Jing carry the hem of her dress, or help her walk over the uneven ground. Fortunately, Princess Consort Jing wore a relatively light riding outfit and her hair was styled into a simple bun. She also didn't wear much jewelry. Otherwise, it would be more difficult to walk. After walking about 20 or so meters inside, the opening of the cave gradually widened. Princess Consort Jing could finally straighten her back. Mei Xiang, who was behind her, quickly stepped forward to support her mistress to rest on a stone beside them. The members of the Yu family were behind Mei Xiang, and behind them were Xiao Xiao's oldest paternal aunt's family and eldest granduncle's family. The place that Princess Consort Jing rested at was another opening of the cave that was about 198 square meters. It was dark and deep. From time to time, drops of water would fall down onto the stone, making a light sound. The people outside came in one by one. Some with bigger luggage had to divide their big bundle into 2 to 3 smaller bags. Otherwise, they would get struck at the entrance and couldn't come in. When the village head entered this somewhat small cave, he frowned and said to Xiao Xiao, it's too crowded for over 100 people to stay here. There isn't even enough space to sit. Xiao Xiao smiled at him and said, this is just one opening of the cave. It's very big inside. The biggest cave is capable of accommodating 300 people. Your Highness, have you rested enough? Princess Consort Jing wiped the sweat on her forehead. She stood up and said with a smile, don't think of me as being so weak. I can now walk up from the foot of the mountains to the entrance of the residence without others helping me. With the luminous pearl in one hand, Xiao Xiao held Princess Consort Jing's arm with her other hand. Then she turned around and said to her father, Father, oldest paternal uncle, light up a torch so that the people in the back can see the path. We can walk faster that way. Before she finished speaking, a clear howling of a wolf spread throughout the cave. The echo within the cave made it hard to distinguish which direction the sound came from. The villagers in the back immediately panicked. Some of them instantly turned back and screamed, Wolf! There are wolves in the cave! Quickly run ah! The others also panicked, and even Yu Hai worriedly stepped forward to block in front of his daughter and Princess Consort Jing, solemnly guarding them. Before Xiao Xiao said anything, Little Black and Little White dashed out from the back of the group. They put down the game in their mouths and made a clear howling sound with their necks stretched out. The sound of the wolf howling on the other side stopped, and a pair of emerald green eyes appeared from a dark cave nearby. The green eyes came closer and closer, and soon appeared within the area illuminated by the luminous pearl. A grey wolf with a rich coat of fur and a powerful appearance showed up in front of the Yu family. Isn't this the grey wolf that the royal prince entrusted Xiao Xiao to raise? The village head took a closer look and recognized it. He hastily placated the villagers, don't panic, everyone. This wolf is domesticated and doesn't bite people. Xiao Xiao bent down, gently touched the grey wolf's head, and said, Big Grey, our village is in trouble, so I brought my fellow villagers here to take refuge. Sorry for disturbing you. Big Grey looked at the water bag she was carrying on her body with an apparent meaning of, you guys can live here, but you need to pay rent, what do you think about paying with that mystic stone water? Little Black and Little White were very excited to see their father. Especially Little Black, he immediately hugged Big Grey's neck with his forelegs and gently nibbled on his father's ears. Big Grey impatiently shook off his paws, pressed his foolish son onto the ground with his front paws, and grimaced somewhat threateningly at him. Little Black thought that his father was playing with him, so he happily rolled around on the ground. When the people in the back saw the interaction between the Yu family's 2 dogs and the wolf, they finally believed the village head words. Last winter, their village was attacked by wolves and a grey wolf had saved Yu Hai's life. This was a matter that had spread throughout the entire Dongshan village. The Yu family's children had also used a grey wolf to pull on their sled, which was something that all the village children envied. When they got home, they had told their parents and grandparents numerous times in an envious tone. The villagers' mood gradually calmed down. More than 100 villagers of Dongshan village followed behind a grey wolf and quietly entered a cave. If someone made any noise, the big grey wolf that was about the height of a person would stare fixedly at that person with his emerald green eyes until that person quieted down. As a result, the more than 100 people, including the children in their arms, all silently moved forward in the quiet, dark cave. Soon, a ray of light came from the top of the cave and a large cave appeared in front of everyone. The cave was very big and should be able to accommodate more than 300 people like Xiao Xiao said. The best thing was that it wasn't dark in the cave thanks to the glow from the top of the cave, which was like a bright lamp. It was very dry inside the cave, and there were a lot of dry branches and stones. Xiao Xiao stopped and announced that they would settle down here. Each family could select a place to settle down, put down their luggage, and do some simple cleaning. They were safe for now, so the children, who were carried by the adults, were full of curiosity regarding the cave. After knowing that there was no danger in the cave, several of the older children began to explore the cave. The younger children frolicked around their families. Since there was a lot of echo in the cave, the children's laughter rippling through the cave made it oddly noisy. Princess Consort Jing furrowed her brows slightly and felt a slight headache. She preferred a quiet environment, so it was too noisy for her to stay in a cave with more than 100 people of varying ages. However, she knew that it was a peculiar period and she shouldn't be too picky. Thus, she just signed and endured it. Xiao Xiao dodged an infant who had just learned to walk and came up to Princess Consort Jing's side. She said, Your Highness, there's a lot of connected caves here. I'll go with older sister Mei Xiang to select one that's suitable for you to stay in. Later, you can move over. When Princess Consort Jing heard this, she revealed a smile and nodded, all right, you and Mei Xiang should be careful. Bring Little White and Big Grey along with you. Come back earlier. Xiao Xiao glanced at Big Grey, who was drinking water with his head lowered, and gently touched his butt with her feet. Big Grey moved his bottom slightly to the side and looked up at her with a somewhat impatient expression as if she had interrupted him from enjoying the mystic stone water. Big Grey, are you full? If you are, then take us to find a cave where we can live. It's best to have around 4 or 5 caves that we can live in. It doesn't need to be too big. It's big enough if it can accommodate 10 or so people. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't care whether Big Gray could understand her. The cave was very big with a lot of connecting caves, like a maze. How was she supposed to find habitable areas by herself? Mei Xiong chuckled and said, Miss Yu, can he really understand you? You mustn't underestimate an animal's ability, especially one with intelligence. Big Gray isn't a normal wolf, so he should be able to understand me, right? Yu Xiaoxiao also felt somewhat uncertain as she spoke. Big Gray pushed away Little Black, who was trying to take his mystic stone water, and swiftly finished licking the bowl of mystic stone water. He licked his mouth and walked towards a small opening in the cave. Seeing that Xiaoxiao and Mei Xiong didn't follow him, he turned his head to look at them, as if he was rushing them. Xiaoxiao understood and pulled Mei Xiong to follow along. The opening was as tall as a person's height and 2 people were able to walk side by side. After walking about 50 meters, it suddenly brightened up. This part of the cave was semi-closed, and the top of the cave was semicircular, like it was covered by a lid. One side of the lid was opened, and several slightly slanted trees covered the gap. Among them, there was a wild peach tree with many fruits hanging on it. Many of them were ripe for picking. From the opening, she could see the view of the valley. At this time, it was already dusk. The orange sunlight shot into the cave, and made it appear warm and bright. On the walls of the cave, there were a row of openings like doors. Xiaoxiao looked inside and saw that they were small caves that were probably dug by humans. The walls were all neat and tidy, and there were also some stone beds and stone chairs left behind. Each of the small caves looked like a room that was around 70 to 80 square meters. It was dry and refreshing inside, and people could move in after doing some simple cleaning. Mei Xiong was very surprised as she looked at each room, and asked, people must have lived here before. I wonder who dug these caves. We wouldn't have taken over some hermits' homes, right? Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the thick dusk on the ground, and then shook her head, saying, even if someone had lived here, it must have been a long time ago. Ancestors plant the tree and the descendants enjoy the cool under the tree. Well, it's to our benefit. There are 8 rooms here, which should be enough for us to live in. Older Mei Xiong, please tidy up here while I go get the princess consort. When Yu Xiaoxiao came back with the princess consort and her family, Mei Xiong had already cleaned up one of the bigger caves. At this time, she was wiping the stone bed in the cave with a wet handkerchief. Older sister Mei Xiong, where did you get the water? Yu Xiaoxiao asked in slight surprise. With a smile on her face, Mei Xiong pointed at a stone trough near the gap. The spring water flowed out of the mountain wall and gathered in the stone trough. The excessive water flowed out to the outside of the wall. This is really such a good location. With this stone trough, it will be so much easier for us to get water. As mentioned, if there wasn't a source of water here, they would have to fetch water from the valley under the tall cliff or walk back to the other cave and go out to find a water source. It would be very inconvenient. Lan Xiong quickly got a basin from another servant and started cleaning the cave with Mei Xiong. They covered the stone bed with a brocade quilt, and used the stone tables, which were carved out of the walls, as storage space. Princess Consort Jing's belongings were neatly placed on the tables. Xiaoxiao placed the luminous pearl in the highest part of the cave. The entire room lit up as if they had just installed a light bulb in the room. As for the remaining caves, the Yu family, Xiaoxiao's oldest aunt's family, and eldest granduncle's family each lived in one cave. The maid servants and senior servants divided the rest of the 4 caves. The manservants and imperial bodyguards could only sleep in a corner of the living room. It was getting late, and in order to escape, no one had time to eat lunch. Everyone was so hungry that their chests were sticking to their backs. There was quite a lot of food brought over from Prince Jing's mountain manor, and there was a complete set of condiments such as oil, salt, and soy sauce. Xiaoxiao's family and her relatives had brought enough food to last them for 3 to 5 days. Moreover, they also had Little Black and Little White catching pheasants and wild hares back. They simply cleaned up their own cave. The stone bed inside was very big, like a large Kong bed, and it was big enough for 10 or so people to sleep on. Old Yu slept in the innermost spot, and next to him were Yu Hai and Madame Lu. Xiaoxiao and Xiaolian slept at the outermost part of the bed. For families with poor living conditions, it was common for the entire family to crowd together on one big Kong bed during the winter in order to save firewood. After putting their things down on the stone bed, Xiaoxiao took Xiaolian out to the gap outside of the cave. They set up a simple stove with stones, washed the rice, and started cooking. She looked to the side and saw the servants of the Prince Jing's household busily working. They had 3 stoves, on which they cooked 3 pots of rice. There were 30 to 40 people from the Prince Jing's household, including the servants and imperial bodyguards. They ate a lot of food and everyone was hungry now, so it wouldn't be enough if they cooked too little. Yu Kaifeng came over with a bag of rice. She squatted down beside Xiaoxiao and helped her light a fire. She thought for a moment and said, why don't our families cook together? That way, we can save up on some firewood. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded. She thought about it and said, oldest paternal aunt, can you go over to eldest granduncle's place and ask if they want to eat together? Our families are eating together, so if we don't ask them, I'm afraid that eldest granduncle's family might think that we're not treating them as relatives. Yu Kaifeng smiled and said, Xiaoxiao is still the most thoughtful one. Okay, I'll go ask eldest aunt to see what they plan on doing. A moment later, she came back and shook her head with a smile. She said to Xiaoxiao, eldest uncle said that they brought dried rations, so they're not cooking tonight. They also said that they will eat separately since they have a lot of people in the family. In the middle of their conversation, a figure passed through the opening of the cave. Xiaoxiao looked carefully and saw that it was Commander Zheng and his subordinates. Each person carried a bundle of firewood on their backs. It turned out that the bodyguards of the Prince Jing's household thought that it was too troublesome to walk around the cave, so they tied a rope on the stone and tree sticking out of the gap. It was only 10 or so meters tall, which wasn't too difficult to climb for people who practiced martial arts like them. Commander Zheng left 3 big bundles of firewood for Xiaoxiao, which was enough for them to cook 3 or 4 meals. Yu Xiaoxiao returned the favor by giving them a pheasant that little black caught. It wasn't enough for all of them to eat, but at least they had some meat among all the vegetable dishes, right? Xiaoxiao skinned the wild hare that she kept, and then stewed it together with potatoes. She gave both Princess Consort Jing and eldest granduncle a bowl each. While the rice was cooking, she added the sausages and smoked meat that they didn't finish in the winter, which was delicious even without vegetables. In addition, Xiaoxiao also cooked a pot of laver soup. The members of the Yu family and the Lu family all held a big bowl of cured meat rice with potatoes stewed hare. It might be due to hunger, but everyone ate with great relish. Even the youngest little Fangping finished more than half a bowl of rice and a spoonful of hare meat. Seeing the little guy eat with relish, Madame Lu suddenly put down her chopsticks and heavily sighed. Yu Kaifeng saw this and asked, "What's wrong?" "When I see little Fangping, I will think about our little shish too. I don't know if he's safe in town, and there's also our Yu Hang." Xiaoxiao said that the Woku pirates have also reached the docks. Xiaoxia wouldn't have encountered them, right? The more she thought about this, the more Madame Lu felt as if there was a large rock pressing on her heart. Yu Kaifeng comforted her, "Don't worry too much. Little Shish Tu is in town, which is quite a distance from the sea. Even if the pirates went there, aren't the local authorities there? They will definitely ensure their safety. As for Xiaoxia, there is even less for you to worry about. Xiaoxiao's godfather is a great general who has experienced numerous battles. His subordinates are also very skilled. There's no way that they can't protect him." Hearing her words, Madame Lu felt that she was right and her heart slightly relaxed. But she couldn't continue eating after eating half a bowl of rice. To raise a child until they were 100 years old and be worried about them until they were 99. Parents would always be worried about their children. Unbeknownst to Madame Lu, her 2 sons, who she was worried about, had daringly sneaked out of town and were rushing to Dongshan village. Eldest brother, if those Woku pirates didn't find anyone in the village, would they go directly to town on the official road? Perhaps this path isn't safe anymore. Little Shish Tu's face was full of worries for his family. It was safer to stay in town, but their family had all gone into the West Mountains and their safety was uncertain. So how could he be at ease? Yu Hang patted his younger brother, who was sitting in front of him, pacifyingly and speculated, killing isn't the ultimate goal of those Woku pirates. Plundering goods is their most important mission. The villagers left in a hurry, so they could only take a few things. There are enough food and goods left behind for them to search through for a while. At this time, they should have settled down in Dongshan village, so it's the safest to stay in town. Shish Tu, in fact, I can come back by myself. You're young and have a short stature, so you wouldn't be able to help much even if you return. Little Shish Tu shook his head and disagreed, although there's not much I can help with, my heart is with everyone. It's really painful for the family to be separated in different places and be worried about each other's safety. Yu Hang remained silent for a moment. His younger brother was only 9 and he was a young county-level official. His teachers praised him a lot and the family were full of expectations for him. Yu Hang didn't know if bringing his younger brother back was the right decision. If something happened to his younger brother, how was he supposed to face his parents and younger sisters? But, in order to get to the West Mountain, we must pass by our house. In the village, besides the village head's house, our house is the biggest. So, we don't know if there will be any Woku at our house. Yu Hang's concern wasn't without reason. Little Shish Tu thought about it and said, "I know a path that can bypass our house, but it's somewhat difficult to walk. At that time, I'm not sure if we can bring Little Gray along, but Little Gray is very smart. If it hides in the forest, it probably won't get caught by those wicked pirates, right?" Little Gray was a very intelligent little donkey. It had been with the Yu family for nearly 3 years and had done a lot of work for the Yu family. It had a special place in the hearts of every member of the Yu family. Would it be dangerous for it if they left it in the forest at night? Would it get eaten by those Woku pirates? However, there was no use in worrying about this right now. During such a crucial time, they didn't even know if humans would be safe, let alone a domesticated donkey. They soon reached the small path that Little Shish Tu mentioned. In order to enter the mountain, they needed to climb over a mountain peak. Although it wasn't very high, it was somewhat steep. Humans could manage to climb up, but it was impossible for Little Gray. Disregarding whether Little Gray could actually understand him, Little Shish Tu thoroughly cautioned the little donkey. After that, he patted its bottom and told it to quickly find a place to hide. Little Gray appeared somewhat reluctant as it looked at Little Shish Tu with its big, dewy eyes. It licked his hand and walked into the nearby forest while turning back at every step. Under the dim moonlight, the brothers climbed up the mountain. Fortunately, the brothers were used to climbing up mountains since childhood. This slight slope wasn't too much of a problem for them. 4 hours later, the 2 brothers had arrived at the foggy forest. Awoo, 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 a series of familiar wolf howling turned Little Shish Tu's stern expression into a smile. "Eldest brother, Big Gray and the others came to welcome us." As soon as he finished speaking, a black figure dashed out from the white fog and excitedly jumped towards Little Shish Tu. "Little Black, slow down. I can't carry you now." When Little Shish Tu saw the black figure running towards himself at full speed, he feared that it would unwittingly jump onto himself. With his small body, would it even be possible for him to bear the weight of Little Black, who weighed over 100 catties? Even without his reminder, Little Black had a sense of propriety. His lightning-like figure abruptly came to a stop 3 meters away from Little Shish Tu. The force of inertia caused his forelegs to slide 2 meters forward. When he finally stopped, his head just happened to touch Little Shish Tu's shoulder. Little Black hadn't seen Little Shish Tu for nearly half a month and was particularly excited to see him. He rubbed his head on Little Shish Tu's body and used his rough tongue to lick Little Shish Tu's hands and face. Big Gray and Little White, who were behind him, strode forward in the same solemn manner and came to their side. Little Shishtu rubbed Little Black's neck, patted Little White's head, and then climbed onto Big Gray's back. Big Gray shook his body in annoyance, but Little Shishtu held on tightly and didn't fall down. Big Gray, you can't always act so differently in front of different people. No matter what my second sister does to you, you're as obedient as a cat. However, you won't allow me to do anything. I haven't seen you for 3 months, so just let me ride on you. With a rascally expression, Little Shishtu clung onto Big Gray's body with both his legs and arms. Yu Hang, on the other hand, went up to Little White and asked with a slightly uneasy voice, Little White, have my parents and sisters arrived? Are they safe? As Little Shishtu struggled to avoid being thrown off by Big Gray, he giggled and said, since Little Black and Little White are here, our family is definitely also here. Second sister and I are the only ones who are familiar with this part of the forest, so there won't be any problems at all with second sister leading the way. Little White looked at Little Shishtu, and then nodded his head at Yu Hang. He turned his body and looked back at Yu Hang, motioning him to follow him. As for Little Shishtu, he was finally thrown off by Big Gray. He patted the dust on his long gown, made a funny face at Big Gray, and also followed his older brother into the forest. Little White guided the brothers through the maze-like cave and avoided the big cave that the villagers were staying in. They soon reached the entrance of the cave that the Yu family stayed in. There were 2 imperial bodyguards guarding the entrance to prevent the villagers from disturbing them again. It turned out that in the evening, Madame Zhang had come to cause trouble with Yu Dashan. They had thrown away the food that they brought along when they were being chased by the Woku pirates. Seeing that the 2 little wolves had caught game, the mother and son wanted to pretend to be pitiful and get some food. Madame Zhang thought that since she had once been married to old Yu, the old man wouldn't just watch as they starved to death. This extraordinary person finally remembered that she and old Yu were married. When old Yu was seriously ill and on the verge of death, she didn't even think about their familial affections at all. The Yu family also didn't bring a lot of food. No one knew when those pirates were going to leave, so it was impossible for them to share their food with the pair of ungrateful mother and son. When Madame Li fled in the forest, she got separated from the group and her safety was still uncertain. However, Yu Dashan didn't seem very sad about it. As expected, it was true that a married couple were birds in the same forest who would fly separately in the face of danger. Madame Zhang and her son were thick-skinned and wanted to continue to cause trouble. Princess Consort Jing's head started to hurt due to the ruckus they were causing, so she just gave them 2 pancakes and had the bodyguards throw them out. She also sent 2 imperial bodyguards to guard the entrance. Except for the members of the Yu family and Lu family, no one was allowed to casually enter. With Princess Consort Jing here, the pair of extraordinary mother and son didn't dare to continue to cause trouble and timidly went back to the bigger cave. The 2 imperial bodyguards recognized the Yu brothers. Although they thought it was strange for the brothers to come back at this time, they just let them go in. It was already late at night, so everyone was already in deep slumber. As soon as the brothers entered the cave, Commander Zheng, who slept on the floor outside, opened his eyes vigilantly. With the dim light of the torch, he took a clearer look at their faces. Then he pointed to the small cave where the Yu family stayed to the brothers and made a gesture, telling them to be quiet. When the brothers saw that the bodyguards and servants lying on the ground, they carefully walked around them and arrived at the small cave that their family lived in. Under the dim light of the torch, the brothers saw their sleeping family. With tears brimming in their eyes, their anxious hearts finally relaxed. After a day of thrilling escape, the Yu family members didn't sleep very well. Yu Hai had opened his eyes when the Yu brothers entered the cave. Seeing the tired and untidy appearance of the brothers, he immediately sat up. He didn't speak for a long time, thinking that he was dreaming. Father, don't worry, we're fine. With tears brimming in his eyes, little Shishtu walked to the stone bed and pulled on his father's hands. Yu Hai finally believed that this wasn't a dream. He examined both children and asked in a slightly angry tone, you kids, why aren't you obediently staying in town and coming here at this time? If you guys encounter a wild beast in the middle of the night, what will you do? Yu Hai's voice woke everyone up. When they saw Yu Hang and little Shishtu, they were both surprised and happy. Madame Lu hugged the brothers tightly, and then scolded them, feeling fearful. Yu Xiaoxiao silently watched the scene and felt that they could overcome anything with the whole family together. Eldest brother, Shishtu, have you guys eaten dinner yet? There's still some cured meat rice, but it's a little cold. Yu Xiaoxiao saw that their lips were peeling from dryness and guessed that they hadn't eaten and drank anything since the afternoon. Little Shishtu was slightly embarrassed as he struggled out of his mother's embrace. He smiled at Xiaoxiao and said, it's still second sister who dotes on me the most. Eldest brother and I were worried about you guys, so we left in a hurry. We didn't even drink a sip of water the whole way. I'm dying of hunger. Before he had finished speaking, his little tummy growled several times, amusing everyone. While the Yu brothers wolfed down the cold rice, the capital had already received the urgent message sent from Tengu town. Could the emperor just sit back when he saw that the Woku pirates had invaded? That night, he immediately summoned the ministers to his imperial study to discuss the situation. The Tengu area was under the ruling of Royal Prince Yang, so he naturally wasn't left out. Zhu Junyang immediately became anxious when he heard that a lot of Woku pirates had gone to Tengu town. They also appeared to be well-trained and very fierce, and didn't seem like ordinary pirates. His lady mother and future wife were both in Dongshan village. Your Imperial Majesty, are there Woku pirates at Dongshan village? Zhu Junyang interrupted the officials' discussion and anxiously asked. When the emperor nodded solemnly, Zhu Junyang immediately turned around and left the imperial study. The message was sent from Tengu town and reported to the emperor. Then the emperor summoned them over. Didn't they waste a lot of time already? He didn't know how his lady mother and Xiaoxiao were doing. Could those imperial bodyguards protect them? Zhu Junyang could only blame himself for not leaving more bodyguards at the mountain manor. How long could those 20 or so imperial bodyguards hold up? Emperor, look at Royal Prince Yang. He, the Minister of War, had long disliked the fact that the Emperor favored Royal Prince Yang. Thus, when he had a chance to badmouth the other person, he took it. As soon as he opened his mouth, Zhu Junfen knew what the minister wanted to say. He waved a hand to interrupt the official and said, "Beloved official Jen, Princess Consort Jing is still residing in the mountain villa at Tanggu Town. The mountain villa is close to the sea and Junyang definitely is worried about his lady mother. We can understand his filial heart and concerns." The Minister of War had a tactful personality. When he saw that the Emperor wanted to protect the royal prince, he resentfully closed his eyes for a second. Why was the Emperor always so lenient to that good-for-nothing and cruelly violent fellow? Was it because he was the son of the Emperor's imperial uncle? The Emperor didn't only have Imperial Prince Jing as his only imperial uncle. Furthermore, weren't any one of his own sons more talented and outstanding than Royal Prince Yang? Despite all that, the Emperor only seemed to regard Royal Prince Yang with importance. He really couldn't understand why. While the rest of the court officials were currently discussing the matter at Tanggu Town, Zhu Junyang was currently dashing back to Imperial Prince Jing's estate. An imperial prince was allowed to have his own private army. He knew that his lord father was in the outer study and rushed over there to inform his father about what he just learned from the emperor. Once Imperial Prince Jing found out that Woku pirates were attacking Tanggu Town and that his beloved wife was still in the mountain villa there, he almost lost his reason. If he hadn't been able to restrain himself, he would have been just like his son and ran to Tanggu Town despite his other responsibilities. However, since he had been an imperial prince for over 20 years, he was able to squelch the worry towards his beloved wife. He took out the token to the prince's estate, gave it to his son and solemnly said, "Your lady mother's safety is in your hands now, son. Lord father, ease your worries. I, your son, will definitely not disappoint you." Zhu Junyang gripped the token tightly within his hands and didn't say another word as he turned around to bring head steward Lu and a few bodyguards along. They spurred their horses the entire way to the lands on the outskirts of the capital that housed the estate's private soldiers. After checking over the 800 soldiers and giving orders to Commander Lu, they all started to head towards Tanggu Town at top speed. However, Zhu Junyang thought that the soldiers' horses were too slow, so he left a personal bodyguard to give them directions and sped off on his own. He took with him 2 bodyguards and head steward Lu. The 4 of them raced to Dongshan village on horseback the whole way there. Because the situation was urgent, all of the relay stations had their horses ready to ride. Thus, Zhu Junyang switched horses at every station and didn't rest at all throughout the whole journey. A route that normally took 2 to 3 days was compressed by him and the 3 other people into 1 day and 1 night. Like that, the small group arrived at the heavily guarded Tanggu Town. "Master, you've already been on horseback for a whole day and night. You haven't eaten or drunk anything. Even a person made of steel wouldn't be to handle this. How about we first go into town and find a place to eat and drink?" Head steward Lu had noticed that his master's lips were dry and cracked, and his eyes were completely bloodshot. The prince was covered entirely in dust and there was no color on his face, so the steward couldn't help but beg him to rest. Even he, as a servant who was used to doing all sorts of tasks every day, was having trouble handling such a gruesome schedule. His master usually lived a luxurious life full of comforts. In fact, when they were out at sea and encountered storms and other hardships, it was not as difficult as today. However, Zhu Junyang sped past Tanggu Town's gates and directly galloped his horse down the official road towards Dongshan village. It was as if head steward Lu's entreaties hadn't even entered his ears, so he naturally couldn't respond. Stop to get a drink and eat food. What a joke. What sort of situation was it now? The 2 most important women in his life, all right, one of them could only be considered a young maiden, were currently being trapped at Dongshan village by the Woku pirates and it wasn't certain if they were still alive. How could he rest at this time? Right now, it was as if a blistering fire was in his heart. His mind was only filled with the thoughts of his lady mother and Xiao Cao and their safety. He could care less about his own physical discomforts at this time. The sooner he got to Dongshan village, the sooner the danger would lessen a bit for his lady mother and Xiao Cao. He absolutely could not stop now nor rest at this time. For the sake of his loved ones, time was of the essence right now. If the 2 women who had treated him the best in his life were gone, what was the point in him living anymore? The horse crop in his hands came down heavily on the horse's rump again. His beloved horse had already been exhausted on the way to Tanggu Town, so he was currently riding a horse he had switched into when he was at Jinwei Prefectural City. The horse had been spurred on at full speed this whole time, so it already had streaks of sweat and foam at its mouth. It was likely it wouldn't be able to endure such a punishing speed for much longer. Suddenly, the sound of a horse whinnying in distress could be heard, followed by a loud thump. Head steward Lu turned back to look and saw that one of the horses that a bodyguard was riding had collapsed from exhaustion. It lay there, trembling weakly. All of them knew that once a horse fell from exhaustion, there was nothing left for it. How many horses had fallen already? Not even the best horse in the world could endure galloping at top speed all day and night without rest. When head steward Lu turned back to the front, he found out that his master had already traveled a great distance and left the 3 of them behind. Zhu Junyang only had one thought in his mind right now: faster, faster, faster. Everything else could not even enter his scope of attention now. Nothing was more important to him than getting to Dongshan village as fast as possible. Fortunately, the horse that Zhu Junyang was riding still had some energy left. Only when he reached the entrance of Dongshan village did the hapless animal finally collapse from exhaustion. At the moment the animal stumbled down, Zhu Junyang leapt out of the saddle and landed not far in front of the horse. He didn't stop moving for a single second and continued to run forward with his 2 legs towards the direction of Dongshan village. Head steward Lu had a face full of worry as he mustered his energy and jumped off his horse to reach a further distance to chase after his master. His horse also collapsed not long after. Despite his advanced age, he had to move his old body and run after the prince. Master, the village has Woku pirates there. You should observe it first and then come up with a strategy. Before head steward Lu had finished talking, Zhu Junyang had already gotten to the village gates and was in the midst of fighting against the pirates standing guard there. Zhu Junyang looked like a crane in a flock of chickens as the pirates were all shorter than him. He didn't say a word as the pirates surrounded him with their knives on hand. It was better to act first and talk later. He unsheathed his double-edged sword in one swift movement and took care of these pirates in a few moves. Perhaps he had finally heard head steward Lu's words, but he no longer charged forward into the village in a conspicuous manner. Instead, he slunk forward and made sure to stay hidden. When a patrolling group of pirates came by, he avoided them and then headed towards the direction of the Yu family's residence, which was at the foot of the West Mountain. This was already the second night that the Woku pirates had been lodging in Dongshan village. Watanabe Hiroshi was currently in the middle of the Yu family's courtyard. Every day, he ate chicken meat, pork meat, white rice and food made from white flour. It was quite a luxurious situation for him. However, he was very much aware that he couldn't spend too much time here. They needed to leave on either tomorrow or the day after tomorrow at the latest. The Great Ming's army was not to be trifled with. Watanabe Hiroshi ganwed on a chicken leg as he frowned in thought. It had already been a day since he sent some men to the docks. Why hadn't they come back yet? Did General Yamaguchi encounter some difficulties over there? When Zhu Junyang came over the wall and looked into the Yu family's courtyard, he saw that all of the vegetable fields had been stomped over and defiled. He remembered that these fields were all lovingly taken care of by Xiao Cao and her family. He was so incensed by the destruction that he barely managed to restrain his urge to jump in and slaughter all of the pirates in there. Head steward Lu noticed that his master's restrained urges and quickly stated, "Master, we haven't seen a single villager in Dongshan village and we also didn't find any places where they were holding prisoners. They must have been able to flee in time. Master, let's not do anything here and find the people first. Did you already go and look at the mountain villa up the mountain? How's the situation there?" Zhu Junyang took a deep breath. The fury within his phoenix eyes was enough to burn a man to ashes. He glared fiercely at Lord Watanabe, who was currently sitting in Xiao Cao's personal rocking chair and leisurely gnawing on a chicken leg. He snarled and sighed, "That miserly little lass never let me sit in her rocking chair in the past. You stinking dwarf, actually dared to sit in Xiao Cao's chair. Once I guarantee my lady mother's and Xiao Cao's safety, I'm going to rip you into pieces." "Master, the mountain villa has been locked up securely and the people inside must have retreated to safer grounds. Perhaps the Woku pirates weren't able to find the villa because it's halfway up the mountain and hidden among the trees." When head steward Lu saw the condition of the mountain residence, he had let out a sigh of relief. The princess consort must be safe somewhere. Zhu Junyang nodded in reply and then lowered his head to think for a bit. He mumbled to himself, "Looks like my lady mother must have fled along with Xiao Cao and the others to a safe refuge. But where would 100 or so people from Dongshan village go?" As he spoke, he looked towards the lofty and grandiose West Mountain in the distance. He scowled slightly. "Head steward Lu, wait at the mouth of the village for Xiaowu and Chunzi. Tell them to guard the mountain villa. If any little nasty pirates come around, kill them instantly." Zhu Junyang jumped down from the tall walls of the Yu family's residence and dashed towards the direction of the West Mountain. Head steward Lu hurried after him and lowered his voice as he projected, "Master, where are you going on?" "I'm going to the West Mountain. Xiao Cao is a sneaky little lass and must have brought my lady mother and the villagers to hide in the mountain range. I'm going to go find them." Zhu Junyang felt even more desire to see Xiao Cao. He knew, with that weird and clever little lass around, his lady mother would be perfectly safe. Head steward Lu stated somewhat dispiritedly, "Master, the mountain range is vast. Do you know where Miss Yu took everyone? You're not very familiar with the terrain there. What if you encounter some vicious beasts?" He didn't say anything else because his master had already ran into the mountain forest and had already disappeared into the thick vegetation. Head steward Lu thought of the task that his master had given him and angrily went back to the entrance of the village. He leapt onto the old elm tree that was there, which must have been at least a few hundred years old, to wait for the 2 imperial bodyguards to arrive. With what he knew about Xiao Cao, Zhu Junyang could already guess where the little lass had most likely taken all of the people. Zhu Junyang had gone a few times to Xiao Cao's secret valley. The ravine not only had a bunch of beautiful and rare flora, but it also had a lot of wild herbs and fruit trees. The creek there also had lots of fish swimming in the waters. The most important part was that the secret valley was hard to find yet had no savage beasts. There were also enough caves in that area that could hold at least a few hundred people. This was naturally the best place for the people to hide in. Zhu Junyang hurried in the direction that he remembered. He rejoiced inwardly that, in the past, he had used the excuse of guarding Xiao Cao against any beasts and tagged along a few times. Thus, he had a decent idea of where to go. At this time, he felt tired, thirsty and hungry, but he could only continue to worry about his lady mother and Xiao Cao. With those thoughts on the forefront of his mind, he leapt through the thick vegetation that was about as tall as a man. In that short half an hour, he felt like time was creeping by slowly, as if it was slower than 2 days or even 2 years. Who's there? Not far from the inner forest shrouded by mist, a familiar figure jumped down from a tree. If he hadn't already recognized the person's voice, Zhu Junyang already would have attacked Commander Zheng and killed the other man, leaving a corpse on the forest ground. "Third young master, how are you here?" Commander Zheng almost didn't recognize the wan and sallow figure in front of him and exclaimed in surprise. After Zhu Junyang identified the person in front of him, he grabbed onto the commander's shoulder and hurriedly said, "Zheng Yun, my lady mother, and you Xiao Cao, are they okay? Have they been injured?" Commander Zheng grimaced from the tight grip of the prince and stated, "They're all okay, all okay. This subordinate will take you to see the princess consort now." Zhu Junyang loosened his hold on the other man's shoulder and the tight feeling in his heart finally relaxed. Commander Zheng led the way in front. After receiving Xiao Xiao's instructions, the mountain villa's guards were all patrolling within the misty and foggy forest. Commander Zheng took a brief glance at the royal prince and calculated the time. Yesterday, at around noon, the Woku pirates had arrived. The capital was around 400 kilometers away, and, at top speed, it must have been late at night when the news finally arrived. Third young master must have ran straight to Dongshan village as soon as he got the news. It only took him slightly more than a day of travel to get to Dongshan village. The prince absolutely must have ridden his horses at top speed in order to finish the 400-kilometer journey so quickly. Just how many horses were dead of exhaustion from his trip? What about third young master's black cloud? It couldn't have been left on the side of the road, right? Although third young master usually looked very cold and reserved, he had always been very filial to his lady mother. No wonder the princess consort treated him more lovingly than the heir to the estate and second young master. Her efforts had not been wasted on him. However, how could the commander of the bodyguards know that the royal prince, who had been praised to be very extremely filial, was more worried about Yu Xiaoxiao at this moment? Although Zhu Junyang was also concerned about his lady mother, there were still over 20 or so skilled bodyguards to protect her. In addition, the mountain residents also had a dozen or so servants to take care of her. It was likely that she was perfectly safe through all of this. As for the light of his heart, Yu Xiaoxiao, other than her parents, the rest of her family was either the elderly or the young. If they encountered the Woku pirates, they had no way to resist. Throughout his whole breakneck journey, images of a tiny scared face and bloodied dress kept flashing through his mind. The demon that had been hibernating for a long time in his heart finally started stirring up again. He did his best to squish down the violent tendencies inside him as he was afraid that if he lost control of himself, then he would lose precious time to get to the village and Xiao Xiao would. Perhaps he didn't even notice it himself, but that clever and adorable little lass now had a firm foothold in his heart. Her importance had even eclipsed the mother whom he respected and adored. They circled around the Dongshan villagers. Before long, Commander Zheng very quickly brought Royal Prince Yang to the cave that had been designated to them alone. As soon as he stepped into the cave, Zhu Junyang immediately spotted a slight figure in front of a simple stove in the corner. The person's back was turned towards him. In that second, all of the irritability had left his body. Seeing that familiar figure reassured his heart, and it was as if some hole inside him had been crammed full. Third young master, Commander Zheng turned his head and saw that the prince had stopped moving forward. The youth was staring fixedly at a corner, so the bodyguard couldn't help but call at him. It was as if he had just woken up from a dream. Zhu Junyang went forward with large steps towards the figure that had been the object of his worries for so long. When the people outside the cave, who were all busy doing their tasks, saw Zhu Junyang, they all cried out in delighted surprise, "Third young master! And, your royal highness! The young royal prince, wasn't he in the capital? A few days ago, she had gotten a letter from him that said that he probably still had half a month more before he finally finished his tasks. How could he suddenly appear at these caves?" Yu Xiaoxiao was very confused as she turned around. Before she could clearly see what was going on, she had been pulled into a warm and gentle embrace. Yu Xiaoxiao stiffened for a moment. In both of her lives, she had never been this intimately held by a man before. The amount of heat on her face was almost enough to fry an egg. This hug was filled with the scent of a man, which had the slight aroma of sweat mixed in with the smell of ambergris. It didn't repel her at all. However, her face seemed to be plastered against his rock-hard abdomen. If it went down a bit, Yu Xiaoxiao felt horrified at the thought and forcefully pushed against the prince. Madame Lu, who had been helping on the side, dropped the iron pot in her hands with a loud clang. She pointed at Zhu Junyang with a hand that shook with anger and worry. In front of all of these people, her youngest daughter had been embraced by Royal Prince Yang. Men and women needed to keep their distance from one another. What would happen to her youngest daughter's reputation now? If Royal Prince Yang was being sincere towards her Xiao Xiao, that was one thing. However, if the royal prince was only chasing after something novel, what would her poor cow do in the future? As long as you're okay, that's what matters. I've been so worried. Zhu Junyang felt his face flush when he saw his future mother-in-law staring at him blatantly. It definitely wasn't proper of him to hug a girl in front of her mother. However, he had been unable to control himself when his feelings overwhelmed him. Yu Xiaoxiao noticed that her mother had acted as if Sun Wukong had paralyzed her with an art with her eyes bugged open. She glared fiercely at the troublemaker and then grumpily said, "This older sister's doing just fine. Calling yourself older sister, now you're younger than me by 7 to 8 years. Instead, you really should be addressing me as older brother Junyang." Zhu Junyang saw that her face had a healthy glow and her clothes were neat and tidy, so he was finally able to relax. He couldn't control his mouth and let out a sarcastic remark. "In your dreams, addressing him as older brother Junyang would be too sickeningly corny." Yu Xiaoxiao roasted him in her mind. "This older sister has lived 2 lives already and, with my combined age, I am old enough to be your aunt. You're out of luck if you want to take advantage of me." A hint of a smile curled onto the edge of Zhu Junyang's lips. He was about to say something when he frowned and sniffed at the air. "What's this smell? Smells like some type of meat is burning. My pheasant stewed with mushrooms. Mother, the food is burning. Quickly give the spatula to me." Yu Xiaoxiao also smelled the scent of something burning and hurriedly took the spatula from Madame Lu's hands before sprinting towards the pot with the food cooking in it to flip the food. Luckily, only a few pieces of pheasant meat at the bottom of the pot had been burnt. The rest of the food was still edible. Zhu Junyang said a greeting as Xiaoxiao ran to rescue her, pheasant stewed with mushrooms, and was then brought to the inner cave that Princess Consort Jing resided in by Meixiang. When Princess Consort Jing saw her son, she had a smile on her face while she shook her head ruefully. She lightly sighed. No wonder all of the matrons in the village say that once a son is married he'll forget his mother. Xiao Xiao isn't even your wife yet, but she's still more important to you than me, your mother. Lady Mother, just what are you saying? I only greeted her first because I saw her first. It was only a few sentences. Zhu Junyang was obviously a bit embarrassed and had to say a few words to defend himself. Oh, are you sure it was only a few sentences in greeting? How come I heard from other people that as soon as you entered you went up to hug her? Ah. And you even did that in front of her mother. If I was Xiao Xiao's mother, I would have long thrown the spatula in my hands towards your head. Princess Consort Jing suppressed the smile on her lips as she made fun of her son. Zhu Junyang replied somewhat sheepishly, Lady Mother, are you sure I'm your biological son? Ah. How could my own mother say such weird things to me? Ah. The mother and son were currently having their conversation in the inner cave. While that was happening, Madame Lu finally couldn't restrain herself from saying something in the outer cave. She softly said, Cower, in the future, with the royal prince, try to keep some distance. You're still young right now, but I need to tell you that when men and women interact together, the one that always loses out is the woman. Before marriage, you must not do any intimate actions. Yu Xiaoxiao thought this was kind of funny. However, when she saw the worried look on her mother's face, she hurriedly nodded her head and said, Mother, don't worry so much. I know what's proper and what's not. The young royal prince isn't that sort of man. Earlier, it was probably because he was too concerned about us, so he forgot his manners. You've always been dependable since you were young, so I was only giving you a reminder. Please don't believe the flowery speech and promises of a man. As a woman, only when you respect yourself and love yourself will a man treat you with respect. Madame Lu thought that her daughter was still too young for her to say things too explicitly. In the future, she would still have time to slowly teach her. She took out the pheasant stewed with mushrooms from the pot and divided the food into 2 plates. She gave the smaller plate to one of the maids from the mountain villa to have her serve it to the princess consort. The environment within the cave complex was on the cruder side, and Xiao Xiao had a good hand at cooking, so the princess consort's meals were all made by her. Zhu Junyang smelled the delicious scent coming towards the cave and saw Lan Qiang coming in with the plate of pheasant stewed with mushrooms. He grinned at Xiao Xiao and scampered over as he said, Oh. Looks like the food here is quite good. Looks like you've all been living the good life here. I was all worried for nothing. Yu Xiao Xiao inspected him from head to toe and frowned at the sight of his sloppy attire. Did you come straight from a refugee camp? Ah. Look at yourself, quickly go wash up in the small creek now. Cower, how could you say such a thing to the royal prince? Quickly apologize to him now. Madame Lu noticed that her youngest daughter hadn't been the least bit polite when addressing the prince and was afraid the prince would get angry. Thus, she hurriedly scolded her daughter. Zhu Junyang hastily pasted on a warm and gentle smile and spoke to his future mother-in-law, It's not a problem, auntie. In the future, just consider me to be one of your family's nephews, no need to stand on such courtesy. Xiao Xiao speaking like this to me means she doesn't see me as an outsider. Makes me very happy. Ah. Do you see now? Ah. He's the one asking for this. Yu Xiao Xiao revealed a satisfied expression as if she had done something great. Zhu Junyang gave her a look that said, Just watch how I get back at you for this, and then followed Commander Zheng outside. They exited from the side and jumped down a few meters from a cliff. The ravine experienced all 4 seasons and right now they were at the end of spring. The water in the little creek wasn't considered too cold, so Zhu Junyang was able to wash off all of the dust and dirt from his body. After changing into a clean set of clothing, he felt as if all of the exhaustion had been washed away from him. When they were eating, Zhu Junyang actually wanted to sit at the same table as Yu Xiaoxiao. However, he decided to sit with his mother to take care of her and ended up reluctantly going into the inner cave. Princess Consort Jing quipped, Your eyes are almost glued onto that lass's body and can't come back. Since you feel so reluctant, then go outside and eat with her. If I get to eat alone, I'll be able to eat more. Lady Mother, how could you possibly finish all of the food on this table? It's still better for me to help you finish it all. Zhu Junyang picked up a pheasant leg and placed it into Princess Consort Jing's bowl on top of the rice before he continued. Before I left, my lord father repeatedly reminded me that I need to take good care of you. You need to eat more. If you get thinner, my father will peel the skin off of me. You stinky brat, you only know how to make fun of me. Be careful or else your lord father will spank you. A flush arose on Princess Consort Jing's face. She was already in her 40s yet was still able to reveal bashful expressions like a young woman. Under the light of the luminous pearl, the smile on her face seemed to have a bit of elegance and splendor mixed together. It was no wonder she was able to have Imperial Prince Jing favor her alone for all these years. Lady Mother, please spare me. I don't dare to make fun of you. Zhu Junyang took on the task of being old lazy one and did his best to tease his mother into a better mood. With her son by her side, Princess Consort Jing was quite happy and was able to eat a few more bites of her meal compared to before. The lightly stir-fried dishes in front of her tasted exceptionally good today. One old lazy Lao Lai Zi, one of the exemplars from the 24 filial exemplars, behaved in a childish manner to amuse his parents and keep them happy. The crisp sounds of birds chirping broke the silence in the mountain ravine. The first ray of warm sunlight peeked into the mouth of the cave. Zhu Junyang, who had been sleeping on the ground with the bodyguards outside of the cave, stood up and loosened his stiff and somewhat sore limbs. From time to time, he unconsciously looked towards a certain cave inside. All of the caves were currently silent without any movement. Other than the sounds of the bodyguards walking around, the rest of the cave system was completely quiet. Before long, the maids and senior servants from the mountain villa had gotten up, washed up simply, and started to cook breakfast for the bodyguards and other servants. Zhu Junyang stretched his neck a bit. How come there was no sound of movement in the Yu family's cave? When would that lazy lass, Yu Xiaoxiao, finally stop sleeping in? He had only arrived at this place last evening. After eating dinner with his mother and catching up, Yu Xiaoxiao had already gone inside her family's cave to start dreaming by the time he came out. The cave housed his future father and mother-in-law, so he couldn't just walk in to bug their daughter under their noses. He could only resist the temptation within his heart and stroll around the outer cave system for a long time before he went to sleep. Finally, there were some sounds of movement in the middle cave. The first person to come out was a graceful young maiden who was wearing a simple set of cotton clothing. Her hair had been combed into 2 hair buns. Happiness crawled onto Zhu Junyang's face and he stepped forward. However, once he got a closer look at the girl's face, he revealed a disappointed expression and said, "Ah, good morning, Xiaolian." Yu Xiaolian had noticed the disappointed look on the prince's face and covered her mouth to surreptitiously smile. Then she spoke to the royal prince, who was craning his neck so far that he almost entered the cave. "Younger sister will probably be sleeping for another hour before she gets up. Yesterday night she told me to tell you that if you woke up early, you could go to the small creek and catch some small white fish to bring back. That way, she could make some fish soup today. This is the ceramic pot that's already been baited, so you can use it." Zhu Junyang looked a bit helpless. That lass always knows how to order me around. How can I be forced to do such crude labor? Despite his complaints, he still took the ceramic pot that was offered to him. The little lass wasn't going to get up for another hour. It was better to take a walk in the ravine a bit instead of staying here doing nothing. Getting some fresh air in the morning would be nice. He jumped into the valley and traveled to the bank of the creek. After taking off his shoes and stepping into the water, he looked at the white fish swimming in the water and idly thought, why would I need to use bait to catch these fish? With my skills, how would I not be able to catch these fish easily? However, when he started to try without the bait, he immediately discovered that he had overestimated himself. The small white fish were nimble and were even more slippery than loaches. They darted back and forth between the rocks. Sometimes they would brush by his fingertips while other times they would swim around his feet as if they were teasing him. After trying for quite a bit of time, his body was covered with sweat and he didn't end up catching many. Now humbled, he could only place the ceramic pot inside the creek and wait. Suddenly, a weird phenomenon occurred. Those little white fish seemed to have been supernaturally drawn towards the ceramic pot and even lined up to go in. It was as if they were all squeezing in to do a pilgrimage to see a saint. He unconsciously frowned. Every time he was near Yu Xiaoxiao, he always felt like the little lass had some sort of secret. This secret allowed her to go beyond the natural and do things that were considered impossible in this world. He was worried that, in the future, her mysterious power would cause trouble for her. However, with him around to protect her, other than the emperor or his imperial grandfather, no one else would be able to harm the little lass before going through him first. He would be her shield and help her protect her secret and keep her safe. With him around, there was no one who could harm his little lass. After thinking it through, Zhu Junyang gradually stopped frowning as his mood improved. His little lass only needed to do whatever she wanted to do. Seeing her act naturally all the time was what he liked about her. By the time he brought back the ceramic pot full of fish and entered the entrance of the cave, Yu Xiaoxiao had already started cooking on the crude stovetop. She glanced at Zhu Junyang, who had scuttled by, and didn't even raise her head as she said, "Prepare the small white fish right now. I'll need to use them in a moment." "Me?" Zhu Junyang pointed incredulously at his nose and his voice had an undertone of obvious surprise. "I know how to use swords, staves and how to kill enemies, I just don't know how to clean fish to eat." "If you don't know how, you can always learn. Quickly go, I need to use them soon." Yu Xiaoxiao didn't even raise her eyes as if ordering around a royal prince was something that came naturally to her. The servants from the prince's residence had already gotten used to this. They continued to do their tasks and not a single one came forward to help their master get out of this predicament. Princess consort Jing stood at the entrance of her own cave and watched with obvious interest as her youngest son held the ceramic pot in his hands with a look of bewilderment on his face. She covered her mouth to hide the smirk on her face. In the end, Madame Lu graciously took over. She rolled her eyes at her daughter and then took the ceramic pot from Royal Prince Yang's hands. She then pointed at his wet pant legs and said, "Your Highness, go change into some dry clothes. I'll take over the task of cleaning and preparing these fish for you." Zhu Junyang smiled at her gratefully. The smile seemed to be even more brilliant than the rays of the rising sun and it blinded Madame Lu for a second. She could only think, the royal prince is too handsome. In fact, he's even more pretty than Xiaoxiao by a few fractions. Is this type of person really reliable? In actuality, if Madame Lu had the choice, she absolutely would not choose a husband like Royal Prince Yang for her daughter. They were a farmer's family, so what they were looking for was someone who was steady and reliable for their daughter. The best would be to find someone who was around the same social level as them. That way, if their daughter got bullied in the future, they, as her parents, would be able to support her and negotiate. The royal prince was exceptionally handsome and also had an illustrious background. In the future, if he had a change of heart, all they could do for their daughter was to cry and lament with her. Oh, Madame Lu let out a heavy sigh and a worried frown crossed her face. Zhu Junyang thought that his future mother-in-law disdained him for not being able to clean and prepare fish, so he hurriedly said, "Auntie, in the future just call me Junyang Ah. Always addressing me as, Your Highness, is a bit too formal. If you have other things to do, you can teach me how to prepare the fish. I learn things very quickly." Madame Lu shook her head and the frown didn't dissipate from her face. Your hands aren't the type of hands used to prepare fish, right? Quickly go change into a dry set of clothing. The temperature in these caves are colder in the morning and night, so you shouldn't get chilled. When Zhu Junyang saw that his future mother-in-law was concerned about him and that he didn't need to prepare the fish, he obediently followed her suggestion and went back to his own cave dwelling to change clothes. Princess consort Jing gleefully commented, "Oh ho, whose son is so obedient now? Usually no one ever listens to my words. Sigh, what's the point in raising sons? It only benefits other people in the long run." Lady Mother, in the past 2 years, her youngest son didn't have any of his violent spells anymore and it seemed like the demon in his heart had been suppressed. Because of that, Princess Consort Jing was able to set down one of her big worries and be more cheerful. Every day she seemed to like to pick on her youngest son, and Zhu Junyang had no choice but to go along with it. Princess Consort Jing pretended to use the handkerchief in her hands to dab at the non-existent tears in her eyes as she curled her lip. Okay, you haven't even married your wife yet, you already think that I, your mother, is being too irksome. Sigh, life is too cruel. I spent 20 years raising my sons and I've gotten nothing in return. Zhu Junyang helplessly went around his mother and entered the cave to change his clothes. He was too busy to pay any attention to her fake laments and woes. He couldn't give her attention at this point. Otherwise, she would latch on and not let go. The only strategy he could do was to ignore her and let her talk it out. Breakfast was on the simpler side. They each had some thick white rice congee, griddled flatbread and a bowl of fragrant fish soup. The smell of food lingered in the caves whenever they ate and took a long time to dissipate. Today, the Yu family, Lu family, and Princess Consort Jing and her son all sat together in a corner outside their caves to partake in the meal. They found a few rocks that were mostly flat to act as their table. Other than Princess Consort Jing, who was sitting on a cushion, everyone else sat on the ground as they ate the food with gusto. Father, we don't have much grain left over from what we brought. If we scrimp and save, we should be able to last until tomorrow morning. Yu Xiaoxiao drank the fish soup as she frowned with a worried look on her face. Yu Hai sighed and said, I don't know how long these Woku pirates will stay until they leave. How about, tomorrow I'll go walk around the mountain a bit and see if I can hunt down a larger animal or something. Zhu Junyang scowled and said, how about I take Zheng Yun and the others to go into Dongshan village and snatch some grain back. While we're there, we can also kill a few pirates and allow me to vent my temper on them. When he found out that the pirates were attacking, he sped all the way over to Dongshan village on horseback. The rage in his heart hadn't gone away. If he wasn't worried about his lady mother's and Xiao Xiao's safety, he would have already charged into Dongshan village and started slaughtering the pirates by the dozens to relieve his fury. Princess Consort Jing remarked out of concern, there are quite a number of Woku pirates, at least 100 to 200. We don't have many people on our side, so we can't act rashly. Mei Xiang, how much grain do we have left over now? Let's go with Yu Hai's suggestion and hunt some game down to add to our food stores to hopefully stretch it out for a few more days. When the residence's private army comes, then we can beat those pirates into a pulp. When Imperial Prince Jing was younger, he had traveled throughout the country with the Emperor Emeritus to the battlefields, so he was also considered a martial prince. Thus, all of his sons had also learned martial arts since they were young and they were quite interested in it. Naturally, this all influenced Princess Consort Jing, so she would also occasionally reveal a more warlike side of her. Although Zhu Junyang really wanted to slaughter the Woku pirates willy-nilly, but he couldn't bear to disobey his lady mother and cause her to be worried. He stamped down on the outrage inside his heart. After finishing breakfast, Zhu Junyang and a few other bodyguards left the cave system and went deeper in the West Mountain with Yu Hai as their guide. Some of the villagers, when fleeing for their lives, had lost all of their luggage, so these 2 days passed like a year for them. Madame Zhang and Yu Dashan were two of those people. At first, they had brought too much stuff along with them and had almost fallen into the hands of the pirates, so they had thrown their belongings away to run. Other than the money that Madame Zhang hid on her body, the two of them had nothing else other than the clothes on their backs. During the crazy run, they had also lost Madame Li somewhere in the chaos. Even now she had not met up with the other villagers. Originally, some villagers thought that these two looked quite pitiful and would give out some food for them to eat. However, after 2 days had passed, none of the villagers had much food left as all of them had packed lightly. They couldn't even feed their own family members anymore, so how could they give out food to feed these two? Luckily, the bodyguards from the prince's residence had told them that there were no wild beasts in the valley and that some wild vegetables and fruits could be found. As long as they worked hard, they should be able to fill their bellies. When the news traveled throughout the villagers, it brought hope to all of them. Thus, the tranquil and peaceful environment in the ravine was quickly broken by the villagers. All of the flowers in the valley had been trampled flat by the hungry villagers who didn't know any better as they scrounged for food. The group that had gone out to hunt today was quite lucky. They had come across a family of 4 wild boars. The adult wild boars had thick skins and most ordinary arrows couldn't penetrate their hides. However, the bodyguards from the residence were all skilled. By surrounding the animals with their superior numbers, they very quickly took down the family of wild pigs. The 2 adult boars weighed around 400 to 500 catties in total. The 2 juvenile ones were about half grown,